In the first year of the martial calendar, a myriad of races invaded. The human race of Blue Star valiantly fought amidst the battlefield of countless factions. The young Suge arose from the brink of despair with the aid of the system. Congratulations, host! The Qilin seal has successfully advanced to the Nirvana martial technique, the boundless sacred Qilin transformation. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Immortal technique, the 7 Luminaries returning spirit. Congratulations, host! You have attained the innate talent, celestial resonance. Leading the younger generation, he battles in the Golden Era, engaging the myriad races, contending in the starry skies, calming the sea of blood, and inscribing an epic. In the Golden Era, the Su family harbors a true dragon. By the decree of destiny, the human spirit remains undying. Behold young Su Zhe, brandishing a mysterious halberd, standing before the countless human beings, posing 3 inquiries to the heavens. Why do you disregard the human race? Why do you favor the alien races? Oh, heaven with no eyes, why do you elevate yourself so high? Chapter 1. The Invasion of the Myriad Races. Year 3659 of the martial calendar. Daxia, Jiangnan Province, Huishi. The silver moon hung high, casting dappled shadows as the bright moonlight slanted down. Beneath the starry night, light and shadow intertwined. The wind scattered the clouds, and the breeze gathered them once more. Though it was not yet early summer, one could already sense the oppressive heat of the coming months. Wishi's foremost martial arts high school. The evening at the playground of the first high school was no different from other locales. Illuminated by several floodlights, the temperature remained high. Outside, the summer breeze wafted gently, and the cicadas chirped softly, yet within the gravity training zone of the first high school, Suja continued to sweat profusely on the training field. 498, 499. The muscles in Suja's arms trembled, his not particularly muscular arms now encased in sweat. 500. With gritted teeth, Suja's arms, which he had previously lowered, once again rose upward. After 2 or 3 seconds, ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed 500 push-ups under double gravity conditions. Rewards: 1. Enlightenment Opportunity 1. 2. 500 source points. 3. Novice Gift Pack 1. Phew! I finally did it. Suja slowly rose, his arms, compressed by gravity, gradually recovering under the nurturing embrace of spiritual energy, while his engorged muscles and meridians began to settle. 500 day for 10 consecutive days, I have finally accomplished this task. But is this system truly as miraculous as it seems? Nonetheless, it must be an extraordinary entity to have transported me to this world. As Suja picked up his jacket that had fallen beside the gravity chamber, he shook his arms and pondered while stroking his chin. Indeed, Suja was an anomaly who had soul transcended into this world. However, unlike other transmigrators, he had directly soul transcended into a fetus, making him a native foreigner. In his previous life, Suja was not merely a successful business magnate, but also a spirited pioneer who had endured countless hardships during his entrepreneurial journey, ultimately being worn down by the myriad affairs of the company. Ultimately, on the night of his 30th birthday, he was brought to this realm by the system, soul transcending into the fetus. The system then fell into a deep slumber. It was only 10 days ago, on the day he celebrated his 18th birthday, that the system awakened and issued him his first task, to complete 5,000 push-ups under double gravity conditions. Prior to the awakening of the system, Suja gradually came to comprehend this world. This realm is known as Blue Star, distinct from Suja's previous existence, which he referred to as the azure blue little sphere. This world is characterized by the resurgence of spiritual energy, teeming with myriad races in a high martial arts environment, where the mightiest can summon storms with a mere gesture, and the cycles of yin and yang can be altered by a single thought, resulting in a reversal of seasons. The weaker band together for warmth, and the collective efforts of many fuel the flames of hope. The configuration of Blue Star is not akin to the geopolitical landscape of Suja's former world. Rather, it is governed by the Blue Star Alliance, led by the 4 Titans, the Great Xia, the Land of Extreme Ice, the Free Continent, and the Law Alliance. In truth, prior to the first year of the martial era, Blue Star bore a striking resemblance to Suja's previous world. However, with the onset of the martial era in that year, an invasion by myriad races commenced, coinciding with the revival of spiritual energy and the gradual rise of humanity's martial arts. According to historical records, on the day of the invasion by myriad races, chaos erupted in the sun's brilliance. The northern dipper lost its light, the heavens and the earth were displaced, and the world was turned upside down. Fortunately, the will of Blue Star awakened, gathering the aspirations of countless beings and utilizing the North Star's guiding light. It harnessed the powers of the sun and the moon to collectively construct a grand formation. This being the Zhou Tian Starry Sky Yin Yang Grand Formation. From that moment forth, the realms of Blue Star were rendered forbidden grounds for gods and demons. Those possessing the power to shift the heavens could not forcibly enter Blue Star, having been barred by its will. However, the lower-ranking beings of the myriad races faced no such constraints. They banded together to breach the realm and wreak havoc upon Blue Star, leaving humanity amidst suffering and despair. While in uninhabited areas, the cries of birds and beasts fell silent, and the landscape lay riddled with wounds. Under such oppressive circumstances, human technology experienced rapid advancements. Conventional weaponry proved nearly ineffective against the myriad races, prompting scientists to harness spirit stones as a new generation of power sources, leading to the development of successive iterations of spiritual weapons that alleviated the burdens on mid to low-tier battlefields, thereby reducing the unwarranted casualties of human warriors. Concurrently, martial arts began to awaken and swiftly rise, with martial practitioners becoming one of the most vital blades in the fight against the myriad races. The ancient martial arts of Bagua, Five Elements, Taiji, Xingyi, and others, under the augmentation of spiritual power, unleashed remarkable strength. Humanity's ancestors continuously surpassed their limits on the battlefield, refining the path of martial arts for their kind. Ultimately, with the intervention of the strongest human practitioners and the will of Blue Star, the path of martial arts for Blue Star's warriors was delineated into distinct realms. These included spirit awakening, body refinement, chi gathering, meridian condensation, spirit transformation, spirit sea, communication with the void, divine sojourn, breaking the void, returning to the origin, Nirvana, and immortality. As for those existing beyond immortality, Suja had not encountered relevant historical accounts during his 18 years, yet immortality had become the heavens for the common populace. In the realm of immortality, one could live for 10,000 years and more, and the immortals among the myriad races were akin to ancient monstrosities, a testament to the accumulated strength of a great clan. The plight of Blue Star, plagued by suffering and depopulation, began to change with the breakthrough of the first immortal, Luo Zhantian. This immortal is often described as a talent unparalleled across the ages, a spirit unbound by the heavens and the earth. Just upon stepping into the threshold of immortality, he aligned himself with the totem of the Great Xia, the sacred beast Golden Dragon, leveraging the power of the Zhou Tian Starry Sky Yin Yang Grand Formation to unite the forces of the sun and the moon, delivering a devastating blow to the immortal of the Torn Sky Demon Ape Clan. Bathed in the blood of the immortal, he entered the hallowed halls of immortality. This marked the commencement of humanity's comprehensive counteroffensive. By the year 1306 of the martial era, a mere 2 centuries later, the precarious situation of Blue Star had stabilized, reclaiming the majority of its territory and standing toe-to-toe with the alien races. Luo Zhantian's breakthrough undoubtedly unlocked the upper limits of the martial path on Blue Star, with one extraordinary talent after another, driven by the will to confront the myriad races, ultimately breaking through at the pinnacle of Blue Star. Due to the predecessor's breakthroughs transcending tradition, every human powerhouse must bathe in the blood of alien immortals to attain recognition from the will of Blue Star. The common people must acknowledge it. The countless sacrifices of heroes who fell in battle against the myriad races must acknowledge it. Those who possess only the title of immortality without corresponding deeds lack the qualifications to become the sacred mountains that uphold humanity, the pillars that stabilize the nation. In the year 1855 of the martial era, the sage achieved immortality before the first great pass of the Great Xia, Tianmen Pass. He vanquished the Golden Pung Bird and obliterated the Crimson Flood Dragon. The sage rose from humble beginnings, devoted to literature and wine, immersing himself in Confucianism Taoism, and Buddhism. A scholar's heart can suppress the weight of mountains with a single breath. The name and lineage of the sage remain unknown. Yet after the battle before Tianmen Pass, the world reverently referred to him simply as the sage. The sage's name resounded throughout the land. The myriad races spoke of a sage before Tianmen Pass. When the sage was enraged, he thoroughly compressed the territories of the myriad races on Blue Star. In the same year, the sage, alongside Luo Zhantian and other contemporary powerhouses, decisively purged Blue Star, ultimately positioning Tianmen Pass at the highest point of the starry sky, gazing across the chasm at the myriad races on the other side. Henceforth, Tianmen Pass became the foremost stronghold of Blue Star. The battlefield beyond Blue Star was fully established. The long-standing conflict between humanity and the myriad races was set to unfold over millennia. Clad in crimson, I traversed the mortal realm, seeking the truth of my heart amidst a sea of blood. In the year 2346 of the Martial Era, the Blood Sea was stirred by the Red Dust Maiden who tore apart the Heavenly Pillar and thwarted the malevolent schemes of the Blood Sea Underworld clan, which sought to inundate the Yin-Yang Grand Formation with the toxic tide of the Blood Sea. She engaged in fierce battles with two formidable immortals of the underworld. Ultimately, one of the two underworld immortals perished while the other was gravely wounded. Seizing the opportunity presented by the fallen immortal, the Red Dust Maiden unleashed her power, revealing her hidden realm, and, guided by the Yin-Yang Grand Formation, swept away nearly 1,000,000 years of accumulated vitality and boundless fortune from the Blood Sea. That day is etched in memory. When the Blood Sea stirs, the waves do not rise. The mouth of the sea resembles a neck, the basin like a valley. Vitality swirls, fortune flows backward, and the countless beings of the Blood Sea, the myriad children, remain silent. Furthermore, Blue Star, infused with the vitality and fortune of the Blood Sea, ascended in status, and the Zhou Tian Starry Sky Yin-Yang Grand Formation evolved alongside Blue Star, developing its own spirit. The birth of Starchild has arrived. The radius of the Grand Array has gradually expanded to Tianmen Pass, which, already renowned for its impenetrability, has now become an impregnable fortress, leaving the myriad races gnashing their teeth in despair. Upon her return to Blue Star, the woman of the mortal realm attained enlightenment by Westlake, establishing the Red Dust Academy with the mission of cultivating talent and resisting the myriad races, which ultimately became the precursor to the foremost martial arts institution of the Great Xia. It has since been transformed into the Great Xia Red Dust Martial Arts University, now regarded as one of the leading academies in the present Great Xia, playing an indelible role in the development of martial arts and the wartime affairs of the myriad races. In the year 2978 of the Martial Era, the Butcher, emerging from the divine army of the Great Xia, surged forth with unstoppable momentum, wielding his blade and unleashing a cacophony of despair, blood flowing like rivers, to the extent that the myriad races dared not step a foot into the star abyss, truly a sight to behold. The demon lord descends from the heavens, and the earthly deity reigns. In the year 3049 of the Martial Era, the Butcher encountered Wang Yueshu, the young clan leader of the reclusive Tianji clan. Their initial encounter was marked by conflict, but fate would intertwine their paths. The clan's elder, divining the stars and observing destiny, boldly proclaimed amidst the twinkling constellations, "Blue Star, its fortune like a rainbow, is destined by heaven." As the Butcher returned to Blue Star, he brought with him a wealth of tomes from the Tianji clan, encompassing secrets of various races, martial arts legacies, and core technologies. These texts significantly accelerated the advancement of martial arts and technology on Blue Star. Masters of martial arts, drawing upon the foundational techniques of various races and integrating them with traditional martial arts of the Great Xia, have birthed millions of unique martial arts techniques. Scientists, inspired by the core technologies brought back by the Butcher, have developed generation after generation of groundbreaking products. That century can be aptly described as the golden age of science and martial arts for Blue Star. Countless martial arts academies sprang forth, revitalizing a population that had stagnated for millennia due to the ravages of war. The era in which Suja traversed was precisely the dawn of the new martial era. The new martial era? The myriad races? Ah, this world is truly magnificent. As Suja exited the gravity chamber and approached the gates of the campus, his thoughts churned incessantly. Now that I have arrived here, my name is destined to be etched into the annals of this starry expanse. Suja gazed up at the starry sky, the silver moon still inclined to the west, a gentle breeze dispersing the thin clouds, countless stars shimmering in a harmonious dance, like jade beads suspended in the air. Holding his breath in reverence, he beheld a celestial river of the Milky Way cascading across the heavens, adorned with an endless tapestry of luminous stars. At the end of the Milky Way, shrouded in mist, Suja regained his focus and refrained from further observation, for he knew that beyond the river lay the myriad races, and this very Milky Way was the star abyss, a battleground that had endured relentless warfare for millennia. No matter how many times I see it, why does this star abyss resemble the Milky Way from my homeland so much? Suja remarked, hands clasped behind his head, walking with his chin held high. Regardless, I must check the rewards from this system. After toiling for 10 days, if it's all a ruse, I shall report you. Ding. System alert to the host. The awarded items are optimally suited for your current stage. Any misuse is solely the host's responsibility. Please refrain from unwarranted complaints about the system. Oh, come on. A complaint. You're finished. Suja muttered as he made his way home, grateful that it was already past 9 in the evening, lest he frighten others. On this tranquil summer night, the road was veiled in a gossamer mist, accompanied by the sounds of insects, the moonlight's embrace, and a rambling madman. Chapter 2. A warm family, let me tell you. Do not betray my trust. After toiling for 10 days to complete this task, you must reward me with something worthwhile. Ding. Please refrain from any further objections, host. Any dissent will result in the forfeiture of this task's rewards. Fine, I won't raise another word about it. But such a temper. One wonders whom it resembles. Suja arrived at the entrance of his residential complex, engaging in a playful banter with the system. He glanced at the security booth, where the elderly guard was slumped over, fast asleep. His gaze then drifted towards the doghouse beside the booth. A mischievous smile spread across his face, and with a swift kick, he sent the guard's shoes, which were left out to dry, tumbling into the doghouse. Without a second thought, he dashed off toward his home. Moments later, the security booth erupted with a series of lamenting cries. Which scoundrel has the audacity to kick the old man's shoes? I swear if I catch you. A handsome young man who had just entered the building shivered, his hand trembling as he fumbled with his keys. Forgive me, dear guard, but I thought you looked so weary during your night shift that I summoned the dog to keep you company and help safeguard our peace. Suja mused internally, his grin betraying his amusement. He had no concern for the possibility of the guard being bitten by the dog. This complex, while not a lavish estate, was situated in a mid to high-end area, and the guard certainly possessed the skill of a body refinement practitioner. To imagine such a martial artist being harmed by a dog was simply absurd. Humming a cheerful tune, Suja ascended the stairs, twirling his keychain around his finger. Creak. You're back. Hurry, dinner's ready. We've been waiting for you. As he opened the door, he found his father seated at the dining table, where a bottle of Erguo had just been warmed, while his mother could be heard scolding from the kitchen. You little rascal, returning home so late every night. Even if you're training, you still need to eat. Mom, don't be so harsh. I'm about to enter my senior year. If I don't seize the time to train, I'll be left behind. His sister, Su Ro, emerged from her room, clad in a soft pink knitted sweater, illuminated by a gentle glow of the light, exuding comfort and warmth. She paired it with an elegant white knee-length skirt, accentuating her graceful figure, and donned pure white knee-high socks that highlighted her long, slender legs. The soft lighting enveloped her in a delicate halo, her bright eyes sparkling like a clear spring brook, lively yet serene. Her brows arched gracefully like distant emerald hills, and her delicate willow leaf eyebrows framed her cute, pert nose, which retained a hint of youthful innocence amidst her poised demeanor. Her smile was radiant, her complexion as flawless as polished jade, all reflecting her youthful exuberance. Suja couldn't pinpoint when his quirky sister had blossomed into such a striking young lady. It filled him with a sense of pride that the Su family had a daughter coming of age. However, each recollection of her past mischievous antics sent a shiver down his spine. The pranks she pulled, like setting off firecrackers in dog bowls or climbing trees to steal bird eggs, were mere child's play. In kindergarten, she once slipped a caterpillar into a classmate's backpack, leading to a call to her parents. In elementary school, she inadvertently got into a brawl with a boy, and even then, the boys at school couldn't best her, earning her the title of Big Sister for 6 years. It was only in recent years that she had mellowed, cultivating a touch of grace and decorum. Reflecting on this, Suja couldn't help but scoff at the fickleness of fate. It was indeed remarkable that she had transformed so dramatically. However, as they would both attend the same high school, he couldn't help but wonder if she might still be a source of mischief for him. Stealing a glance at Su Ro, he mused to himself. Yes, his sister had just celebrated her 16th birthday 2 months prior and was about to enroll in the prestigious Huisher First Martial Arts High School. The fact that both siblings would be attending the same institution undoubtedly relieved their parents, sparing them the need to run back and forth to care for both. What are you looking at, you old rascal? I was just trying to plead your case with Mom. Su Ro, having just exited her room, caught her brother's gaze and felt a surge of indignation. And no, it's just that I'm thrilled to be going to school with my adorable sister. Suja stammered, sensing the tension. You better be sincere, she retorted, noticing his insincere demeanor. Without pressing further, she turned on her heel and made her way to the dining table, pulling out a chair and beginning to engage with the food laid out before her. All right, your brother has it tough too, under a lot of pressure. If he doesn't break through to the body refinement stage soon, he'll be left behind as well. Come on, son, hurry over and eat. You need to be nourished to have the strength to train. Their father beckoned, motioning for Suja to join them at the table. Oh, sorry, I couldn't hold it in. You really should just marry a wealthy woman, bro, haha. Su Ro burst into laughter at their father's lighthearted remark, unable to contain herself. All right then, Dad, I'm coming. Suja chuckled, scratching his nose as he stepped forward to take a seat and began his meal. The very existence of the system was too bizarre, and for safety reasons, Suja resolved to keep the system and his transmigration a secret from everyone, including his parents and sister. Dad, I feel great lately. I believe I'm on the verge of breaking into the body refinement stage. In the midst of their meal, Suja casually announced this revelation. What? Ha, that is fantastic. I knew my son, Su Yuwen, wouldn't be lacking. Tomorrow, we can head to the Martial Arts Bureau and boast to old Zhao and old Li. His father, caught off guard by the sudden statement, soon found his neck flushed, unsure whether it was from excitement or the effects of the liquor. That's enough of you. Drink less. I know my son well. Aja, your mother only wishes for your safety. Your brother has already gone off to military school. I don't want you to feel overwhelmed and wear yourself out. His mother chimed in, taking the liquor from Su Ro's hands and gently patting Suja's arm. Su Buyu, the eldest son of the Su family and the brother to Suja and Su Ro, was true to his name, silent and reserved. But his love for his family was unparalleled. He was a paragon of excellence, possessing the cultivation of the Meridian refinement stage, having excelled in the Huisher martial arts examination, and ranking 7th in the Jiangnan provincial martial arts exam, securing a place in the prestigious Daxiaotown Divine Martial Academy to study in the command department. The Divine Martial Academy of Daxiaotown, funded by the Divine Army of Daxiaotown, boasted an exceptionally strong faculty. The first principal was none other than the legendary Blade Master, one of humanity's most formidable warriors. When Su Buyu made his mark in the martial arts examination, his family's status soared, enhancing their standing in their respective workplaces. Suja's father, now the deputy minister of the logistics department at the Huisher Martial Arts Bureau, had prospects for advancement, while his mother served as the manager of the Huisher branch of the headquarters. Back in the days when Su Buyu was still in school, life was quite frugal, but it had since improved, allowing for a more comfortable existence and better resources for their younger son and daughter to pursue martial arts. Yet, it was a bit burdensome for the eldest son, Sai. As Suja's father contemplated this, the allure of the wine diminished, and he found himself uninterested in the peanuts he had been attempting to eat. My brother is truly remarkable, shouldering the family's burdens on his own. Hey, system. Does my brother possess another system as well? Ding. Please, host, come to terms with reality. Your elder brother is simply endowed with exceptional insight and talent. A golden-scaled fish is not meant to dwell in the pond. The platform of the martial arts university is grand and elevated. When he encounters the winds of fortune, he will surely transform into a dragon. Suja munched on a chicken leg, holding chopsticks in his mouth, silently inquiring within his heart about the system. However, the system's response left him astounded. Damn, understood, it's merely the realm of geniuses. Indeed, I wonder how my elder brother is faring. Returning home only a few times over the course of a year, I miss him so much. Su Ro, sitting nearby, lowered her brows, her expression laced with dejection. All right, silence is the pride of our Su family. You two are also our pride. Hurry and eat. Once finished, my son should tidy himself up and strive to break through the body refinement realm before the start of school. Ro. Familiarize yourself with the high school textbooks and the compendium of all races. Observing the discontented atmosphere at the dining table, the matriarch, Su Mother, abruptly rose, instructing old Su to clear away the mess before entering the kitchen to dispose of the leftover refuse. Seeing Su Mother in the kitchen, Suja casually grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth and dashed towards his room. You lazy brother. Your bowl hasn't made it to the kitchen. Suro called out from behind. Help me take it. You lazy brother. Bad brother. Suro shouted in the living room, the table in disarray. She looked up to see her father resignedly tidying the mess, and an uncomfortable feeling washed over her. In an instant, the earlier melancholic atmosphere dissipated like smoke. Upon reaching his room, Suja was eager to comprehend the vastness of this realm and the exceptional talents of his elder brother, Subuyu. He resolved that he too would traverse this myriad of mountains and rivers. The resplendent starry sky must bear the name of Suja. System. I wish to extract the rewards for the completed tasks, Suja silently intoned. Ding. Host task recognized as completed. Rewards distributed. 1. 1 opportunity for enlightenment. 2. 500 source points. 3. 1 novice gift pack. Please remember to claim your rewards, host. Before the system could finish speaking, Suja eagerly interjected. For me at present, the opportunity for enlightenment is undoubtedly the most precious. The paths of the great Tao are numerous and diverse, but this feels overwhelmingly abundant. If I squander this opportunity, it would be a significant loss. System, do you have any recommendations? Ding. The system reminds the host that it is solely responsible for the distribution of rewards and does not interfere with any choices made by the host. The rewards provided are the most suitable for the host at present. The novice gift pack requires no elaboration, and the source points are critical for the hostess advancement. As for the opportunity for enlightenment, the system reminds the host. In books, there are golden houses. In books, there are beautiful faces. Chapter 3. In books, there are golden houses. Suja composed himself, pondering deeply. Turning his head, he caught sight of the high school martial arts textbook on his desk, sensing that his first opportunity for enlightenment should lie within its pages. Without further hesitation, Suja opened the book, sitting cross-legged. The textbook, adorned with an overview of high school martial arts, bore slightly curled corners and yellowed pages, indicative of its owner's diligent study habits. He flipped open the book, perusing the table of contents. His gaze gracefully swept down the rows. Origins of the races. A comprehensive history of martial arts. The fundamentals of grand arrays. Notable figures records. The titles flowed past Suja's eyes. The origins of the races primarily discusses the main invading extraterrestrial races. A comprehensive history of martial arts elaborates on the origins of martial artists and the evolution of martial techniques. Suja had consistently excelled in his academic subjects. He had already perused this high school martial arts compendium countless times, its contents now thoroughly familiar to him. As the saying goes, reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. The fundamentals of grand arrays succinctly describes the composition of the celestial yin-yang great array, as well as the significance and value of the forces it embodies. Notable figures records merely chronicled the lives of the most formidable beings from the inception of the martial calendar to the present. Suja pondered deeply. Notable figures records holds immense significance, but this is neither a political theory class nor a time for venerating the classics of great figures. Such reverence is unnecessary. However, what exactly is the core of the fundamentals of grand arrays? What insights can be gleaned from the interplay of yin and yang? My head is beginning to ache. This golden house is quite elusive. At a loss, Suja shook his head, just as he was about to turn the page in search of further insights. Suddenly, a breakthrough occurred. Ideas flowed like a rushing tide. The celestial yin-yang great array. The Taiyin and Taiyang. The Big Dipper. The chaos of yin and yang. I found it. My golden house. Suja's thoughts surged forth like a torrent, relentless and unyielding, intertwining and complex, yet unceasing. The celestial yin-yang great array was crafted through the collaboration of the will of Blue Star and the strongest beings of the time. The essence of the great Tao converges within it, regarded as the most ancient, mysterious, and closest existence to the source of the great Tao. Moreover, the array possesses a spirit, harmonizing with the heavens. The astral ancestor, Star Child, is gentle and generous in imparting knowledge to the younger generations of humanity. Each time he watched the campus lectures of the Great Xia Dragon Martial Arts University, the old man always wore a smiling expression. So it seems I will encounter no hindrance. Additionally, the fundamentals of grand arrays provides a detailed account of the composition of the celestial yin-yang great array. Concerning timing, the celestial yin-yang great array stretches across the skies of Blue Star. I need not venture far. I can comprehend it from my balcony at home. Regarding geography, I am currently situated within the Great Xia territory, free from external pressures, allowing me to engage in enlightenment without fear of unforeseen events. As for the human factor, I am a genuine local of Great Xia. The blood of the myriad races has dried, while my sweat remains red. The array's spirit, Star Child, is akin to a kindly grandfather. How could he possibly bring harm to a young man of Great Xia? With favorable timing, geography, and human factors all in my favor, I cannot possibly fail. As thoughts swirled, Suja resolved to act. It's time. Having made up his mind, Suja gathered his energy, calming the chi and blood within him. He flipped off his bed, opened the drawer, and found a spirit concentration pill resting on a piece of silk cloth. The opportunity for enlightenment is incredibly precious. I cannot allow my own shortcomings to render all my efforts futile. Now is the perfect moment for this spirit concentration pill to take effect. This spirit concentration pill was a gift from Subu Yu during the new year, presented to both Su Zhe and his sister. It holds a market value exceeding 100,000, yet is rare to find. Its effects are simply stated: to calm the mind, stabilize the heart, and guard against the intrusion of malevolent forces and inner demons. On the day they received the gift, Subu Yu earnestly told Su Zhe, "Zhe, with your elder brother here, you need not burden yourself too much. Everything is taken care of by your elder brother." In Su Zhe's eyes, his elder brother was always taciturn, striving to shoulder the weight of countless hardships alone, constantly sacrificing for their family. As his thoughts drifted, Su Zhe's gaze grew increasingly resolute. "Elder brother, wait for me. I will protect you in the future. Life and death are but fleeting moments. I shall endure for eternity." Su Zhe stepped down from the bed, opened the balcony window, and the moonlight streamed into the room like silk through the cracks. The bright moonlight sprawled across the floor of Su Zhe's room, the silvery glow mingling with the resolute gaze of the young man, intertwining and reflecting within the confines of the small space. He opened the window, raised his head, consumed the pill, and sat cross-legged. "The trial has begun. System, should I fail to awaken, please convey to my parents, my sister, and my elder brother that I love them. Oh, and do not forget to inform the security guard downstairs about his shoes. They require a thorough cleaning, for their foul odor explains why dogs follow him, ready to bite." Ding. The system alerts the host, indicating this is an opportunity for enlightenment. Even if enlightenment is not attained, it is merely due to the host's own intellectual shortcomings, which pose no threat to life. Please rest assured, host. Damn it. Who are you calling intellectually deficient? You are the one who is foolish. I was merely trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. No need to take it so seriously. Ding. The system once again reminds the host that the effect of the concentration pill is about to take place. If you wish not to squander the heartfelt intentions of your elder brother, then close your mouth, gather your energy and luck, and breathe steadily. With that, the system fell silent, ceasing further commentary. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe restrained his expression, gathering his vitality and channeling his spiritual power. The effects of the concentration pill spread through Su Zhe's body along with the flow of his energy, and he felt his mind clearing. Amidst a tangle of thoughts, he listened to the gentle breeze wafting through the window, the summer cicadas chirping in the treetops, the moon glowing brightly, and the northern dipper hanging high. The starry abyss stretched across the heavens, while the sage guarded the frontier. This is an age of great conflict, yet also a golden era. I, Su Zhe, have arrived in this realm, and I must behold the pinnacle of Pillar Mountain, the depths of the star sea. As his condition reached its zenith due to the effects of the concentration pill, he opened his eyes and looked up. The celestial array of stars above him rotated slowly and rhythmically, resembling a cosmic compass. The great Tao inscriptions were engraved within, with mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, celestial bodies, and the sun and moon appearing and disappearing within the array, as if it were meant to be, fading into nothingness as it cycled endlessly, never to cease. System. Activate the opportunity for enlightenment. Gazing at the ancient and profound stellar array, Su Zhe murmured softly. As soon as the words left his lips, a mysterious aura, tinged with echoes of ancient callings, erupted from within Su Zhe. Empowered by this aura, he observed the swirling array in the night sky. With the Yin star and the Yang star crossing his consciousness, two magnificent phenomena ultimately hovering above his mind's eye. Buzz. Following this, the celestial bodies of the northern dipper rushed forth, showering starlight upon Su Zhe's consciousness. But that was not the end. The originally dormant northern dipper suddenly burst forth with a powerful surge of spiritual energy, distorting the space around it, a jubilant wave of energy surging forth. Su Zhe felt his breath rising like the tides, initially akin to a gentle stream, but now resembling grand rivers in their majesty. As he continued to inhale and comprehend, the phenomena beside the northern dipper became increasingly vivid, culminating in the appearance of Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang. The seven stars responded in unison, with Tian Shu, Tian Xian, and Kai Yang standing out as extraordinary. At the gate of heaven, upon a city wall, a man with a visage as radiant as jade, clad in white, appeared harmoniously against the backdrop of the deep cosmos. He turned sideways, raising a cup in salute, his gaze fixed upon the chessboard before him. The white pieces fell into place. With each movement, insights into the great Tao blossomed. He slightly raised his head. His eyes fixated on the northern dipper, his fingers pinching together, his tightly knit brows gradually relaxing, a slight smile curving at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, the man's starry gaze shifted, and the distant space seemed to shatter like a silver mirror from which a black arrow shot forth. Its sleek body enveloped in a piercing chill. As it passed, wolves howled and spirits wailed, dark energy swirling as it charged towards the human realm's northern dipper. Its intentions glaringly apparent. My dear fellow, are you not a tad too eager? Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Under the moonlight's splendid scenery. Let us share a drink. Would that not be delightful? The smile on the white-clad man's lips broadened, dripping with mockery. Yet his movements were swift. His right hand slowly lifted, fingers curling, as he forcefully struck the white piece he had intended to place, clashing with the oncoming black arrow in an instant. Within a few breaths, the black arrow evidently lacked strength, while the obstructed white piece was abruptly snapped in two. Sage, do not be too complacent. The fate of the human race is destined to be severed in this era. A hoarse voice echoed from the shattered space, gradually fading with the restoration of the surroundings. Laced with resentment. TSK. Repulsive rat, resorting to petty cleverness. Huh. The white-clad man shook his head and lifted a goblet of fine liquor, drinking heartily. As he raised his gaze, his eyes sparkled with mirth as he looked towards the northern dipper. Atop the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, an elderly woman staggered forward, her thin garments billowing wildly in the cold wind. Observing the increasingly refined northern dipper phenomena above her, she nodded in satisfaction before retreating back into the cave. Celestial phenomena emerge. The northern dipper shifts. It seems some young prodigy has received divine favor. The age of great conflict, the golden age has arrived. Blood seas, starry abysses, insect valleys, graveyards, Dragon King's palace. Countless clans and powerful factions awaken from their slumber, gazing towards the human realm, uncertain of what schemes are afoot. How many times has this been this year? Damn it. Why has the fortune of the human race not diminished? Whatever, the fallen geniuses are merely dead. The fate of humanity in this era is doomed. Let us speak less. We don't want the old-timers of the human race to overhear. When they go mad. Whether humanity survives is uncertain, but you will surely perish before they do. It is time to put the plan into action. The great power's deliberations were unknown to Suja. But even if he were aware, he would not be troubled, for the heavens might collapse, but there would always be those tall enough to bear its weight. At this moment, Suja was immersed in a mysterious state of comprehension, shielded by the system. The cyclical evolution of phenomena was trapped within the confines of a small space. On the walls, ceiling, and floor, inscriptions of the great Tao and celestial phenomena coiled, blossoming into golden lotuses where he sat cross-legged. In his ears resonated the sound of a golden Buddha, chanting in rhythmic waves. Above his consciousness, only Tianshu, Tianxian, and Kai Yang hung suspended, while the other four stars dimmed their brilliance, retreating beside the sun and moon, quietly emanating a celestial glow to assist Suja's understanding. Tianshu, the core of the seven stars, symbolizes the center and balance, maintaining equilibrium between the powers of the sun and moon within the array. Tianxian, the driving force among the seven stars, signifies dynamism and vitality, providing an unceasing supply of spiritual energy to the array. Kai Yang, the life force of the seven stars, represents growth and hope, offering resilience to the array in an endless cycle. Chapter 4, Sudden Enlightenment. Tianshu, Tianxian, and Kai Yang. Suja recalled the annotations on the three stars from high school martial arts compendium, and immediately gathered his energy to launch a new offensive towards Tianshu, Tianxian, and Kai Yang. A red light broke the dawn, and daylight descended. The sun star once again overshadowed the moon star, hanging in the realm of the great Xia. Crack. Su Ro pushed open the door, rubbing her eyes, her hair a tangled mess, and glaring at her two dark circles, devoid of any goddess-like grace. She exclaimed, Mom. What for breakfast? I'm so hungry. Where's that stinky older brother? Mom, I'm going to wake Suja. Upon observing the empty living room, Su Ro suddenly realized that her brother Suja had yet to rise. Remembering the discomfort from being tricked by him last night, she dashed towards his room. Stinky older brother. Just wait. I'll make you pay for last night. You little rascal, slow down. Go wash your face and brush your teeth first. Just look at your disheveled appearance. You hardly resemble a girl. Su's mother peeked out from the kitchen, her gaze landing on Su Ro as she rushed towards Suja's room, feeling a surge of irritation. Su Ru disregarded her mother's furious shouts from the kitchen and leisurely approached the door of Suja's room. The memory of Suja's mischievous antics from the previous night dissipated the last remnants of her sympathy. Today, Suja was doomed. Even the sage could not save him. This was a decree from Sururu. Resolute, she reached for the doorknob and turned it slowly, her small face flushed with excitement. As she envisioned Suja startled awake from his slumber. Unable to contain herself, Sururu let out a few giggles, resembling a mischievous figure with ulterior motives. Creak. Su. Sururu bent low, crawling forward with anticipation. As she lifted her gaze, words caught in her throat as astonishment washed over her. Before her, Suja sat cross-legged on the balcony floor, a diminutive celestial formation of the yin-yang array slowly revolving upon the ceiling. With the sun and moon alongside the 4 stars of the Big Dipper standing guard, the stars of the Northern Dipper, including the Jade Balance, linked with the surrounding celestial bodies, continuously channeling spiritual energy to enhance Suja's meditative state. The room was suffused with a celestial aura, enveloping him in a gentle glow. The spiritual energy within the room ebbed and flowed with Suja's rhythmic breathing, the surrounding atmosphere growing increasingly dense. It exuded an aura reminiscent of a nascent dragon lurking in the depths, and a young tiger poised to leap from the mountains. His presence was dormant, yet formidable, as still as a mountain yet as dynamic as thunder. Above him, the Northern Dipper stars, Tianshu, Tianxian, and Kaiyang, hovered, while he sat within the primordial 8 trigrams. Golden inscriptions of the great Tao swirling around him, evoking admiration, a youth of such divine potential, indeed. Sururu felt a strange familiarity enveloping the boy before her. Is this really my insufferable brother? She wondered, before shaking herself back to reality. Throwing her head back, she shouted, Mom, come here quickly. You need to see what is happening with my brother. What on earth are you two up to now? Su's mother, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, presumed the siblings were engaged in yet another ruckus. She withdrew her hands from the water, shook them dry, and strode over. You two little rascals. I swear. If you don't stop your antics, you. As she arrived at the door, her words faltered, her eyes wide with shock at the surreal sight within the room. What on earth is happening to your brother? She gasped. I don't know. I just found the room like this when I opened the door this morning. Mom, do you think he is about to ascend? Sururu said, bewildered by the spectacle before her. Stop talking nonsense. How could you curse your brother like that? Su's mother retorted angrily, swatting Sururu on the back of her head. Ow! Sururu cried, cradling her head in pain. Su's mother turned and entered the bedroom, grabbing her phone and dialing a number. Beep beep. Hey, dear, what is going on? I'm busy right now. Came a voice on the other end. Old Sue, come home quickly. Ja's condition seems off, she urged, her voice urgent. If he is unwell, we need to take him to the hospital right away. Beep beep. Old Sue. That S nodded. Before she could explain, the line went dead, indicating that Su's father had already set off towards home. Resolving to act, Su's mother approached the door to Sujo's room, gazing at her son, whose presence felt ethereal. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck her. With trembling hands, she glanced at her contacts, locating her eldest son's name, and pressed call. Beep beep. In silence, he studied at university, well-versed in many matters, hoping he could discern Suju's current state. The thoughts and worries of a mother traveled slowly through the waves of connection. The call connected, but no one answered. Creak. Where's Ja? Hurry, get him here. We need to get to the hospital. At that moment, Suyuan pushed the door open, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The situation isn't what you think. Just see for yourself. Su's mother pulled Sururu aside, and Suyuan beheld the astonishing scene in Suju's room. His expression frozen in shock as he surveyed his son on the floor. Coming to his senses, he swiftly turned to close the door, ensuring that the extraordinary sight remained private. Dad, this is how he was this morning. Besides calling you, Mom also tried to reach Big Brother. But the call didn't go through. Sururu spoke softly, her demeanor markedly different from her usual boisterous self. Given Suju's uncertain condition, her heart brimmed with anxiety. The siblings had grown up together. Although Big Brother Subiyu had always been taciturn, his care for them was undeniable. However, Sururu felt closer to Suja. Now, her brows knitted in worry as she keenly observed him. Buyu Su's father murmured gravely. In the northwestern region of the Great Xia, at the Shenwu Military Academy, a man followed an elder along a path surrounding the campus, burdened with heavy documents in his left hand, inquiring about various matters. The man's face was stern, his features sharp like a chiseled sculpture, with piercing eyes that occasionally sparkled with brilliance. His aura was contained yet powerful, reminiscent of a dragon poised to leap from the depths, ready for its moment. This man was Su Buyu, the eldest son of the Su family. Sir, regarding the layout of the A083 assault at the Tianmen Pass, can we arrange it this way? I've simulated the data, and this configuration would minimize soldier casualties to the greatest extent, he proposed. Indeed, Buyu, you're correct. A competent military commander must not only achieve impressive victories, but also possess a precise understanding of the battlefield. However, remember this, data is not the sole factor. Sometimes, the morale of the troops is vital, and the spirit of the army must not be lost. Morale and spirit? Su Buyu fell silent, pausing to ponder the elder's words. The elder, noticing Su Buyu's contemplative demeanor, shook his head slightly and smiled as he made his way to a pavilion by the lake, granting the young man ample time to reflect. The elder was Su Buyu's teacher, Li Wantue, who held a deep appreciation for this student. Resilient and humble. Possessing considerable skill, he was studious and respectful, though often quiet. Given Su Buyu's performance over the past 2 years, Li Wantue genuinely wished to take him under his wing. I must find a time to formalize this apprenticeship. I've noticed the old codger eyeing him jealously. Li Wantue thought as he gazed at the vibrant koi swimming in the pond. Meanwhile, Su Buyu remained rooted in place, deeply engaged in contemplation of his teacher's earlier remarks. The A083 region had once been a bastion for the army, a small high ground guarding against the Myriad clans outside Tianmen Pass. 20 years ago, it fell to an ambush by the Hanya and Wushu clans. At that time, over 100,000 ordinary soldiers and several tens of thousands of warriors defended the stronghold. Yet the human race was in a disadvantageous position at the negotiation table. How could those clans dare to act? The loss of tens of thousands of great Xia warriors was met with outrage, as they even desecrated the fallen by using their heads to construct a monument. The news reached the great Xia, igniting the fury of its people, with petitions flooding into the dragon capital and retired officers clamoring to fight, united by a singular demand, to annihilate the Hanya and Wushu clans and bring their kin home. At that time, the A083 region's treacherous terrain made a frontal assault nearly impossible. After seizing the stronghold, those clans fortified their defenses day and night, leaving little hope for a surprise attack. The Xiantian Intelligent Core system at the Dragon Capital coordinated the forces, optimizing algorithms, and sent the best assault plans to the then commander of the Great Xia's Shenwu army, Shen Tianji. In his hands, General Shen, defying the opinions of many, made a decisive gesture, commanding the entire army to launch a thunderous assault on the city. Within 3 days, the A083 high ground, along with the clans of the Cold Crows and the Black Rats, was rendered non-existent. The outcome of this battle was that General Shun exchanged a sacrifice ratio 3 times greater than the optimal plan, securing the lasting morale of the human race on the front lines. Can the military spirit endure, and the soul of the army remain unbroken? Su Biyu closed his eyes in silent contemplation, as if overwhelmed by the fierce struggles of his predecessors. The history books, with their sparse accounts, painted not a portrait of victory, but rather a vivid tableau wrought with human sacrifice and bloodshed. When he opened his eyes again, Su Buyu's gaze was remarkably clear. He looked up at his teacher, who was amusing himself with the dragon blood koi in the small pond. Checking his phone, he noticed an unanswered call. Since he was scheduled to report to his teacher in the morning, Su Buyu instinctively silenced his phone. Upon opening it, he found it was a call from his mother. Mom. Su Buyu hurriedly returned the call, and within seconds, it connected. Su Buyu. Aja is in trouble. Before Su Buyu could finish his sentence, his mother's anxious voice came through the line. What? What happened to Aja? Brother, I'm sending you a video call. Quickly take a look at our brother. Su Ruru chimed in anxiously. With that, the call was abruptly ended, and a video request popped up. Su Buyu promptly accepted it, and as soon as he did, he saw his mother and sister with red-rimmed eyes staring at the screen, while his father stood behind them, his brow furrowed in concern, looking at him with a mix of longing and expectation. Brother, you must see this, his sister urged, and as the camera shifted, Su Biyu was met with the astonishing sight of Zhou Tianxingshan, the sun and moon, the golden lotus, and various other celestial manifestations surrounding Suzhou. This. Su Buyu's expression sharpened as he spoke gravely. This is enlightenment. My younger brother is currently experiencing a state of epiphany. Enlightenment is a state fervently pursued by every martial artist, including those from myriad races, as it brings one closest to the Tao. Even a prodigy like Su Biyu had only experienced it a mere handful of times, making it evident that his younger brother was indeed a master of martial arts. Mom and Dad, it's all right. My brother's current state is optimal. Do not disturb him. I will set off immediately and return soon. Please ensure all doors and windows at home are secured, so as not to draw attention to these phenomena. Understanding the significance of Su Zhi's martial journey, Su Biyu did not dare to delay, making his way toward the pavilion where his teacher was situated. Teacher, Ali Wantue waved his hand, signaling Su Biyu to refrain from speaking further. I have already heard everything. Haha, your younger brother is destined for greatness. At just 18 years of age, he has attained the state of enlightenment. Remarkable indeed. let us not linger on words. I will accompany you to witness this. It would be too slow for you to go alone. With that, Su Buyu felt no hesitation. He simply wished to return home swiftly, for it would be exceedingly difficult to do so on his own. Thank you, teacher. Aja, wait for me. Su Buyu murmured to himself. Chapter 5. The Return of the Seven Luminaries. Observing Su Buyu's anxious demeanor, Li Wantue refrained from further commentary. He extended his right hand forward, and mystical patterns began to emanate from the space before them, coalescing into a fist. Gathering strength. With a decisive ha, Li Wantue delivered a punch. The sound of shattering silver resonating through the air. The space before them lay completely exposed, revealing a deep, dark rift filled with shimmering silver light. Look closely, Buyu. This is the spatial turbulence resulting from the collapse of space. This passage cannot be traversed without breaking through the void. Strive well, young man. With that, Li Wantue gestured, and torrents of golden inscriptions appeared, intertwining and forming a small divine formation over the rift. In mere moments, the space stabilized, and the temporary passage was fully constructed. Su Buyu silently observed everything his teacher was doing. He had previously formed certain judgments and speculations about this elder, but at this moment, the grand edifice of his inner thoughts came crashing down, and his curiosity about his teacher dissipated along with the turbulence of space. Just how powerful could his teacher be? Buyu, in time, you will understand my circumstances, Li Wantue said with a chuckle. Now, let us proceed to see your brother. I am equally eager to witness a genius who achieves enlightenment at 18. Seemingly aware of his student's thoughts, Li Wantue walked over to Su Buyu and patted him on the shoulder. Snapping back to reality, Su Buyu gazed at his teacher, nodding gratefully. He understood that his teacher had opened this temporary spatial passage specifically for him. If he wished to return home, he would have to report to the military academy's leadership and wait for a flight, a far less convenient option. Li Wantue, with his hands clasped behind his back, stepped into the passage, and Su Buyu followed closely. Other than a slight sense of dizziness, everything felt normal. A straight, shadowy corridor connected the two realms, with Li Wantue leading the way. Buyu, move quickly. This passage is only temporary and will soon collapse. On hearing this, Su Buyu wasted no time, hastening to match his teacher's pace. In just a few breaths, they arrived at the coordinate light gate. Watching his teacher perform the incantation, Su Buyu silently prayed. Please, let nothing go awry with Aja. In front of Suja's room, Su's mother and Su Ruru exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend what Su Buyu meant by returning home so rapidly. Mom, do you think brother? Before she could finish, the central area of the Su family living room suddenly rippled with layers of silver waves, and within moments, the frequency of the ripples quickened. With a crack, it sounded as though glass had shattered, and the ripples transformed into cracks, revealing a silver portal before the three members of the Su family. Mom, little sister, Dad. As the portal opened, Li Wantue and Su Buyu stepped through. Upon seeing the Su family, Su Buyu exclaimed in excitement, "Where's Aja?" Seeing this, Su Ruru, disregarding how her brother had crossed mountains and rivers in mere minutes to return home, rushed forward to open Suja's door. The master and disciple, both accomplished martial artists, understood immediately that Suja was in a critical state of enlightenment. Gazing at the boy in the room, Li Wantue's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he murmured, "Incredible. Truly incredible. Not only has he attained enlightenment at 18, but he has also summoned the innate 8 trigrams, surrounded by the stars of the cosmos, appearing like a divine being." Following this, Li Wantue turned to Su's father and bowed respectfully. "I presume you are Buyu's father. I am a professor at the Jinshin Military Academy and also Buyu's teacher. I apologize for this sudden visit. Rest assured, your second son is perfectly fine. In fact, this is an auspicious event." Su Buyu chimed in. "Dad, this is my teacher. With his assistance, I was able to return so swiftly. You can be assured. If the teacher says everything is fine, then Aja is indeed fine. Please, let your mother know. We must extend our hospitality to our esteemed guest. Oh, indeed. We should prepare properly. Buyu, you stay here with your teacher, your mother, Ro, and I will go out to buy some groceries." Su's father, elated at the news of Suja's well-being, hurried to inform Su's mother while also reminding Su Buyu. "Understood, Dad. You go ahead," Su Buyu replied. The conversation between the Su family's father and son could hardly escape Li Wantue's perception. However, he did not refuse, as he was quite curious about what insights this young son of the Su family had attained. His consciousness enveloped the entire room, not only to observe Suja's state of enlightenment more closely, but also to prevent any anomalies from being detected by those with ulterior motives. He chuckled to himself. "If I am not mistaken, the grand formation on the roof is something celestial. Remarkable indeed." Li Wantue pondered something, raising his hand to form a gesture. Is it truly possible for the Su family to possess such fortuitous luck to give rise to two true dragons? He found it perplexing, and decided that he would consult the old ghost to divine the answer another day. As his thoughts drifted, he ceased to dwell on it, and simply waited. Waited. The young tiger was about to emerge. Waited. The fledgling dragon was about to soar. 2 hours later, within Suge's humble abode, the frequency of the spiraling spiritual energy gradually diminished, and the celestial phenomena became increasingly ethereal. With a sudden blink, Suge exhaled several breaths of turbid air, his consciousness settling. Once his mind was clear, he slowly came to realize the time by glancing at the clock on the wall. Goodness! Has it truly taken this long for my enlightenment? However, it has indeed been a tremendous gain, as my cultivation has even advanced to the mid-stage of body refinement. Hee. System, I wish to check my status. Ding. Host request received, panel opening. As the system's voice faded, a luminous screen materialized in Suge's sea of consciousness. Host, Suge cultivation, mid-stage of body refinement talent, none identity, student at the First Martial Arts High School in Huizhou, Jiangnan Province of Daxia cultivation method, 7th generation spiritual energy breathing technique of Daxia Martial Arts High School. 7 Luminaries returning spirit, Immortal, entry level, martial techniques, reckless strength, 1st grade, minor accomplishment. Body refinement technique, 1st grade, minor accomplishment, source points, 500 items, beginner's gift pack X1 tasks, awaiting acceptance, 7 Luminaries returning spirit, Suge rose to his feet, covering half of his face with one hand, and laughed to the heavens, resembling a mischievous little villain. After a moment, he recollected himself and spoke earnestly. System, please present the detailed introduction of 7 Luminaries returning spirit. Ding. 7 Luminaries returning spirit, born from the connection of the Zhou Tian starry sky Yinyang Grand Formation with the Northern Dipper's 7 stars, specifically Tian Shu, Tian Xian, and Kai Yang. It perfectly inherits the characteristics and abilities of the 3 Northern Dipper stars, utilizing the Northern Dipper as a guide. It resonates with the spiritual energy within the cultivator, with Tian Shu as the core, Tian Xian as the chain, and Kai Yang as the source, collectively constructing an unending and ever-living circular combat system within the body. 1. 7 Luminaries resonance, passive using the 7 stars as a guide, resonate with the Zhou Tian stars, enhancing cultivation speed significantly and improving comprehension. 2. Tian Xian transformation, passive active inherits the characteristics of Tian Xian's movements and changes, utilizing the power of the stars to stimulate the circulation of spiritual energy within, actively releasing to accelerate recovery, granting the cultivator repulsive and attractive forces of spiritual energy during combat. This greatly enhances the combat capabilities of the cultivator, reduces pain perception, decreases spiritual energy consumption, and amplifies all attributes by 50, can be improved. 3. Not yet unlocked. Gosh, this is terrifying. Suge gasped, realizing that the 7 Luminaries returning spirit not only possessed 2 passive traits, but also boasted active traits that enhanced combat, attributes, and recovery. This time, he had truly struck gold. What is the purpose of these source points? Ding. Reminder to the host. Source points are an essential condition for enhancing cultivation methods and martial techniques. Please, work diligently on tasks, as more source points are always beneficial. How many source points are required to enhance 7 Luminaries returning spirit? Ding. 10,000 source points are needed. Goodness gracious. Suge could no longer contain himself. The joy of his successful comprehension dissipated. After nearly exhausting himself for 500 source points, the thought of needing 10,000 was disheartening. The cost of nurturing the 7 Luminaries returning spirit was exorbitant, not to mention the additional martial techniques and methods in the future. No, I must find a way to acquire more source points. Suge pondered, smacking his forehead in determination. Ding. Please check your new tasks. 1. Complete a 100-kilometer-long run within 10 days, under double gravity conditions. Reward, 1,000 source points. 2. Defeat 10 opponents, each at least at the body refinement stage, 0 to 10. Reward, 500 source points for each body refinement opponent, 1,000 for each chi gathering opponent, and 2,000 for each pulse condensation opponent. Additionally, 2 opportunities for martial technique advancement. What you wish for comes to fruition without hesitation. Suge immediately accepted both tasks. With the panel stowed away, Suge scratched his head, feeling as though he had forgotten something. What step had I overlooked? Oh no, I haven't informed my parents. Suge suddenly slapped his forehead, leaping up and swiftly dashing forward to open the door. His urgency stemmed from a desire to alleviate his family's worries, and more importantly, to prevent his parents from resorting to desperate measures that might expose him. As soon as the door swung open, he saw the living room filled with people, including his elder brother. Aja, are you all right? Everyone exclaimed in unison, their brows relaxing into relief upon seeing Suju emerge unscathed from his room. Su's father and mother, who had been deeply anxious, let out long breaths of relief. You brat, you nearly scared me to death. Thankfully, your brother brought his teacher over. Otherwise our family would have been at a loss. Su's mother shot a glare at Suja, her meaning unmistakable. Hey mom, I understand. I'll be more cautious next time. Suja shrank his head, realizing that future aspirations of becoming a true dragon or an emperor paled in comparison to the wrath of his mother. His gaze then fell upon his older brother, who was observing him with a knowing smile, alongside a beaming elder. This must be my brother's teacher, he thought, appearing quite unfathomable. My brother is indeed fortunate. You little rascal, what are you staring at? Come over and express your gratitude. Making such a ruckus at home. If it weren't for my teacher being available to give me a ride, I might not have made it back in time. Subuyu looked at his carefree younger brother with a hint of exasperation. Thank you, elder. Suja beamed, offering his thanks to Li Wantue. Haha. My surname is Li. Just call me Old Li. Buyu, your brother is far more entertaining than you. Li Wantue chuckled, finding Suju endearing. Especially since he was the younger brother of his beloved disciple. Suja, I presume you already know that I am Buyu's teacher from the Zhanshin Military Academy. Would you be interested in joining our school? Li Wantue looked at Suja with a glimmer of expectation. A genius who attained enlightenment at the age of 18. Intertwined with the Zhou Tian Starry Sky Inyang Grand Formation, was worthy of Li Wantue's personal invitation. Remarkable. A natural genius. The demeanor of a true dragon. It appears that fortune is indeed on my side, despite the old ghost's curses. Let us see if I can return and give him a taste of my newfound luck. Chapter 6. The Invitation. Suja's face displayed shock upon hearing the elder's words. But I'm still in high school. I just entered my senior year last month. How could I possibly attend university? Indeed. Teacher, could this be too hasty for Aja? Subuyu chimed in, his concern evident. As an elder brother, he was elated that his brother was being recognized by the teacher, but the rigorous pace of military school, with its heavy academic load and numerous tasks, many of which involved the myriad of races on the battlefield, was daunting. His brother had just entered his senior year. With low cultivation and wavering resolve, entering military school now would be akin to stepping into a den of tigers and dragons. While I understand your concerns, rest assured. We have special policies for dealing with geniuses. Due to certain pressing circumstances, there is an urgent need for personnel, particularly exceptional martial artists. Consequently, the esteemed academies of the Great Xia have undertaken the initiative to form a specialized team to address high-risk situations. In regard to this team, the Great Xia Committee has resolved to implement a recommendation system, searching for talents within high schools across the realm. This process will involve training candidates prior to their enrollment, forming classes before establishing a formal structure, thereby crafting an invincible spearhead. Certain educators will possess the authority to recommend students, and I happen to be one of those educators. So, what say you, Suja? Do you harbor any interest in joining? Upon hearing his teacher's words, Subuyu fell into a contemplative silence, pondering deeply. A spearhead, you say? With high-risk situations arising, it seems the pressure from the battlefield of myriad races has intensified once more. Those wretched beasts. I wonder how Aja will choose. Subuyu observed Suja, feeling a profound reluctance for his younger brother to join this team. Being a spearhead entails inherent risks of fracture. All Subuyu desired was for Suja to live a life free from peril. In Subuyu's eyes, Suja was not a prodigy awakening to enlightenment at the tender age of 18, but merely a carefree younger brother who had always looked to him for guidance. Then, elderly, if I were to join this team, what would become of my high school studies? What responsibilities would I need to fulfill? Suja did not respond with blind acquiescence, but instead inquired earnestly. Fear not, young man, Li Wantue replied with a calm smile. As I have mentioned, the plan is to train you first and then allow you to continue your high school education. Shortly, a teacher will reach out to you, assigning tasks that will not only offer you experience, but also provide cultivation resources. This is to prevent the emergence of those who merely cling to the Great Xia, draining it of its vitality. As for the obligations you mentioned, Li Wantue continued, his expression turning solemn, there is but one, to slay the myriad races. Seize the celestial secrets, claim the opportunities for transformation, and carve a path drenched in blood. Is that so? Suja replied, his voice steady. Elderly, there is no need for further deliberation, I accept. Oh, young man, are you truly certain? This path is fraught with challenges. Li Wantue reiterated. I am certain. Suja affirmed once more. The journey toward the pinnacle is destined to be fraught with thorns. Having lived 2 lives, Suja understood that fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. Every resource acquired comes at a price. Rather than struggle alone, despite the aid of a system, one must ultimately contend with fate. It is far better to lean against a mighty tree for shade, especially in this era of conflict among myriad races. The great Xia grants me half an acre. I shall repay it with the sky. Subuyu gazed at his younger brother, who had once trailed behind him, now transformed into a prodigy that even teachers admired. His heart swelled with pride, yet it was accompanied by a resolute determination. I must grow stronger. I cannot allow Aja to sacrifice himself in front of me. Subuyu vowed silently. As the prospective chief of the command department at the great Xia's Divine Martial Academy, he possessed the right to make such a commitment. Observing his two sons and the elder, Su's father remained silent, yet he understood that both sons had their paths to tread. His duty was to care for the family. As a father, how could he hinder his son's aspirations? The thoughts of the few slowly intertwined and grew more familiar. Dinner is ready, Su Ro announced excitedly, breaking the silence that had enveloped the men in the living room. After several rounds of wine, a flushed Li Wan Tue and Su Buyu shattered the void, returning to the great Xia Divine Martial Academy. Before parting, Li Wan Tue informed Su Zhu that details regarding the special team would be communicated in a few days. He need only await further contact. Feeling somewhat helpless and wishing to inquire further, Su Zhu had no choice but to relent. Once the dust had settled, he faced his parents seated on the couch, steeling himself to explain. Mom, Dad, Aja, no need to elaborate. Your father understands. As a son, you will protect the homeland in the future. It brings me pride to see you take this path. Su's father rose from the couch, patting Su Zhu on the shoulder. Yet the bittersweet pang only he and Su's mother understood lingered in the air. Both sons' destinies led to the battlefield among myriad races, where a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Brother, I support you too. Su Ro chimed in enthusiastically, determined not to be left out. Su Zhu was deeply moved by the unwavering support of his family, filling him with confidence for the challenges that lay ahead. In this life, I will protect everything, leaving no regrets. Upon returning to the great Xia Divine Martial Academy, Li Wan Tue swiftly knocked on the principal's office door. When no response came, he kicked the door open with familiarity. Seeing the figure seated at the desk handling affairs, he could not help but exclaim, "Hey, I say, old Ian, you're in your office yet you don't open the door for me?" Old Ian, known as Ian Chun, the current principal of the academy, responded with calm composure, raising a cup of tea to his lips. "Is there a difference? You've entered, haven't you? What brings you, old friend, to my humble abode?" "Hey you." Li Wan Tue, being perceptive, immediately recognized that old Ian was feigning indifference. "I wonder if you can still sit there drinking tea after this," he thought derisively. "Well, old Ian, didn't the great Xia committee mention plans to form a special team? I've found a remarkable candidate. I need your help to submit his name." "Oh, what cultivation level?" Ian Chen inquired. His interest peaked as he sipped his tea. "Hee, body refinement stage," Li Wan Tue replied, scratching his nose. "Uft, old man, have you gone senile from your injuries on the battlefield?" Ian Chen could not hold back, wasting the fine great Xia Longjing tea. Ignoring Ian Chen's reaction, Li Wan Tue busied himself brewing tea. Observing the relaxed demeanor of his old comrade, Ian Chen found himself at a loss. Could this person be a descendant of some powerful human being? He speculated. Li Wan Tue shook his head, remaining silent. "Hey, you old fool. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Speak up, or get lost. I don't want you here obstructing my view." Ian Chen, having come from the front lines, was known for his quick temper. Watching his old comrade play games with him ignited his ire. "Enlightenment," Li Wan Tue finally uttered, taking another sip of tea. "What? Enlightenment? That certainly piques your interest." Ian Chen stood, his expression one of astonishment. However, he shifted his stance, shaking his head. "The body refinement stage is still too low. Relying solely on enlightenment is insufficient." "Haha, I knew you wouldn't relent. What of enlightenment at 18? Li Wan Tue took another sip of tea. "Not enough," Ian Chen replied, his gaze fixed intently on Li Wan Tue, slowly articulating. Li Wan Tue ceased sipping his tea, standing up to meet Ian Chen's gaze in silence. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting shadows and rays of light throughout the room, the two elders stood in mutual contemplation. After a moment, Li Wan Tue slowly spoke again. What he has comprehended is celestial in nature. At this, Ian Chun gazed through the window, where the vast celestial formation of Yin and Yang silently rotated, the sun and moon exchanging dominion, all appearing mysterious and ethereal. "Is that so? That would indeed suffice. What is his name?" After a prolonged silence, Ian Chen finally inquired. "Su Zhe, the younger brother of my student," Li Wan Tue replied. "You're fortunate. One Su Buyu is already a testament to your capabilities. Now another Su lad. Haha, your luck surely inspires envy." Ian Chen gritted his teeth in jest. "Haha, I too have inadvertently sown seeds of fortune. When luck arrives, it is unstoppable. Ah, old Ian, remember to send someone to inform Su." Li Wantue could no longer contain his mirth, bursting into laughter. Begone, you old fool. I'm aware, if there is nothing pressing. Then swiftly depart, and don't obstruct my view. Shan waved his sleeve, a forceful push sending Li Wantue out of the office, the door closing behind him. Hey, old Ian, since you've become the principal, your temper has certainly grown. How about we step outside for some practice? Li Wantue, recovering from the shock, yelled from the doorway. Not receiving a response, he turned and grumbled away towards his quarters. Old Ian, you better handle Sue's matter well. If another school snatches him up, I shall not let you off lightly. Li Wantue's figure gradually faded, his words trailing into the darkness. As dusk descended, Suja gazed at the system panel in his mind and spoke. System, how many source points are required to enhance my berserk strength? Ding. Alert to the host. Elevating berserk strength from minor mastery to major mastery requires 50 source points, while progressing from major mastery to peak mastery necessitates 100 source points. Such a modest sum. Ding. Note to the host. Berserk strength is merely a first-tier martial skill, thus its upper limit is low, resulting in a lesser cost. Similar to the host's body tempering technique. Very well, assist me in elevating both berserk strength and body tempering technique to perfection. Ding. Deducting 300 source points. Enhancement in progress. As Suja's words fell, a palpable aura coalesced around him, spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. Boom. His cultivation level surged to the late stage of body refinement. This system truly delivers on its promises. Even my cultivation has improved. Suja stroked his chin, reveling in the delight of his breakthrough. Ding. The host is advised to abandon the notion of unearned gains. Your cultivation increase is due to the prior accumulation from your enlightenment, with the system merely assisting in its activation, lacking the ability to confer enlightenment directly. The host should correct his mindset and strive anew. Curse you. Speak again if you dare. Suja's temper flared, and he retorted without restraint. After a moment of silence, he ceased his outburst. He needed to complete his tasks to earn source points. He pondered when the person oldly mentioned would arrive. Ding. The system reminds the host that the novice gift pack remains unopened. Upon hearing this, Suja smacked his forehead. All right. The past few days have been so packed with enlightenment and special teams that I nearly overlooked this. System, open the novice gift pack. Ding. The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 source points. 2. Martial skill Qilin seal, 5th tier. 3. Talent, Spirit Resonance. Chapter 7, Spirit Resonance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 source points. 2. Martial skill Qilin seal, 5th tier. 3. Talent, Spirit Resonance. I understand the source points. The more, the merrier. But Qilin seal. What a commanding martial skill. What a stroke of luck. What is this talent? Suja's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the impressive items, especially drawn to Qilin's seal, yet puzzled by the nature of Spirit Resonance. Ding. Spirit Resonance, an amplification-type talent. Inherent from birth, warriors possessing this talent resonate naturally with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, allowing them to absorb surrounding spiritual energy effortlessly during cultivation, accelerating the speed of their practice. It enhances natural affinity and elemental resonance, significantly reducing elemental damage. Up to a maximum of 75, currently at 40. By the heavens, I am invincible, ha ha ha! Suja exclaimed, unable to contain his elation. With reduced elemental damage coupled with the combat recovery of Seven Suns' return, I, Suja, am destined to be the progenitor of all elemental beings. After indulging in self-admiration, Suja slapped his face to regain focus. As a 5th-tier martial skill, Qilin Seal serves as a sufficient trump card at this stage. System. How many source points are needed to learn Qilin Seal? Ding. The host is advised that elevating the martial skill Qilin Seal to an introductory level requires 500 source points. Indeed, 5th-tier martial skills are distinct. Just to grasp the basics requires 500 source points, Suja marveled, murmuring to himself. Without risking something, one cannot gain anything. System. Initiate learning Qilin Seal. As soon as he spoke, an image of a Qilin emerged within his mind, and upon imprinting, a myriad of demons were quelled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning the martial skill Qilin Seal. A reminder, with the host's current cultivation level, you possess only the strength for a single strike. After that, no countermeasures are available. Please act according to your capabilities. What sort of adversary can a single strike handle? Suja pondered. Ding. Capable of slaying peak body refinement opponents. Wow, that is sufficient. Suja gasped in astonishment. With talents and martial skills secured, Suja turned his attention to the list of tasks, thoughtfully rubbing his nose. 1. Complete a 100-kilometer-long run within 10 days, under double gravity conditions. Reward, 1,000 source points. 2. Defeat 10 opponents of no less than body refinement stage, 0 to 10. Reward: 1. 500 source points for each body refinement opponent, 1,000 for each gathering energy opponent, and 2,000 for each pulse condensation opponent. 2. Opportunity for martial skill advancement X2. The first task is rather simple. I can just head to the school's gravity chamber, as it will remain open during the summer break. As for the second task, it appears I must make a trip to the Refining Star Martial Arts Hall. The Martial Arts Hall is an organization established by the Great Xia government to promote the healthy development of folk martial arts. Any civilian martial artist who passes the official qualification test can apply for establishment. Some powerful martial arts halls even collaborate with the Great Xia Martial Academy to create a talent exchange mechanism, effectively supplementing resource access for civilian martial artists. The Refining Star Martial Arts Hall is among the top martial arts halls in Great Xia, with a branch in Huishur renowned for its reputation. Each day, countless martial artists gather to spar, sharpening their combat awareness while accumulating substantial point rewards. What is not to love? Points serve as the currency within the martial arts hall, dictated by the Great Xia official for redemption. Points are shared among all martial arts halls. As long as you have enough, you can exchange for martial skills, techniques, rare treasures, and guidance from strong practitioners. The phrase martial artists must compete is vividly illustrated in the martial arts hall. With these thoughts, as night deepened, Suja hesitated no longer. He settled onto the floor of his balcony, commencing the Seven Suns return cultivation, meticulously refining his body and harmonizing his spiritual energy. Alas, a towering edifice rises from the ground. Brilliance can only be achieved through one's own effort. Early the next morning, as the rooster crowed at dawn, a figure drenched in sweat was seen running laps on the playground of Wishi's first martial arts high school, none other than Suja himself. Having practiced until midnight the previous night, he remained focused on his task even as the sun began to rise. At the break of dawn, Suja rose and set off for school. The elderly man in the security room was startled upon opening the door. Unable to fathom what sort of mental state a high school student was in to be awake at such an hour, running laps during a holiday. Out of sheer boredom, the old man sat on a small stool, cradling a teacup, counting Suja's laps as he ran. Suja was adorned with the school's gravity ring, intricately engraved with a miniature gravity formation capable of accommodating gravitational demands ranging from 1 to 5 times normal. Unbeknownst to him, the perfected body tempering technique was operating seamlessly, subtly enhancing his physical prowess as he circled the track. Compared to a mere 10 days prior, Suja's physical condition had improved remarkably, boasting an enhancement of approximately 4 to 5 times. As he approached the final kilometer, Suja gritted his teeth, reflecting on his journey. Despite having undergone the Northern Dipper Enlightenment and the Starshine Infusion and benefiting from the perfected body tempering technique, the twofold gravitational pressure hindered the smooth circulation of his internal spiritual energy. With his vital essence waning, he gradually slowed down. After an entire morning of relentless effort, he summoned the strength of will to endure the pressure of 50 kilometers. I can't go on. Upon completing the last kilometer, Suja collapsed onto the grass of the athletic field, exhausted as he deactivated the gravity ring. Freed from the constraints, his internal spiritual energy surged forth, drawing in the ambient energy around him under the auspices of Lingyun Tianqing. It rapidly coursed through his entire body, and the Chiueguijin technique began to operate automatically, utilizing the abundant spiritual energy to relentlessly assault the barriers of the peak body tempering realm. Eventually, as the spiritual energy gradually settled, the bottleneck grew increasingly fragile. Perhaps with just one more push, I could break through, Suja mused, feeling the surplus of spiritual energy and the invigorated flow of vital essence within. He then rose to his feet and waved at the nearby security guard who had been watching. "Sir, I'm off now." Ding. Reminder to the host. Task 1 progress. Complete 100 kilometers of long-distance running within 10 days, under twofold gravity conditions, 5100. Alas, the mouse yearns for the cat's milk. One must forge their own destiny. After lunch, I must visit the Star Refining Martial Arts Hall and strive to complete Task 2 as soon as possible, Suja thought as he walked home. Glancing at the task panel in his mind, plotting his next steps. Upon returning home, Suro was still in her bedroom engrossed in the compendium of all races. As she caught sight of her returning elder brother, envy radiated from her expression. Internally, Suro cried out, "Why doesn't my brother attend remedial classes?" Ignoring her resentful gaze, Suja made his way to the sofa, where their father had been waiting for a considerable time. Upon seeing Suja return, drenched in sweat, a look of pride spread across his face as he retrieved a bank card from beneath the coffee table and placed it before Suja. "Aja, since your brother's enrollment in school these past few years, the family has accumulated quite a sum. This card contains 500,000. Take it and use it wisely." Dad, this. Suja began to raise his hand in protest. Haha, you little rascal, don't underestimate our family's fortunes. Feel free to use it. I haven't touched Roro's share. Their father remarked, noticing Suja's inner conflict and waving his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Suja felt no further hesitation and accepted the card. After all, martial arts training could be quite costly, involving resources, techniques, and fees for the martial arts hall. With this initial capital, the subsequent endeavors would undoubtedly become much more manageable. Dad, I won't be home this afternoon. I'm heading to the Star Refining Martial Arts Hall, Suja said, waving to his father before exiting. Chapter 8. Best Friend Zhou Wei. On a sweltering summer afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely, reaching its zenith of power for the year. As Suja made his way to the Star Refining Martial Arts Hall, he issued a command to the system within his mind. System, display my personal panel. Ding. Host, Suja. Cultivation level, late stage of body tempering. Talent, Lingyun Tianqing. Identity, student at the First Martial Arts High School of Huizhou, Jiangnan Province, Great Xia. Techniques, 7th generation spiritual energy breathing method of Great Xia, Qilin, Qilin, Immortal, beginner. Martial skills, Mongjin, first tier, perfection, body tempering technique, first tier, perfection. Qilin seal, 5th tier, beginner. Source points, 700. Items, none. Tasks. As Suja gazed at the panel, he couldn't help but reflect. Just over 10 days ago, he was troubled by how to break through the body tempering realm. Now he was on the cusp of entering the gathering energy realm. Such a speed of advancement could indeed be considered remarkable talent within the Great Xia. Before long, Suja arrived at the entrance of the Star Refining Martial Arts Hall. The imposing structure showcased the hall's formidable strength. A steady stream of people flowed in and out, each face radiating pride and honor. The human race, having risen from humble beginnings, had fought valiantly for thousands of years, enduring countless sacrifices. Each citizen of Great Xia shared a common fate, understanding that the rise and fall of the nation rested upon their shoulders. When the call to arms sounded, all citizens of Great Xia would don armor and take up arms. This, perhaps, was the greatest significance of the martial arts hall's existence. Suja contemplated silently, envisioning a future where every citizen of Great Xia wielded a weapon to defend themselves, a blade to protect Great Xia. The contributions of the present shall benefit future generations. Without further hesitation, Suja stepped inside the martial arts hall. A receptionist approached gracefully, her crimson qipao fitting her figure perfectly, the hem elegantly parting just above her calves, embodying both elegance and a hint of playfulness. Her makeup was exquisite, with a delicate nose and red lips, her dark hair styled into a bun secured with a hairpin. Each step radiating maturity and charm. Excuse me, sir, may I assist you? Her gentle voice reached his ears. Suja, feigning nonchalance, replied while examining the hall's screen. I'll take a look myself. If I have any inquiries, I'll ask. Very well, sir. Should you have any questions, please approach the front desk. We have dedicated staff to assist you, the receptionist said, gracefully retreating. After the receptionist departed, Suja wandered around, scrutinizing the layout of the Star Refining Martial Arts Hall. The main hall was vast, capable of accommodating over 10,000 people simultaneously. Truly, it was the largest martial arts hall in Huizhou. As Suja wandered into the leisure area of the hall, he suddenly spotted a man in a black t-shirt and brown shorts, holding a magazine in front of him while surreptitiously glancing at the receptionists attending to the martial artists. Although his attire seemed ordinary, there was an unmistakable air of awkwardness about him. Despite the distance, Suja instantly recognized who it was. You rascal. A smile crept across Suja's face as he stealthily approached the man from behind. Leaning in close to the man's ear, he quipped, Isn't this hall rather bright? Hee hee. Indeed, quite bright, came the familiar, obnoxious voice. Hey Lao Su, what a surprise to see you here. Hey, Wei Gu. I was just about to ask you the same thing. I came here for a duel, what about you? Suja clapped the man on the shoulder and sat down beside him. Did you bring your sunglasses? Hand them over. He snatched the man's sunglasses and placed them on his own face. Wei Gu, whose full name was Zhou Wei, was Suja's childhood best friend. With an unremarkable name and appearance, he often harbored grand ambitions and made bold proclamations. One day, I will lead the human race to triumph on the battlefield against the myriad races. Unfortunately, Zhou Wei was destined to play the role of an ordinary person. Just days ago, he was struggling at the threshold of the body tempering stage, though it remained uncertain if he had broken through since. Hey, Lao Su, let me tell you, I broke through to the body tempering stage a few days ago. I came here today looking for a fight. I'm destined to become a man of the Star Abyss. Zhou Wei exclaimed excitedly, drawing the attention of those nearby. Suja felt a bit embarrassed and offered an awkward smile. Indeed, Wei Gu had not changed at all. Haha, Lao Su, let me share another piece of good news. My Mongjin has reached the minor achievement realm. In this early stage of body tempering, I am a force to be reckoned with. As Zhou Wei boasted. Suja raised an eyebrow at his inflated confidence. Hey, away, let's practice together later. After all, there's still time. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei immediately became intrigued and, without hesitation, pulled Suja toward the battle room. Wait, don't rush. I need to register for my membership card first. No need, old Su. I've already done that. Come on, let us practice a bit and show the great emperor what you're capable of, Zhou Wei said, waving his silver card arrogantly. With a sigh of resignation, Suja followed Zhou Wei into the battle room. Inside, Zhou Wei stood at the opposite end of the arena, calling out to Suja, Old Su, say a few nice words for me, and I'll go easy on you, ha ha ha. Once ready, Suja gestured for the match to begin. As soon as the fight commenced, Zhou Wei charged at Suja with his fists raised. The raw vigor of his small success bolstered Zhou Wei's confidence. With a concentrated stance, he gathered his energy, every ounce of his strength coalescing into a single punch, akin to a rampaging bull. The force behind his blow exuded the might of a seasoned warrior. It seemed that Wei indeed possessed some skill. To Suja, who had mastered the full extent of his raw power, Zhou Wei's combat awareness appeared commendable. This punch was truly noteworthy. For someone at the small success level, Zhou Wei had performed admirably. However, it was still insufficient, Suja thought silently. As Zhou Wei closed in, Suja deftly shifted back, raising his hands to deflect the incoming force, redirecting it skyward. With the initial momentum lost and the follow-through yet to arrive, Zhou Wei found himself momentarily vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Suja delivered a punch directly to Zhou Wei's chest. Zhou Wei felt a sudden halt in the flow of his internal energy. And before he could react, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Easy, Suja uttered, gazing at Zhou Wei lying on the floor. What the heck, old Su? You're being so sneaky, Zhou Wei exclaimed, blushing as he got back on his feet and shouted at Suja. If you can't handle losing, then don't play. Suja shot back. Who says I can't take a loss? Come on, old Su. You're hitting way too hard. Just tell me honestly. What level are you at now? Zhou Wei asked, rubbing his chest, trying to catch his breath. Just barely reached the pinnacle of raw power, Suja replied nonchalantly. No way. There can't be anyone who hasn't fully mastered their raw power yet, Suja added with a hint of bravado. Observing his close friend's level far exceeding his own, Zhou Wei felt no jealousy. Instead, he was genuinely happy for Suja. That is fantastic. Old Su, you have the chance to seek out Brother Buyu now, Zhou Wei exclaimed excitedly, ignoring the pain in his chest. Seeing Zhou Wei's innocent joy, Suja fell silent. He wanted to share with Zhou Wei his decision to join a special team organized by the Great Xia Committee, but the words stuck in his throat. Although he hadn't signed a non-disclosure agreement, he suspected the team's confidentiality was paramount. Moreover, watching his dear friend's happiness reminded him of their shared past. Zhou Wei was the only person, besides his elder brother, who had stood by him through thick and thin. The thought of parting ways and becoming strangers in the future filled Suja with sorrow. He recalled the rainy night from years ago. If it hadn't been for Zhou Wei's desperate protection until his elder brother arrived, who knows what might have happened? Zhou Wei, with bloodshot eyes, had declared, How could I, the great emperor, abandon my friends and flee alone? Ding. The system detected an unusual emotional fluctuation from the host and issued a long-term mission, Shared Joys and Sorrows. The mission details were as follows. On the path of martial arts, through the long night, wielding a sword across the world with but a few sips of wine. One must not forsake their brothers and confidants. To reach the pinnacle, the host requires reliable support. The system noted that the host's close friend, Zhou Wei, possessed a pure heart and was fiercely loyal to friends. Thus their bond transcended words. The host must assist Zhou Wei in his growth and help him discover his own path in martial arts. Rewards. Progress will be periodically granted based on Zhou Wei's advancement. Chapter 9, Battle Trials. The long-term mission Shared Joys and Sorrows was like a pillow arriving just as sleepiness struck. Hey Wei Gu, why don't you work for me for a lifetime? Zhou Wei, standing beside Suja, shivered slightly, patting his body but feeling no abnormality. How about it, Wei? What do you think of my technique? Suja began demonstrating moves for Zhou Wei. Wow, old Su, that's absolutely amazing, Zhou Wei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Would you like to learn it? I can teach you, Suja coaxed. Really, my adoptive father? You'll really teach me? Zhou Wei asked eagerly. Of course. Tonight at 7, in the Lianxing Martial Arts Hall, you can learn from me, Suja replied, shaking his head at Zhou Wei's unrestrained enthusiasm. System. Did you mistakenly assign this task to the wrong person? Does this guy even seem like someone with a pure heart? Ding. Please do not question the system, host. It's merely a formality. I knew it. You, too, are a simpleton, participating in such trivial matters. Suja chastised, taking a moral high ground. After a brief moment, The two arrived at the lobby of the martial arts hall. Are you sure? Didn't you say we were coming to battle and accumulate combat experience? Zhou Wei scratched his head, looking sheepish. But I feel like I still need more practice before I can return as a champion. His gaze, however, never strayed from the reception lady in the lobby. Observing Zhou Wei's sheepish demeanor, Suja sighed but chose not to intervene, walking directly to the reception desk. Hello. I'd like to apply for a martial arts membership card at the Lianqing Martial Arts Hall, Suja said. Certainly, sir. Would you like a standard card or an elite card? The staff inquired politely. What is the difference with the elite card? The elite card allows you unlimited access to our combat trials at any time. Although it is expensive, participants who achieve consecutive victories will receive generous rewards. Catering to a variety of martial arts needs, the staff explained. Intrigued, Suja asked, how much is the elite card? Sir, it's 200,000 great xia coins per month. So expensive. Suja exclaimed in shock. I apologize for the cost. The staff responded politely. After some contemplation, Suja made up his mind. Please issue me an elite membership card. He realized that the elite card suited his current needs. But he couldn't believe that half of the startup funds from his father would be spent so quickly. All right, sir. Please place your handprint here and provide a drop of blood. We will assist you in entering the system, the staff instructed. Following the instructions, Suja pressed his hand down and, using a small knife, attempted to draw blood from his finger. After several attempts, he found it utterly futile. His body, having undergone the 7-star body refinement and further tempered by the perfected body refinement technique, was now far beyond ordinary. No simple knife could pierce it. Noticing the staff's lack of reaction, Suja looked at them for assistance. The staff, unfazed, produced a small box and handed it to Suja. Sir, you can use this. Suja opened the box to find a small dagger, sharp and gleaming, the blade radiating a cold light. He tapped it with his finger, producing a crisp sound. This is a third-tier dagger we prepared for situations like yours, the staff explained. If this doesn't work, we have other options. Without further ado, Suja swiftly drew a drop of blood, returning the dagger to the staff. After completing the procedure, the staff handed him a golden card and gestured in a specific direction. Sir, you can go over there to fill out and modify your information. Just insert the card. Suja gazed in the direction indicated by the staff, where rows of red-roofed machines were meticulously arranged, with martial artists occasionally approaching to conduct their business. Thank you for your trouble, Suja expressed as he made his way over. In front of the red-roof machine, he inserted his card, and the interface displayed 2 options, name and cultivation level. After inputting his cultivation level, Suja's eyes twinkled mischievously as he glanced at the names section on the screen. Heh, Tyrannosaurus Warrior, he chuckled, satisfied as he confirmed his choice. At that moment, Zhou Wei emerged from the medical room and approached Suja, who was beaming at the screen. What's up? You look like a blooming flower, Zhou Wei remarked suspiciously. With a serious expression, Suja asked, Away. What is your martial arts card name? Zhou Wei, a bit embarrassed, replied shyly, Wild Boar Knight. Haha, what a ridiculous name, Suja retorted, tucking away his martial arts card into his pocket. Hey, you're hiding it. I saw it. Your Tyrannosaurus Warrior isn't much better. Zhou Wei lunged playfully to snatch Suja's martial arts card, but Suja refused to yield. The two bantered as they made their way toward the battle hall. Hello. I would like to register for the combat trial at the Star Refining Martial Arts Hall, Suja said softly as he handed his card to the staff. Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment, the staff replied. Sir, if you achieve 9 consecutive victories in the combat trial, the final trial will be arranged in the Grand Exhibition Hall, significantly increasing its difficulty. Should you accomplish 10 consecutive victories, your points will be doubled. The staff reminded as they processed Suja's registration. 10 consecutive victories? Wow. Suja, do you think you can manage that? If not, just bow out. I still need you to whip up something for me tonight, Zhou Wei urged, concern etched on his face. Suja hesitated, disregarding the Wild Boar Knight's chatter. Sir, your information has been recorded. Please wait aside while the system matches you with the most suitable opponent during this time frame. Ding. Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Your opponent, the Berserker, late stage of body refinement, has been found. Please arrive at Battle Room A12 within 10 minutes. Failure to do so will result in an automatic forfeit. Berserker? He doesn't seem too troublesome, Suja murmured as he glanced at the image of the Berserker on the matching interface. Oh, come on, Su. This guy looks like a lunatic. Be careful. If it gets tough, just forfeit. Better to keep your life intact than risk injury. A certain Wild Boar Knight whispered again in his ear. Oh, go away. Suja thought to himself, surprised by Zhou Wei's nagging, even more persistent than his own mother. I'll be back victorious, he declared, striding confidently toward Battle Room A12. Meanwhile, in a corner of the battle hall, a man clad in leather, his face adorned with heavy makeup, sneered at the matching interface. Which young fool has come to play as the Tyrannosaurus Warrior? I'll be sure to pamper you. He then tucked away his phone and swaggered inside. I wonder which unfortunate soul is facing the berserker this time. He has already put down a few this month. 5, if I recall correctly. Shoo, keep it down. We don't want that old pervert to notice us. I definitely don't want to be on his radar. Let us just hope that kid has good luck and surrenders early to avoid a beating. Surrounding spectators murmured their complaints about the berserker. Elder E, do you think the berserker will get taken down this time? A charming young lady in a verdant dress adorned with a floral crown inquired of the elderly man beside her. It's hard to say. Although I have little regard for the berserker, one cannot deny his dominance in the body refinement stage. A commoner may not be able to suppress him. The elder shook his head slightly, not optimistic about anyone challenging the berserker, yet he advised, ping ping, when they emerge. I need you to assist in healing the combatants in room A12. However, since we are here today, we cannot allow someone like the berserker to tarnish the martial arts environment of Desya. Warriors may be slain, but they must not be humiliated. Understood. I'll do as you say, Ping Ping replied playfully, attempting to lighten the atmosphere in response to the elder's serious demeanor. Haha, you imp, the elder chuckled, shaking his head with a fond smile. Chapter 10, Battling the Berserker 1. Upon reaching battle room A12, Suja found the space utterly vacant, save for a microdrone hovering about. This microdrone was specifically designed by researchers of Desya to cater to the needs of martial arts battles. Equipped with a sunlight stone energy circulation array and a small chip system to process combat data and simulate battle outcomes, maximizing the requirements for mid to low-tier martial artists. It was, in essence, a perfect amalgamation of Desya's technological advancements and spiritual energy applications. Strange, where's my opponent? Suja frowned in confusion as he checked the time. Although if the opponent failed to arrive, it would automatically declare Suja the victor. This was evidently not the outcome he desired. Compared to the points awarded by the Martial Arts Hall, Suja yearned for the source points granted by the system. Just as he resolved to accept reality and seek a rematch, the berserker finally sauntered in. Oh my opponent is such a handsome young lad. I suppose if I were to maim you, your parents would be heartbroken. The berserker taunted, dismissing Suja's presence entirely. Observing the adversary's ill intentions, Suja decided against engaging in conversation, opting instead for silence as he scrutinized the garishly made-up berserker with disdain. Damn, this person is grotesquely hideous, and their arrogance is suffocating. This matchmaking system is absurd. It feels more outrageous than any previous life I've encountered. Should I consider investing some resources in the martial arts hall? If I keep facing opponents like this, I might as well give up. Suja internally raged, his gaze toward the berserker growing increasingly hostile. The berserker, noticing Suja's disdainful stare, felt a surge of anger. Very well, kid. I'm going to dislocate your jaw and then slowly blind you. I've been in the martial arts hall for over a decade, and those who dare to offend me like you rarely end up well. Turns out you're just a point-hungry loser. I was expecting something more formidable. A decade and you barely reached the body refinement stage, and look at you, like a wretched specter. If I were you, I would have started over by now. Suja retorted, his sarcasm unrestrained. Hey, let me ask you, have you started over? Not that. I mean your intelligence. Have you awakened your intelligence? In the pre-match banter, the berserker could hardly match Suja's wit. In his previous life, Suja had excelled in rhetoric, mastering both literary and martial insults since childhood. He could effortlessly craft scathing retorts, and in middle school, he had even engaged in verbal duels with great prowess. In high school, he delved into the philosophies of Confucius and Mencius, honing his skills in the art of persuasion. If his transmigration was a boon from the system, then Suja's sharp tongue was a remnant of his past life. Seeing the berserker's exaggerated posturing, Suja's urge to ridicule could no longer be contained. I swear I will tear you apart. Haha, I've encountered many loudmouths like you in the body refinement stage. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Just the other day, I faced a mid-stage fighter with a family, his wife, his mother, and 2 kids. However, I dislocated his jaw, rendering him voiceless, and then slowly bent his legs, breaking a meridian in the process. A wretch like him will never rise again in this lifetime. That unfortunate soul is still lying in the medical room. Rest assured, you will soon join him. As for you, I shall be even more meticulous, peeling away your layers one by one. Moreover, last month, there was a girl, TSK, barely in her 20s, whose mother was gravely ill, seeking to participate in trials to earn points for money. But, she crossed paths with me. I first dislocated her jaw, then bound her limbs. TSK, I would not treat such a girl roughly. I meticulously stripped away her clothing. TSK. You must be a virgin, with that exquisite physique. The fragrant tresses. Were it not for the damned drones hovering above, I would have ravished her long ago. but I managed to explore every inch of her. Ha 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 ha, utterly delightful. As I observed the frenzied madman across from me, who was dancing with excitement, I fell into silence, ceasing my verbal jabs. I understood that such banter is meant for opponents of equal standing, fellow warriors of the human race, whereas the lunatic before me has transcended that realm. In other words, this confrontation does not merit my words or the scorn of my past life. In my 2 incarnations, I have come to realize that even in the most tranquil paradise, serpents lurk, tempting others to pursue the forbidden fruit. Whether in my previous life or in the Great Xia, countless heroes who have fought valiantly for the people have ultimately become tainted by the venomous tongues of the malicious. In my former life, I cherished my country deeply. Every time I heard insults directed at heroes, I yearned to rush forward and deliver a couple of resounding slaps. The Suzhou of the Great Xia similarly holds a profound love for the land that has nurtured him for 18 years. Since the inception of the martial calendar, humanity has struggled to survive amidst adversity. They say the starlight is dim, but at that time, where were the stars? Looking up, all I saw were the remains of my compatriots. Our ancestors traversed this path, enduring hardships, yet ultimately, life improved, and we fought our way forward. Though still beset by the oppression of myriad races, we have finally earned the right to sit at the same negotiating table. Ordinary people, ordinary warriors can also provide for their families in chaotic times. But why? Why must we bully those for whom mere existence is a struggle? That brother is a warrior, merely wishing to support his family. That girl is also a warrior, only hoping to save her mother. Yet, when calamity strikes, they will stand to defend their homeland. They should not suffer such tribulations, nor be humiliated by the hands of the petty. Reflecting on the source of suffering for these victims, I resolved silently. Today, I shall seek justice for you. The drone hovering above illuminated a signal, issuing the command to commence battle. Beep beep. Detecting that both parties have arrived at the battleground. The fight will begin in 3 seconds. 3. The madman is no longer frenzied, but his sinister gaze remains fixed on me. 2. My thoughts return to focus, and my sword-like eyes meet his. 1 whoosh. Both sides spring into action. The madman, a seasoned fighter in the martial arts hall of Huizhou for over a decade, seizes the moment with precision. The strength in his calves and the curvature of his right finger are perfectly calibrated for dislocating my jaw. Haha, you little wretch. My venomous claws have been honed for 11 years. Merely emanating their toxic aura can slay fledgling warriors in the refining body stage. And you, with your unformed fuzz, think you can hinder me? Such delusions are laughable. My reaction is equally swift. My right hand clenches into a fist, channeling my raw energy into a singular point. The power of the 7 suns ignites within me, boosting all attributes by 50%, while my innate abilities gradually activate, reducing elemental damage by 40%. Coupled with my already honed physique, I am akin to a furious tiger unleashed, intent on tearing apart the enemy before me. In truth, I could have dispatched the madman with a single use of the Qilin seal, yet I am resolved to make him experience every humiliation that the oppressed endure, thus abandoning the thought of employing that technique and charging forward instead. The confines of the battleground are small, and our tempers are flaring. In the blink of an eye, my raw energy clashes against his venomous claws, creating a scene that is truly a clash of titans. Chapter 11. Confrontation with the Madman, 2. Boom. The two of us collide violently, generating a tremendous uproar. For a moment, we are locked in a stalemate at the center of the battleground, neither able to gain the upper hand. What? How can this little wretch withstand my venomous claws? Could it be that you are also in the later stage of body refinement? The madman's expression reveals shock as a terrifying realization dawns upon him. Old dog. It is said that you are merely a waste of points. After more than a decade, you are still stuck at the refining body stage. I suggest you return and train for another 10 years. Hard work can compensate for a lack of talent. I mockingly retort, my raw energy unwavering, as another wave of vigor surges through my right arm, subtly exerting pressure on my opponent. Seeing this, the madman unleashes a torrent of malevolence, forcibly altering the dynamics of our struggle. As the dark energy swirls, he seizes the fleeting moment when our spiritual energies diverge, igniting the dark energy in an explosive display, propelling him away from our clash. TCH, that old dog got away, I scoff. The madman stumbles backward, finally halting and calming his inner energy. But a fire of jealousy reignites within him. Why? Why does this little wretch share the same level as I, despite his youth? I must cripple him. Cripple him. He subsequently channels an even greater volume of dark energy, this time infused with more toxicity. Instead of clawing at me, he transforms his claws into palms, swirling tendrils of foul green energy enveloping him. Haha, little wretch, you possess some strength. However, in a fight, sheer strength alone does not guarantee victory. Strength alone? Go back to shoveling dung. My 5 poisons palm will ensure you spend your next life confined to a wheelchair. With that, the madman propels himself toward me with a forceful push. Observing the swirling green energy in his hands, I disdainfully retort, old dog. If you lack skill, then refrain from flaunting. The techniques you practice are more repugnant than the last. Yet, my movements do not falter. The battle instincts granted by the 7 suns heighten my awareness, allowing me to pinpoint the vital point on the madman's wrist. With my innate abilities and perfected body refinement, I need not fear the intrusion of his dark energy. Once more, I surge forward, faster than the madman. My momentum surpasses his. As we near contact, I shift my footing, utilizing my waist and core to generate force, while the madman originally intended to pierce my chest suddenly finds himself striking nothing but air. Regaining my senses, I glance down to see that I have sidestepped to his left front, bending down to gather my strength. Bang! With a swift motion, I unleash a powerful punch, shattering the madman's wrist meridian. What can he use to defend against such overwhelming force? Before the madman can scream in agony, I advance once more, locking his arm at the joint. With a crack, his entire right arm is forcibly dislocated, hanging limply at his side. In a flash, another punch lands with brutal force against his jaw, causing a catastrophic fracture, his jaw caving in, leaving him utterly voiceless. Seeing this, I am unsatisfied. With a single sweeping motion of his leg, akin to a colossal hammer striking down, the madman's legs bent and fractured to the left with a resounding crack. In an instant, the once boisterous lunatic lay sprawled on the ground like a stray dog, blood streaming from his mouth, muttering incoherently, though his jaw was so damaged that Suja could not discern his words. Observing the drone hovering above the combat room, still emitting a green light, Suja understood that the battle had not yet ceased. No wonder this old dog had dislocated someone else's jaw. It all makes sense now. Suja gazed at the fallen madman, resembling a dead dog, and silently mused to himself. He stepped forward, grasping the madman's multicolored hair, yanking his head upward, and delivered 2 sharp slaps. Old dog, do you still remember the torment you inflicted upon those people? Upon hearing this, the previously dazed expression in the madman's eyes gradually morphed into one of terror, as he trembled and shook his head repeatedly. Old dog, you know fear now, don't you? Have you forgotten how you pranced about when you entered this combat room? Have you forgotten the excitement you displayed while describing the victim's dire situations? Have you forgotten how you shattered the lives of countless happy, striving martial artist families? Look at me. Answer me. Suja roared, squatting on the ground, unable to contain himself, repeatedly slamming the madman's head against the floor. You will not escape the excruciating pain you have inflicted. Following this, Suja wrenched the madman's only intact left arm from his body, methodically crushing each of his fingers, the agony causing the madman's eyes to bulge with blood. What's wrong? Look at yourself. Weren't you fond of seeing others make such expressions? Why is it that, when the tables turn, you put on this spectacle for whom? To be honest, I detest degrading my defeated opponents in such a boundless manner after defeating them. A martial artist may be killed, but they must never be humiliated. However, for a scoundrel like you, a disgrace to the martial artists and humanity alike, you do not deserve to be called a martial artist. Even those who exist like immortal titans must bathe in the blood of countless races to gain recognition from the great Xia, let alone a wretch like you. The dregs of dregs, relying on early cultivation to humiliate your fellow martial artists. What of it? Were you birthed from a union of close kin? Instead of striving to battle on the fields for your homeland, you have languished in a corner, living in cowardice. You do not deserve to be a martial artist. After today, you will no longer be a martial artist. Dragging this broken body, you shall repent for the sins you have committed. With that, Suja did not hesitate, delivering a powerful punch to the madman's dantian. It was as if a balloon had deflated. The culmination of over 30 years of the madman's cultivation returned to the heavens and earth, his spirit and vitality diminished several-fold. Those who become useless without cause must face repercussions afterward. However, Suja felt no regret. What purpose does it serve to spare such filth? Even if repercussions arise, an appeal can be made, for the crimes committed by the old dog far exceed Suja's own. This must be seen as an execution of divine justice. Just as Suja intended to raise his hand to signal the end of the battle, he suddenly recalled the female martial artist who had suffered under the madman's cruel grasp. Gazing at the fallen madman, Suja pondered for a moment before stepping forward. He lifted his foot and brought it down heavily. Instantly, the madman's lower body was stained with blood. Another kick severed the remaining meridians in the madman's right palm. These 2 kicks are for the innocent female martial artist whose purity you have sullied. After completing his actions, Suja surveyed the blood-stained A12 combat room, glanced at the madman, who was now gasping for breath. and reflected on the heinous crimes the madman had committed since entering the star-refining martial arts academy. Suja felt invigorated. The sky seemed higher and the clouds lighter, and his martial arts conviction grew ever stronger. To use violence against violence may not be the epitome of civilization, but when fairness cannot be sought, it remains the most effective means. Suja contemplated silently. He then raised his hand and shouted at the microdrone, "The battle is over." Ding. Reminder to the host. Task 2 progress, 110. Body Refinement Realm. 1. Qi Gathering Realm. 0. Chapter 12. Aftermath of the battle at the entrance of the A12 combat room. A throng of martial artists had gathered to witness the spectacle. "Old Su, you must emerge safely." Zhou Wei murmured a prayer amidst the crowd. Having learned from others about the madman's notorious reputation during their prolonged wait, "I just saw a young lad enter. He looked like a high school student. How could he possibly contend with the madman?" "Indeed. Did you not see the young girl who went in last time? TSK, that scene. Even now, she is still in a daze, mumbling incoherently." "Exactly. That old dog is cunning. He deliberately dislocates others' jaws. Inside, it's as if the heavens do not hear their cries, nor the earth respond. Do not worry. I have heard that someone has already reported the madman's actions to the Martial Arts Bureau. They will send someone to investigate shortly. What good will that do? Can they really rescue that young lad inside? Humph. I have heard that the madman has connections within the star-refining martial arts academy. If it weren't for the considerable outcry this time, who knows how long this would be delayed." The crowd buzzed with murmurs, many engaged in hushed conversations. Zhou Wei stood amidst them, his heart heavy, feeling as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. Crack. Just as the crowd was fervently discussing, the door to the A12 combat room slowly creaked open. Shoo! Shoo! Stop talking. The door is opening. The madman is coming out. Someone alerted. The scene fell silent. Before the door was fully ajar, a faint whiff of blood wafted into everyone's nostrils. That damned old thing, to have beaten a young child to such a state. And we can already smell the blood before he even steps out. Someone exclaimed in indignation. Once the door swung wide open, a silhouette stood beyond, backlit by the light, rendering his features indistinguishable as he remained shrouded in shadow. "Hurry, Ping Ping, go check on that young lad." An elderly man in the corner urged the lovely girl beside him upon seeing the door open. "Yes, I understand, Grandpa. This concerns a life." The girl named Ping Ping nodded earnestly before darting toward the A12 combat room. At this moment, Suja stood before the throng, bewildered by the crowd that had gathered. "What are you all doing here?" Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Wei pushed through the crowd, his eyes widening in panic as he beheld Suja, drenched in blood, mistakenly believing he had sustained grave injuries. "Quick, Old Su, let us hurry to the medical room. There is still time. You mustn't let this be the end," he exclaimed, attempting to lift Suja towards the medical room. Hey, away, don't move. Put me down. I'm fine. The damned one is someone else." Suja, realizing the situation, quickly interjected. "Put him down." A clear, ringing voice rang out as Ping Ping reached the doorway. "I am Xian Ping Ping, a preparatory student at the Great Xia Jiangnan Martial Arts University, majoring in battlefield medical care. Please set him down. I need to examine him." Hearing this, Zhou Wei had no choice but to release Suja. Ping Ping stepped forward, unceremoniously grasping Suja's bloodied arm and channeling a surge of spiritual energy into him, which coursed through his meridians within seconds. "Ah, my heartbeat is strong, and my vitality is abundant. I exhibit no signs of weakness," murmured Xian Ping Ping to herself. Hey, I never claimed to be in trouble. The one truly in peril is still lying inside," the disgruntled Tyrannosaurus warrior remarked, feeling rather manipulated. "Young man, are you saying you took down the madman and are now drenched in his blood?" Someone from the crowd inquired. "Of course, that worthless individual, who hasn't made a breakthrough in over a decade, a hybrid product of inbreeding, could never triumph over me. I not only brought him down, but rendered him incapable. He is currently lying inside," Su Baolong, the Tyrannosaurus warrior, replied, shrugging his shoulders in honest response. "Hiss, this young man is formidable indeed," gasped those around. "Unbelievable. The madman has fought in the martial arts arena for over 10 years and has now been incapacitated by a mere high school student." The crowd gathered at the door of room A12 erupted in excitement. "Ah, the Martial Arts Bureau is here," someone shouted from the hall, alerting the others to the arrival of officials. "What's going on with the Martial Arts Bureau? I merely dealt with a scoundrel. Why is there a report?" Suja asked, confused. "Not quite. It said that the madman has been notoriously arrogant and has offended many, coupled with his twisted psyche and cruel methods. Several victims have banded together to report him to the Bureau. Due to the severity of the case, the Bureau has dispatched a special team to handle it," Zhou Wei explained to Suja, noticing his bewilderment. Before long, a team from the Martial Arts Bureau arrived at the door of the battle room, led by a tall, robust man with a neat hairstyle. Greetings, I am Yang Peng, the captain of the 3rd Combat Division of the Huisher Martial Arts Bureau. The imposing man introduced himself. May I ask where the madman is? We have received numerous joint reports from the public and have come to arrest him. Suja stepped forward and pointed towards the door of room A12. Captain Yang, the madman is lying inside, severely injured, with his meridians severed. You may send someone to detain him directly. Yang Peng looked at the unusually young Suja with surprise. May I inquire who you are? I am the one who was matched against the madman today. I incapacitated him through excessive force, but it was his own doing that led to this fate. However, Captain Yang can retrieve the recorded footage from the drone to verify my account, Suja explained, proactively clarifying his position. Seeing the bureau officials arrive, Zhou Wei rushed forward, spreading his arms to shield Suja, much like he did in their childhood. You cannot arrest Suja. The madman inside is a vicious person, causing chaos and committing all manner of evils. My brother acted in self-defense, and it was merely an accident that he incapacitated the madman. Even if he did, it was only due to the madman's own malicious deeds. He deserves this fate. We will file an appeal, but right now, you cannot take Suja away. He is covered in blood and must be treated. Zhou Wei shouted at Yang Peng. Ha ha ha, my friend, there is no need to be anxious. Our division's task is to arrest the madman, regardless of life or death. On the contrary, if you can prove that the madman fell at your brother's hands, it will be a significant merit for him, Yang Peng said, appearing to understand the youth's anxiety and attempting to reassure him. Significant merit? Suja raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The joint report contains numerous pieces of evidence. Even if we were to take just one, the madman would face years of imprisonment. If the contents of the reports are confirmed, death would be too lenient for him, Yang Peng scoffed. But if the contents of the report are unproven, how can life and death be disregarded? The wild-boar knight interjected quietly. The eyes of the public are sharp. Disregarding life and death is the best promise we can offer to the victims, Yang Peng replied, his tone heavy. It was evident that Yang Peng held a deep disdain for the madman as heinous acts as detailed in the joint reports. Captain, here is the footage from the battle room. One of the officers presented a phone to Yang Peng. Watching the scene of the madman ranting before Suja, Yang Peng clenched the phone tightly. Damn it, how could such a scourge have survived under our noses for over a decade? Rest assured, I will report accurately to the director and ensure you receive an explanation. Not just for us, Suja murmured, gazing intently at Yang Peng. You must also provide an explanation for those who have suffered at his hands over the past decade, Yang Peng stated solemnly. Silently, Suja followed Zhou Wei to the medical room. Captain Yang, I've heard that the madman has connections here in the Lianqing Martial Arts Hall. He has been untouchable for over a decade. It seems quite significant, Xian Pingping interjected. Thank you for the information. I will inform the director, Yang Peng replied, narrowing his eyes. No wonder the madman could wreak havoc in the Lianqing Martial Arts Hall for over a decade without being discovered by the Bureau. It appears Huisher is due for a thorough cleansing. Chapter 13, Night Market. Your external injuries have mostly been treated. Please ensure you get some rest. In the medical room, Suja was undergoing a basic treatment. Although his wounds were not severe, some bloodstains needed to be cleaned. Hiss, this is rather costly. Just a simple treatment has cost me 1,000 daxiao coins, Su Baolong grimaced, feeling the pinch. Hey, Lao Su, are you going to fight again today? Zhou Wei asked. No, I'll leave it for tomorrow. Taking down a madman is quite exhausting, Suja replied, rubbing his temples. Come on, let's get a room so you can practice a bit, Zhou Wei urged. All right, foster father. Seeing his best friend decisively incapacitate the madman, Zhou Wei felt a pang of envy, worried about his brother's struggles, but also concerned that his brother might soon drive a luxury vehicle. 3 hours later. Are you a machine? Suja bellowed into Zhou Wei's ear. The energy I imparted to you was supposed to flow through the left meridian. How did it end up going to the right instead? What happened? Did the program malfunction and need to be sent back for repairs? Zhou Wei chuckled awkwardly, trying to defend himself. I was just looking for a shortcut. Suja felt a wave of dizziness. God knows how I survived those 3 hours. Hey, buddy. Can't you gather sunlight while playing Plants vs. Zombies? Suja retorted in frustration, mocking him. Hey, Lao Su, I must say, you shouldn't attack the ginseng. Just teach me, all right? I have talent too. Zhou Wei defended himself, his confidence swelling. 3 hours, and I've perfected my techniques. Now, with one punch, I could easily take down that madman. Zhou Wei boasted, his ego inflated. 3 hours? If I hadn't guided you step by step, channeling energy every single time, you would have exhausted yourself faster than in 2 rounds with the madman. You wouldn't reach mastery in 3 weeks. Besides, with your current state, you think you can face the madman? Deliberately sending yourself to your demise would get you banned, you know? Don't even think about approaching. The negative energy would overwhelm you. Hey, what are you doing? The process isn't important. It's the result that counts. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Come on. I'll take you to a great place. Zhou Wei grinned mischievously. Isn't that inappropriate? I can't handle it. I'm too exhausted today. Let us go another day. Suja looked at Zhou Wei, who was grinning like a fool, feeling elated yet still waving his hand. Huh, where are your thoughts? I'm at the night market in Huishur, not the hot spring palace. Oh, but isn't a pass required to enter the night market? Suja asked, a hint of regret in his voice. The night market is an impromptu assembly formed by martial artists, designed to facilitate the exchange of essential resources among themselves. In this peculiar marketplace, the origins of all items remain undisclosed. Transactions are strictly on a barter basis, and those who do not wish to partake are free to depart. Operating solely during the evening, it has rightfully earned the moniker night market. Most crucially, no acts of violence are permitted within its confines. Transgressors will face immediate detention by the Martial Arts Bureau. Indeed, it is the Martial Arts Bureau that ensures such order. Otherwise, the government of the Great Xia would never tolerate the unlawful congregation of so many martial artists. Upon reflection, even a mere gathering of 3 single men is subject to oversight. If the night market were left unchecked, it could one day pose a significant threat to the social order of the Great Xia, especially if a rogue genius were to emerge with nefarious intentions. In summary, all transactions within the night market are safeguarded by the Great Xia Martial Arts Bureau, and violators will be pursued throughout the realm. With a mischievous glint, Zhou Wei mysteriously produced a plastic card from his small bag. I discreetly revealed my father's card. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Shu was unaware that Zhou Wei's father, Zhou Dalan, a longtime friend of Su's father, had been conducting business in Huizhou and was quite affluent. Don't worry, old Su. Look, this card hasn't been locked or reported lost, which means my father is aware. Let me ask you again, are you going or not? Of course I'm going. Without further ado, the two exchanged knowing smiles. In a sense, Su Zhou and Zhou Wei were indeed a pair of inseparable twins, akin to conjoined giants. At 8 o'clock in the evening, with the moon hanging high in the sky, Su Zhou and his companion stood at the entrance of the night market, eagerly awaiting its commencement. Hey, old Su, do you think we might have come to the wrong place? There's not a soul in sight. Zhou Wei idly squatted by the curb, fiddling with the pebbles on the ground. That seems unlikely. Look, there are plenty of people waiting here. Both were first-time visitors to Huizhou's night market, utterly clueless about the entry procedures. Just then, a figure emerged from a nearby alley, waving towards Su Zhou and his companion. Hey, you there? If you wish to enter the night market, come over here. Hearing this, Su Zhou gestured for Zhou Wei to follow him into the alley, traversing a dimly lit path until they halted before a massive iron gate. The leading man instructed, swipe your passes here. Once verified, you may enter. Each pass allows only 3 to enter. Now, form a line, one at a time. Upon hearing this, Su Zhou signaled Zhou Wei to swipe the card. With a click, the heavy iron door creaked open, producing a cacophony of grinding sounds as it scraped against the ground. Without hesitation, the two stepped into the night market. As they entered, Su Zhou was instantly captivated, his senses overwhelmed by the dazzling neon lights above and the lively banter of haggling between stall owners and customers. So this is the night market? Wow, old Su, look at that sword. Isn't it magnificent? At some point, Zhou Wei had wandered over to a weapons stall, exuberantly pointing at a broadsword on display. Take it easy, you fool. If you break something, we can't afford to pay for it. Su Zhou sighed, pulling Zhou Wei away from the weapons shop. The two continued to stroll, admiring the various wares until they unwittingly found themselves at the bustling heart of the market, where the most elite martial resources were sold. Just as Su Zhou and Zhou Wei contemplated delving deeper into the market, they overheard 2 individuals rush past them, engaged in animated conversation. Hey, have you heard? Tonight, Wanbao Pavilion is hosting an auction at the night market. Guess what the highlight of the auction is? Oh, I've heard about it. TSK. It's indeed extravagant of Wanbao Pavilion to auction the ever-bright sacred unicorn pearl. Absolutely. Such treasures are usually only found within the royal lineage of the Qilin family. It's rare even in the capital of Jiangnan province, let alone a small place like Huizhou. I heard that a significant figure from Wanbao Pavilion has come to Huizhou and spontaneously organized this event. Haha, we're lucky. Let us hurry and grab a good spot to watch. Intrigued by the excitement of the two, Zhou Wei turned to Su Zhou. Hey, old Su, what exactly is this ever-bright sacred unicorn pearl? Su Zhou pondered, stroking his chin. I once saw it in the compendium of all races. When a being of noble lineage passes away, there's a chance that their bloodline will condense into a spiritual object, which we refer to as a bloodline artifact. However, only those of high rank can produce such artifacts. You know Luo Zhantian, right? The item he obtained from slaying the Tier Demon Ape is called the Demon Ape Sacred Heart, which is still housed in the Great Xia Museum to this day. The ever-bright sacred unicorn pearl is likely a similar bloodline artifact. Wow, old Su, you're incredible. How did you know all this? Zhou Wei marveled. Suja was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Just be honest with me. Who did you copy during last semester's compendium of all races? How did you manage to score an 83? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Hee, I copied from our class's academic monitor, Zhou proudly replied. Oh, it doesn't really matter. So what do you think, old Sue? Should we check it out? Haha, I'm a pauper, and you're a lecher. What is that supposed to mean? Are you hoping to boost the security guard's performance at the auction hall? Or do you want to see the disparities of the world? If you wish to go, then go, Suja retorted, somewhat exasperated. It's tough. A penny can stump even the greatest of heroes. Zhou lamented, drawing the attention of passers-by. Oh, how melodramatic. With no other choice. Zhou hurried after the already distant Suja. Hey, old Sue, wait for me, you heartless fiend. Chapter 14. Fate with the Noble. At that moment, within the Wanbao Pavilion's loft at the night market, an elderly man was lecturing a girl on stage who was nonchalantly eating grapes. The girl had delicate skin and a pair of innocent, wide eyes that habitually blinked, with arched brows that suggested a hint of stubbornness amidst her refreshing and ethereal demeanor. She was none other than Tang Xinyue, the young mistress of Wanbao Pavilion and the only daughter of the current head of the Tang family. Standing at the pinnacle of wealth in the Great Xia, Xinyue, you've really caused quite a mess this time. That ever-bright sacred unicorn pearl was meant to be used by your father to repay a favor. You've just gone and put it up for auction. Now your father will have another headache on his hands. Oh, Grandpa Fu, please, you've said that several times today. It's too late now. Let us just wait for the auction to begin. As for my father, who told him to be so busy that he even forgot my birthday? Woe is me. Grandpa Fu, you know that on my birthday, it was just my mother, the maid, you, and the two grandpas celebrating with me. My old man was absent for several days. Grandpa Fu, you and I are the best, right? Tang Xinyue coquettishly pleaded with Grandpa Fu. Haha, you little rascal. Grandpa Fu chuckled helplessly, ruffling Tang Xinyue's hair to indulge her whim. As for the ever-bright sacred unicorn pearl, the opulent Wanbao Pavilion was not particularly concerned about such items. If necessary, they could simply send the old man back to the battlefield of all races to hunt another Yulin. Hee, I knew you were the best, Grandpa Fu. Grandpa Fu stepped out of the loft, intending to take care of the arrangements for the auction. At that moment, a disturbance echoed through the void. Who goes there? Grandpa Fu's eyes narrowed, and he pointed his dragon-headed cane toward the source of the sound, sending ripples through the air toward it. Ah, Grandpa Fu, you've worked hard. Has that little girl been troublesome for you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Fu Bo immediately lowered his guard, reluctantly retracting his dragon-headed cane, and smiled wryly. Master of the house, you two tread an unconventional path. Ha ha ha, Fu Bo, you jest. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the esteemed head of the Tang family of the Great Xia, Tang Zhun. Master, were you not occupied with affairs on the Myriad clan's battlefield? What brings you here? Could it be that the Eternal Radiance Sacred Unicorn Pearl holds some extraordinary significance? Fu Bo inquired, puzzled. I shall be brief regarding this matter. Some time ago, whilst attending to business on the Myriad clan's battlefield, I encountered Gue Qinswan. I asked him to divine the fate of Xinu. My intention was merely to seek peace and discern any tribulation she might face, so I could prepare in advance. However, you would not believe what Gue Qinswan revealed, Tang Jin teased, leaving a tantalizing pause. Oh dear master, you are driving this old man to distraction. What did that old ghost say? Is it that you is to face some dire predicament? I must inquire personally. With that, Fu Bo wasted no time, turning to unleash the power of his dragon-headed cane to tear through the void. Eager to protect his beloved granddaughter who had been nurtured since childhood by the three elders Fu, Lu, and Shou. The thought of her encountering calamity stirred an indescribable discomfort within him. Wait, Fu Bo, do not rush. I will explain. Tang Jin quickly interjected, noticing Fu Bo's sincerity. Fu Bo halted his actions, gazing intently at Tang Jin, who then exhaled slowly and uttered, with the dragon emerging from the clouds, henceforth, events will spiral beyond control. What? Fu Bo's eyes narrowed, struggling to fathom that his granddaughter, whom he had watched grow up, would receive such high praise from the old ghost. It is worth noting that Gue Qinswan was a figure from the era of Confucius, a master of divination who dared to calculate the heavens, the earth, and mankind without restraint, and his words were undoubtedly credible. Gue Qinswan further stated that Xinu would encounter her destined benefactors today, right here. This was also the reason why Xinu had taken the Eternal Radiance Sacred Unicorn Pearl and sneaked out, a decision I did not thwart. Tang Jin continued. Fearing unforeseen events, I came personally to oversee the situation, and to my surprise, I indeed stumbled upon a few mice. What? Should we not? Fu Bo began, but was interrupted by Tang Jin. I understand, Fu Bo, that you hold Xinu dearly, yet her temperament requires some tempering. It would be better for her to face a few challenges before she encounters her benefactors, lest her pride leads her astray. Upon hearing this, Fubo refrained from further protest, acknowledging that Tang Xinyu's disposition indeed warranted some adjustment. Previously, he had thought that the three elders could care for her for a lifetime, but now, with the old ghost's prophecy in mind, Fubo felt compelled to pave a path for Xinu. Let us first temper her spirit, he mused silently, glancing at the tall pavilion behind him. In a shadowy corner of the night market, a group of individuals clad in black cloaks gathered sporadically, their large garments enveloping them completely, revealing only their frenzied eyes. The leader of this assembly appeared to be an elder, whose hands, veined and pallid, emerged from beneath the cloak. Master Bishop, our adherents in Huishur have been fully summoned. We await only your command. Under your leadership, the eternal radiance sacred unicorn pearl shall surely be within our grasp, a subservient figure behind the cloaked elder flattered. A hoarse voice responded, that little girl from the Tang family possesses quite the audacity, daring to roam alone with the eternal radiance sacred unicorn pearl. Truly, the heavens favor me. He then turned to command those bowing behind him, inform all adherents that today, we shall not only seize the eternal radiance sacred unicorn pearl, but also abduct the Tang family's precious daughter. Yes, the throng below responded with fervent zeal, their eyes ablaze with fanaticism. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the Great Xia's time, the Wanbao Pavilion was already brimming with attendees, all eagerly awaiting the commencement of the auction. Esteemed guests, welcome to the auction hosted by the Wanbao Pavilion's Huishur branch. This event has been hastily convened by our young master, Miss Tang Xinu. Due to time constraints and pressing tasks, many details remain unrefined. We ask for your understanding. However, I suspect your primary interest lies in the grand finale of this auction, Fubo announced, taking his place on the stage to preside over the event. Ha. Old man, since you are aware, why not simply present the item? It would be far more efficient. Someone in the crowd shouted. Fubo responded with a warm smile. Your enthusiasm is undoubtedly appreciated, yet we must adhere to decorum. Let us proceed in order. Now, without further ado, the first spiritual item to be auctioned is. As the crowd settled, the atmosphere shifted. No one dared to disrupt the proceedings before the deity of wealth of the Great Xia. Meanwhile, two youngsters were engrossed in a weapon shop, examining the arms. In this era of martial prowess, technological firearms represented mere trifles on the battlefield, while warriors remained devoted to traditional cold weapons. The spiritual weapons crafted from such materials could perfectly channel spiritual energy, merging with ancient martial techniques to create legendary martial tomes. By the heavens! Old Su, look here! Zhou Wei exclaimed, lifting a broad blade that measured roughly 3 feet in length and 7 inches in width, its robust form gleaming ominously. However, the weight of the blade seemed incongruous in his hands, as its fierce glimmer clashed with his somewhat unsavory demeanor. The stark contrast caused Suja to roll his eyes and retort, it suits you perfectly. When you go hunting for a wild boar king, consider it your mount, kid. Who are you calling a kid? The wild boar knight protested, his face flushed. You know nothing. A heavy blade and heavy armor are the essence of a man's romance. Though Suja held reservations about Zhou Wei's fashion sense, he wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. The essence of manhood lay in the physicality of the challenge. Sweat glistening under the setting sun. As Suja stood before a long spear, exuding philosophical fervor, he murmured, a length of 1 inch confers strength. Throughout history, spearmen have been the most fortunate. His gaze fixated on the spear, he contemplated, the 7 luminaries returning to spirit decree that I am destined to be a robust, enduring warrior of the charge. This spear is indeed fitting for me. Zhou Wei, observing Suja's unwavering focus on the spear, which rivaled the broad blade in his grip, scoffed, hey, talk about double standards. Isn't that also a heavy weapon? Chapter 15, an outburst. Heretics, unconcerned with the playful bickering in the weapon shop. The auction at Wanbao Pavilion progressed. All preliminary items had been swiftly purchased. Finally, the centerpiece of the auction arrived. The Eternal Radiance Sacred Unicorn Pearl was displayed within a specially crafted glass case, inscribed with various protective runes designed for warding, sealing, and self-destruction. I trust this spiritual item requires no further introduction. Thus, the starting bid is set at 50 million Great Xia coins, with no upper limit. As soon as the words left his lips, the fervor of the crowd ignited. 80 million. Heh, you are indeed like a toad coveting a swan's flesh. Thinking a mere 80 million could secure this gem. I shall bid 150 million. How audacious. If you lack the funds, it would be wise to remain silent. 300 million. To those present, I shall show no mercy, nor shall I allow it. The price of the Eternal Radiance Holy Unicorn Pearl swiftly escalated to 500 million. Just then, An elderly man clad in black robes raised his gnarled right hand from the corner, rasping, 1 billion. As the last syllable fell, an astonished silence enveloped the room. Surely, this old man jested. Even the most precious eternal radiance, holy unicorn pearl, could not possibly be worth 1 billion. Could he be attempting to renege on his promise? Surely not. Who would dare cause a ruckus in the prestigious Daxiao Wanbao Pavilion? Those present murmured among themselves, aware of the peril they faced. At that moment, Fu Bo on the stage squinted, sensing the unusual atmosphere, and mused quietly, "Humph. A rat has emerged." Yet he feigned normalcy, continuing to smile at the old man in the corner while brandishing his gavel. It appears that this esteemed friend is quite eager for the eternal radiance holy unicorn pearl. Shall we ascertain whether he is worthy of participating in this auction? The crowd's gaze shifted to the black-robed elder. Upon noticing their attention, the elder's lips curled into a smirk beneath his hood. "Ha! Indeed, I am most desirous of this eternal radiance holy unicorn pearl. I have also heard that the daughter of the Tang family is present. Might I request her presence to indulge my eyes?" As soon as the elder finished speaking, the auction hall was engulfed in a thick cloud of black smoke, from which a multitude of individuals clad in dark robes emerged, brandishing weapons and surrounding the attendees. "What is this? You are heretics, you despicable scum of the myriad races. Traitors to humanity." The crowd, feeling the frenzied aura that only heretics could emit, gritted their teeth in outrage. In an era of confrontation with the myriad races, most individuals had devoted themselves to the star abyss, safeguarding Daxia. Yet, a few cowardly souls, seeking momentary pleasure, willingly submitted to the servitude of the myriad races. These individuals were branded traitors and heretics by the Daxia authorities. Even those of high status were obstructed by the Zhou-Tian Starry Sky Yin-Yang formation. Yet these traitors dared to assist the myriad races in harming Daxia citizens. The populace of Daxia held a singular view of such individuals: to kill on sight, no need for reporting, to eradicate the roots. At this moment, the auction hall was ablaze with sparks, on the brink of eruption. There is no need for alarm, esteemed guests. We have not come here to spill blood, but rather to acquire 2 items, the Eternal Radiance Holy Unicorn Pearl and the Tang family's daughter. Once we obtain these items, we shall depart without hindering your enjoyment." The raspy voice echoed hauntingly above the quiet venue. "Humph. Heretics are to be exterminated. Even if we perish here, we shall never acquiesce to your demands. Indeed, come forth. If I so much as frown, you shall regret it." The warriors of Daxia, proud and martial, would not kneel or bow. Even under the weight of millennia of oppression from the myriad races, the battle ignited in an instant, chaos reigning as lightning and flames intertwined. Frost Dragon Fist, Starpoint Finger, various formidable martial skills flashed amidst the fray. Although the heretics outnumbered them, the confrontation reached a stalemate. "Humph. First, seize the pearl and capture individuals. Do not waste time engaging with them." The black-robed elder, sensing the deadlock, unleashed his formidable aura, causing a swirling of spiritual energy and dense smoke. His voice echoing like a ghost's wail. Indeed, he had reached the void-breaking realm. The pressure he exuded left the entire audience gasping for breath. Just then, Fu Bo on the stage struck the ground with his dragon-headed staff, instantly dispelling the elder's oppressive aura. "You old fool, you have been hiding your true strength." The black-robed elder, momentarily astonished, quickly resumed his calm demeanor. Observing the elder's age, he thought, half a foot in the grave, with diminished vitality, he posed no threat. Time was of the essence. The Martial Arts Bureau might arrive at any moment. The black-robed elder sneered. I never anticipated that the esteemed Fu Xian would underestimate me. If word of this gets out, where shall I hide my face?" Fu Bo's dragon-headed staff struck the void once more, and with a wave of his hand, a rift in space appeared. "Come, little beast, join this old man for some fun." Without allowing the elder a moment to react, he thrust the staff, casting him into the rift, and followed suit, the fissure sealing behind them in an instant. "You lot, hurry. One team to seize the Eternal Radiance Holy Unicorn Pearl, another to capture individuals. Once we have what we need, we shall depart. The high priest will ensure that old fool returns." At this moment, a hooded man who had been serving the black-robed elder spoke up. One team of heretics charged toward the upper floor, due to Tangjin's arrangements. There were no guards stationed, and they swiftly arrived at the door, kicking it open. "Who are you? Who permitted you to come up here?" A girl's clear voice rang out from within the room. Moments later, the team of heretics emerged, carrying a large sack, within which a figure still wriggled, hastily escaping through the window towards the southwest. At that moment, hidden in the void, the head of the Tang family watched in dismay as his daughter was unceremoniously tossed into the sack. "That wretched girl, just wait until I get my hands on you." With a flick of his right sleeve, he unleashed a beam of white light toward the heretics bearing the sack. "What is this? A chorus of screams erupted as the team of heretics was struck by the white light, crashing heavily from the rooftop. Heh! The wretched girl is unharmed thanks to her bracelet. It is fitting that she learns a lesson for constantly taking my things. Tang Jun observed his handiwork with satisfaction. Chuckling softly. In another corner of the void, the black-robed elder had just regained his footing when he noticed the original host of the auction floating toward him. You old fool, seeking death, I shall deal with you first, then. Humph. Noisy. Fu Bo twirled his dragon-headed staff, and the sound of dragon roars echoed from the void. In an instant, a dragon claw adorned with golden patterns materialized in the air, crushing the black-robed elder without resistance. You rats, if my dear Yaya suffers harm or loses her esteemed guest today because of you, I will scour all of Daxia to hold your high priest accountable. Fu Bo gazed at the place where the black-robed elder had been obliterated, disdainfully curling his lip. Ha ha ha. Fu Bo, your temper remains as fierce as ever. Tang Jun arrived late. How is Yaya? As anticipated, she has been abducted, but she possesses the bracelet, so she should be fine. It serves her right to endure a bit of hardship. You should have seen it. A Qi-gathering realm warrior was captured by a group of heretics. It would be laughable if it got out. Seeing Tang Jun's frustration, Fu Bo reassured him. After all, Yaya has been overly protected by us. It is only natural. Oh, what about the Eternal Radiance Holy Unicorn Pearl? Fu Bo suddenly recalled. It has been taken, but it matters not. I already know where they have gone. We shall retrieve it shortly. Humph. The treasures of the Tang family are not so easily acquired. Tang Jun replied, unfazed. Come. Let us see what has become of that wretched girl. She better not embarrass me. Otherwise, I shall ensure she is properly disciplined. With that, he stepped into the void, striding forward. Seeing this, Uncle Fu chuckled and shook his head, following along with his cane in hand. Chapter 16. A sister named Tang falls from the sky. Outside the weapon shop, the two young ones remained oblivious to the upheaval occurring at the Wanbao Pavilion auction, wandering about aimlessly. Ah, old Su, we are so impoverished. That broadsword costs a staggering 500,000 Daxia coins, while a typical second-tier weapon is merely 300,000. Zhou Wei lamented beside Su Jia, shaking his head in despair. Don't even mention it. The azure steel halberd I have my eye on is priced at 450,000. It's outrageous. Su Jia added, his expression equally despondent. Ding. The system reminds the host that it can also provide weaponry services, though the host must supply the requisite materials and source points. Get lost. I barely have enough source points as it is. All you do is extort money. Su Jia retorted angrily. The night market in Huishur sprawled extensively. Just as Su Jia and his companion passed a cluster of old warehouses, the system unexpectedly issued a task. Ding. Special task. Please rescue the kidnapped young master of Wanbao Pavilion, Tang Xinyue. Task rewards. 1. Berserk Potion, X3. 2. Any weapon of choice. Frowning at the task, Su Jia remarked, System, you've lost your mind. What stature does Wanbao Pavilion hold? Who could possibly kidnap its young master that I would dare to provoke? Ding. Please rest assured, the system has verified the authenticity of this task. It will not affect the host's main storyline, so please proceed without concern. Upon hearing that there would be no repercussions, Su Jia chose to disregard it and continued to wander leisurely. Halfway through the old warehouse, Zhou Wei suddenly began to act out. Heavens! I shall never again call you Heavenly Lord. You clearly do not regard me as your grandson, he exclaimed, dropping to his knees and shouting upwards. Su Jia, having grown accustomed to Zhou Wei's antics, merely shook his head. Besides being a fashionista, Wei Gu was indeed a bona fide social phobic. Let's clarify, a social terror. Thankfully, this area was relatively deserted compared to other parts of the night market, being merely storage for nearby vendors. Otherwise, Su Jia would genuinely suspect that Zhou Wei would resort to begging with a bowl in hand. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from inside the warehouse, startling Zhou Wei. What the? Oh, Heavenly Lord, I did not mean to curse you. Please, retract your divine powers. Noticing Zhou Wei's impending outburst, Su Jia quickly intervened. All right. We are in a night market. Look up. Where is your Heavenly Lord? If you don't want your eyes, just donate them. Let's go check it out. With that, Su Jia took the lead, and Zhou Wei hurriedly followed. Because the warehouse was owned, the door was secured with several heavy locks, leaving them no choice but to climb through a window. The window was unlocked and easily navigable once they landed safely. Zhou Wei looked up in astonishment. Wow, something has broken through the roof of this warehouse. What a massive hole. Hey, old Su, do you think this could be some sort of adventure? It's always written like this in novels. Observing his friend's fanciful thoughts, Su Jia couldn't help but smirk. No, buddy, you are just daydreaming again. What do you think the protagonists in novels are like? Look at us. True, but if we can't have a miraculous encounter, a Lin Mei Mei would suffice. Zhou Wei sighed while gazing at the gaping hole above. No Lin Mei Mei here, but there is a Sister Tang. Suddenly, a voice echoed within the expansive factory space. Who is there? Suja's heart raced, his right hand discreetly forming the Qilin seal. If the visitor bore ill intent, they would face my instant explosive thunder. Suja thought to himself, what a genius I am, predicting the skill cooldown. Who could have anticipated that? The two turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a petite girl with slight abrasions on her legs stepping out from the shadows. Oh my, old Su. You said I was daydreaming, but I think I'm destined to be the protagonist. Look, as I stroll along, a beautiful girl falls from the sky. Heavenly Lord, I shall remain your grandson. Zhou Wei exclaimed in excitement, tugging at Suja's sleeve. Suja remained unaffected by Zhou Wei's exuberance. The alert warrior still maintained his grip on the instant explosive thunder. Tang Xinyue observed the peculiar duo, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth as she internally mused, who are these loud rascals? But that bent-over guy is rather handsome. Why do my eyelids feel so hazy, as if someone flashed me? Without hesitation, Tang Xinyue introduced herself. Hello, I am Tang Xinyue. I mean no harm. I merely found myself in this situation due to certain circumstances. She refrained from mentioning the embarrassing fact of being kidnapped and then bombarded, deeming it too humiliating. Do not let this lady know who so rudely tossed explosives in the bustling market. She will not spare you. At that moment, a certain patriarch, secretly observing his daughter from the void, sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Damn, it must be those beastly brats from the War of All Races. Just wait until I handle my affairs. I will pay them a visit. Zhou Wei, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward to introduce himself. Wow, Xinyue, your name is truly melodious. I am Zhou Wei, and that guy over there, with the shifty eyes and common looks, is Suja. Xinyue, fate has brought us together. Let us exchange contact details. If you happen to fall into another warehouse, give me a heads up. I'll bring friends to see you. As he spoke, Zhou Wei pulled out his phone, eager to add Tang Xinyue as a contact. It seems our Wei Gu is not only a fashion genius and a sporty guy, but also quite the smooth talker. Meanwhile, Suja, having realized Tang Xinyue had revealed her identity, felt a twinge of regret as he released the Qilin seal and silently observed her, thinking, what a pity. I wanted to see if the instant explosive thunder would prove effective. How wasteful for such a splendid skill. However, if she is indeed Tang Xinyue, then should I not be completing this task? A free reward from the system? Ding. The system reminds the host that this task remains ongoing. Noticing Zhou Wei had almost finished his flirtation, Suja stepped forward to inquire. You said you fell due to certain reasons. Looking outside, the only structure tall enough to create such a gaping hole in the warehouse roof would be the Wanbao Pavilion's loft. You aren't suggesting you fell from there, are you? Zhou Wei shared his confusion, pondering how any rational person would inexplicably fall from such a height. Could it be that she lacks common sense? Suddenly enlightened, Zhou Wei regarded Tang Xinyue with a new, sympathetic gaze. Seeing this, Tang Xinyue felt a sense of discomfort wash over her. These two. One's mind is like a monster, and the other's intellect seems stunted. They truly overwhelm me, prompting her to surrender. All right. The truth is I was kidnapped and pursued. Kidnapped? Zhou Wei exclaimed. Is it true? Suja's eyes glinted with intrigue. But if you were abducted from the loft of Wanbao Pavilion, why wouldn't your captors simply seize the spiritual items within the pavilion? It would be far more convenient. Zhou Wei's rare moments of intelligence had taken over. You're lying. He pointed at Tang Xinyue, exclaiming, while Suja observed her with keen interest. Tang Xinyue, realizing the gravity of the situation, had no choice but to speak the truth. Well, actually, the Wanbage is owned by my family, and the current master of Wanbage is my father. The moment these words left her lips, Zhou Wei's jaw dropped in astonishment. What do you mean? Are you saying that someone has kidnapped the daughter of the current master of Wanbage? With an awkward scratch of her head, Tang Xinyue admitted, yes. Cough, cough. Tang Xinyue, do you know who your captors are? Suja interjected, steering the conversation back on track. After a moment of silence, Tang Xinyue slowly uttered 3 words, the heretics. Zhou Wei fell silent as well, turning to look at Lao Su. He too was aware of the heretics, but for now, he chose to heed his close friend's advice. Suja then sought further clarification. However, Tang Xinyue, I would like to know how many heretics kidnapped you? What are their capabilities? Taken aback by Suja's inquiry, Tang Xinyue pondered briefly before responding. There are 5 of them, 2 at the Qi gathering stage and 3 at the late stage of body refinement. Moreover, considering they fell from such a height, they are likely injured, as they lack protective gear. As she spoke, she shook her wrist, revealing the jade bracelet adorning it. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the iron door of the warehouse was forcefully breached. Suja's expression hardened. The innate talent bestowed upon him granted him extraordinary reflexes. In the instant the door was broken down, he swiftly slipped into a nearby shipping container. Before Tang Xinyue and Zhou Wei could react, Several burly men clad in tattered black cloaks entered, their appearance unmistakably identifying them as heretics. "Ah, Miss Tang, we have been searching high and low for you." The leader of the black-cloaked men sneered darkly. "It's rather unsafe for you to be alone. How about I escort you to our designated venue on the outskirts of Huizhou? It's absolutely secure." "Bah, you wretched scum of the human race. Even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed." Tang Xinyue retorted fiercely. "Ha ha, you won't have a say in that. We have already obtained the eternal radiant sacred pearl. All we need now is you, the daughter of the Tang family." The leader scoffed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He then turned his gaze toward Zhou Wei. "Oh, the daughter of the Tang family is even finding herself a paramour before her departure. TSK, but your taste leaves much to be desired. Why not come to me? I would treat you well." The leader's derision was met with a swift, unseen figure. Su Zhe, having stealthily maneuvered around the shipping containers, approached from behind. As the heretics were engrossed in their banter with the two in front, Su Zhe positioned himself within mere meters of them, crouched behind a container. With a subtle gesture, he signaled to Zhou Wei, his eyes conveying the message, "Distract them. I will launch a surprise attack." Their camaraderie, forged from childhood, allowed Zhou Wei to understand without words. And he grinned widely at the heretics. "Ha ha ha, brothers. You jest. I have lived a hard life, eating meat only once a week. I am utterly weary of this wretched existence. Upon hearing that you are heretics, I have long wished to join. But will the organization provide me with benefits like social insurance and housing?" As Zhou Wei spoke, Tang Xinyue, lacking the unspoken understanding between the two men, was consumed by fury. She clutched her jade bracelet, her resolve firming. The leader of the heretics, noticing Zhou Wei's sudden enthusiasm, seized the opportunity to extol the virtues of their organization. "Ah, young man, you have a bright future. Let me tell you, the benefits of being a heretic are truly remarkable. Social insurance and housing are merely the basics. We also have policies for talent recruitment and equity distribution. As long as you possess talent, wealth and glory will be yours as a heretic." Watching this unfold from behind the container, Su Zhe couldn't help but grimace. Muttering to himself, "Ah Wei, your performance is so convincing, it makes it difficult for me to act." Meanwhile, Tang Jun and Fu Bo, observing the scene from the void, were filled with disbelief. Fu Bo finally broke the silence. "Master, are you certain that the old ghost mentioned today?" Zhou Wei's antics were nothing short of an embodiment of treachery, devoid of any noble essence. "Let us wait and see. I'm fairly certain it's today," Tang Jun replied, unable to contain his thoughts. Just as the leader of the heretics was fervently promoting their cause to Zhou Wei, the latter's expression suddenly shifted, and he pointed with a trembling hand behind the leader. "Big brother, is that white-haired man behind you also one of your heretics?" "What?" The leader turned quickly, only to find his subordinates staring blankly. Realizing something was amiss, he attempted to turn back, but it was already too late. In an instant, Zhou Wei's left fist struck towards the leader's heart with tremendous force, the impact overwhelming even for someone at the Qi gathering stage. Caught off guard, the leader collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth, writhing on the ground. Everything transpired so rapidly. One moment Zhou Wei was a promising youth wishing to join the heretics, and the next, he transformed into a fierce assailant, leaving his leader incapacitated. "Boss, you're dead." The remaining heretics, witnessing the scene, erupted in chaos. As Zhou Wei's ambush drew all attention, Su Zhe seized the opportunity. "Now it's my turn," he thought, spotting neatly stacked second-grade steel bars beside the container. One of the heretics, a Qi gathering warrior, charged at Zhou Wei, blade of spiritual energy drawn. "You worthless scum, die!" At that moment, from an unnoticed corner, a dark steel bar shot forth with immense force, piercing the heart of the attacking heretic. Indeed, the two friends had a synchronized understanding of where to strike. However, Su Zhe's prowess was far superior, wielding a steel bar of second-grade quality and unleashing his full strength, resulting in the immediate demise of the heretic. Under the seamless coordination of Su Zhe and Zhou Wei, two Qi gathering warriors fell, one dead, one injured. Before the remaining body refinement heretics could react, Su Zhe erupted from his hiding place, delivering swift kicks that incapacitated three of them in an instant. All unfolded within the blink of an eye, from Zhou Wei's initial strike to Su Zhe's cleanup. A mere 3 minutes had passed. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the duo had dismantled foes whose might far surpassed their own on paper. The reminder to the host regarding the progress of Task 2, 510, Body Refinement Realm, 4, Qi Gathering Realm, 1 ding. A notification alerts the host that the special task has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1. 3 Berserker Potions. 2. An arbitrary weapon of choice. The two crisp tones of the system's alert echoed in Su Zhe's ears, leaving him with a refreshing sense of clarity. Behind him, Tang Xinyue stared in astonishment at the unfolding events, regardless of Zhou Wei's overt displays of compromise or Suge's underhanded tactics against their foes. Her long-held perceptions were profoundly challenged. In that moment, Tang Xinyue realized that the two young men before her were unlike the elite youths she had encountered in Longdu. They were sufficiently unscrupulous and unrestrained, driven solely by one objective in times of peril, survival. Or perhaps, she mused, victory at any cost. In the void, the family head, along with Uncle Fu, stood beside Tang Jun, hesitating to speak. Tang Jun gestured dismissively. Uncle Fu, how do you assess the capabilities of these two compared to the proud sons of Longdu? Uncle Fu responded, they are far inferior. But what if we were to place them on the battlefield of myriad races? Tang Jun inquired further. Uncle Fu faltered. Ha. These two would thrive far better than those proud youths of Longdu. They would garner the soldiers' favor because they can ensure the survival of many. Tang Jun chuckled. Uncle Fu fell silent, for he shared the same sentiment. In this world, many proclaim the need to let go. Yet the words are simple while the actions are fraught with difficulty. Look at those in high positions. How many can act with the reckless abandon of these two? Wielding their swords at unconventional angles? Ha. The great Xia has been too tranquil for far too long. The younger generation is merely a reflection of their forebears, unwilling to forge new paths. Take that insufferable brat from the Long family. He is merely a miniature version of his father, with that same irksome temperament. And what of that lad from Tianshu Mountain, always wearing a stern expression, as if everyone owes him money, like their elders? They can only perform the tasks of their predecessors. While guarding the borders is tolerable, the battlefield of myriad races is ever-changing, with more factions choosing to engage in conflict. Without innovation, the path ahead will only become more arduous. I find these two youngsters quite commendable. They are unbound by status, form, or even their own identities. Here, watch this video of Suja taking down a disgraceful martial artist in the Xingxing Martial Arts Hall this afternoon. I believe that as long as one is heading in the right direction, why must their developmental path be strictly defined? Each flower has its own fragrance. Great Xia does not lack defenders of its territory. Rather, it needs extraordinary generals, fierce warriors, and even outlaws to expand its borders. Great Xia is vast. The star abyss is immense, and the battlefield of myriad races is monumental. There is room for a few eccentrics. What do you think, Uncle Fu? Tang Jun lamented. Uncle Fu, watching Suja passionately declare that martial artists may kill, but may not be humiliated, reflected on the head of the family's words and sighed quietly. Indeed, Great Xia needs innovation, and the younger generation requires change. Chapter 18. Wealth and Danger, 2. At that moment, Zhou Wei squatted before the defeated leader he had ambushed, his face aflame with indignation. I've been a model student all my life, the right hand of my homeroom teacher, and you think I would join you heretics? Is that a tumor concealed beneath your cloak? Such a ridiculous pickup line, and you fell for it. And what about your benefits? With your casualty rates. The compensation for lost work would bankrupt you. The heretics themselves were quite deranged, their mental states persistently unstable. What kind of normal bandit would dare to infiltrate the Great Xia to kidnap the heiress of the Wanbao Pavilion? Yet here I am, engaging in such lengthy banter with these lunatics, truly a master of conversation. Meanwhile, Suju observed the system panel within his consciousness. System. What is the purpose of the Berserker Potion? Ding. Berserker Potion eliminates all negative effects within the body, including but not limited to depleted spiritual energy, waning vitality, dizziness, and paralysis, enhancing all attributes by 50 for a duration of 30 minutes. Quite effective, Suja mused. And what about the arbitrary weapon? Ding. Please look behind you. The wealthiest heiress of Great Xia is right behind you. Your weapon resides with her. What the hell? You mean to tell me you've been hoarding resources for your own gain? Hurry up and give me my weapon. Ding. If the host is dissatisfied with the rewards, the system will reclaim the Berserker Potion. Stop. I'm scared of you. Where did you learn such underhanded tricks? I told you to stop playing those games. Suja lamented, rolling his eyes. Behind him, Tang Xinyue stepped forward, her expression conflicted. Suja, your combat style is truly unique, right? I believe old Su and I are tactical geniuses. Zhou Wei, having abandoned the now lifeless heretic leader, approached them. We could have defeated them head-on. They fell from such a height, and were already injured. Why resort to these methods? Zhou Wei fell silent, retreating behind Suja, continuing to provoke the figures in black robes. Suja narrowed his eyes at the heiress of the Tang family, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. In the void, Tang Jun frowned as he observed his daughter. What will you say now, young man? The atmosphere became thick with tension, the spacious factory silent as the three stood still. Just as Tang Xinyue felt overwhelmed by the pressure, Suja spoke. What's wrong? The illustrious heiress of the Tang family is now lamenting the fate of these fallen heretics? His words echoed clearly in the dim, silent factory. Tang Xinyue was taken aback by the young man's audacity. No, no. I merely meant to suggest that we could resolve this in a more straightforward and honorable manner. Suja interjected, following her lead. Observing the heiress, though disheveled, she remained undeniably proud. Suja smirked, taunting her. You are the most esteemed heiress of Great Xia. Born into privilege with access to 99 of its resources, so of course, you are unafraid. Even when injured, you would have professional medical personnel and renowned experts to aid your recovery. You think combat is so simple, that life is so uncomplicated? That is because those damn trials, the arduous struggle, have all been borne by your wealthy father. Without him, how well do you think you, the Tang heiress, would fare? You believe yourself a chosen one. Yet even a Qi gathering realm practitioner can be effortlessly captured by several opponents of the same realm. You are even less capable than Zhou Wei. At least he relied on himself, using his early-stage body refinement realm cultivation to disable a Qi gathering realm heretic. You think battles should be fought a certain way, but that is merely because you consider only your own situation, utterly disregarding those around you, your companions. Do you truly believe that a body refinement realm practitioner can stand their ground against a Qi gathering realm heretic? It's only natural that from your lofty perch, you cannot see our struggles. It is entirely normal to disdain such underhanded tactics. But let me tell you, our assistance today has nothing to do with your status as the Tang heiress. We do not recognize that. We are merely acting because heretics are to be eradicated. In other words, if you find yourself in peril on the battlefield due to your so-called sense of fairness and your own arrogance, no one will abandon their mission to rescue you. The identity you take pride in holds no value amidst the chaos of war. Those piercing words echoed through the dilapidated factory, striking directly at Tang Xinyue's heart. The affluent young lady's face turned as pale as death, her lips devoid of color. Not a word could escape Tang Xinyue's lips. Without regard for the thoughts of the Tang family heiress behind him, Suja slowly approached Zhou Wei, assisting him in examining the corpse. The warehouse fell into silence once again. After a moment, Zhou Wei stood up and turned to see Tang Xinyue still frozen in shock. Her complexion ashen. He furrowed his brow and walked over to her. Miss Tang, do not take Suja's words to heart. We brothers are not like you. This is merely our way of survival. We must fight for everything, strive for the least cost, and even after the battle, we must search the dead. Our methods may be crude, but if they work, they are sufficient. Tang Xinyue took a deep breath, endeavoring to process Suja's remarks. Call me Xinyue. There's no need for formalities like Miss Tang. After all, you just saved me. After a brief pause, Tang Xinyue spoke. In the void, Tang Zhun observed his daughter coming to terms with the situation, nodding in satisfaction. This girl has been overly sheltered by us. Alas, how can one see the dawn without enduring the storm? To become a dragon, one must undergo rigorous training. Fu Bo, standing nearby, gazed intently at Tang Xinyue. Deep in thought. Away, come here. Suja called out to Zhou Wei. Hey, what is up? Zhou Wei, fearing an unforeseen mishap, rushed over in a flurry. Tang Xinyue followed suit. This is something I stumbled upon while examining the dead. Suja produced a mobile phone and tossed it to Zhou Wei, who caught it and pressed the power button. It was locked, but a solitary message appeared on the screen. After completing the task, assemble at the camp outside Huisher. This is, Zhou Wei began, but Suja interjected, this is the hideout of the heretics. The team that aims to seize the eternal radiant pearl is likely there too, Suja added. However, that is of little use, old Su. You said it yourself. Maliciously delivering oneself would incur penalties. Our duo would be even worse. Zhou Wei cautioned, anxiety etched on his face. Suja, realizing Zhou Wei had misconstrued his intent, shot back, no, my friend. I never suggested we go to deliver ourselves. I meant we should inform the people at Wanbage. We can secure some guarantees for ourselves. Have you lost your mind? Zhou Wei scratched his head, a little embarrassed. After all, he was just a guy whose thought process sometimes diverged. Play it safe and don't rush into danger. Those words are engraved in my DNA. Actually, there are not many left over there. Tang Xinyue interjected after observing silently for a while. What do you mean? Suja asked, astonished at the young heiress's insight. This auction tonight was hastily organized. Besides the eternal radiant pearl, nothing else is of much significance. Huisher is not a major city in Daxia, far from Jianjing. The entire southern region's heretics are in the capital, Jianjing. There won't be many in Huisher. The group that kidnapped me had individuals at most at the gathering chi stage. And the other group, vying for the pearl, cannot exceed the pulse condensation stage. Their leader will definitely not return to the camp, so their hideout must be deserted. Wanbage will not let them slip away easily. Tang Xinyue analyzed calmly. In the void, Tang Zhun could hardly conceal his delight as he listened to his daughter's articulate and logical reasoning. Ha ha ha, Fu Bo, look. Xinyue is thinking for herself now. Truly my daughter. Quick-witted indeed. Fu Bo watched the proud patriarch boast about his daughter with an air of resignation. How can you be so sure their leader won't return? Zhou Wei asked. Su Zhi regarded Tang Xinyue with a perplexed expression. Anyone targeted by my grandfather Fu does not escape unscathed. Tang Xinyue replied with an air of calm confidence. Su Zhi silently agreed with the young heiress's assertion. After all, if Wanbage allowed anyone to challenge their authority and escape after kidnapping their young master, it would be akin to a game where one could trample AK-60 underfoot without consequence. All right, let us go to Wanbage. Allow me to properly repay you both for saving my life, Tang Xinyue offered as the situation seemed to resolve itself. Why leave? Su Zhi stood up, his eyes gleaming with fervor. What do you mean? Tang Xinyue was bewildered. Away, are you up for a big score? Su Zhi turned to Zhou Wei, ignoring Tang Xinyue. Truly, the bond of lifelong friends was evident as Zhou Wei recognized the madness flickering in his brother's eyes, instantly grasping Su Zhi's intent. Yet, Zhou Wei hesitated for a moment. I have one strike that can kill at the pulse condensation stage. Su Zhi noted Zhou Wei's reluctance and understood his hesitation. He slowly uttered, Is that true, my brother? Away, you live up to your name. Even without a conclusion, your stance is clear. Huh. Daxiao people do not deceive one another. A glint of determination crossed Zhou Wei's eyes. Let us do it. Where does a gambler win every time? Where does a child cry every day? Fortune favors the bold. Old Su, I'll follow your lead. Upon witnessing this, Su Zhi quietly turned to Tang Xinyue. Even Tang Xinyue, though somewhat slow on the uptake, began to comprehend the intentions of the two reckless youths before her. They wanted to confront the remaining heretics on their own. But why? Chapter 19, Warriors, only to compete. Tang Xinyue pondered inwardly, bewildered. Why would they prefer to tackle the heretics alone rather than report the truth? As she felt Su Zhi's unwavering gaze upon her, a sense of foreboding washed over Tang Xinyue. In the void, Tang Zhun and Fu Bo silently observed the antics of Su Zhi and Zhou Wei. Those little rascals. They have quite the audacity. Though Tang Zhun scolded them, his expression bore no trace of displeasure. Why not report it and insist on going to their demise? Tang Xinyue queried in confusion. Let me ask you, are the remaining heretics in the camp the same ones who attacked your Wanbage tonight? Su Zhi countered. Yes. What else did they take besides kidnapping you? The eternal radiant pearl. At that moment, Tang Xinyue finally grasped the audacity of the two before her. Though she felt the odds were slim, she retorted, I am the young master of Wanbage. Are you not afraid that I will inform others of your plans regarding the eternal radiant pearl? Ha 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 ha, what a farce. The eternal radiant pearl has long been lost in the wilderness. How can it be said to belong to anyone? Even if your father were here before me, I would still dare to act. Moreover, in this world, spiritual treasures are sought by those fated to possess them. Su Zhi chuckled at the naive young lady before him, his amusement evident. We, Away and I, are merely ordinary students from Huishur. It may be a stroke of fate that has led to our encounter. For the eternal radiance sacred unicorn pearl is a spiritual artifact of such caliber that, had we both adhered to a methodical approach to our cultivation, we might have never even laid eyes upon it, let alone aspire to possess it. Yet now, the opportunity presents itself. To be a martial artist without the drive to contend is akin to practicing for naught. For a warrior exists solely to strive, striving for wealth, for fortune. We must fight for the survival of our billions of compatriots on the battlefield of myriad races. As the young master of the Daxiao Wanbao Pavilion, can you bear to witness such a treasured object fall into the hands of heretics? By the time you report back and arrange for reinforcements, those heretics may have already fled. After all, Su Zhi has lived two lives, standing on the moral high ground. He deftly persuaded Tang Xinyue until she was utterly confounded, ultimately leading her to relent. All right, I won't inform Grandpa Fu. Is that acceptable? Just as Su Zhi exchanged a knowing smile with Zhou Wei, Tang Xinyue interjected. But I must accompany you as well. To dare to abduct this lady and seize her pearl, I won't let this matter rest. Su Zhi hesitated at her sudden shift in tone. Rest assured, for I am in the Qi-gathering realm, and I possess this jade bracelet. As she spoke, Tang Xinyue waved the bracelet on her wrist. If you do not agree, I shall return to seek out Grandpa Fu. Fine, but you must follow our lead. Su Zhi relented, recognizing the futility of his resistance. Uncle Fu, it seems we must join this endeavor as well, Tang Zhun declared, standing in the void beside them. Ha ha. No trouble at all. I, too, wish to see what these two youngsters can do to seize the eternal radiance sacred unicorn pearl. Uncle Fu waved his hand. His curiosity piqued as he observed Su Zhi and Zhou Wei below. 15 minutes later, within the Wanbao Pavilion of Huishur, as Zhou Wei drooled over the wide-bladed knife hanging on the wall, Tang Xinyue glared at Su Zhi. Is this what you meant by seizing the moment? Heh. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter. Zhou Wei chimed in. Look. What do you think of this azure steel halberd? Tang Xinyue stared at the two in exasperation. Just a few moments ago, they had whisked her away from the night market, promising to procure some equipment. And now it seemed they were simply here to fleece her. The news of the auction house being attacked in the night market had not yet circulated, leaving the main store of the Wanbao Pavilion in Huishur undisturbed. Unable to endure the sight of these two ignorant fools drooling over a heap of junk, Tang Xinyue dragged them upstairs. On the second floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, she selected a third-tier red flood dragon halberd and a third-tier blood shadow broadblade for them. These are the best weapons available at the third tier, with forging techniques that rival some fourth-tier weapons. The best part is that they can be upgraded to higher-tier weapons of the same series at the end, providing exceptional value. And they even come with a weapon storage ring. What is a weapon storage ring? Suju inquired. The weapon storage ring is the latest innovation from the Wanbao Pavilion, utilizing microspace storage technology. Inside the ring is inscribed a microspace tearing formation and a stabilization formation, enabling the creation of a small space for weapon storage. Weapons can be kept in the ring's space and easily retrieved during combat. A most convenient arrangement, Tang Xinyue explained. How much does this cost? Zhou Wei murmured, his affection for the broad blade evident. The blade was of vibrant crimson, unlike the usual cumbersome broad knives. The blood shadow broad blade was long, robust, with a blade that gleamed coldly, its back thick and heavy, a perfect fusion of broad knife and great sword. Heh, we are all in the same boat now. These two together only cost 8 million daxia coins, and the storage ring is complimentary. Consider it a gesture of gratitude for saving your lives. Tang Xinyue waved her hand dismissively. For Tang Xinyue, whose monthly allowance was an astronomical figure beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, 8 million was a trifling sum, even if it had an additional zero attached. This money can be considered a loan from us. In the future, when we have the means, we shall repay you, Suju declared, affectionately caressing the red halberd in his hands, his admiration for the weapon evident. No need. A mere 8 million is inconsequential. Tang Xinyue attempted to refuse. Just then, her gaze met Suju's, determined and resolute. Very well, I shall regard it as a loan from you. You may repay me when you have the means. The words of refusal ultimately failed to escape her lips. System, come forth. Did you not say that rewards include any weapon of my choosing? Why then do I find myself burdened with a debt of 4 million? Ding. Is it not the host who wishes to maintain appearances? Please refrain from causing a ruckus. Furthermore, it was you who stated, a warrior exists solely to strive. Get out of here. This is not the same. Hurry and provide me with something. I have grand endeavors ahead, and I require your support. Suju implored, filled with anticipation for the system's response. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Tang Xinyue completed the transaction, but still received no reply. Damn, the stingy thing is playing dead again. Suju cursed inwardly. After stowing the weapon storage ring gifted by the Wanbao Pavilion, Suju glanced at the time, 11:30 p.m. We must hasten. As they passed through the cluttered area, they stumbled upon heaps of dazzling sand and pungent spray. Zhou Wei's intellect surged once more. Clapping his hands, he declared, I have a brilliant idea. Intrigued, Suju leaned in. Every time Wei made such a proclamation, it brought unexpected surprises. Unfortunately, the last brilliant idea had drawn the ire of the Martial Arts Bureau. I can't wait to hear it. Please elaborate. Suju encouraged. Tang Xinyue stood beside them, utterly bewildered by the heaps of dazzling sand and pungent spray. What kind of nonsense is this? Before her eyes, Zhou Wei stood with his hands clasped behind him, facing the mounds of dazzling sand and pungent spray. With a sudden flourish of his arms, he called out, Private Suju. Suju's expression shifted, stepping forward to shout, Present. I ask you, what is the highest cultivation level of our side in this battle? Report. We are but 3, and our highest cultivation level is merely mid-stage qi gathering. Suju replied. Good. And the enemy? Zhou Wei continued his inquiry. Certainly more than we are, with the highest cultivation level possibly at the condensing vein stage. Suju answered. Then, Private Suju, what if we were to scatter dazzling sand and spray the pungent spray at the enemy's eyes and noses during the fight? Zhou Wei gestured towards the mounds of props before them. Now that is a tactical item battle. Suju realized. Wei, you are truly resourceful. Tang Xinyue listened in stunned silence as the two exchanged ideas, witnessing Zhou Wei already filling a shopping bag with dazzling sand. Suju hurried to intervene. Wei, what are you doing? Tang Xinyue's expression brightened, thinking Suju would reject this absurd combat plan. Yet, to her dismay, he pulled out several urea bags from somewhere and tossed one to Zhou Wei and one to Tang Xinyue. Use these bags, they can hold a lot. Zhou Wei, seeing this, eagerly seized the bag and exclaimed, Oh, Su, you are the best. Where did you find these bags? They are perfect. Of course. Hurry and pack them up. Let those heretics taste the flavor of urea bags. Tang Xinyue remained silent, her brow furrowed as she diligently filled the urea bags. Having never encountered such an item in her life, What is this peculiar thing? She pondered, observing the dusty area on her urea bag. Suja, amidst his busy tasks, glanced up momentarily and dismissed it with a casual remark. Oh, your urea bag isn't clean. In the void, Tang Jun watched the three youngsters engrossed in preparing the blinding sand and choking spray, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. As for Uncle Fu, he leaned on his dragon-headed cane, wearing a constant wry smile, lamenting, the old ways. We're falling behind the times. At midnight, the trio finally reached the outskirts of Huishur. Suja looked up at the night sky, where the Big Dipper still hung high beside the moon. What should we do now? We only know that those heretics are in the outskirts, but it's so vast out here. Where do we even begin to search? Tang Xinyue sighed, burdened by her urea bag. Zhou Wei examined his phone's map and replied, the northern, southern, and western suburbs of Huishur are all flat terrains with numerous main roads. If too many people gather, it would be easy to attract attention, especially from those heretics. Thus, we are left with the eastern suburbs. The eastern outskirts are filled with woods and small hills, making it an ideal campsite. And there's even an abandoned air raid shelter there. It's the perfect choice. Suja continued, following Zhou Wei's lead. Let's head to the air raid shelter in the east. 20 minutes later, the three of them stood before the entrance, excitedly eyeing the two sentinels keeping watch. Is this the place? Wow, it's almost 1 in the morning. Why aren't they asleep? Zhou Wei questioned, puzzled. Fool, if you had just robbed the Great Xia Bank and made it out unscathed, would you be able to sleep? Suja slapped the wild boar knight on the back. Oh right, let's just wait. Suja turned away from the air raid shelter, lying down on the grass to gaze at the night sky. What are we waiting for? Tang Xinyue inquired, leaning in, bewildered. You're such a simpleton. We're obviously waiting for them to show a weakness, a certain wild boar knight chimed in, pushing Tang Xinyue aside with a grin. You're the simpleton. Tang Xinyue pouted, finding a place to lie down beside him. Time ticked by, and eventually, the two sentinels were swept by drowsiness, standing at the entrance of the air raid shelter with heavy eyelids. Now's our chance. The trio stealthily approached in the dark. By the time the two men realized what was happening, it was too late. Hee, nightmares await. Suja and Zhou Wei swiftly covered them with blinding sand. And as the two body refinement practitioners widened their eyes in surprise, they were met with a punch to the head that rendered them compliant. Away. That idea of yours is quite impressive. Suja clapped his hands, adjusting his urea bag. Old Su, your urea bag is quite effective as well. The blinding sand fits in perfectly and has a magical touch. One application, and it's a sure hit. Zhou Wei bent down, inspecting the fallen bodies. Tang Xinyue had yet to comprehend the situation, her battle having concluded before she even registered it. She turned back to look at the urea bag on her back, pondering its unexpected usefulness. Before the entrance of the air raid shelter, Suja produced 2 vials of berserk potion and handed them to Zhou Wei, cautioning, do not use it unless in a life-or-death situation. Watching Zhou Wei treat the vials like treasures as he tucked them away, Tang Xinyue, though skeptical, cautiously stowed hers in her own small bag. In truth, Zhou Wei had no idea what the potions were for. It was merely an act of utmost trust in his brother. With a creak, Suja pushed the door open. Upon entering, he beheld several individuals clad in black robes sprawled unconscious on the ground. The pervasive stench of alcohol filled the room, revealing the answer to the three's queries. They had been drinking until now. Seeing this, Suja expertly sprinkled sand, shattered jaws, and incapacitated their energy reserves in one fluid motion. Within 2 minutes, all the heretics lay powerless on the ground. I never imagined that after my fight with the madman this afternoon, I would become increasingly adept at this procedure, Suja reflected, stroking his chin after neutralizing all the heretics. Zhou Wei, eyes gleaming with admiration, called out to Suja, Coach, I want to learn this. Ding. The system notified the host. Task 2, defeat 10 opponents of at least body refinement level, 1210, has been completed. Body refinement, 9, Chi gathering, 3, rewards, 17, 500 source points, 2, opportunity for martial arts advancement, 2. Suja was taken aback, surprised to have exceeded the task's expectations. Fortunately, the system had finally been generous this time, not shortchanging him on source points. Among these drunken individuals, there were even 2 heretics at the Chi gathering stage. Thankfully, they were inebriated, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. However, the noise they made had still drawn the attention of others inside. Damn it, those little bastards are looking for death, making such a racket. A booming voice echoed from within the air raid shelter, indicating that its owner had not partaken in the revelry. Tang Jun and Uncle Fu hovered in the void, observing the scene with keen interest. So, what will you do now, kid? Trouble, Suja frowned. He then turned to Zhou Wei, handing him his urea bag, signaling him to stay hidden nearby and be ready to cooperate. Zhou Wei nodded, pulling Tang Xinyue back toward a shadowy corner, where the only light came from a dim outdated coal lamp, casting an especially gloomy atmosphere. As they crouched in the shadows, Tang Xinyue expressed her worry. What will we do? She vowed that this was the most exhilarating moment of her life over the past decade. Facing danger on her own without her grandfather's protection, her emotions surging. Reddening her cheeks. Old Su will be fine. We just need to coordinate with him. Zhou Wei's unwavering trust in Suja's arrangements stemmed from years of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Suja, aware that the insults were drawing closer, readied himself for action. The raging tyrant warrior resumed his preparations. Instant explosive thunder. Suja gripped the Qilin seal in his right hand, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the air raid shelter, his 7 luminaries returning flame fully ignited, enhancing all attributes by 50. His innate sensitivity detected a wild and frenzied aura approaching, far stronger than that of the Qi gathering stage. It was the pulse condensation stage. Regardless of your realm, dare to open that door, and you'll first taste my instant explosive. Chapter 21. Fierce Battle. The malevolence detected by the innate sensitivity grew nearer, causing even the usually composed Suja to break into a cold sweat. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. On one side stood a heavily armored late-stage tank with 6 divine spirits and defensive gear, while on the other was a fledgling shooter still in the early stages of development. Ugh, this pressure is a bit hard to bear, Suja thought to himself. Suddenly, the entire area fell silent, and the ferocious aura ceased its advance. It had reached the door. Observing the rust-red iron door's handle turn slowly, Suja exchanged glances with Zhou Wei, who nodded in acknowledgement. Creak. As the rust-red iron door opened halfway, Suja caught sight of a pair of bloodshot, frenzied eyes belonging to a burly man, his face marred with scars. In an instant, as the door swung open, Zhou Wei and Tang Xinyue swiftly threw the 3 full urea bags of blinding sand into the interior. What? The man was taken aback, utterly unprepared for their exposure, and even more astonished to realize that someone had stealthily approached. In a state of shock, he was struck squarely in the face by a bag of blinding sand. However, true to his reputation as a desperate fighter at the pulse condensation stage, he had honed his reflexes through countless brushes with death. With a sudden surge of energy, the tumultuous and savage spiritual essence erupted within the confines of the narrow air raid shelter, swiftly dispersing the blinding sand, which, after all, was merely a mundane substance. Yet, it was sufficient. Step aside. Suja bellowed from behind the 2, the Qilin seal in his grasp already primed for action, aided by the blinding sand. This marked Suja's inaugural execution of this technique. Zhou Wei, trusting in Suja, subconsciously urged Tang Xinyue to reposition herself. As soon as space cleared, Zhou Wei and the others beheld a brilliant golden light erupting behind them, as the grand Qilin seal coalesced in shimmering gold, spinning in the air with tremendous force, hurtling towards the man with astonishing power. Accompanying the seal was the ethereal silhouette of a Qilin. The Qilin soared through the clouds, dispelling calamity and revealing clear skies. Boom. The Qilin seal struck the man with incredible force, generating a deafening impact. Dust accumulated over the years within the air raid shelter erupted into a swirling cloud. As the dust settled, the 3 little ones fixed their gaze on the spot where the man had just stood. What? Zhou Wei's eyes widened, his countenance turning grim. The deranged man emerged from the inner chamber of the air raid shelter, seemingly unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled. Tang Xinyue's expression turned serious as her left hand began to caress her jade bracelet, which flickered softly, unnoticed amid the chaos. Suja's expression was equally grim. The Qilin seal had drained his internal energy entirely, leaving him unable to even rise to his feet. Glancing down at his lower back, he noticed a solitary vial of red potion dangling there. I hope the system isn't deceiving me again. The man, now fully inside the air raid shelter, wore a sinister expression, clutching a shattered small round shield. Upon seeing the shield, Suja's mind clicked into place. Was that what blocked the Qilin seal? I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it was just 3 little mice. Damn it, it cost me a sturdy rock shield. The man spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on Suja, clearly in a foul mood. TSK, kid, I admit you possess some skill. Managing to unleash a peak pulse condensation strike with your body refinement stage. If I hadn't brought this shield today, you might have truly succeeded. But this is where your journey ends. If you wish to claim the eternal radiant Qilin pearl, you should first assess whether you are worthy. Immediately afterward, he attacked with ferocity. True to his pulse condensation prowess, he closed the distance to Suja in the blink of an eye, delivering a light palm strike that sent Suja crashing out of the air raid shelter, leaving a significant crack in the wall. Suja felt as if he were a willow in the wind, his remaining energy sparse and flowing, with broken ribs on his left side. Blood streaming from his battered body, sprawled amidst the ruins of the air raid shelter, gasping for breath. The 7 luminaries returning to origin was tirelessly mending Suja's internal injuries, drawing upon the surrounding energy to sustain him. To put it plainly, Suja was currently in a state of blood recovery and energy replenishment. Old Su, Zhou Wei exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist Suja, while Tang Xinyue hurriedly rummaged through her small bag, seeking healing potions. Cough, cough, don't bother looking. Just give me that violent potion from my lower back. Suja murmured painfully. Zhou Wei, upon hearing this, quickly retrieved the potion without hesitation and plunged it into Suja's chest. The potion, infused with the last remnants of spiritual energy, coursed through Suja's body, and he soon felt a remarkable improvement in his condition, astonished to himself. Goodness, this is nothing short of a high martial version of adrenaline. Damn system, it's just adrenaline, not some violent potion. In merely a dozen seconds, his state was fully restored. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Suja maintained his expression, still lying amidst the ruins. Away, you two hold them off for a moment. I need to prepare something big, Suja whispered. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei felt a sense of relief wash over him, then buried his head and shouted, Old Su, don't scare me. While shouting, he pressed down on Tang Xinyue's head, just as the two managed to conceal Suja, leaving only his feet visible to the man's line of sight. The man, upon seeing this, felt no suspicion. No body refinement stage warrior had ever remained unscathed under his assault. He approached slowly, like a cat toying with a mouse. TSK. I didn't expect the young lady of the Tang family to be here. You chose the path to heaven but did not walk it. Instead, you barged into hell. Ha. Do you really believe that 2 body refinement stage ants could reclaim the eternal radiant Qilin pearl from my hands? Well, it's right here with me. Come and take it. The man, known as Li Feng, smirked, his expression dripping with mockery as he regarded Suja and his companions as mere jesters. It seems today is destined for me, Li Feng, to strike it rich. The eternal radiant Qilin pearl and the young lady of the Tang family are both in my grasp. The position of the bishop is within my reach. Ha. Li Feng could no longer contain his inner ecstasy, his maniacal laughter echoing in the tranquil countryside, sounding particularly sinister. Without further hesitation, Li Feng strode toward the trio. I must hurry. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. As he approached the 3, Li Feng's expression suddenly shifted. No way. Zhou Wei and Tang Xinyue wore no expressions of panic. Zhou Wei could hardly contain his laughter. In an instant, he scattered a handful of blinding sand toward Li Feng. At that moment, Li Feng's heart raced with unease. He waved his hands repeatedly to disperse the blinding sand. However, the moment he reopened his eyes, a grand Qilin seal struck him squarely in the face, hitting the bullseye. Bang! A second strike. Old Su, are all these heretics simpletons? The same trick worked twice. I don't know, nor do I care what he calls himself over there. He was so slow, I nearly overcooked my lightning strike. But a person like him will be tamed after 2 instant explosions. This was the last conversation Li Feng heard before losing consciousness. Bang! His towering figure toppled to the ground. The box containing the eternal radiant Qilin pearl slipped from his grasp, and Zhou Wei steadied Suja before stepping forward to open the box. Inside lay a radiant red pearl, smooth and round, quietly resting within. Within the pearl, the image of a Qilin soaring through clouds materialized, emanating a faint glow that stood out brilliantly in the midnight wilderness. This is it, Zhou Wei exclaimed with delight, waving his hand at the resting Suja not far away. Suja, in turn, was in high spirits. After a day of toil, he finally had something to show for it. Tang Xinyue gazed at Li Feng's lifeless body, then at the resting Suja and the jubilant Zhou Wei, feeling as though this world was vastly different from the one she knew. Li Feng was undeniably a mid-stage pulse condensation warrior, yet he had been undone by the 3 of them. Observing the scattered blinding sand around her, Tang Xinyue felt her long-held combat framework shifting quietly. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she walked towards Suja and the others. Zhou Wei, noticing Tang Xinyue approaching, assumed she intended to reclaim the eternal radiant Qilin pearl and guardedly watched the girl before him. Amused by Zhou Wei's wary demeanor, Tang Xinyue rolled her eyes. Don't hide it. We agreed beforehand not to go back on our word. 1 eternal radiant Qilin pearl isn't worth my dignity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei relaxed entirely. Gazing upon the 2 youths before her, Tang Xinyue felt as though she had discovered something more precious than the eternal radiant's sacred pearl. A certain contradiction enveloped them. The previously perceived feeble Zhou Wei, in the face of imminent danger, exuded an inexplicable reliability. Well, it's getting late. Let us return to the Wanbao Pavilion. I haven't properly attended to you both yet. Suja glanced at the time, realizing it was not the most opportune moment to head back, thus he nodded in agreement. As for Zhou Wei, our esteemed Wei Gu was still fixated on the eternal radiance sacred pearl, his eyes wide with fervor, almost round as the pearl itself. Just as the trio began to tidy their belongings in preparation for departure, an abrupt sound shattered the tranquility of the outskirts. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp echoes of applause resonated through the stillness. Who goes there? Suja strained to rise, his frail condition and depleted spiritual energy hindering his ability to discern whether the newcomer was friend or foe. Tang Xinyue, in a fit of anxiety, funneled her spiritual energy into the jade bracelet on her wrist, pondering, where's Grandpa Fu? Why hasn't he arrived yet? In the void above, Tang Zhun and Uncle Fu observed the unfolding scene quietly. Watching as the dragon-headed cane flickered with crimson light once more, Uncle Fu chuckled softly. Ah, Xinyue has changed. She understands now that the battlefield is not solely inhabited by foes, but also by oneself, and most importantly, by the companions at her side. Master, shall we intervene? Tang Zhun inquired, his face adorned with a smile as he gestured dismissively. Not yet, not yet. I wish to see if these two youngsters can astonish me once more. Tang Zhun replied, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, the jade bracelet worn by Tang Xinyue was crafted at great cost from the Fuxian flower, rendering it impossible for mere practitioners of the pulse condensation realm to approach her within a 3-foot radius. The events that Tang Xinyue had encountered were all orchestrated by Tang Zhun himself, stealing the Eternal Radiance sacred pearl, arriving in Huishur, and eventually being kidnapped. Each incident was meticulously planned to fulfill an intricate scheme. Ah, dear children, I bear no ill will. I am simply quite curious about the pearl you possess. Why not entrust it to me for safekeeping, and I shall allow you to leave unharmed. A figure emerged from the nearby thicket, cloaked in dark attire. A gaunt face marred by scars, wielding a slender sword, and moving with an agile grace until he reached the open space before the air raid shelter. So, have you made your decision? I assure you, my patience is limited. He laughed heartily. Surely, a treasure capable of inciting such desperation in pulse condensation practitioners is no ordinary prize. Fate has smiled upon me. He Yin surveyed the chaotic scene, mockingly stating, TSK, TSK, TSK. This young one is indeed remarkable. A mere practitioner of the body refinement realm managing to slay a pulse condensation heretic. And this young lady, the esteemed young master of Wanbao Pavilion. What a magnificent catch. Hearing He Yan's words, Suja felt his heart plunge into despair. This is dire. At that moment, Tang Xinyue stepped forward. If you recognize who I am, then you should know the significance of this pearl. Do you truly believe you can seize it today and keep it tomorrow? Leave now, and I shall pretend not to have seen you. Upon hearing her words, he interrupted in laughter. Indeed, who does not know of Wanbao Pavilion's immense wealth? But Miss Tang, do not mistake my intentions. The one who seeks to snatch the Eternal Radiance sacred pearl and abduct the treasure of Wanbao Pavilion is the heretic. No sooner had he finished speaking than He Yan struck, launching a sudden assault. Watch out! Suja shouted from behind, but his body was still reeling from exhaustion, unable to react effectively. Seeing this, He Yan scoffed, unleashing his full momentum, revealing himself to be a late-stage practitioner of the Qi-gathering realm. Though he was not as formidable as Li Feng, he posed an insurmountable challenge for the trio. The speed of his assault quickened. Boom! The jade bracelet on Tang Xinyue's wrist radiated with resplendent light, conjuring a verdant barrier that enveloped her, providing steadfast protection. Huh, truly. The young lady of Wanbao Pavilion is impressive, albeit somewhat inept, yet she possesses a wealth of treasures. Seeing his plans thwarted, He Yan grimaced and redirected his gaze towards Su Zhe and Zhou Wei. Then, Miss Tang, allow me to show you how your friends meet their demise before your very eyes. In a flash, he lunged, his slender sword striking towards Su Zhe, who was seated amid the ruins. He Yan had witnessed Su Zhe's 2 explosive displays of power against the pulse condensation heretics and aimed to eliminate him first to avoid any unforeseen complications. You dare. If you do this, there will be no place for you in Daxia. Tang Xinyue yelled in desperation and fury. Huh, then I shall simply join the heretics. Treasures like this are rare, and I may never encounter another opportunity. He Yan was now consumed by greed, fixating solely on the crimson pearl in Zhou Wei's possession. Frustrated and powerless, Tang Xinyue realized that He Yan had transformed into a true, desperate outlaw. It was in this moment that she comprehended Su Zhe's earlier words in the warehouse. Warriors fight for survival, even in the face of relentless pursuit from Wanbao Pavilion. He Yan was undeterred, intent on murder and thievery. Su Zhe desperately summoned the Seven Suns reversion, but his body was severely depleted, making effective response nearly impossible. System. Think of something. Ding. Do not worry, host. Everything is under control. Get lost. At this rate, I can't withstand a single strike. I'm doomed. As He Yan drew closer, Su Zhe found himself without options. Ding. The clear sound of metal clashing resonated as Zhou Wei brandished the blood shadow broadblade, placing it protectively before Su Zhe. If you wish to lay a hand on old Su, you must first pass me. Qilin, seeing this, launched a flurry of strikes, over 20 in rapid succession, all of which Zhou Wei managed to deflect with his third-tier broadblade. The body refinement realm Zhou Wei, alongside the blood shadow broadblade, formed a bastion of life for Su Zhe. However, the disparity in cultivation levels was not easily surmountable. Zhou Wei felt the weight of Qilin's relentless assault, each strike growing more forceful. Away! Get out of the way! Zhou Wei remained silent, steadfastly holding his ground against the overwhelming onslaught. System, can I drink a second bottle of adrenaline? Ding. Host is reminded that only one bottle can be consumed in a short period, given your current physical condition. Insisting on this will result in ruptured meridians and reverse blood flow, leading to death. Su Zhe, feeling helpless, realized that Zhou Wei could not withstand Qilin's barrage any longer. The two of them, along with the broadblade, were sent flying, crashing into a pool of blood. Away! Su Zhe shouted, his gaze fixed on Qilin, his eyes burning with a murderous intensity. Zhou Wei, inside the barrier. Tang Xinyue repeatedly channeled her spiritual energy into the jade bracelet, yet it remained unresponsive. Uncle Fu, observing from the void, noted the crimson glow emanating from his dragon-headed cane and turned to Tang Zhen, ready to act. Master, it's time to make a move. I fear that if we delay any longer, our dear Yia might not recognize me as her grandfather. Tang Zhen regarded the three little ones, who had nearly reached their limit. That's enough, Fu Bo. It's time to act. Just as Fu Bo raised his hand to strike down Qilin, Tang Zhen interjected, blocking his way. Master, why? Fu Bo was perplexed. Haven't they trained enough? Tang Zhen pointed toward Zhou Wei, who lay in a pool of blood. Not yet. Look at that fellow Zhou. Fu Bo turned to see Zhou Wei, once sprawled on the ground, slowly pushing himself up. The frenzy potions in his hand had been reduced to an empty vial, yet bolstered by the remnants of the elixir. Zhou Wei seized the blood shadow broadsword beside him and charged towards Su Zhe. Clang! Another sharp collision echoed. Qilin had never expected that the boy he had beaten to the ground would rise again to shield Su Zhe from the impending blow. I told you, if you wish to harm my brother, you must first pass me. Zhou Wei, though dazed from the beating, clung to the blood shadow broadsword. Standing defiantly at the threshold of life and death, Qilin felt a twinge of fear, but upon seeing Zhou Wei's vacant gaze, he quickly realized that the boy was under the influence of drugs. Humph, a waste is still a waste. Drugs will merely delay your brother's demise. I shall see how many times you can withstand this. Yet another flurry of ferocious strikes descended upon them, an unrelenting tide of assault. With each impact, the clarity in Zhou Wei's eyes dimmed further. Su Zhe understood that his loyal brother could not hold out much longer. His spiritual energy had been depleted, and each moment of resistance was a testament to his unwavering vow. If you wish to harm my brother, you must first pass me. As his spiritual power ebbed away, the flames of his will began to ignite. Su Zhe lamented his decision to contest for the eternal radiance divine unicorn pearl. If only I hadn't been so greedy. Had I not persuaded Zhou Wei to join me in seizing the pearl, he would not be in this predicament. As if sensing Su Zhe's inner turmoil, Zhou Wei, bearing the weight of his friend, spoke softly, Old Su, do not blame yourself. This is my choice. I will not regret standing in front of you today. This is my decision, so do not dwell too heavily on your own conscience. Do not regret. You once said that warriors must fight. Everything we face now is merely a part of the struggle, so do not regret. Zhou Wei's words served as a revelation for Su Zhe, and he recalled a similar moment from their childhood. That day, always stood before me just like this. Old Su, there's something I've deceived you about. Chapter 23, there's something I've deceived you about. Old Su, there's something I've deceived you about, Zhou Wei said, turning his back to Su Zhe. What is it? Do you remember when you asked me how many points I scored on the 10,000 Races Illustrated exam? Hehe. Actually, I copied a little from the class monitor last semester. The rest was all my own work, even though I didn't understand the definition of bloodline spiritual objects. But it just so happens, I know the consequences of forcibly absorbing bloodline spiritual objects. Zhou Wei spoke in fragments, not waiting for Su Zhe to digest his words. Yet, Su Zhe noticed Zhou Wei's shirt, already soaked in blood, and immediately understood. Zhou Wei was nearing his limit. But where lay the solution to their predicament? Bloodline spiritual objects connect with your own bloodline, and under the catalyst of spiritual energy, they can trigger adverse reactions. In simpler terms, bloodline spiritual objects liberate themselves, compressing within the realm of heaven and earth. During this time, the one who forcibly absorbs them can manipulate the power within at will. Hehe. I don't even know if I remember this correctly, Old Su. You know my memory has never been reliable. But is there anything worse than our current situation? Zhou Wei paused, saying no more. Yet Suja could distinctly sense a peculiar flavor in the air. Oh wait, no. Stay calm. There must still be a chance. Suja struggled to rise, but the two previous Qilin seals had already drained his physical capabilities, leaving him to helplessly watch Zhou Wei's next actions. Zhou Wei summoned the last remnants of his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the inner side of the Bloodshadow broadsword, the sheer force propelling Hiyan's slender sword away. Then, leveraging the blade, Zhou Wei jumped onto the Bloodshadow broadsword, slicing upward with tremendous force. Hiyan, taken aback by Zhou Wei's sudden surge of power, stumbled back several steps. Finally steadying himself, Qilin looked up to see Zhou Wei tearing apart a box and withdrawing the Eternal Radiance Divine Unicorn Pearl, brandishing it toward him as he shouted. You wanted this pearl, didn't you? Come and take it. With that, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Silence enveloped the arena. Qilin was stunned. Tang Xingyue was aghast. Above, Tang Zhen and Fu Bo exchanged concerned glances. This boy has quite the audacity, Tang Zhen sighed, shaking his head. He then conjured a yuan bao from his right hand, murmuring, wealth can pierce the heavens. The yuan bao erupted in a dazzling golden light before gradually vanishing into the void. Seeing this, Fu Bo smiled knowingly at Tang Zhen. Master, it seems you hold these two esteemed individuals in high regard, even willing to expend your foundational wealth. In response, Tang Zhen waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. It's not about being concerned or unconcerned. I'm a businessman, and I value the words of a cunning strategist. Ah, Fu Bo. Keep an eye on that boy. We mustn't let his good intentions lead to disastrous outcomes. Understood, Master, Fu Bo replied, clutching his dragon-headed cane as he quietly observed the unfolding scene. Ah, Wei. Suja's face was a grotesque mix of blood and tears as he shouted incoherently. Old Su, survive for me. Witness this world. Zhou Wei turned, his otherwise ordinary face smeared with blood, smiling at Suja. Tang Xingyue struggled to accept what she was witnessing in the outskirts of Huisher, beneath a sky adorned with countless stars. She beheld a moment she would never forget. With the red pearl in my mouth and the broadsword in hand, I float like a leaf, unbound by fate. Ah, you shall pay for this. Qilin, equally unable to accept reality, charged forward, risking the wrath of the Daxiao Wanbao Pavilion to seize the Eternal Radiance Divine Unicorn Pearl. Yet, upon witnessing Zhou Wei swallow it, he lost all semblance of rationality. I will kill you. After I disembowel you, the pearl shall still be mine. With that, he lunged at Zhou Wei with his sword. However, before he could strike, a wave of spiritual energy rippled, obstructing his path. He was forcibly catalyzing the Eternal Radiance Divine Unicorn Pearl. Qilin was taken aback. Zhou Wei was surrounded by a multitude of radiant golden lights, their hues identical to that of the pearl, golden patterns entwining around him. His previously cropped hair visibly lengthened, morphing from black to a shimmering golden hue, while the blood on his face vanished, replaced by a mysterious mask of golden patterns. With a blazing golden lotus mark adorning his brow, Zhou Wei slowly opened his eyes, his golden beast-like pupils locking onto the approaching Qilin. Those were the eyes of a Qilin. Qilin felt as though he were no longer facing the Zhou Wei he had just treated like a dead dog. Instead, it was a resplendent golden Qilin, alongside a primordial beast brimming with pent-up fury. Ha ha ha, what a deception. Qilin was utterly stunned by the transformation of Zhou Wei before him. The coveted radiant Qilin pearl, which was once within his grasp, had been squandered on another. And driven by a surge of extreme jealousy, he found himself charging at Zhou Wei with his sword. You little bastard, that is mine, my destiny. Return it to me. Zhou Wei regarded Qilin with cold indifference, his golden beastly eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. With a mere gesture of his right arm, a pillar of golden flame surged forth towards Qilin, whose slender sword was utterly incapable of withstanding such formidable power. In an instant, both sword and man vanished from existence, reduced to nothingness. The pillar of golden flame continued its ascent, illuminating the dawn countryside as if it were day. Look at this lad, quite impressive. He can harness the energy within the radiant Qilin pearl, Tang Zhen observed with great interest. Beside him, Uncle Fu pointed his dragon-headed cane towards the void, anchoring this realm in place. The golden flame pillar persisted in its upward trajectory, finally crashing against the boundary of space, gradually dissipating. Master, we should not linger any longer. Let us take action, Uncle Fu urged, eyeing Zhou Wei, who was exuding an overwhelming aura. Why the haste? I have already stabilized this young man's fate line with the heavenly yuan treasure. It is now up to him how much benefit he can reap during this time. The radiant Qilin pearl is no ordinary item. As long as he can seize even a fraction of its divine prowess, it will greatly benefit his future. Moreover, with us here, can we allow them to perish? Initially, I wish to observe the capabilities of these two noble figures. That remains my intention. Can you trust the legacy of the Tang family to their hands without thorough examination? Tang Jin gestured dismissively to Uncle Fu. Seeing that the situation had reached its conclusion, Zhou Wei lowered his hand and turned to Suja, a flicker of emotion igniting in his golden beastly eyes. Old Su, do I not look handsome now? Before Suja could respond, Zhou Wei continued, Old Su, do not wear such a gloomy expression. I often say, who among us escapes death? It merely manifests in different forms. Look at me now, how splendid I am. Alas, it seems I can no longer accompany you to find Brother Bu Yu, nor can I join you on the battlefield of the Myriad clans. Sigh, Old Su, while I am away, please take good care of my parents. Zhou Wei rambled on. While Suja felt as though his heart were being carved out, Zhou Wei continued his soliloquy. But Suja noticed that the flicker of emotion in his golden eyes was slowly being replaced by cold indifference. The humanity of Zhou Wei was on the verge of being extinguished by the residual beastly essence within the radiant Qilin pearl. Suddenly, Zhou Wei, who had been speaking, fell to his knees and shouted, his entire being radiating golden patterns. Suja watched in turmoil as Zhou Wei cried out, frantically roaring in his mind, System! System! I do not care what method you employ, save Zhou Wei. I know you can do it. I do not care what your purpose for bringing me to this world is. If Zhou Wei perishes today, you can languish in the storeroom gathering dust along with your grand dreams. I will see it through. In response to Suja's vehement threats, the system replied, Ding. The system has detected that Zhou Wei's fate line is currently secured by a powerful entity using unknown forces. Even without intervention, Zhou Wei will remain unharmed. However, the system perceives a significant fluctuation in the host's emotions and suggests that the host borrow 2,000 source points from the system, coupled with the 8,200 source points the host possesses. A total of 10,000 source points can be used to split the essence of the radiant Qilin pearl within Zhou Wei into two parts, the source of radiant light and the will of the Qilin. The system will seal the source of radiant light within Zhou Wei, gradually transforming his physique and alleviating the pain of forcibly refining the radiant Qilin pearl, allowing him to benefit from adversity. As for the will of the Qilin, the system will attach it to the host's martial skill, the Qilin seal, facilitating martial evolution. However, the system warns the host that failure to repay the borrowed source points on time will result in the system claiming an item from the host, including but not limited to emotions and talents. Does the host accept this proposal? Chapter 24. The Transformation of the Qilin. Suja, upon hearing the system's explanation, was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Tang Xinyue, suddenly grasping the implications. The current lady of the Tang family had been kidnapped, and the Daxiao Wanbao Pavilion would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. Surely, the powerful entity referred to by the system was sent by them to protect Tang Xinyue. Once reassured that Zhou Wei was not in grave danger, Suja's agitation visibly subsided, yet he turned to Zhou Wei, who remained in torment, his brow furrowed in concern. System, if we rely solely on that powerful entity's strength, what will be Zhou Wei's ultimate fate? Ding. The powerful entity has already secured Zhou Wei's fate line. Now, consuming the radiant Qilin pearl is akin to a trial, and the extent of benefits he can attain will depend solely on himself. However, I recommend that the host employ the system's method, which not only greatly benefits Zhou Wei, but also aids the host in fulfilling his friend mission more effectively. Moreover, the will of the Qilin within the radiant Qilin pearl will undoubtedly serve as a remedy for the host. Upon hearing this, Suja fell into contemplation. Since Zhou Wei was not in immediate peril, it was time to weigh the pros and cons. Just a few minutes later, Suja steeled himself. What is borrowing a bit of money? I will do it. System, let us begin. Ding. The system informs the host that the contract is established. The host must immediately proceed to Zhou Wei's side and remain there for 20 minutes. The rest will be handled by the system. Suja gazed at the area surrounding Zhou Wei, now engulfed in golden flames, devoid of any signs of life. Gritting his teeth, he declared, wait for me. With that, he summoned the red flood dragon halberd from his weapon storage ring, stepping cautiously towards the heart of the golden flames. As he entered the golden flames, Suja was instantly met with searing heat, a painful, unbearable scorching. At that moment, the red flood dragon halberd emitted a faint red glow, attempting to aid Suja in absorbing the heat, but it was hardly sufficient. In mere seconds, the golden flames destabilized Suja's mind, causing his consciousness to wane. What is this lad doing? Tang Jun wondered, having already secured Zhou Wei's fate line. Now he merely needed to wait for Zhou Wei to awaken. Given the might of the radiant Qilin pearl, he should at least gain a boost in aptitude. Unbeknownst to Tang Jun, Suja was oblivious to his doubts. And even if he were aware, he would not respond. At this moment, Suja was merely 10 steps away from Zhou Wei, yet that distance felt excruciating. Ding. The host can use a martial skill advancement opportunity to break through the body refinement technique and transcend the limits of the physical body. The system suddenly chimed in. Break through the body refinement technique. Suja exclaimed. As soon as he uttered those words, the body refinement technique within him began to operate autonomously. Its energy flowed diverging from the usual path. With the breakthrough of the body refinement technique, Suja felt the surrounding pressure diminish sharply. Although the heat remained unbearable, it was at least tolerable. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The body refinement technique has successfully advanced to the glazed Vajra body, 6th rank, entry level. No longer hesitating, Suja activated the glazed Vajra body, and his formerly yellow-black skin transformed into a fair, lustrous sheen, resembling a glazed mirror, radiant against the backdrop of the golden flames. However, Suja paid no heed to his transformation and, bolstered by the glazed Vajra body, swiftly reached the center of the golden flames, where he found his dear friend lying quietly on the ground. Away, the system initiates. Ding. Received. Suja was seen carefully moving Zhou Wei towards the outer circle of the golden flames. As Suja proceeded, several chaotic golden patterns suddenly erupted from within him, landing on Zhou Wei's dantian, heart, and the radiant golden lotus at his brow. Upon contact, the surrounding golden flames ceased their tumultuous behavior. Gradually, the flames from the outer circle began to extinguish, one by one. In the void, Fu Bo observed the scene below, his pupils constricting in astonishment. Chaotic aura. Impossible. This isn't the battlefield of the myriad races. Where could this chaotic aura possibly originate? His gaze swept over to Suja. This lad, Fu Bo squinted at Suja, is rather peculiar. It was worth the expenditure of my own primordial resources to stabilize his fate. This lad is indeed the esteemed individual that the cunning ghost spoke of, truly inscrutable. Tang Jun, on the other hand, was nonchalant, not troubled by how chaotic aura could manifest on Blue Star. Fu Bo, go back and make arrangements. After all, our Wanbao Pavilion is a titan of the Great Xia. We can't simply chase after them with our tails between our legs, but we can employ alternative methods. As he spoke, Tang Jun cast his gaze towards Tang Xinyue, who was not far off. Fu Bo understood his implication. You, as a father, spend all day scheming against your own daughter. Fu Bo chided with a laugh. That remark is inappropriate. Do you not believe she will undoubtedly seek me out later? I know her too well. Tang Jun waved dismissively. Below in the void, the chaotic golden patterns on Zhou Wei's dantian soon vanished, and Suja felt the resonating fluctuations of his companion's spiritual energy, no longer chaotic nor aggressive like the rampaging golden flames. Subsequently, the two chaotic golden patterns on Zhou Wei's heart and brow completed their mission, and the surrounding golden flames had long since dissipated. Ding. Notice to the host. The source of everlasting radiance has been sealed within Zhou Wei by the system. Please accept the will of the sacred Qilin pearl. As the system's voice fell, Suja felt a primal roar emanating from Zhou Wei. So soon. Suja clearly did not anticipate the will of the Qilin to arrive so promptly. Before he could react, a beam of bloodlight shot from Zhou Wei's dantian, striking Suja squarely between the brows. Tang Jun, witnessing the event, grasped everything. This lad possesses remarkable abilities, managing to split the sacred Qilin pearl and gently sealing the milder light source within Zhou Wei while absorbing the malignant thoughts and wild nature of the jade Qilin before its demise. Fu Bo, keep an eye on him. Do not let this lad nearly exhaust himself. Tang Jun instructed Fu Bo beside him. Fu Bo nodded, his dragon-headed cane gathering strength, ready to intervene should the situation turn dire, prepared to dispel the malevolent thoughts of the jade Qilin. Sensing something amiss, Tang Jun withdrew the Tantian Yuanbao, reluctantly expending some primordial resources to assist Suja, the golden light vanishing into the void in mere breaths. Once all was completed, Tang Jun finally turned his gaze below with a sense of relief. At this moment, Suja's sea of consciousness was abuzz with activity. In addition to the small Qilin birthed from the Qilin seal, there was now a jade Qilin enveloped in black flames. Suja broke into a cold sweat, pointing at the jade Qilin, cursing the system. System, you've tricked me again. Did you not say everything would be taken care of by you? Where did this beast come from? Ding. Please remain calm. Host, this is part of the normal process. Swish. Dozens of iron chains, inscribed with profound runes, shot down from above Suja's sea of consciousness, ensnaring the roaring jade Qilin. Then, with one whip, two whips, the chains interwoven into a whip struck fiercely upon the jade Qilin. As the lashes fell, the black flames gradually receded until they vanished completely. Noticing the Qilins had settled, Suja could not help but curl his lip. TCH, I thought it was a tough nut to crack, but it turns out to be quite the pushover. A few lashes and it behaves. The bound jade Qilin could find no words to express its grievances. Had it retained any consciousness, it surely would have cried out in protest, unaware that even in death, it faced yet another tribulation. The small Qilin born from the Qilin seal, witnessing this, rushed over and called out to Suja concerning the jade Qilin. Suja understood the small Qilin's intentions and nodded in response. No worries, it was meant for you. Upon hearing this, the small Qilin wasted no time and bit down on the heart of the bound jade Qilin, voraciously devouring it. Observing this scene, Suja frowned. System, are you capable? Can't you handle this Qilin well on your own? Ding. Providing perfect service to every customer is the system's aspiration. At least now the host can see where your money is being spent. The special effects are quite costly. TCH, so stingy. Suja scoffed, ignoring it. Moments later, the system finally spoke again. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Qilin seal, 5th rank, entry level, has evolved into the Myriad Phenomena Sacred Qilin transformation. Nirvana, entry level. What the heck? Dog system, you finally showed some generosity. It was worth borrowing high-interest loans from you. Look at you, learning from the neighboring pig and goose factory. Making it impossible to play without spending money. Huh? Suja muttered, though the tears escaping from the corners of his eyes revealed everything. Ding. Notice to the host. The matter has been resolved. Do you wish to remain in the sea of consciousness? Suja was startled, smacking his forehead. Away. Upon opening his eyes, Suja saw Zhou Wei lying quietly on the ground. However, unlike before, Zhou Wei's aura was now stable, his breathing even, reverting to his former self without the release of golden flames. Looking at the already unconscious Zhou Wei, Suja scolded with a smile, "You foolish teammate. Always wanting to cheat. If it weren't for the powerful ones being present, I would have been willing to spend money, and your account would have been banned." He then stood up, surveying the transformed surroundings, rubbing his nose. Time to leave. If caught, I'll surely end up in a cell. TSK, better safe than sorry. Away, your father has saved you once again. With that, he hoisted Zhou Wei onto his back and made his way towards Tang Xinyue. The green barrier had vanished, and Tang Xinyue hurriedly stepped forward to support Zhou Wei, casting a glance at Su Zhe without uttering a word, for she understood that everyone harbors their own secrets. Let us head to Wanbao Pavilion. It's quite late, and with Zhou Wei still unconscious, it wouldn't be appropriate for you two to return home. Coincidentally, I can exchange your weapons for you, Tang Xinyue suggested, picking up the already bent red dragon halberd and blood shadow broadsword. Su Zhe observed the dismal state of both Zhou Wei and himself, pursing his lips in reluctant agreement. Noticing this, Tang Xinyue finally broke into a smile. Looking at the two young men before her, no one could have predicted the miracle they had just forged, battling the heretical practitioners of the condensing vein stage with mere body refinement realm prowess. They had forcibly catalyzed the sacred Qilin pearl without perishing. Both feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. As she walked behind Su Zhe, gazing at Zhou Wei still asleep on his back, Tang Xinyue became lost in thought, contemplating something quietly. In the void, Tang Zhun and Fu Bo gazed at the chaos below, their brows furrowing. Alas, it seems we must take action ourselves. The might of the sacred Qilin pearl is too great. Tonight's events have already been inscribed upon the fate line. Fu Bo, sever this segment of the fate line to prevent any mice with ulterior motives. Tang Zhan's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he looked up at the starry river above. Fu Bo nodded, clearly aware of who the mouse Tang Zhan referred to was. He then raised his dragon-headed cane and struck the void, the sound of dragon roars reverberating throughout the entire expanse. Moments later, a sound akin to shattering chains echoed through the air. Upon hearing the sound of shattering, the two of them smiled and vanished into the void. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved 1. Enlightenment of the martial heart, Guardian. 2. Gambler. Special reward, 5,000 source points. With 3,000 points for the enlightenment of the martial heart and 2,000 points for Gambler. The host's debt to the system has been fully repaid. Chapter 25, The Dust Settles. System, what does this achievement signify? Ding. The achievement module serves to record the insights and significant events encountered by the host on their journey to the pinnacle, and it awards corresponding rewards. Only then did Su Zhe comprehend the purpose of this achievement, and a sense of joy bubbled within him. Indeed, it was quite satisfactory, as it had cleared all my debts. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already 2:30 in the morning. Oh no, I haven't even informed my family. This is going to be a headache. Su Zhe looked towards the direction of Huishur City, recalling the fierce demeanor of his mother, and involuntarily shuddered. Soon, the trio arrived in front of the Wanbao Pavilion in Huishur. Just to clarify, Awei and I are nothing but paupers, with not a single coin in our pockets. If you try to swindle us, we have no money to offer, and the eternal glory sacred unicorn pearl has already been absorbed by Awei. However, you may take his kidney, just spare mine, as I am feeling a bit frail. Su Zhe warily glanced at Tang Xinyue beside him. Tang Xinyue observed Su Zhe, who was covering his pockets and stealing glances at her, and couldn't help but chuckle. You think I, the esteemed young master of Wanbao Pavilion, Am concerned about your meager silver? What use do I have for such a trifling item? No longer indulging Suja's antics, she scolded him furiously. You rascal! Are you going in or not? All right. Young lady, please don't be angry. Saying this, he quickly carried Zhou Wei and slipped into the Wanbao pavilion. Tang Xingyue face-bombed. Feeling a headache watching the scene unfold, she simply could not reconcile the comical, pitiful Suja with the figure who had just annihilated the heretics in the suburbs. Casting a glance around at the streets of Huishi, an inexplicable smile crept onto her face. This city seems rather pleasant. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that she had important matters to attend to and, with that thought, stepped into the Wanbao pavilion. At the front desk, Tang Xingyue produced a golden card and instructed, book 2 suites, the most luxurious ones available, and prepare 3 barrels of the finest medicinal bath to be placed in the rooms. I shall require them. The night receptionist, upon receiving the golden card from the young lady, was instantly taken aback, knowing that such a card could only belong to a person of significant stature within Wanbao Pavilion. Trembling, she accepted the card and hurriedly began notifying the logistics department to ensure proper preparations were made for the esteemed guest. Observing the receptionist's startled demeanor, Tang Xingyue furrowed her brow slightly, yet chose to remain silent, merely urging, be quick about it. The receptionist nodded vigorously. Moments later, Tang Xingyue received the golden card and 2 room keys, dragging the still meandering Suja from the weapons area up to the highest floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. In the elevator, watching Suja still wistfully gazing at the weapons area, Tang Xinyue's lips twitched in annoyance. Your heart truly is grand. Your brother is sprawled behind you like a dead dog, and you aren't worried he might perish on you. Suja chuckled sheepishly. Hey, how could that be? Brothers are like arms and legs. I know my own limbs well enough. No worries, he won't die. Tang Xinyue rolled her eyes at his reply. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I have arranged for the medicinal baths to be prepared, so you can go use them directly. And be sure to let Zhou Wei soak as well. Don't let him die in my Wanbao Pavilion. Upon hearing there would be a medicinal bath to soak in, Suja's eyes immediately lit up, and he excitedly rose to embrace the young lady beside him. Tang Daiqianjin, you truly are a beautiful and kind-hearted goddess. Get away. Get away. You stink. Stay far from me. Oh, such words are misguided. This is a testament to our threefold revolutionary friendship. After all, we have lived and died together today. The two bantered in the elevator, and as Suja had remarked, they had indeed danced on the brink of death. Poor Awei had nearly been stripped of his title. However, now that the dust had settled, much like the system had proclaimed, they were indeed gamblers. Yet fortune had favored them, and they had triumphed. Ding! The elevator soon reached the top floor, and Tang Xinyue kicked Suja and the unfortunate Awei out of the elevator, then tossed her head and entered her room. Cough cough. What the hell? How can this girl be so strong? After all, we've been through life and death together. Suja rubbed his back where he had been kicked and cautiously helped Zhou Wei, who was still shaky, into the adjacent room. Once inside, Suja swiftly stripped Zhou Wei down to his bare essentials, preparing to toss him into the bath. However, upon seeing Zhou Wei's listless state, he picked up his phone and grinned as he began to take pictures, murmuring, hee, I'll save this for his birthday gift, though it's a bit small. It's the thought that counts. After finishing, Suja placed Zhou Wei into the bath and watched as he unconsciously absorbed the essence of the medicinal bath, his breath becoming even and smooth, allowing Suja to relax and enter the adjacent bath himself. The moment he settled in, Suja felt a surge of immense spiritual energy emanating from the medicinal bath, and under the gentle caress of this power, he couldn't help but groan in pleasure. Ah, this is wonderful. Truly befitting of the daughter of the Wanbao Pavilion, such generosity. After soaking for a while and sensing that his spiritual energy had significantly increased, he pondered. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Suja. Cultivation, early stage of Qi gathering realm. Talent, natural spiritual resonance. Identity, first martial arts high school student of Huishi, Jiangnan province. Daxia, cultivation method, 7th generation spirit energy breathing method of Daxia martial arts high. 7 luminaries return to spirit, immortal, beginner. Martial techniques, savage strength, 1st grade, perfected. Glazed Vajra body, 6th grade, beginner. Myriad phenomena sacred unicorn transformation, Nirvana, beginner. Source points, 3200. Items, 1 chance for martial technique advancement. Tasks, achievements, enlightenment of the martial heart, guardian, gambler. Upon observing the cultivation section of the panel, Suja exclaimed in delight, System, when did my cultivation break through? This day had been nothing short of harrowing. He had fought the madman in the afternoon, sent him away, and now had to rescue a hostage in the evening while eliminating heretics, leaving him no time to focus on when his cultivation had advanced. Ding. The host's body refinement technique advanced to the glazed Vajra body, breaking through to the pinnacle of body refinement under the pressure of the golden flame. And after refining the Qilin will, the Qilin seal advanced to the Myriad phenomena sacred unicorn transformation, successfully breaking through body refinement and entering the Qi-gathering realm. Upon hearing the system's response, Suja was momentarily dazed. Was it only a day ago? With the tension of the day now fully dissipated, his body completely submerged in the emerald medicinal bath, he gradually drifted into slumber. Today had been exhausting. The next day at noon, Suja opened his eyes to the opulent chandelier of the Wanbao pavilion illuminating his view. After yawning twice and glancing at the still slumbering Zhou Wei beside him, he couldn't help but worry. System, can you be relied upon? Why hasn't Wei awakened yet? Ding. The host is reminded that the system operates with unwavering reliability. Zhou Wei's original martial arts foundation was completely incinerated by the golden flames of the Eternal Radiance Sacred Unicorn Pearl yesterday. The system has sealed the source of eternal light within Zhou Wei, reconstructing his foundation anew. One could say it is a metamorphosis. It is believed that Zhou Wei will awaken shortly. Just as the system's words echoed, Suja noticed Zhou Wei's eyelids fluttering a few times. As Zhou Wei, lying on the bed, gradually opened his eyes, the once divine golden beast-like pupils had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a pair of dazed and bewildered eyes. Old Su, have you kicked the bucket too? Is this hell? I never imagined we brothers would die together. Observing Zhou Wei's current state of confusion and nonsensical talk, Suja felt a vain throb on his forehead and swiftly slapped Zhou Wei on the forehead, jolting him back to reality. Are you blind? Open your eyes and see. We are alive and well, and you are not dead. After speaking, Suja reiterated the system's words to Zhou Wei. Our great brother truly lives up to his name, Zhou Wei exclaimed, his spirit soaring as he grasped the situation. So, does this mean I've become a genius? Ha ha ha. But why does my whole body ache so much? Suja's expression darkened at Zhou Wei's exuberance, but upon hearing about his body aches, an idea struck him. With a nonchalant tone, he replied, Oh, yesterday, when I pulled you out from the golden flames, I accidentally let the fire singe your, well, let's just say it was an urgent situation, and I didn't pay much attention. With a peculiar smile, Suja added, Congratulations. The surgery was a success. You are now a beautiful girl. What? Zhou Wei exclaimed, disregarding his bodily discomfort as he hurriedly tore off the blanket covering him, anxious to check below. Upon confirming that his little Zhou Wei was safe and sound, he sighed in relief, only to see Suja grinning uncontrollably, which incited his indignation. You deceitful old Su, you tricked me. Without considering whether he was dressed or not, Zhou Wei lunged at Suja. Hey, away. Don't come over here. Put on some clothes. Suja was momentarily stunned as he saw a mass of pale flesh rushing towards him, completely forgetting to resist. When he regained his senses, he found himself pinned beneath Zhou Wei. Man on man, fearing that exerting too much force might aggravate Zhou Wei's old injuries, he could only gently persuade him, Great brother. It's a misunderstanding. Please get off. Zhou Wei remained unyielding. Humph. Old Su, I will make you pay for this. Just then, they both heard a voice exclaim. What are you doing? They simultaneously looked up to see Tang Xinyue, her face a mixture of shock and embarrassment. Suja buried his head into the blanket and cried out, We're doomed. In chapter 26, sons and grandsons have their own fates. After Tang Xinyue woke up around noon and noticed the absence of Su Zhou and Zhou Wei, she inquired at the front desk, which confirmed that the two high school boys had not left in the morning. Fearing something might have happened to them, she hurried to their room. Before she could open the door, she overheard Zhou Wei shouting from within, I will make you pay. Startled, she acted quickly and used a spare room card to unlock the door. As soon as it swung open, she was greeted by a scene she would never forget. Man on man, Zhou Wei, clad only in a pair of floral boxers, was straddling Suja, who appeared to feebly resist while it was evident his efforts were minimal. The sight nearly shattered Tang Xinyue's perception of reality. Outraged and embarrassed, she shouted. More than 10 minutes later, Tang Xinyue sat on the sofa in the room, scrutinizing the impeccably dressed Su Zhe and Zhou Wei, casting a doubtful gaze. Are you saying this was all a joke? Not some perversion? Both Su Zhe and Zhou Wei nodded in unison. Tang Xinyue scoffed. You two must think I'm a fool. Just look at Zhou Wei. Which decent person, after a serious illness, would prance around naked with a lecherous grin on top of their brother? She then turned to Su Zhe. And you, Su Zhe, you seem to be enjoying yourself. That's not it. Both of them felt a pang of bitterness, unable to articulate their plight. They could only once again attempt to explain to Tang Xinyue. Seeing that the prank had gone on long enough, Tang Xinyue waved her hand. All right, I believe you. Just tidy up and come down. I have something for you. With that, she exited the room, leaving the two bewildered. While packing, Zhou Wei excitedly turned to Su Zhe. Old Su, I've made progress. Unable to contain himself, Su Zhe kicked his friend, exclaiming, What the hell do you mean by that? Zhou Wei dodged the kick, continuing, No? No, I mean my cultivation has advanced. I've reached the peak of body refinement. I'm just one step away from entering the Qi-gathering realm. Realizing Zhou Wei's meaning, Suja smirked, waving his hand dismissively. Of course. With such a massive source of light sealed within you, and your martial arts foundation reconstructed, if you didn't make a breakthrough, wouldn't that just be akin to feeding ginseng to pigs? Hey, old Su, while your logic may hold, that analogy is a bit too crude. Zhou Wei retorted, exasperated. Quickly pack up. Let's see what kind of tricks this young lady Tang has up her sleeve. Suja said, not lifting his gaze as he continued to clean up the remnants of the medicinal bath from the previous night. Moments later, the two took the elevator down to the first floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon exiting, they spotted Tang Xinyue seated on the lobby sofa, engrossed in her phone. Not saying a word, she gestured for them to follow. Exchanging glances, Suja and Zhou Wei trailed behind her to the weapons section, where she retrieved two weapons from the top shelf, a long halberd and a broad blade, tossing them to Suja and Zhou Wei. Suja took the halberd, perplexed by Tang Xinyue's intentions, and asked, "What is this?" Noticing his confusion, Tang Xinyue explained, "The weapons I gave you last night were destroyed within a day, so I'm selecting new ones for you. These are custom versions infused with diamond crystals, offering better spiritual energy conduction and greater durability to meet the demands of intense combat." Suja gazed at the brand new halberd in his hand. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. No man could refuse a gleaming weapon, not even a Sigma male. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and said, "I understand. I'll pay for these weapons." "You don't have to," Tang Xinyue interrupted before he could finish. "Do I look that impoverished? Since you two seem to get along well, consider it a gesture of friendship, along with repaying the favor from last night. You don't need to pay for those weapons. It's too much hassle for such a small amount." Clearly, Tang Xinyue's casual display of wealth left the two financially challenged friends in shock. Ignoring their reactions, she gracefully walked back to the front desk, reminding them, "What are you standing there for? Let us go." Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Wei turned to Suja, murmuring, "Old Su, what should we do? What can we do? Since they have offered it to us, we might as well accept it. After all, we stand to lose nothing. At worst, we will owe her a favor. And when she finds herself in need, we shall extend our assistance," Suja remarked with a hint of irritation to Zhou Wei. Upon hearing his close friend's words, Zhou Wei, with a gleeful expression, stowed the Blood Shadow broadsword into his weapon storage ring and followed Suja towards the reception area. At the reception, Tang Xinyue pulled out her phone and said to Suja, "Hey, let us add each other on Lingdu. It may come in handy in the future." Without a second thought, Suja sent her his Lingdu account information. "Miss Tang, should you have the opportunity to return to Huisher in the future, we will host you splendidly. Until we meet again," he added as they exchanged contacts. Once the connection was made, Suja and Zhou Wei exited the Wanbao Pavilion, heading in the direction of home. Tang Xinyue watched the two retreating figures, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Is that so? That day shall not be far off. At a crossroads, Suja and Zhou Wei parted ways to return to their respective homes. However, before they separated, Suja instructed, "Away. Go home and explain the situation to your father. We will continue our training at the Star Refining Martial Arts Hall tonight." Zhou Wei nodded, silently making his way home. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming, and he felt inexplicably transformed, with something called the source of eternal radiance sealed within him, leaving his mind in a state of bewilderment. It was evident that he needed time to process it all. As Suja observed Zhou Wei's retreating figure, his expression shifted. He realized that since the source of light had been sealed within Zhou Wei, living a peaceful life would be nearly impossible for him. Suja acknowledged his own selfishness. He did not wish to ascend to the pinnacle of success devoid of friends by his side. Sigh. I should head home swiftly. The sun hung high in the sky, and before long, it was afternoon. Suja arrived at the entrance of his residential complex, noticing the absence of a familiar pair of leather shoes at the security booth, prompting a regretful sigh. Alas, it seems my elder has taken precautions. Is it so difficult for people to have the most basic trust in one another? With that thought, feeling the heat intensifying, he stepped into his building without further hesitation. Suja cautiously opened the door to his home, peering into the living room through a narrow crack. Excellent. No one is here. With that thought, he swiftly changed his shoes, intending to slip into his bedroom. However, a voice from the coffee table sent chills down his spine. "Where do you think you're going?" Turning stiffly, he saw his mother and father seated on the sofa, quietly observing him. "Hee, Mom, why aren't you at work today?" Suja forced a silly grin, hoping to evade the impending confrontation. But his mother was not so easily deceived. She slammed her hand on the coffee table and shouted, "You little rascal. Speak. Where were you last night? Do you have any idea how worried your father, your sister, and I were?" Faced with his mother's fury, Suja's expression faltered, and he felt a sense of dread. Unsure of how to articulate the events of the previous night, he could hardly reveal what had transpired. Reluctantly, he fell into an awkward silence, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. After a moment, his father broke the silence. Aja, go wash up. You look quite disheveled. Dear, don't be too angry. As long as he has returned home safely, that is what matters. Upon hearing Su Yuan speak, Su Mu was about to object but caught a glance from him, which quelled her anger. Fine. All right, Dad, Suja replied, overjoyed at his father's intervention. As Suja retreated to his room, Su Mu could no longer contain herself. Turning to Su Yuan in a rage. How could you, Su Yuan? Didn't we agree to teach this boy a lesson? Why did you falter at such a critical moment? Were you expecting me to take all the blame? Watching his wife's outburst, Su Yuan sighed and gently reassured her. All right, it was my fault. But look at Aja. Is he not different from yesterday? Different? Su Mu questioned, perplexed. What is different about him? He only knows how to infuriate me. Still agitated, she continued. His clothes are completely changed, although covered by a jacket. I can see that the inner lining is stained with blood. More importantly, Su Yuan took a drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling around him as he fixed his keen gaze on the floor. After a brief pause, he continued, Aja's eyes have changed. Dear, do you recall that look? I once saw it in Buyu during a battle with heretics. It was her first kill, and Aja's gaze upon returning home was identical to hers back then. What? Is Aja in trouble? Upon hearing that her son might have encountered danger, Su Mu became frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Su Yuan exhaled another puff of smoke, calmly replying, there is nothing to worry about. Since Aja has returned safely, it means all is well. If something had truly happened, do you think our son would have come back? You underestimate the Desiam Martial Arts Bureau. After hearing her husband's words, Su Mu finally felt a sense of relief. Su Yuan continued, I just told Aja to freshen up to avoid tiring him out. Our children have their own destinies. As parents, we should support them from behind rather than meddle in their affairs. With that, Su Yuan stared blankly at Suja's bedroom door, falling into a contemplative silence. Su Mu, witnessing the moment, ceased her anger, quietly wiping away her tears. Chapter 27. The start of school at this moment. Suja was entirely unaware of the unfolding drama outside his door. He was engrossed in his phone, reading messages in the class group. Class teacher. After discussions with school leadership and relevant authorities, it has been decided that the senior students will commence the new semester in 7 days, on August 20th. Please prepare yourselves and adjust your states to welcome the upcoming term. 7 days, huh? Suja muttered, tossing his phone onto the bed. He rubbed his forehead, planning his goals for the week ahead. It seems I want to have the opportunity to enhance my 7 celestial returns. The source points consumed are far too many. I must advance my reckless strength. Relying on the first rank is becoming increasingly challenging. I also have a chance to upgrade my martial technique, just in time. I shall test the Lioli Diamond Body to see if I can make further progress. I aim to be the toughest man. As for the Wanshang Sacred Unicorn Transformation, Suja stroked his chin, carefully contemplating the martial technique he had just acquired. System, what type of martial technique is the Wanshang Sacred Unicorn Transformation? Is it also a body refinement skill? Ding. Reminder to the host. The Wanshang Sacred Unicorn Transformation is a fusion of the host's original Qilin seal and the dying will of the Eternal Radiance Jade Qilin, which possesses Nirvana cultivation. With mastery at the entry level, the host can transform their arm into a Qilin, wielding the strength of a Qilin arm, and condense the Qilin seal to confront enemies. Upon reaching minor success, one will radiate brilliance, donning the armor of the Qilin, impervious to water and fire. At the major success stage, one can transform into a Qilin, traversing sky and sea, engaging in combat against myriad races. As for the completion stage, one will summon auspicious clouds, attracting fortune, and be blessed by karmic retribution. What the hell? This martial technique is off the charts, Suja exclaimed, drooling at the description provided by the system. System, how many source points are required to elevate the Wanshang Sacred Unicorn Transformation to minor success? Suja inquired cautiously. Only 30,000 source points. Are you kidding me? Get lost. Upon hearing the system's response, Suja's vision darkened, and he began to vent his frustration in a torrent of expletives. Though fully aware that enhancing the primordial Saint Unicorn transformation would not come without a hefty price, potentially rivaling that of the 7 Luminaries' return, Suja had mentally prepared himself before testing the waters. However, it appears that his preparations were somewhat lacking. System, have you been living in blissful ignorance? Tell me, what justifies this exorbitant cost? How can the Nirvana grade primordial Saint Unicorn transformation be more expensive than the Immortal grade 7 Luminaries return? The latter is merely 10,000 source points. What on earth? Suja's eyes blazed with indignation as he questioned the system. Ding. Reminder for the host. The 7 Luminaries return is a technique. Even if enhanced, it does not reach the minor success level, merely unlocking additional characteristics of the technique. Please understand this, host. Furthermore, if you find the cost of the primordial Saint Unicorn transformation excessive, the system can assist you in exchanging for other techniques that require fewer source points, and rest assured, there will be no price difference. Upon hearing the system's response, Suja chuckled awkwardly. Hey, look at you, getting all worked up over a mere few words, buddy. What is all this about exchanges? With that, disregarding the system's further replies, Suja resolved to sit on his bed. In these 7 days, I shall elevate my reckless strength and seek to advance the glazed Vajra body. Sighing, he pondered about Away and how he was faring. 3 days swiftly elapsed. At the Star Refining Martial Arts Hall, a figure, wreathed in golden flame and with an otherworldly glimmer in his eyes, suddenly retreated. Almost immediately, he shifted his stance, deftly altering the force of his backward movement and halting at the edge of the combat arena. Panting heavily, he exclaimed, Old Su, this is utterly ridiculous. Even in my eternal radiance form, I can't match you. The owner of this figure was none other than Zhou Wei. Just 2 days prior, Zhou Wei had mysteriously summoned Suja to the outskirts of Huishi, revealing to him the form he had discovered. At that moment, Suja had been utterly baffled, gazing at Zhou Wei, who was engulfed in golden flames, and promptly inquired of the system. The system's response was succinct. Golden flames forged the foundation. The radiant fire seed Golden Lotus already exhibits a soaring posture. Upon hearing such an assessment, Zhou Wei had been overwhelmed with pride, dragging Suju around the outskirts for an entire day, proclaiming, I possess the talent of an emperor. He incessantly babbled in Suja's ear until eventually, Suja could no longer tolerate it and arranged for today's match. Hey, Away, practice makes perfect. Suja stood at the opposite end of the combat arena. His arms transformed, clad in the Qilin battle armor, with resplendent golden patterns swirling within. Anyone who laid eyes upon him could not help but exclaim, what magnificent Qilin arms! His right hand grasped the Qilin seal, while an illusion of a Qilin manifested above his head, roaring defiantly at Zhou Wei. Being young and spirited, Zhou Wei flushed with anger upon hearing Suja's taunt. Old Su, if you can withstand this move of mine, you might as well call yourself my father. With that, he summoned the eternal radiance source within him, multiple strands of radiant essence emanating from his dantian and flowing into his right hand, which soon blazed with a brilliant crimson hue. In an instant, the radiant essence coalesced and detached from his body, manifesting as a colossal handprint that hovered beside Zhou Wei's right hand. Hey, Old Su, what do you think? This is a technique I learned from the memory inheritance of the radiant source last night. I forgot the name, it was too long, but I've dubbed it the Radiant Great Handprint. How cool is that? Feeling the rising momentum of the Radiant Great Handprint to Zhou Wei's right, Suja sensed a surge of spiritual power within him, as if confronting the most primordial of forces. Who would have thought Away could indeed come up with something impressive? He mused internally, though his words remained merciless. Hee, Away, you're definitely calling me father today? With that, Suja activated the glazed Vajra body, enhancing the already formidable Qilin arms with a lustrous glaze, his aura peaking at that moment. Realizing Suja was serious, Zhou Wei no longer hesitated and took the initiative. Boom. The radiant great handprint struck, compressing the surrounding spiritual energy. As if an ancient call was devouring the area radiated by Suja. Suja threw a punch, a simple reckless strike, yet imbued with tremendous force. The Qilin battle armor flared to life, and the colossal Qilin strength surged forth, piercing through the blockade of the radiant great handprint like a spear cutting through an army. The clash of the radiant essence and the Qilin strength resulted in a stalemate, but as Zhou Wei began to sweat profusely, Suja remained unfazed, the outcome of their confrontation becoming increasingly evident. Eventually, Zhou Wei exhausted his spiritual energy, releasing his right hand, causing the radiant great handprint at the center of the arena to dissipate due to the lack of energy replenishment. Observing Suja's continued composure, Zhou Wei sighed, Old Su, you still possess remarkable strength. I couldn't even endure the reckless strength. Suja, upon hearing this, felt a pang of unease. Oh no, I've shattered Away's imperial dreams with a single punch. He must be feeling despondent. He hastily replied, no worries, Away, you did exceptionally well. That radiant great handprint of yours, I can guarantee, would overwhelm an average peak gathering Chi realm practitioner. But, Suja glanced at Zhou Wei. It just lacks endurance. What the heck? Old Su, we're sparring, not critiquing. How can it lack endurance? It's quite powerful, you know? Zhou Wei retorted, visibly flustered. Suja waved his hand dismissively. All right. You should consider finding a recovery technique to practice. Proving anything here is pointless. Fine, just you wait. Old Su, once I find a suitable technique, we'll have a real match. Zhou Wei shot back, his face flushed. Chapter 28. I am willing to join. The two playfully bickered as they exited the Star Refining Martial Arts Hall. Shortly thereafter, Suja noticed a tall woman clad in camouflage attire leaning against the latest model of a Raptor off-road vehicle at the intersection ahead. This wild beauty, combined with the steel beast, captured the attention of many passers-by, and the two young men were no exception, with Zhou Wei unable to tear his gaze away from her. Suja, covering his face, pulled Zhou Wei aside, eager to escape down a nearby alley. It seemed the woman had noticed them, as she pulled out a file folder, scrutinizing the documents within for several seconds before confirming its contents and tucking it away. With long strides, she approached Suja. My goodness, old Su, look. That beauty is coming our way, Zhou Wei exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. How do I look today? He began adjusting his hairstyle in the reflection of a nearby boutique window. The tall beauty approached swiftly, her long legs carrying her to stand before Suja and Zhou Wei. Hello, are you Suja? She inquired politely. Her voice surprisingly husky and rich, lacking the melodious quality Suja had anticipated. Yes, may I ask what you need? Suja responded. Upon hearing Suja confirm his identity, the woman straightened her posture, her gaze piercing into Suja as she spoke. I am one of the leaders of the Daxia Special Forces in Jiangnan Province. You may call me Nightingale. I am here specifically to inform you, Suja, that you have proven your eligibility to join the Daxia Special Forces, and I am responsible for coordinating the related matters with you. Proven? When? Suja furrowed his brow, puzzled. Noticing Suja's confusion, Nightingale remained patient. Perhaps we should speak in a different location. Looking around, Suja noticed that they had already attracted attention. Just as he was about to agree, a thought struck him, and he turned to glance at Zhou Wei, who appeared utterly bewildered. The Nightingale discerned Suja's apprehensions and inner turmoil, and took the initiative to say, Classmate Zhou Wei may also join us. It's merely a matter of signing an additional confidentiality agreement. Upon hearing this, Suja felt a sense of relief as he tugged the still bewildered Zhou Wei into the formidable Raptor off-road vehicle. Nightingale drove with remarkable steadiness, and soon they arrived at a tea house. Within one of the tea house's private rooms, Nightingale produced a document and began to read aloud to Suja. Suja, male, 18 years old, recommended jointly by Li Wan Tue and Yin Shun from the Shunwu Military Academy of Daxia Town, with the utmost level of significance. The reasons for this recommendation are as follows. 1. At the age of 18, he has independently comprehended the Tao at home, blessed by the Zhou Tian Starry Yin-Yang array, having undergone the Beidou 7 stars physical refinement, receiving the blessings of Beidou. 2. On August 12th, in a battle at the Lianxing Martial Arts Center in Huishi, Jiangnan Province, he demonstrated a spirit of loyalty to Daxia and humanity. 3. On the night of August 12th, he fought against an apostate of the condensation vein realm with a late-stage body refinement cultivation, successfully defeating the opponent without the official support of Daxia. 4. He has tamed the Qilin while within the bloodline spirit item, the Everbright Holy Qilin Pearl, which has been confirmed as a Nirvana-level Everbright Jade Qilin during the investigation by relevant departments of the Daxia Committee, and has integrated this with his martial skills, predicting no less than a Nirvana grade. As each event unfolded from Nightingale's lips, Suja was engulfed in a singular emotion, terror. It was utterly frightening. These were all clandestine endeavors he and Wei had undertaken, yet this woman before him was revealing them as if they were mere trifles. Suja now felt as though a pair of unseen eyes were fixated upon him, and as he gazed at the steaming tea before him, he suddenly jolted upright. Goodness, I've been hoodwinked. I am not some law-breaking apostate. What do I have to fear? What victim mentality? The mightier Daxia is, the better it is for me. In the midst of these tumultuous thoughts, Suja reached a conclusion, casting aside his worries and quietly observing Nightingale as she continued. The document was concise, merely a single page. Once Nightingale concluded her reading, she summoned her spiritual energy to incinerate the document, and then produced another document adorned with the Daxia Committee's seal. Presenting it to Suja. Classmate Suja, you have been approved by the Daxia Committee. Please sign your name on this document, along with your personal spiritual energy signature, and I will return it to the committee for filing. Suja, without a moment's hesitation, followed Nightingale's instructions and duly signed. All done. Suja's matters are settled. Now, let's discuss yours, classmate Zhou Wei. Nightingale solemnly accepted the document from Suja, placing it into her bag, and turned her gaze towards the still bewildered Zhou Wei sitting nearby. Ah, Zhou Wei exclaimed nervously. Indeed, classmate Zhou Wei, there is no need to be anxious. While our team was investigating Suja, we discovered another hidden genius, and that individual is you. Zhou Wei stared blankly at Nightingale. She did not elaborate further but pulled out another document to read. Zhou Wei, male, 18 years old, a childhood friend of the recommender Suja, with a seamless rapport. On the night of August 12th, he fought alongside the recommender Su Zhu against an enemy, And although he did not excel in the battle against the apostate of the condensation vein, he notably distinguished himself in the subsequent fight to protect Su Zhe against the Qi-gathering realm warrior He Yin. He consumed the bloodline spirit item, the ever-bright holy Qilin pearl, yet did not perish. Instead, he sealed the source of ever-bright light within himself for reasons unknown. After deliberation by the Daxia Committee, it was decided that the truth of this matter would not be pursued. On August 14th, the source of ever-bright light within him awakened, granting him a new combat form. Following investigations by relevant departments, it was confirmed that this combat form has no adverse effects, significantly enhances combat abilities, and possesses a profound essence of light, capable of inflicting immeasurable harm and intimidation upon the forces of darkness and evil spirits. On the evening of August 15th, the individual learned an unknown martial skill from the ancestral memories of the ever-bright light source, the grade of which is undetermined, referred to by the individual as the Radiant Hand Seal, demonstrating the potential for future growth. After discussion, the Daxia Committee has determined that Zhou Wei qualifies to join the special team. Upon finishing, Nightingale incinerated this document in a similar manner. Observing Zhou Wei, who remained frozen in place, she spoke earnestly, "Classmate Zhou Wei, I have conveyed the situation to you. The Daxia Special Team is a sharp blade led by the Daxia Committee, destined to become the most formidable weapon against the myriad races. Those who join this team are undoubtedly the elite of contemporary Daxia. They must confront the elites of other races on the battlefield, contend for fortune, and bear the responsibility of forging a path for humanity. A single misstep could lead to death. Tell me, classmate Zhou Wei, do you wish to join this team?" Nightingale's sharp phoenix-like eyes bore into the youthful boy before her, as she extended the similarly sealed document towards him. At that moment, Zhou Wei realized the gravity of what he was hearing. He glanced at the glaring red on the document, then at his friend beside him, whose expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, and finally, at Nightingale, whose eyes brimmed with anticipation. Why the expectation? Daxia is in dire need of prodigies. Prodigies capable of standing on the same battlefield as the myriad races. There is no doubt that Su Zhe is one, but Zhou Wei before her is also one. Nightingale hoped Zhou Wei would inscribe his name. For every additional prodigy on the battlefield augments the hope for victory for humanity. Finally, Zhou Wei resolved himself. "I am willing to join." He then took the pen and solemnly inscribed his name and spiritual energy signature, handing the document back to Nightingale. Nightingale regarded the document he returned, her brow relaxing as she gently placed it back into her bag. "Away," Su Zhe spoke at this moment. Zhou Wei raised his hand to interrupt his friend's words. "Old Su, no need to say anything. I have made my decision. Previously, I lacked the capability, and being an ordinary person was acceptable, but now I possess that qualification. I want to see if the legends of the myriad races indeed possess 8 eyes and 4 legs. Old Su, how ungracious of you. Are you planning to abandon me and start a new account on your own?" Zhou Wei teased. "Get lost." Su Zhe laughed and scolded. Yet he understood that Zhou Wei was apprehensive about potential mishaps on the battlefield. Signing that red-headed document meant that a portion of Daxia's heavy burden would now rest upon Zhou Wei's shoulders. "Away, rest assured. I will ensure you witness the pinnacle of the starry skies," Su Zhe thought to himself as he looked at Zhou Wei. Chapter 29. Movements across the lands. At this moment, Nightingale had also organized the documents in her bag and addressed the 2 young men before her. "I will immediately return to Longdu to submit the documents to the Daxia Committee. Your credentials will be provided to you in 3 days, coinciding with the notification of your first mission." Su Zhe was astonished. 3 days? Is it really that urgent? But 3 days from now is precisely the day we report to school. Nightingale smiled. "Do not worry. Your logistics will be handled by dedicated personnel." As the group exited the tea house, noticing Su Zhe's hesitance to speak, Nightingale raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Classmate Su Zhe, do you have any further questions?" Zhou Wei, too, looked at Su Zhe, his eyes filled with curiosity. Su Zhe gazed intently into the eyes of the woman clad in camouflage before him, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "Ms. Nightingale, I am quite curious as to why Daxia is in such a hurry." Nightingale regarded Su Zhe with a profound expression. "Indeed, it is urgency." Regardless of how Nightingale perceived him, Su Zhe continued speaking, immersed in his own thoughts. "In an urgent quest to locate the prodigies, to assemble a formidable team, and to issue tasks that would hone the skills of these exceptional individuals, the human race has been entangled with myriad tribes for a millennium. The grand array above has also been in operation for 1,000 years. What calamity could compel the Great Xia to initiate such strategic maneuvers through the formation of specialized teams at this premature juncture? After all, both Away and I are merely 18, still in our 2nd year of high school. Even the most gifted among us should not warrant the deployment of professional personnel to manage our trivialities. nor should we be coerced into abandoning our senior year studies to embark on perilous missions. Thus, Suja fixed his gaze upon Nightingale's eyes, his keen, sword-like pupils radiating a sharp intensity as he slowly articulated, "Miss Nightingale, could you enlighten us as to what precisely has transpired?" At that moment, Zhou Wei also turned his attention to Nightingale, clearly eager for an answer. Nightingale revealed no concealment of her admiration in her gaze, applauding Su Zhe with commendation. "Truly, you are a prodigy of the highest caliber, capable of discerning the extraordinary from mere phrases. Very well, this is not a secret. You will eventually uncover it. Though I can share only a fragment with you now, for knowing too much might not serve you well at this moment." After saying this, Nightingale lifted her gaze to the azure expanse of the sky, which stretched infinitely toward the resplendent starry abyss. After a brief pause, she gradually continued, "The age of gold is upon us, the fates align with humanity, and those in the starry abyss are becoming anxious." With that, she ceased her discourse, opened the door to the off-road vehicle, and took her seat inside. Before departing, she left Su Zhe and Zhou Wei with a parting remark, "Embrace your wild growth. The battlefield requires your presence." Observing the vehicle recede into the distance, both Su Zhe and Zhou Wei wore expressions of concern. "Old Su, Zhou Wei has yet to fully digest what Nightingale has conveyed. Alas, it appears the battlefield among the Myriad tribes is on the brink of chaos. Come away. We must prepare for the task in 3 days," Su Zhe sighed, turning to head home. "All right, Old Su. My father is still unaware of my enlistment in the Great Xia's special team. Could you help me navigate the intricacies of this conversation? How should I broach the subject when I return?" Zhou Wei hurriedly inquired. "That's of no concern. My father has long been privy to my involvement with that team. When I return, I shall inform him, and he can communicate with Uncle Zhou. Rest assured." Su Zhe replied nonchalantly, his pace unimpeded. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei was filled with delight. "That's splendid. If your father speaks, mine will likely acquiesce too." Suddenly realizing, he noticed Su Zhe had already covered a considerable distance. "Hey, Old Su, wait for me." 15 minutes later, Su Zhe arrived home, where he found his father, Su Fu, seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Su Zhe approached and spoke up. "Dad, do you recall the matter regarding the special team that Oldly mentioned? Today, representatives arrived, of considerable rank from Longdu, informing me to prepare for a mission in 3 days and assuring me that my high school studies would be managed." Su Fu, clearly taken aback by his son's sudden announcement, set down his phone, concern etched across his face. Is the urgency for 3 days truly necessary? Is there any danger involved in this task? Not wishing to burden his father with unnecessary worry, Su Zhe feigned nonchalance. "What danger could there possibly be? I'm merely a high school senior. How perilous could my assignments be, Dad? You need not fret." Hearing this, Su Fu found his son's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. "Oh, by the way, a way has also been selected. But he is unsure how to discuss it with Uncle Zhou. You should talk to him." "What? That's marvelous. You two brothers can look out for one another." Alleviating our concerns at home, Su Fu exclaimed with genuine happiness upon learning that Zhou Wei had also caught the attention of the Great Xia officials. "All right, I shall have a word with old Zhou, while you two focus on your endeavors without worrying about home." Su Zhe nodded in reassurance and retreated to his room. Meanwhile, in Longdu, at the Tang family estate, a young lady clad in elegant loungewear strode purposefully towards a study within the manor, while an elderly man behind her persistently urged, "Yeah, your father has just returned. Perhaps it would be best not to disturb him." However, the young lady did not look back as she retorted, "Grandpa Fu, please do not dissuade me. Today I must see this through." The young lady was none other than Tang Xinyue, accompanied by Grandpa Fu. Upon reaching the study, Tang Xinyue forcefully pushed open the door, immediately spotting Tang Jin seated at his desk, staring vacantly at the documents before him. "You old man." Tang Xinyue puffed up her cheeks and approached Tang Jin with a complaint. "I want to transfer to Huisher." Tang Jin slowly closed the red-taped document in his hands, removed his glasses, and, with a smile in his eyes, remarked, "Oh, how curious that our esteemed young lady has taken such an interest. Is Longdu no longer entertaining? Must you venture to that little Huisher?" "I do not meddle. I simply must go." Tang Xinyue, realizing her usual tactics would not sway him, directly seized Tang Jin's arm, pouting playfully. "Is it because of the 2 friends you made in Huisher?" Tang Jin, wise with age, discerned her underlying motives with ease. "Well, I merely find their company exhilarating, far beyond what I experience in Longdu. The rich second generation here are utterly tedious, indulging only in luxury and pleasure. Though there are a few who remain untainted, their personalities are insufferable, especially that fellow with the surname Long. He is utterly beyond redemption." Tang Xinyue stood before Tang Jin, stammering through her grievances, until finally, with a sharp bite of her lip, she exclaimed in indignation, Tang Jun chuckled at his daughter's fervor and concurred, very well. If you wish to go, pack your things and do so yourself. Grandpa Fu is too old to accompany you on your escapades. Really? Tang Xinyue could hardly believe her father's acquiescence. Once the matters were settled, Tang Jin picked up the file from the desk, waving it at Tang Xinyue as he said, Xinyue, I wish to discuss something with you. This is a special team established by the Great Xia Committee, and I would like you to consider joining. Tang Xinyue, puzzled, inquired about the nature of this special team. What is it about? I know nothing of it. Haha, it is classified information. It so happens that your father has sufficient influence to secure a position without a recommendation. I simply want you to give it a try. As for the nature of it, Tang Jin sat back in his chair, his gaze piercing as it met that of his daughter, sending a chill down her spine. After a few seconds, he slowly uttered, to combat the prodigies of myriad tribes and safeguard the fate of humanity. What? Stunned by her father's revelation, Tang Xinyue stood frozen, the thrill of being permitted to go to Huishur fading from her mind. Dad, are you out of your mind? You want me to join such a team? She pointed at herself, her expression reminiscent of a bewildered elder staring at a smartphone. Indeed, only prodigies can openly triumph over prodigies. My daughter, Tang Jun's offspring, is no mere waste. Seeing Tang Xinyue's self-doubt and hesitation, Tang Jun unleashed another bombshell. Ironically, when I visited the Great Xia Committee yesterday to procure this red-tape document, I fortuitously caught sight of the roster for this special team. Goodness, who would have thought that such a small Huishur harbored 2 hidden dragons? I was curious and approached for a closer look. Daughter, can you guess who they are? A premonition stirred within Tang Xinyue as she pondered silently. Aside from those 2. Haha, you guessed correctly. It is indeed your 2 new friends, Su Zhou and Zhou Wei. Tang Jun laughed heartily, seemingly privy to his daughter's thoughts. In the midst of Tang Jun's hearty laughter, Tang Xinyue silently recalled the words spoken by the blood-stained youth in the old warehouse. Warriors exist solely for the sake of combat. Resolute, Tang Xinyue lifted her gaze to meet Tang Jun's, declaring with conviction, very well. I shall join. Tang Jun nodded in satisfaction and promptly instructed. Since you have come to this realization, remove the jade bracelet and all other protective artifacts from your person. A greenhouse cannot nurture true prodigies. For the next few days, remain at home and allow your 3 grandfathers, Fu, Lu, and Shou, to train you diligently. You may only venture to Huishur once you have proven yourself worthy. Upon hearing his words, Tang Xinyue refrained from retorting. She was determined not to drag anyone down on the battlefield. In the outskirts of Longdu, at the Long family residence, a burly man with crimson hair thundered at a similarly auburn-haired young man. You little rascal, you've gone too far. You must join this special team. Don't embarrass your father. The young man, visibly irritated, responded, I know, old man. Must you always nag? As if struck by a thought, the red-haired man softened his tone. When you join that team, do not act recklessly. Consider your teammates. No matter how strong an individual may be, they cannot break through the encirclement of myriad races alone. The young man, taken aback by his father's unusually gentle admonition, stood frozen for a moment, unaccustomed to such a tone, before finally responding, I understand, old man. Although his tone was dismissive, a flicker of seriousness shone in his eyes as he turned to walk away. Clearly, the red-haired man did not notice this seriousness, his frustration causing him to stomp his feet. You little brat, where did you inherit that temper? Mused the butler, a hint of a bitter smile gracing his lips. As he thought to himself, my lord, do you not yet understand? In Daxia, at Tianshu Mountain, a middle-aged man clad in a white sword robe was urging his only disciple, Han Xing, be cautious in your endeavors. The disciple, clad in similar attire, replied coldly, his sharp brows and starry eyes exuding a forbidding aura. Observing his disciple's icy demeanor, the middle-aged man could not help but smile wryly, hoping this descent from the mountain would soften Han Xing's character, which was far too frigid. In Jiangnan province, within the Daxia Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, Xian Piping was vehemently shaking her head, rejecting the offer from Elder Yi. Grandfather Yi, I cannot do it. Elder Yi, holding a red document, chuckled heartily in response. Ha! Little girl, you follow the path of life. How can you heal the world without witnessing the battlefield and the broader world? Hearing this, Xian Pingping hesitated, her gaze fixated on the document, lost in thought for a long while. In the southwestern region of Daxia, in Insect Valley, a charming girl with violet hair and a purple dress pleaded with a middle-aged woman. Mother, must I truly join that special team? If I leave, who will take care of you? The woman, feigning anger, retorted, you silly girl, I am not so helpless. You need to explore the world. The purple-clad girl, with a twinkle in her lively eyes, glanced toward the open space beyond the trees. All right, mother, I shall go. At the White Dragon Temple in Daxia, an old monk in a robe instructed a young monk below. Disciple, remember, The only goal of this journey is to surpass that arrogant disciple. The young monk, with a wry smile, replied, I will do my best, master. Simultaneously, in Daxia at Qilin Temple, an elderly Taoist with a white beard nagged the black-haired youth sleeping beneath a pine tree. You have but one objective. Do not allow that bald donkey's disciple to become too complacent. The black-haired youth waved his hand dismissively. All right, I know. Master, go attend to your matters and let me sleep. As the wind stirred across Daxia, a wave of anticipation surged through the land, heralding the arrival of a new era. Chapter 30. Wuyue Pass. 3 fleeting days passed swiftly. On August 20th, the day all high schools in Huixi commenced their new term, Suja stood before Nightingale alongside Zhou Wei. The familiar tea house awaited them, and once again, the unmistakable red document was presented. As Suja reached for the file handed over by Nightingale, he opened it to reveal the striking words top secret emblazoned on the first page. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Suja meticulously examined the confidential document. The Daxia Committee appointed Suja as the temporary captain of the first squad of the Daxia Special Team, allowing him to choose the squad's name and select members. Excluding Zhou Wei, they were to proceed to the Imperial Capital to locate the spirit of the Imperial Capital before heading to Wuyue Pass. Detailed task specifics could be inquired from Nightingale. Having pondered each word carefully, Suja noted that the document bore the seal of the Daxia Committee. Perplexed by the mention of Wuyue Pass, he passed the task file to Zhou Wei and looked up at Nightingale. Without hesitation, Nightingale elucidated the details of the mission. Wuyue Pass, as the name implies, is a barrier that stands alongside the Tianmen Pass, safeguarding against the Myriad races, kept confidential from the general populace. The battlefield of the Myriad races is vast, stretching for tens of millions of miles north and south. Relying solely on a single Tianmen Pass is utterly insufficient. Thus, the Daxia Committee resolved to construct another pass, which is the origin of Wuyue Pass. Like Tianmen Pass, it is manned year-round by Daxia's strongest warriors. And I believe you both are familiar with the one guarding Tianmen Pass, Confucius himself. The guardians of Wuyue Pass, however, are collectively defended by those recognized by the 5 sacred mountains within Daxia. I do not know their names. In truth, Wuyue Pass is established upon the awakening of the spirits of the 5 sacred mountains of Daxia. Compared to Tianmen Pass, its scale is smaller, as it only faces 5 prominent races: the Thunderbolt Leopard, the Flashwing Eagle, the Bloodsea Rakshasa, the Bloodthirsty Azura, and the Scavenger Clan. For nearly a millennium, each mountain has peacefully coexisted with its corresponding race, maintaining an inexplicable equilibrium. However, as the Golden Era approaches, certain foreign races can no longer remain idle and have begun to join the battlefield. Consequently, Wuyue Pass has witnessed the emergence of the Flesh Giants and the Purple-Eyed Centipedes, placing immense pressure on the soldiers stationed there. Thus, the Daxia Committee has initiated this mission, with the Imperial Capital conveniently located not far from Huixi. Recently, the spirit of the Imperial Capital has been confirmed to have awakened by relevant authorities. So your squad must venture to the Imperial Capital to locate this spirit before proceeding to Wuyue Pass. Since this is a covert operation, the official authorities cannot extend substantial assistance to you, lest the heretics lurking in Huixi discover your presence. Having concluded, Nightingale took a sip from her teacup, savoring the moment. Suja, overwhelmed by the influx of information, was still in the process of digesting it, while Zhou Wei patiently awaited his leader's input. The hidden Wuyue Pass, unknown to the masses, hinted at a world far more exhilarating than Suja had ever imagined. Oh, and while you are on your way to the Imperial Capital, do not forget to pick up your companion from Suzhou, who is also part of your team and has been included in this mission. Here are your passes and that person's contact information. Take good care of them. Nightingale, after taking a few sips of tea, produced the documents for the two and reminded them not to forget about their teammate. As they received the documents, Suja suddenly recalled the system's notification chime. Ding! Detected that the host has joined the Daxia Special Team and is currently executing a mission. The system issues a long-term task. Task 1. Proceed to the Imperial Capital. Reward, 1,000 source points. After completing Task 1, Task 2 was unlocked. Suja gazed at the system task interface, perplexed, and inquired, System, why not release the tasks all at once? Ding! The system responded, randomness detected in this task is excessively high. Hence, it has been deliberately released in parts. The magnitude of randomness suggests preparations are in order. Suja's gaze sharpened, determination settling in. Very well, I have completed my task. Now I must hasten back to Longdu to report. I wish you all a successful mission and a safe return. Nightingale rose, saluted Suja and his companion, then exited to her vehicle, departing swiftly. Old Su, when are we leaving? Zhou Wei inquired. Awei has booked the tickets. We leave tonight. First, we shall go to Suzhou to pick someone up, and as soon as we have them, we shall set off. I have a premonition. Something ominous is approaching, Suja replied, his expression grave. Observing his friend's serious demeanor, Zhou Wei refrained from further discussion and promptly pulled out his phone to book the tickets. A moment later, Suja spoke. Away, we need to stop by Wanbao Pavilion to procure some items. Zhou Wei, still fiddling with his phone, lifted his head at Suja's words and replied earnestly, all right. I'll call my dad to arrange some funds. Watching Zhou Wei make a call to his father without a hint of guilt, Suja's lips twitched. He then produced a gold card and said to Zhou Wei, no need to trouble Uncle Zhou. When we left Wanbao Pavilion, Tang Xinyue gave me this gold card, saying we could use it for purchases up to 1 billion daxia coins on credit. Let us buy what we need first, and we'll settle the payment later. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei ended his call and nodded in agreement. The two exited the tea house and headed straight for Wanbao Pavilion. Halfway there, Zhou Wei changed direction and said to Su Zhe, Old Su, you wait for me at the entrance. I need to grab something from home. With that, he dashed off towards his house. Su Zhe stood still, watching Zhou Wei's retreating figure, bewildered. After 20 minutes, he finally spotted Zhou Wei arriving late, burdened by a heavy backpack. Curious, Su Zhe asked, Away, what on earth do you have in that bag? Zhou Wei grinned mysteriously, playfully unzipping the backpack, and an indescribable odor wafted out. Su Zhe covered his nose and stepped back in horror, exclaiming, Away, what have you brought from home? That smell is overwhelming. Zhou Wei remained silent, cautiously extracting several large bags of urea from the backpack, and retorted while suppressing his disgust. What do you mean by that? This is premium quality stuff I painstakingly acquired. Just because I stand at the pinnacle doesn't mean I should endure your endless slander. By now the sun was high, and the strong odor intensified in the heat. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Su Zhe urged Zhou Wei to return the urea bags to the backpack, pulling it up and allowing a gentle breeze to pass, which offered him some relief. Once Zhou Wei had washed his hands and set the bag down, Su Zhe confronted him directly, Away, what is the meaning of this? It reeks. Zhou Wei chuckled, hands behind his back, feigning mystery. Old Su, let me ask you. When we were out in the countryside snatching the Yongyao Holy Pearl, how effective was the Mirage Sand? Su Zhe, taken aback by the question, clenched his fist and replied. It was incredibly effective. My combination of moves felt entirely unimpeded. I felt the same. But as our cultivation improves, the Mirage Sand becomes less effective. How could I allow such a precious pearl to gather dust? For the past few days, apart from contemplating the source of Yongyao's brilliance, I've been experimenting with how to use the Mirage Sand for a surprise attack. I concluded that the current material of the Mirage Sand is subpar. To have high-quality Mirage Sand, one must use superior materials. However, I had a change of perspective. There's no need to blind the enemy's eyes. Merely disrupting their combat will suffice. Suddenly, I recalled the urea bags we used to store the Mirage Sand, and I've been infusing them with dung balls these past few days. Finally, I've perfected my technique. When we put the Mirage Sand in, we can simply toss it out, and with the dual torment, our enemies will have no chance. Listening to Zhou Wei's ingenious idea, even someone as unconventional as Su Zhe had no words to offer and could only acknowledge that it was indeed a brilliant strategy, especially for heroes like himself and Zhou Wei. He silently gave a thumbs up. By the heavens, Away, you are nothing short of a genius. A person like you should be on the battlefield at the earliest opportunity. Every second spent idle is a loss for all races. I think so too. Zhou Wei scratched his head, feeling bashful. Chapter 31. The army dispersed in dismay. So why did you bring this along? Aren't you afraid the security at the entrance will stop you? Su Zhe questioned, puzzled. That won't happen. Once the bag is sealed, there's no odor. I've treated it. I brought it to see what peculiar treasures Wanbao Pavilion has that could be used to enhance the Mirage Sand, Zhou Wei explained. Observing Zhou Wei's relentless pursuit of knowledge and innovation, Su Zhe chose not to press further and stepped into Wanbao Pavilion. Feeling a surge of excitement at the thought of the silky, smooth combination of moves, who would have thought Away possessed the potential of a researcher? Inside Wanbao Pavilion, Su Zhe and Zhou Wei navigated through the myriad of shelves. We're not lacking in weapons. Away has the Blood Shadow broadsword, and I possess the Scarlet Flood Dragon halberd, yet I still lack halberd techniques. Su Zhe pondered silently, surveying the dazzling array of goods on the shelves, and suddenly realized. System, do I still have an opportunity to evolve my martial technique? Su Zhe remembered clearly that he had been too busy battling Zhou Wei these past few days to focus on his martial skills, still relying on the first-tier recklessness. Ding. Affirmative. Does the host wish to proceed? The system replied. I desire a halberd technique that can achieve. Su Zhe began to inquire. Ding. 1,000 source points required. The system will evolve recklessness accordingly. As expected, the system never gives anything without a price. Su Zhe gritted his teeth. Fine. Evolve it now. Take the source points from my account. You greedy thing. Fortunately, he had completed the weighted running task a few days prior, which had netted him exactly 1,000 source points. Ding. Commencing evolution of the martial technique. Please be patient. Upon hearing this, Suja ceased his focus on the system and began meticulously selecting the items he intended to use. Second-tier recovery pill, acquired. Third-tier battle garb, acquired. As Suja swept through the shelves, gathering useful items for both himself and Zhou Wei, he was thoroughly engrossed. Just as he was savoring the experience, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Recklessness has successfully evolved into 1,000 armies dispersed in dismay, 5th tier, entry level. Suja was elated and promptly requested the system to provide details about this new technique. Ding. The host is reminded that 1,000 armies dispersed in dismay is a custom technique tailored specifically to the host's requirements. It is a purely offensive martial technique that maximizes the characteristics of the halberd, featuring armor-piercing capabilities. At the entry level, it can pierce through 3 layers of armor. At the intermediate level, 5 layers. At the advanced level, 7 layers. And at the perfected state, 1,000 armies dispersed in dismay not only boasts 9 layers of armor piercing, but also possesses a sealing effect on spiritual energy. The host is reminded that despite the formidable nature of the 1,000 armaments dispersal, its inherent rank is merely at the 5th tier. To enhance its lethality, one must expend source points to elevate its tier. By heavens, I have become invincible, true damage combined with silence. Upon hearing the system's exposition, Suja immediately comprehended the grand scheme the system had orchestrated for him. The 1,000 armaments dispersal not only boasted damage far surpassing its peers, but also possessed the invaluable effects of true damage and silence, which, at this moment, was akin to a timely boon for Suja. Ding. A reminder to the host to fully unleash the potential of the spear. It is advisable to procure a foundational spear technique to solidify your base, thereby qualifying you to construct lofty edifices. The system's voice roused Suja from his reverie, and he quickly regained his focus. Indeed, it is not only vital to possess martial skills, but one's foundation is equally paramount. Thank you, system. I shall refrain from discussing you further today. With that, he proceeded towards the martial arts section, where he not only acquired a basic spear technique, but also procured a comprehensive guide on heavy broad swords for Zhou Wei, placing everything into his shopping cart before heading to the miscellaneous section to find Zhou Wei. Upon arriving at the miscellaneous section, Suja's gaze was immediately drawn to the distinguished Zhou Wei. Although he had been cleansed by the source of eternal radiance, the quirky charm of Zhou Wei was not easily eradicated. At that moment, Zhou Wei was bent over rummaging through items on the lowest shelf. Unable to contain himself, Suja delivered a couple of playful kicks to Zhou Wei's rear. Ah! Zhou Wei yelped, hastily covering his backside as he stood up. Old Su, what are you doing? Observing Zhou Wei's flustered demeanor, Suja touched his nose and deftly shifted the subject. Away, have you found anything to enhance the blinding sand? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei immediately set aside the earlier incident of Suja's playful kicks and eagerly showcased his findings. Look, Old Su, this is flame crystal powder. When stimulated by spiritual energy, it rapidly generates heat. I plan to grind it finer, at least finer than the blinding sand. Then we can scatter it during fights. Not only will it disrupt vision, but it will also combine with the sand to damage the opponent's eyes. What do you think? Isn't it thrilling? Zhou Wei animatedly explained the application of the flame crystal powder, and Suja, increasingly excited, promptly offered his praises. Goodness! Away! You are truly at a disadvantage being a student. You should be the crafty strategist for a mountain overlord. Such wicked ideas you can conjure. Truly a hero of the new era of Great Xia. Haha, not at all. There's still much room for improvement. Zhou Wei chuckled, waving his hands dismissively, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. After wandering around the miscellaneous section for a while, they felt there was nothing else of use and decided to leave. However, on their way back, Zhou Wei spotted a packaging box on a nearby shelf. He immediately rushed over to inspect it. What's up? Suja asked, puzzled. Old Su. This is a product used by city sanitation workers to repel rats and cockroaches from the sewers. It has but one function, to stink. It is exceedingly foul, so much so that even cockroaches cannot endure it. Perfect for making my fumigated urea bags. Suja looked on in horror at Zhou Wei, whose expression was akin to that of a madman. He never anticipated that his close friend had ventured so far down the path of enchantment, and that his antics had taken such a bizarre turn. Cough, cough away. Have you considered how you will disperse this enchanted blinding sand? Suja interjected unexpectedly. Ah, Zhou Wei, taken aback by the question, replied without hesitation, why? Obviously with my hands. Yet, realizing the implication behind Suja's inquiry, he sheepishly added, hee, I'll think it through further. Suja rolled his eyes in exasperation and grabbed several bags of insulated gloves from a nearby shelf. Seeing this, Zhou Wei seized the opportunity to toss the packaging box into the shopping cart and promptly pushed it toward the checkout area. "Hey, why are you running so fast? I never said I wouldn't buy it for you," Suja shouted after the retreating Zhou Wei, who was already at the checkout. "Hello, your total is 65,237 yuan. Will that be cash or card?" inquired the cashier politely. Suja, taken aback by the price, exclaimed, "That's so expensive." Soon, amidst the cashier's respectful gaze, he produced a golden card, declaring with bravado, "I will charge it." To his surprise, the cashier displayed no hint of disdain and continued respectfully, "Very well. I will assist you with the checkout right away." As they spoke, the cashier's eyes sent subtle signals, which Suja could not help but notice. He couldn't resist glancing at the golden card, pondering its origins. The checkout was swift, and shortly thereafter, the two emerged, each burdened with a bag, and hailed a taxi towards the airport. Inside the taxi, Zhou Wei, brimming with curiosity, queried, "Old Su, what do you think our other team member is like? Is he easy to get along with?" Suja gazed out at the rapidly fading scenery, lost in thought. "I have no idea. It looks like it might rain soon." Chapter 32, The Wind Howls. At 9 o'clock in the evening, with the summer breeze gently blowing, in the great Xia, Jiangnan province, Suzhou, the two emerged from the airport, greeted by the eerily desolate streets, where even a single taxi was difficult to summon. Zhou Wei, looking bewildered, exclaimed, "Old Su, did we take the wrong flight? I distinctly remember the flight was from Huizhou to Suzhou. Why is there not a single soul in sight?" Suja, seemingly unfazed, took out his phone and summoned a taxi, turning to the still bewildered Zhou Wei with a bemused expression. "Did you not read the city guide before coming? Suzhou is rather peculiar. It ranks second in strength within Jiangnan province, standing tall among the entire Great Xia. Both its martial arts academies and the number of martial artists are on par with Jiangjing. However, unlike Jiangjing, once night falls, it becomes exceedingly rare to see anyone wandering about. In simple terms, there is no nightlife." Zhou Wei interjected, incredulous. "What do they do at night? Such a waste of good conditions." Suja continued tapping on his phone, barely glancing up. "Well, they are all at home tutoring their children. Academic and martial education consistently ranks among the best in Great Xia. Not only are the children competitive, but the parents are equally so." Zhou Wei shivered at the thought, unable to fathom the kind of mental state he would be in if he lived there, day in and day out. At that moment, an orange taxi pulled over beside them, and Suja looked up. "Let us go." Once inside the vehicle, Suja called out to the driver, "Sir, please take us to the Central City Park in Suzhou." "Sure thing." Zhou Wei, puzzled, asked, "Old Su, what are we doing there so late at night?" "Before boarding the plane, I called our teammate and arranged to meet tonight at the city park. From the sound of it, he is a young man," Suja explained, observing Zhou Wei's vacant expression. "Wait, buddy, is that a tumor stuck in your ear? We are on a mission. A mission. Do you understand?" Suja, seeing Zhou Wei's innocent gaze, felt frustration bubbling up and pulled on the wild-boar knight's ear, whispering sharply, "All right, Old Su, it's all you. You're just too meticulous." Zhou Wei's eyes grew ever clearer, and Suja could only label him as the poet of the postal service. The taxi driver, an experienced hand, drove swiftly, and in less than 20 minutes, they arrived outside the city park. After settling the fare, Suja led Zhou Wei into the park, where the summer night cast an unusual stillness upon the surroundings. Following closely behind Suja, Zhou Wei couldn't help but shiver several times, reluctantly conjuring a small flame of pure light in his palm to ward off the chill. The park's streetlights had long since extinguished, and this small flicker of flame effectively dispelled the oppressive silence of the night. Observing Zhou Wei shivering in fear amidst the darkness of the park, Suja could not help but chuckle wearily, pondering whether sealing the source of eternal light within Zhou Wei's body was a decision of merit or folly. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated from above Suja's head. "Hey, are you my teammates?" Upon hearing the commotion, Suja summoned the red flood halberd, casting a vigilant glance skyward. "Who goes there?" Suja bellowed, as waves of white light danced around the tip of the halberd, a prelude to a formidable strike. "Don't be alarmed, don't be alarmed." A figure gracefully descended from the trees, agile and poised, a 3-foot sword hanging from their waist, clad in a black tracksuit that blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Suja scrutinized the figure that had leapt from the tree, his keen eyes assessing the individual, a gaunt face, thin lips, and a pronounced nose, yet eyes that sparkled with vitality, shining brightly in the darkness. The young man extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Chu Fengxiao, the one who spoke with you on the phone a few hours ago," demonstrating a gesture of making a call as he spoke. Recognizing the newcomer as a future teammate, Suja sheathed the red flood halberd and reciprocated the handshake with Chu Fengxiao. Zhou Wei, having lowered his guard, stepped forward and declared, "Hello, I am Zhou Wei. And this is Suja, our captain. We shall all be comrades henceforth." Zhou Wei was quick to assert his presence. Although he perceived Chu Fengxiao as possessing a favorable disposition, he remained wary of the unpredictable nature of human hearts. Determined to safeguard Suge's leadership within the squad from any potential encroachment, Chu Fengxiao, being astute, grasped the underlying implications of Zhou Wei's words immediately, responding with an easy smile. Haha, I'm aware. Nightingale mentioned that I am unsuited to be the captain, and I too feel that the role of captain is rather cumbersome. I prefer to let others orchestrate the plan while I focus solely on combat. Hearing this, Zhou Wei's expression softened somewhat. He looked at Chu Fengxiao and, attempting to foster camaraderie, said, All right then, from now on I shall call you Lao Chu. I refer to the captain as Lao Su, so you may call me Awei. Let us not fuss over titles. We are all in this together. Chu Fengxiao accepted the informal designation with a smile. Noticing the rapport developing between Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao, Suja interjected, Lao Chu, do share your areas of expertise so we can understand your capabilities. Awei and I are both adept at direct assaults. However, I possess greater endurance than Awei, while he wields greater strength. As Suja's blunt words hung in the air, Chu Fengxiao's mouth twitched, yet he seemed unfazed, becoming even more enthusiastic in his self-introduction. How fortuitous, Captain. I practice the heart of the sword in the mundane world, also focusing on direct combat. The heart of the sword? Suja asked, puzzled. Is it a form of swordsmanship? Ah, not at all. I am not from the same sect as Tianshu Mountain. My school pursues inner mastery, achieving the state where my heart is the sword, and I am the sword, while Tianshu Mountain seeks external unity, aspiring for the harmony of man and sword. The two cannot be conflated. Chu Fengxiao clarified. Is that so? Then we have a predicament, Suja murmured, his brow furrowing. Ah, Lao Su. Do not underestimate our heart of the sword practitioners. In terms of lethality, we are not at all inferior to the sword maniacs of Tianshu Mountain. When it comes to madness, I far surpass those from Tianshu Mountain. Chu Fengxiao, thinking Suja was dissatisfied with his chosen path, hurriedly defended himself. Seeing Chu Fengxiao's increasingly outrageous claims, Suja swiftly raised his hand to halt his incessant chatter. That is not my point. I merely meant that all three of us excel in frontal assaults, which makes our team rather lopsided. It seems we are akin to a divine wind commando unit. If a wave of enemies does not perish, we shall. Noticing Suja's concern regarding the team's composition, Chu Fengxiao felt a spark of irritation. Strategizing was not his forte, and such dilemmas were better left for the captain to resolve. Fortunately, I am not suited to be the captain. I simply need to charge in with my sword and strike. Chu Fengxiao thought to himself, relishing the notion. Hey, Lao Su, I say we just charge in and fight. At that moment, Zhou Wei, the wild boar knight, mindlessly interjected. Hearing Zhou Wei's lack of insight, Suja's temples throbbed, and he yanked Zhou Wei closer. Dude, hold your tongue. Your pig brain has its own purposes. After a considerable time, Suja gazed at the small lake in the city park, still failing to conjure a solution. Upon turning back, he was taken aback to find Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao preparing an upgraded version of dazzling sand. Observing Chu Fengxiao's flushed face, it became apparent that this fellow had also been captivated by Zhou Wei's scientific ingenuity. Rolling his eyes, Suja pulled out his phone and booked 3 tickets to Tianzi capital, then called out to the two who were thoroughly engrossed in their preparations. We depart at 11:30 tonight. Sleep on the way. Chu Fengxiao extended his right hand towards Suja, signaling his agreement, while Zhou Wei continued to stuff the urea bags with dazzling sand, murmuring more. Chapter 33, Arrival at Tianzi capital. August 21st, Xia, Jiangnan province. At the foot of Tianzi mountain, Zhou Wei gazed at the large sign at the entrance of the Tianzi capital tourist service area, perplexed. Is this really a tourist attraction? Chu Fengxiao glanced around before replying. Indeed. A few years ago, the Xia authorities were unaware of the awakening of the spirit of Tianzi mountain. This site was once a renowned tourist destination in Xia. Were you not aware of this while in Huizhou? Zhou Wei fell silent, offering an awkward smile. Heh. I was too busy cultivating to pay attention to such matters. Chu Fengxiao understood. Being selected for a special team at such a young age undoubtedly required efforts beyond the ordinary. As Zhou Wei noticed Chu Fengxiao's earnest gaze directed at him, a bead of sweat trickled down his back. Goodness. I was so preoccupied with merely getting by that I nearly embarrassed myself. Suja paid no heed to the two, advancing alone to inspect the former tourist service area, now long abandoned, with corners festooned in mold stains and cobwebs. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Task 1. Arrive at Tianzi capital is complete. Reward, 1,000 source points. Subsequent tasks will be released based on the host's progress. Checking the time on his phone, Suja called out to the two, Hey, you two, stop chatting and change your clothes. We need to ascend the mountain. Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao promptly retrieved their combat uniforms from their backpacks and donned them. Within minutes, the trio was prepared, standing at the base of Tianzi capital. Chu Fengxiao surveyed the sprawling verdant trees and the azure sky devoid of human presence, lamenting, the radiance of Tianzi capital spans such a vast area. It may take us ages to locate it. Su Zhi disregarded their complaints, resolutely making his way up the mountain. Even if we do not reach it, we must search. Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao exchanged glances, saying nothing further, but hastily followed Su Zhi's lead up the mountain. Lao Su, what are our next steps? Zhou Wei inquired. Chu Fengxiao also looked to their captain for guidance. Su Zhi surveyed the distant, undulating mountain ranges before addressing his companions, according to the intel provided by Nightingale. Although Tianzi capital is a mountain, it is actually composed of several smaller ranges. Among them are 3 prominent peaks, Yanhai Peak, Panshi Peak, and Wanmu Peak. Prior to the awakening of the spirit of Tianzi Mountain, these 3 peaks were often crowded with visitors daily. Nightingale's intel indicated that on the day of the awakening, the energy fluctuations from these 3 main peaks were most intense. Therefore, it is highly likely that to locate the spirit of Tianzi capital, we must investigate these 3 principal peaks. Which peak shall we head to now? Chu Fengxiao inquired. Su Zhi pointed to a towering peak that pierced the clouds, declaring, Panshi Peak. The peak towered majestically over the ordinary mountains nearby, its robust form exuding a weighty grandeur that truly befits its name, rock-solid peak. A group of travelers commenced their ascent toward this formidable summit. As the old adage goes, one mustn't judge a mountain's distance by a glance. A sentiment that holds true even in this world of martial prowess. What appeared to be a mere stone's throw away turned into an arduous journey that consumed the entire morning. And it was not until nearly noon that Su Zhi and his companions finally reached the foot of rock-solid peak. This was no small feat, especially considering that all of them possessed some level of cultivation. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Wei had just arrived by plane that morning, and the sudden surge of the eternal radiance source within him propelled him into the Qi-gathering realm, placing all 3 members of Su Zhi's group in the same cultivation tier. Good heavens! It looked so close, yet we walked for an entire morning. Zhou Wei exclaimed as they reached the mountain's base, desperately needing a breather. Beside him, Chu Fengxiao appeared equally winded, though he remained silent, his expression betraying his fatigue. Hey, Su, why aren't you sweating? Zhou Wei remarked incredulously, noticing that Su Zhi seemed unfazed. Chu Fengxiao cast a sideways glance, equally astonished at Su Zhi's composed demeanor. While Su Zhi feigned indifference, he secretly reveled in the sight of his companions panting for breath. Tired? What a joke. With my 7 sons returning to origin technique, I can continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy for recovery. Unless I choose otherwise, I could keep going for another day. He mused inwardly, though he outwardly responded. TSK, you wouldn't appreciate it if I told you. This is merely a display of endurance. Understand? As he observed his close friends attempting to save face, he smirked slightly, ready to retort, but then he noticed Su Zhi had already stepped onto the path leading up rock-solid peak. Turning back, Su Zhi instructed, You 2 can recover your strength here. I'll scout ahead. With that, he set off toward the summit. Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao exchanged glances, unable to protest, and settled down to recuperate, silently regaining their strength. As Su Zhi traversed the mountain path, he marveled at the stark contrast between the scenery here and that of the celestial capital, almost devoid of greenery. The only flora present consisted of nameless wildflowers growing in the crevices of the rocks. As he ascended, he encountered a myriad of strangely shaped stones, which seemed like miraculous creations of the heavens, lying peacefully along the path. Some resembled crouching mythical beasts, while others appeared like cranes poised to take flight. It was not merely a figment of Su Zhi's imagination. He felt an uncanny awareness that each stone was watching him intently. This place feels strange, Su Zhi thought, summoning his red flood dragon halberd, eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously. At that moment, Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao, who had been recovering at the foot of the mountain, finally caught up. Seeing Su Zhi wielding his halberd in such a vigilant manner raised their alarms. Zhou Wei summoned his blood shadow broadknife, while Chu Fengxiao drew the 3-foot-long sword that had been sheathed at his waist, joining Su Zhi. What's wrong, Su? Zhou Wei inquired, concern etched across his face. Do you not feel it? The stones at the roadside seem to be staring at us, Su Zhi replied solemnly. Staring at us? Zhou Wei was perplexed. No matter how he channeled his spiritual energy, he could only perceive ordinary stones, albeit with peculiar shapes. Indeed, they are watching us. It was not Su Zhi who spoke, but Chu Fengxiao, who had already taken a stance with his sword drawn. Surprised, Su Zhi glanced at Chu Fengxiao. His own heightened awareness stemmed from his innate talent. Yet he was curious about how Chu Fengxiao had sensed the same disturbance. Seemingly understanding Su Zhi's confusion, Chu Fengxiao smiled. I cultivate the sword heart, which inherently grants me a sharper perception than the average warrior. On the other hand, Su, you're quite the enigma. At this moment, Zhou Wei realized he was the weakest link in the group. The trio maintained a back-to-back formation, confronting the odd stones for what felt like an eternity, only to find no immediate threat. Zhou Wei hesitated. Is there a chance you misread the situation? Absolutely not. It is unmistakable. They are fixated on us, Chu Fengxiao asserted, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. And there seemed to be even more of them. Noticing that the stones around them remained passive, Suja proposed. Let us head to the summit. Perhaps we'll uncover something important there. Agreed. Both companions replied in unison, thus maintaining their defensive stance. The trio cautiously made their way up the mountain. Before long, they reached the summit, where the strange stones had vanished, allowing them to finally lower their weapons and take a moment to rest. Su, look, Zhou Wei called out from behind as Suja remained vigilant, scanning the area for any signs of pursuit. Turning around, Suja's gaze fell upon an enormous stone tablet standing tall at the peak, its surface marred by numerous cracks. Before it, a six-pointed star formation was etched into the ground, and nestled within it was a small being radiating the essence of the mountains, peacefully sleeping. Is this the spirit of the celestial capital? Chu Fengxiao ventured cautiously. Not quite. Suja, relying on his natural affinity due to his talent, sensed the small creature's anxiety and fear. Let me inquire. With that, he took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Ying. Before long, a reply came through. In her voice message, Ying stated gravely, Suja, according to relevant research departments in the Great Xia, this is a fragment of the celestial capital's mountain spirit. It has only recently awakened, hence its juvenile appearance. Please ensure its protection. Though succinct, her message was clear. Zhou Wei expressed his confusion. Protect it? ISNT at the spirit of the entire celestial capital? What danger could it possibly face? Not necessarily. Suja approached the mountain's edge, gazing down at the multitude of strange stones below. Like humanity, many beings aspire to rise amidst the invasion of myriad races. The stones are no exception. Having been imbued with spiritual energy, they have begun to develop a semblance of intelligence. In their eyes, there is no distinction between high and low. Zhou Wei, if a life-extending elixir appeared before you, would you partake of it? Suja posed, clearly. Our little mountain spirit is akin to that elixir. Crack. Just then, a fissure opened in the stone tablet behind the six-pointed star formation, and Suja keenly observed something making its way upward. At that moment, the purpose of the stone tablet became clear to him. Chapter 34. Guardian of the Mountain Spirit of Rock-Solid Peak. Suja tightened his grip on the red flood dragon halberd, his expression grave as he surveyed the only path leading up the mountain. Zhou, it seems trouble is brewing. Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao exchanged glances, quickly gripping their weapons tighter and positioning themselves behind Suja, their vigilance focused on the ascending path. The three formed a triangular formation, guarding the six-pointed star formation. What is going on, Su? Have you spotted something? Chu Fengxiao asked, his voice low. Without turning, Suja kept his gaze fixed ahead, responding rapidly. The stone tablet behind us has cracked open, and I sense the stones below are stirring. Something is making its way toward us. If I'm not mistaken, when the mountain spirit of the celestial capital awakened, those stones were already restless. If it weren't for this stone tablet suppressing them, the little mountain spirit may not have survived until our arrival. Crack. No sooner had he spoken than another sharp sound resonated from the stone tablet. Suja's eyes narrowed. This was bad. Indeed, accompanied by the sound of the stone tablet cracking, a tremor shook the ground below. The trio swiftly channeled their spiritual energy, their combined presence surging to its peak. Moments later, at the end of the ascending path, several stone wolves emerged, their aura already reaching the early stages of chi gathering. As soon as the stone wolves appeared, an alert chimed in Suju's mind. Ding. Host environment detected. Task 2 issued. Protect the mountain spirit of rock-solid peak. Reward. 15,000 source points. 2. The protection of the guardian spirit of the hill. As the stone wolves reached the summit, they disregarded the presence of Suju and his companions standing before the guardian spirit, their eyes fixated with an insatiable desire and greed towards the spirit within the hexagram. In an instant, without any forewarning, the stone wolves surged towards the guardian spirit, yet Suja and his companions stood their ground, advancing rather than retreating. Suja took the lead. The transformation of the divine Qilin commenced, and the Qilin armored gauntlets swiftly adhered to his arms, while the vermilion serpent halberd in his grasp radiated a brilliant white light. With a single strike, he shattered 3 charging stone wolves as if they were mere reeds. Yet the remaining wolves appeared oblivious to this display, continuing their relentless assault towards Suja. In a flash, a sword shadow emerged from behind Suja, effortlessly severing the airborne stone wolf as if slicing through tofu. Old Su, you're incredibly fast. I almost couldn't keep up, exclaimed Chu Fengxiao, maintaining his sword stance. Beside him, Zhou Wei was no less swift. At the moment Suja moved, he activated his eternal radiance form, fists charged with raw energy, enveloped in flames. Though it was a first-tier martial technique, it exhibited extraordinary prowess in Zhou Wei's hands. Within 3 moves, the stone wolves that had climbed ahead were entirely dispersed, stones scattering in all directions. "Hey, old Su, this isn't difficult at all. 1 punch for each," Zhou Wei exclaimed. His brow lifted in delight at the ease with which he dispatched the wave of monsters, boasting to Suja. With a furrowed brow, Suja regarded Zhou Wei, speechless. "Away, these stone wolves are merely the vanguard. The Real forces are still behind." No sooner had Suja finished speaking than a tremor shook the ground. Just as the trio struggled to stabilize themselves, enormous boulders suddenly descended from the sky, hurtling towards them at great speed. "Damn, the main force is here," Suja shouted. Noticing a group of stone giants violently battering the mountainside, lifting the fallen boulders to hurl them towards the summit. "Cursed be it. There's a horde of ADCs over there. Who will go and deal with them?" As he shattered the incoming boulders with his halberd, he called out to Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao. Having just blocked a boulder, Zhou Wei peered towards the direction Suja indicated. Observing a stone giant whose calves were thicker than his entire body, his mouth twitching in disbelief. "You, old Su, could you possibly pick a more imposing ADC?" Before Suja could respond, yet more monstrous stones began to ascend. Stone tigers, stone leopards, stone monkeys, and a myriad of grotesque creatures surged towards Suja and his companions, all of them undeniably at the gathering chi stage. They ranged from early to peak levels, with massive boulders raining from above and a swarm of peculiar creatures charging towards them. Chu Fengxiao, in a moment of urgency, unleashed a crescent blade of sword energy. Clearing a space. "Old Su, I'll handle those stone giants. You protect the guardian spirit." With that, he charged towards the stone giants, sword in hand. "Old Su, do you think he can manage?" Zhou Wei queried, cleaving 2 stone monkeys with his Bloodshadow broadsword, glancing at Suja as Chu Fengxiao ascended. "Trust your teammate. Our mission is to secure this area. Only by vanquishing these monsters can the guardian spirit be safe." Suja swiftly responded, raising his halberd to fend off a charging stone tiger. Meanwhile, Chu Fengxiao descended rapidly. In just a minute, he arrived at the stone giant's catapulting zone. Upon noticing the outsider, the stone giants ceased their actions and collectively roared at Chu Fengxiao. "Why the ruckus?" Chu Fengxiao remarked, raising his sword and plugging his ears. Although the stone giants lacked intelligence, they possessed some semblance of awareness. Seeing the audacious intruder, they charged forward en masse. Unfazed, Chu Fengxiao chuckled, his sword poised and charged with energy. "I was planning to take them down one by one, but now they're all coming to me." With that, he propelled himself into the air, and in mid-flight, he crossed his sword, closed his eyes, and chanted, the dance of the sword, banishing evil from the world. Instantly, sword energy surged forth, and the winds shifted. Chu Fengxiao's aura coalesced, a palpable murderous intent reaching its zenith. As the 3-foot sword at his back began to levitate beside him, the immense pressure from his presence halted the advance of the stone giants. And as he observed them clustering together, he raised his sword, pointing it skyward. A single strike to shatter the mundane. In an instant, waves of sword energy shot forth, creating a tempest that enveloped the stone giants below. The storm intensified, and the giants, trapped within its eye, howled in desperation. As the vortex tightened, the outer stone giants were reduced to dust, leaving only 3 late-stage gathering chi stone giants struggling within. As the storm dissipated and the murderous intent subsided, Chu Fengxiao approached the remaining giants, stepping atop the head of the foremost giant, smirking, "Did your mother never teach you not to litter? And here you are, bringing your whole family to throw trash." Without waiting for the giant to respond, he dispatched it with a single stroke, then proceeded to eliminate the other 2. Turning back towards the summit. "Don't rush to engage in battle. I'll finish off the archers and be right back," Chu Fengxiao urged, quickening his pace as he gazed at the swaying summit. Chapter 35. Gathering Chi Stage Monstrous Stones. The commotion caused by Chu Fengxiao was unmistakably heard by Suja and Zhou Wei. "Wow, old Su, look. Old Chu is quite impressive, isn't he?" Zhou Wei remarked, delivering a punch that sent a stone monkey staggering back before returning to Suja's side, panting heavily. Suja, smashing a stone leopard that lunged at him, expressed his concern. "This is not good. There are too many monsters, and the cracks in the stone tablet are increasing. If these creatures hit it, who knows what calamity might ensue?" Just as he spoke, a shadow darted from the swarm of monstrous stones, racing towards them with alarming speed. Suja focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, a colossal bird made of rock emerged, exuding an aura that had reached the peak of the gathering chi stage. The creature's wings spanned nearly the entirety of the mountain's summit, rendering Suja and Zhou Wei minuscule in comparison. Zhou Wei surveyed the disparity between the adversaries and asked, "Old Su, how do we fight this?" Suja glared at the avian beast, gritting his teeth in frustration. Away, break its wings. Zhou Wei, upon hearing this, unleashed the full power of his eternal radiance, enveloping himself in the complete form. With a firm grip, strands of light surged from his dantian, coalescing into fiery patterns. Radiant flames blossoming in his right hand, the energy reaching its zenith. The fiery patterns and golden flames detached, forming a colossal handprint that Zhou Wei then hurled towards the ominous bird. Resplendent great handprint. The dazzling golden imprint struck the creature's wings with tremendous force. Initially dismissive of Su Zhe and Zhou Wei's weak aura, the bird was taken aback by the sudden blow, suffering the full brunt of the damage as its wings shattered, raining down rocky debris upon the summit. With a mournful cry, the monstrous bird plummeted from the sky. However, Su Zhe had long been prepared below. His vermilion serpent halberd aglow with white light, the symbols on his Qilin armored gauntlets shimmering. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed the might of the Qilin and the halberd's penetration, combining with the acceleration of the bird's descent to obliterate its entire body, leaving only its head intact, which landed at Su Zhe's feet, devoid of the once vibrant glimmer in its eyes. As Zhou Wei withdrew from the radiant form, it became evident that he was unable to effectively sustain the battle in the glorious form. That bird was remarkably resilient. It withstood a powerful blow from my glorious hand seal, only to shatter a pair of its wings. I had thought I could shatter it in the sky. Su Zhe also retracted his long spear, gazing at the monsters that had been shattered by the aftermath of the recent battle, exhaling a heavy sigh as he remarked, "How is this possible? This bird appears to be composed of the very rocks from the Imperial Wind Slope, its texture incredibly tough. If it weren't for the presence of the Red Flood spear, it would have been quite a challenge to break with my Qilin armament. Fortunately, these rocks have been shattered, and the immediate danger has been alleviated." Su Zhe continued to speak to himself. Suddenly, "Old Su, look at that stone tablet. How did it shatter?" Zhou Wei shouted. "What?" Su Zhe exclaimed, turning in astonishment towards the direction of the stone tablet. The once towering tablet at the peak of Panchir Mountain was now in pieces, scattered around the perimeter of the hexagram formation, with many fragments resembling the monstrous bird. "This is absurd." Su Zhe frowned, lamenting that he hadn't noticed the falling debris during the confrontation with the bird, which had struck the tablet. "Huh." Zhou Wei stared blankly at Su Zhe. "Old Su, away. I'm back." At that moment, Chu Fengxiao arrived late after cutting through alone, surveying the chaotic mountaintop with a dismayed expression. "Damn it. I rushed as fast as I could, and you all finished the fight so quickly." Zhou Wei remained silent, still staring at the shattered tablet. "What happened?" Chu Fengxiao, sensing the odd atmosphere, inquired curiously. At that moment, Su Zhe patted Chu Fengxiao on the shoulder, casually stating, "You arrived just in time. We both messed up and broke the tablet. Now that you're here, let us prepare to regroup." Roar. Before Chu Fengxiao could respond, an enraged roar, far more potent than ordinary monsters, emanated from the foot of the mountain. The mountaintop trembled again, but this time, the tremors were more intense and prolonged, as if a monstrous being were shaking the very peak of Panchir Mountain. "Old Su, what on earth is happening?" Chu Fengxiao thrust his sword into the ground to stabilize himself, turning to Su Zhe for answers. Su Zhe also embedded the tail of his red flood spear into the ground for support, gesturing toward the scattered remnants of the stone tablet. "Just now, a peak chi gathering realm monster bird charged up and away, and I joined forces to take it down. But fate was not on our side. Some rocky debris fell onto the tablet, shattering it." Another wave of tremors interrupted Su Zhe's explanation. After regaining his balance, he shrugged and continued, "So, the creature that was suppressed by the tablet has emerged. It's probably throwing a tantrum now." Upon hearing this, Chu Fengxiao's composure crumbled. "I just stepped out for a moment, and you all messed this up." He felt a deep realization that his captain was not as reliable as he had thought. "Old Su, Old Chu, look down there." Zhou Wei, gripping his Bloodshadow broadblade, gazed in horror at the scene below. Su Zhe, perplexed, followed Zhou Wei's gaze, his expression darkening. Peering down, the once visible path leading up the mountain was now entirely obscured by colossal shattered rocks, replaced by a pair of hollow, lifeless rock eyes. "What is this?" Chu Fengxiao asked coldly. "It's here, the largest guest at this banquet," Su Zhe stated with solemnity. Before them crawled a gigantic mountain titan, slowly scaling Panchir Mountain, evidently heading towards the little mountain spirit. Su Zhe could clearly discern both urgency and greed in those empty, lifeless eyes. "What do we do, Old Su?" Zhou Wei questioned, gripping his blade as he looked to Su Zhe, while Chu Fengxiao awaited a clever plan. "What to do?" A glint of madness flickered in Su Zhe's eyes as he produced a box of elixirs from his pack, retrieving chi, gathering pills, and recovery pills, swallowing them without hesitation. "Brothers, let us take it down." Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao exchanged glances, an equal spark of madness igniting within their eyes. "All right, Chu Fengxiao, who practiced the red dust sword heart, thrived on spontaneity and freedom. He relished this madness, embracing the thrill of the moment. This time, he wholeheartedly acknowledged Suge's leadership, recognizing that not everyone would dare to confront a condensation pulse monster with two Qi gathering realm warriors. Even if Suge was merely in the early stages of Qi gathering, a rank below his own. How exhilarating. Absolutely riveting. Chu Fengxiao roared internally. Zhou Wei needed no further encouragement. He had already defied a Qi gathering opponent with his early-stage body refinement cultivation at the night market, and he had always supported his close friend's decisions. After consuming the elixirs, the trio stood silently at the mountaintop, observing the movements of the mountain titan below, waiting for the effects of the elixirs to kick in. At that moment, Suge broke the silence, stating, "We cannot engage it up here. The aftermath of the battle will undoubtedly affect the little mountain spirit. We must intercept it halfway down the mountain." With that, he lifted the red flood spear and charged toward the climbing mountain titan. The other two followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to them, the first collaboration of the illustrious golden generation of humanity, destined to shake the star abyss, would unfold in a humble little Tianzi capital of the Great Xia. Chapter 36, United Against the Enemy. Suge led the charge, the elixirs rapidly replenishing his depleted spiritual energy. The red flood spear glimmered with a white radiance as the Qilin armor on his arms surged with turbulent spiritual energy, a resplendent golden Qilin manifestation following in his wake. As he descended upon the titan like a divine being, the mountain titan seemed to sense something, lifting its head to behold a blinding golden light rushing toward it, erupting in wrath as the entire area was engulfed in chaos. Since the mountain titan had gained sentience, it had been drawn to the little mountain spirit atop Panshir Mountain, only to be suppressed by that accursed stone tablet for so long. Now, finally freed, it sought to devour the treasures atop the peak. But just as it was halfway up, someone dared to obstruct its ascent. Even with its limited intelligence, the mountain titan was furious and retaliated, raising its colossal arm like a towering pillar and crashing it down upon Suge. "Come at me." Suge's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he advanced. With his momentum at its peak, how could he possibly withdraw without a fight? In an instant, Suge's aura surged, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy to the utmost. Enhanced by the elixir's effects, a vast torrent of spiritual energy flowed into the Qilin manifestation behind him, and in that moment, the Qilin seemed to awaken, its eyes sparkling with life as it flicked its tail, charging toward the titan's massive arm. Seeing this, Suge merged with the Qilin manifestation, transforming his spear into the claws of a Qilin, striking fiercely against the titan's arm. Boom! A thunderous noise, reminiscent of a cataclysmic earthquake, reverberated throughout the valley, the sheer volume forcing Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao to halt and gaze solemnly at the mist-shrouded scene. As the wind swept through, the obscured vista gradually revealed itself to the two. What? Chu Fengxiao's pupils constricted. Before them, the mountain titan's colossal arm, akin to a divine pillar, had been ruptured, a massive gash now present, encircled by white light that prevented its regeneration. A solitary, crimson-red flood spear stood firmly embedded at the deepest point of the wound. Yet its master was nowhere to be found. "Where's old Su?" Zhou Wei anxiously inquired, scanning the area for his familiar silhouette. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs echoed from another part of Panshir Peak, starkly clear in the valley's silence. "Old Su." Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao rushed to his side, helping Suge to his feet. "How are you holding up?" Zhou Wei asked urgently. "I can still manage, but damn, this condensation pulse realm is incredibly tough. Were it not for the protective embrace of the Qilin armor and the celestial manifestation, my arm would surely be rendered useless." Suge weakly lifted his right arm, now completely ensconced in a deluge of blood, with visible distortions at the joints. "I need a moment to rest. You all continue to hold the line and ensure that monstrous giant does not ascend to the peak of the rock summit." Observing the mountain giant wreaking havoc due to the substantial gap torn in its left arm, having failed to locate any ants to inflict harm upon, it unleashed its fury upon the mountain itself. Massive boulders rained down upon the rock summit, and soon the entire mountain's visage was irrevocably altered. Seemingly satiated after venting its rage, it resumed its ascent, clutching its mangled left arm. Zhou Wei and his companion, seeing that Suge was not gravely harmed, nodded and launched a renewed assault against the mountain giant. At that moment, Suge found himself slumped within a cave formed by the debris, retrieving various elixirs which he unceremoniously consumed without a second glance. The power of the 7 luminaries coursed through him, and the evident curvature of his arm began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. In a short while, all his wounds, great and small, had coagulated into crimson scabs. Just as Suge rose and made his way toward the cave's entrance, a sudden crash echoed within. He waved away the dust, and, upon recognizing the figure, exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness! Old Chu, you are far too swift. Was that even 5 minutes? Shouldn't you see a doctor?" Indeed. The one flung into the valley was none other than Chu Fengxiao, who was now coughing up blood, clutching a broken sword, and sitting in a giant pit. His visage a portrait of disarray. "Curse you, old Su. That was rather harsh. What do you mean by too fast? Though I may have knelt quickly, my results are remarkable." Chu Fengxiao retorted, embarrassment and anger mingling in his voice. "Oh, how do you figure?" Su Zhu inquired, a teasing smile gracing his face. "Heh. Away, and I plan to sever that giant's left arm entirely, widening the gap you created until it is completely severed. This way, the giant will find it impossible to ascend." Chu Fengxiao declared confidently, clearly pleased with his strategy. Upon hearing this plan, Su Zhu nodded in agreement, though he remained puzzled regarding its relation to Chu Fengxiao's swift defeat. Noticing Su Zhu's fixation on the matter, Chu Fengxiao exclaimed, "Come on. This is a noble sacrifice. I risked my life to create a perfect opportunity. Now it's up to a way to seize it. Help me up. I need to see what's happening." With that, Chu Fengxiao struggled to extricate himself from the pit, and Su Zhu hastily shoved a few elixirs into his mouth. "Channel your energy and hurry up with the refinement. We must assist away." Together, Su Zhu supported Chu Fengxiao as they made their way to the cave's entrance. Upon emerging, they witnessed Zhou Wei delivering a fierce blow to the mountain giant's left arm, right where the gap lay. Su Zhu peered closely and noticed. In addition to the massive pit he had created, a deep fissure had formed adjacent to it. Surely, this was the handiwork of old Chu. With a thunderous roar, the mountain giant bellowed, and Su Zhu returned to his senses, realizing that Zhou Wei had indeed fulfilled expectations, successfully shattering the last vestige of support for the giant's left arm. A horrific crack spread from the gaping wound, and with a resounding crash, the colossal arm, reminiscent of a divine pillar, collapsed to the ground, producing a cacophony of sound. However, Zhou Wei was also sent flying by the enraged giant. Seeing Zhou Wei hurtling toward him, Su Zhu, in a moment of desperation, released Chu Fengxiao and reached out to halt Zhou Wei's backward momentum. "Old Su, do you see how awesome I am?" Zhou Wei exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Su Zhu could not help but acknowledge the cleverness of both Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao, patting Zhou Wei on the shoulder with approval. "Impressive, Wei Gu. Cough, cough. Old Su, look at me." Chu Fengxiao, unsteady, tumbled back to the ground, struggling to rise, and complained. Before Su Zhu could respond, the mountain giant unleashed another series of furious roars, its hollow eyes now betraying a rare flicker of anger at the sight of its severed left arm. "Oh no, brothers. It seems we have roused its wrath," Su Zhu remarked, sensing the gravity of the situation. No longer fixated on climbing the rock summit, the dismembered giant seized a nearby hill and wielded it as a weapon, charging towards Su Zhu and the others. The trio swiftly consumed the elixirs they had just ingested, preparing for the second round of conflict. In this confrontation, the mountain giant took the initiative, swinging the small hill toward Zhou Wei, clearly remembering that this young man had severed its left arm. "Crap," Zhou Wei exclaimed as he was sent hurtling backward. Given the immense size of the mountain giant, its offensive left considerable gaps of time between attacks. Su Zhu and Chu Fengxiao seized the opportunity to jointly assault the giant's right calf, hoping to replicate their previous success and hinder its mobility. Yet, the mountain giant was no fool. Sensing the threat posed by the two ants, it roared in fury. Dozens of stone pillars erupted from the ground, encasing its standing area like a prison, while countless spikes shot up from the earth, attempting to ensnare Su Zhu and his companion within this rocky confinement. "Damn it, old Su. This big oaf has finally started using its brain," Chu Fengxiao cursed. Realizing their stratagem had backfired, Su Zhu braced himself against the onslaught of spikes with his Qilin armored arm, his expression grave. "This is bad. We need to find a way out." Glimpsing at Chu Fengxiao and the broken sword he held, as if sensing Su Zhu's hesitation, Chu Fengxiao grinned. "Don't worry, old Su. The broken sword will not hinder me. I cultivate the heart of the sword, not mere external tools. Just hold on a moment. I will break through." With a roar, Chu Fengxiao raised his broken blade, closed his eyes, and summoned his energy. A wave of sword intent began to radiate from him, while Su Zhu defended against the incoming spikes. However, he found he could no longer sense Chu Fengxiao's true presence. Instead, all he felt was an overwhelming desolation and sharpness emanating from him. "The heart of the world-weary sword?" Su Zhu murmured to himself. The time to gather strength was brief. Soon, Chu Fengxiao opened his eyes, revealing a gaze adorned with ancient patterns of time. He lifted the broken sword and advanced toward the mountain giant's right calf, where the path was already obstructed by massive stone pillars. Just as Su Zhu intended to shield Chu Fengxiao from the encroaching spikes, he witnessed them dissipate before reaching him. It was the manifestation of sword intent. A subtle yet potent sword energy enveloped Chu Fengxiao, obliterating all nearby foes. Finally reaching the base of the stone pillars, he raised his sword, his eyes ablaze with determination. Moment of celestial transcendence. In the blink of an eye, a simple yet profound sword shadow cleaved through the massive stone pillar. As the divine light waned, Suzhou was astonished to see the pillar remain utterly unyielding. Old Chu. Before Suzhou could utter another word, a resounding crash echoed as the pillar shattered from within, acting as a trigger for the subsequent pillars to crumble, ultimately leaving a profound scar upon the mountain giant's right calf. The mountain giant, clearly unprepared for two mere ants to escape its crafted prison, did not take protective measures for its leg. What an opportunity! Incredible! Old Chu. Suzhou set aside his critiques of Chu Fengxiao, showering him with compliments instead. Observing the wide-open central gate, an instinctive sense of battle urged Suzhou to take action. With fists poised like a spear, he unleashed the technique Thousand Armies Break Through, charging fiercely towards the sword-marked area and delivering a punishing blow to the mountain giant. Under the double assault, the mountain giant was compelled to kneel, glaring at the two tiny figures darting below it. Infuriated, it raised its hand, ready to crush Suzhou and his companion. At that moment, a booming voice echoed from above. "You big oaf, Zhou Wei is here." Hovering in the air, Zhou Wei unleashed the radiant handprint, bombarding the mountain giant's head. With a thunderous roar, the mountain giant howled defiantly, momentarily subdued by the relentless onslaught from Suzhou and the others. However, being a formidable entity, it was not to be underestimated. A sinister glint flashed in its colossal eyes as it raised its remaining right hand, pointing skyward. "Old Su, what is that fool doing? Is he just waiting to be beaten?" Zhou Wei queried, flipping down to join Suzhou and the others, a look of confusion on his face. "Something feels off. I have a bad premonition." Suzhou's gaze narrowed, an unsettling anxiety washing over him. It was the Lingyun Tianqing warning him. He swiftly approached the severed left arm of the mountain giant, retrieving the slightly bent spearhead of the Qihua halberd from the rock crevice. Gripping it tightly and fixating on the mountain giant, which had its head tilted back, Zhou Wei, noticing, summoned the blood shadow broad knife to stand guard beside Suzhou, while Chu Fengxiao, holding a broken sword, silently gathered his energy nearby. The trio remained on high alert, awaiting the mountain giant's next move, uncertain of what it was planning. Moments later, Suzhou observed the giant's skin suddenly tremble, releasing a cascade of rock debris that fell to the ground, gradually forming small mounds. The commotion captured Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao's attention. "What is that fool doing? Can a stone creature shed its skin?" Zhou Wei asked, perplexed. Suzhou, equally bewildered, pondered. "Shouldn't it be in a state of despair after our assault?" Thud, thud, thud. Instead of mere rubble, massive boulders began to fall from the mountain giant's skin, transforming the small mounds into miniature stone hills. As the giantess figure appeared to shrink, Zhou Wei's tense demeanor relaxed, concluding that the creature was indeed in a state of self-destruction. Yet, Suzhou remained vigilant, for the Lingyun Tianqing within him continued to sound alarms. Seeing that the mountain giant was merely shedding stones without any other peculiarities, Zhou Wei relaxed his guard, stepping forward to investigate. At that moment, Suzhou caught sight of the eerie red glint in the giant's eyes, which intensified with each passing moment, triggering alarm bells in his mind. "Away! Get down!" he shouted, hurling the Qihua halberd with all his might. Zhou Wei instinctively dropped to the ground. Suddenly, a massive stone spear erupted from the mountain giantess body, hurtling towards Zhou Wei's location. Had it not been for Suzhou's warning, the consequences would have been dire. Bang! The Qihua halberd collided violently with the gigantic stone spear, producing a tremendous sound and a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, the onlookers beheld the lone red halberd standing amidst the rubble. "What on earth is happening?" Zhou Wei exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his face paling as he stared at the gap from which the spear had launched. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously from the breach. Squinting, Suzhou and the others fixed their eyes on the shadow emerging from the hole, revealing a towering figure, an over 2-meter-tall stone man clad in rocky armor, wielding a dark yellow stone spear. Its crimson eyes filled with murderous intent as it approached the trio. "Is this the foolish giant's offspring?" Zhou Wei retreated swiftly to Suzhou's side, stating the obvious. "No. This is the mountain giant itself. Its spiritual energy fluctuation matches that of the entity pointing at the sky," Chu Fengxiao corrected. "It has forsaken its cumbersome mountain form to assume a humanoid shape," Suzhou added. "Why? It probably doesn't want to be a living target anymore," Suzhou replied. Zhou Wei, hearing this, turned pale. "Then how do we fight it?" Suzhou activated his Lingyun Tianqing ability, carefully scrutinizing the stone-wielding foe before him. "This fool. By abandoning its mountain form, it has sacrificed part of its cultivation. It is no longer at the condensation realm. It is merely a peak gas-gathering realm stone being now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao exchanged bewildered glances at the stone entity before them. Hey, Wei. Did you just smash its head and damage its brain? Chu Fengxiao teased Zhou Wei. How would I know? But you have to admit, the feel of that giant's head was quite satisfying. Zhou Wei rolled his eyes, gradually regaining his composure. Roaring in anger, the mountain giant, having shed its mountain form, charged at the trio, seemingly oblivious to their derisive expressions. It was solely fixated on tearing apart the three who obstructed its path to devour the spirit of the little mountain. In an instant, the mountain giant, brandishing its stone spear, lunged forward. Suja, seeing a peak gas-gathering realm stone being seeking its demise, seized the fallen Chihua halberd and charged forth. Damn it. I'm not afraid of you at the condensation realm. Now that you're at the gas-gathering realm, you dare approach your own demise? Golden light flickered from his arms as the Qilin armor manifested, a Qilin apparition appearing behind him with a roar. A shimmering glaze enveloped him. Glazed diamond body. Qilin roars to the heavens, divine might unleashed. The halberd, gleaming with white light, struck the stone figure's torso with devastating force, shattering its rocky armor and sending it reeling backward. Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao, witnessing this, were filled with excitement, rushing towards the tumbling stone being with their weapons drawn, unleashing a relentless assault as they severed its limbs while grumbling. You thought I was a model student in school, huh? Ouch, that hurts. Die already. Exactly. You couldn't even manage a decent game. Serves you right for being so big. The poor stone being, having been oppressed by the monument atop the Panshir Peak since its inception, finally emerged only to be ambushed by three unscrupulous young men. The red glow in its eyes gradually dimmed under the relentless blows from Zhou Wei and his companion, until its entire rocky form suddenly crumbled to pieces. Observing Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao still reveling in their victory, Suja remarked dryly, "All right, enough. You're about to scatter its ashes, let it be." Upon hearing this, the two finally ceased their onslaught, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Wow, old Su, this task is quite challenging. We had to fight a condensation realm right off the bat. If we hadn't kept some tricks up our sleeves, we'd be booking a flight home. Zhou Wei complained, panting heavily. Chu Fengxiao, without uttering a word, simply lay flat, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recuperate. Suja paid no heed to Zhou Wei's complaints. His keen eyes caught a glimmering light amidst the remnants of the mountain giant's discarded body. Leaping over, he approached the remains, discovering that the spiritual energy embedded within the giant's abandoned form had spontaneously coalesced into spiritual stones. What the heck? With a mighty throw, Suja hurled a stone towards Zhou Wei, gesturing for them to approach. Upon seeing the glittering spirit stones, Zhou Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio busied themselves. By the time dusk began to settle, they had successfully gathered all the spirit stones, over 120 in total, which meant each person would receive more than 40. At the moment they received the spirit stones, Zhou Wei was overjoyed, repeatedly exclaiming, "Hee. It was worth the effort." Suja nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, these spirit stones are pure manifestations of the spiritual energy from the mountain giants. If we hadn't taken them, they would have returned to the heavens in a few years, which would have been a loss for us. All right, we'll pause here for today and continue our task tomorrow. First, let's check on the little mountain spirit and rest in place. With these spirit stones, perhaps we can achieve a breakthrough tonight," Suja proposed. Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao, feeling the fatigue in their bodies, immediately brightened at these words and, with arms draped over each other's shoulders, made their way to the summit of Rock Peak. Chapter 38, Breakthrough. As the three companions journeyed together, they found their internal spirit energy nearly depleted from the relentless assaults of the monstrous rocks. Despite having consumed numerous medicinal pills along the way, Suja felt an overwhelming weariness at that moment. Ding. System notification. Task 2. Guard the little mountain spirit of Rock Peak completed. Rewards. 1. 15,000 source points. 2. Protection of the little mountain spirit of Rock Peak. Suja, puzzled, inquired about the specifics of the protection provided by the little mountain spirit. Ding. Reduces physical damage by 5. Concise and straightforward, it was merely a minor damage reduction buff. Not bad. Quite cost-effective, Suja mused, nodding in satisfaction. He continued, System. Open the panel. Ding. Host, Suja. Cultivation level, early stage, gathering chi. Talent, natural spiritual resonance. Identity, first martial arts high school student from Huizhou, Jiangnan province of the Great Xia, member of a special team. Techniques, 7th generation spiritual energy breathing method of Great Xia, 7 luminaries reincarnation, Immortal, beginner. Martial skills, 1000 armies dispersal, 5th rank, beginner. Glazed Vajra body, 6th rank, beginner. Myriad manifestations, sacred unicorn transformation, Nirvana, beginner. Techniques, basic halberd technique, not yet initiated. Source points, 8, 200. Items, protection of the little mountain spirit of Rock Peak. Tasks, none. Achievements, enlightenment of the martial heart, guarding, gambler. Gazing at the panel, Suja asked the system, how many source points are needed to advance 1,000 armies dispersal to small success? 2,000 source points. And what about glazed Vajra body? Suja inquired further. 4,000 source points. The system promptly provided the required source points, and as Suja walked, he contemplated. Forget about Myriad manifestations, sacred unicorn transformation, and 7 Luminaries reincarnation. They cost thousands of source points. Where am I supposed to find that? This damned system. 1,000 armies dispersal and glazed Vajra body must be enhanced. Just as Suja was lost in thought, the system chimed in once more. Ding. Reminder to the host. The system recommends upgrading basic halberd technique to perfection. A perfected basic halberd technique will grant the host an additional 20 long halberd damage. What? Suja exclaimed in surprise. How much do I need? Ding. Only 2,000 source points. Damn system. Are you constantly watching my source points? Suja gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. Ding. Fair and square. The host may take it or leave it. Fine. I want it. Let me get to the top first. Suja angrily closed the system panel, his face etched with the helplessness of a poor man. The night sky above the capital was serene, with countless stars swirling near the moon star, their silvery light casting a glow upon the path leading up Rock Peak. For half an hour, Suja and his companions trudged along the mountain path, not only due to the depletion of their internal spirit energy, but also because they wished to relax their bodies and minds for a while. After a day of battling monsters and forging veins, even the usually carefree Zhou Wei displayed signs of fatigue. After half an hour, they reached the mountain peak, where the little mountain spirit emitted a faint white light, quietly hovering above the 6-pointed star formation, much like it did during the day. Zhou Wei, curious, stepped forward to take a closer look. Unimpeded, he approached the little mountain spirit, but just as he was about to touch it, Suja reached out to halt his action. Don't move. We don't want any unforeseen complications. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei suppressed his curiosity and turned to a nearby clearing to start cooking. Suja also took out his phone, glancing at the familiar number before pressing the call button. The phone rang briefly before being answered. Hello, this is Suja. We've resolved the danger at Rock Peak, and the little mountain spirit is unharmed, Suja stated without hesitation, detailing the progress of the task. I understand. Please exercise caution. According to our colleagues at the Great Xia Research Institute, the entire spirit of the capital was fragmented upon its awakening, possibly concealed within the main peaks. Thus, you will need to conduct a thorough on-site investigation. Nightingale transmitted relevant information over the phone. Suja listened intently, aware that the three of them were not well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the capital, making the information relayed from the call all the more significant. All right, I've shared all the necessary precautions. I wish you success in your task and a safe return. Yes. Oh, and Nightingale, please ensure our activities in the capital remain discreet. The commotion we've caused today is substantial, and I fear it may attract unwanted attention. Suja spoke solemnly. Rest assured, by the time you arrive in the capital, our officials will have discreetly secured the entire mountain range, preventing any notice. However, you three should not hold back out of concern, Nightingale replied, her words infused with care for Suja and his companions, for they were all prodigies born of the Golden Era, and losing even one would be a profound loss for the Great Xia. Unaware of Nightingale's internal thoughts, Suja sighed in relief upon hearing the entire capital would be shielded. He had not forgotten the rats lurking in the outskirts of Huizhou. Should they interfere during the execution of their task, it would spell disaster. All right, I'll hang up now. I'll reach out if there are any new developments. Suja concluded, voluntarily ending the call. At that moment, Zhou Wei waved the spatula in his hand and called out to the two. Old Chu, come over for dinner. In a military pot, chicken soup was simmering, and beside it was a makeshift barbecue rack made of stone, where several aromatic roasted chickens were sizzling, dripping with enticing red oil. Chu Fengxiao, drawn in by the delicious aroma, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and flatteringly said to Zhou Wei, "Ah Wei, I didn't expect you had this talent. How has the support I provided you today? I created a perfect opportunity for you, right? Hee. Make sure to give me a bit more of that roasted chicken later." Seeing Chu Fengxiao nearly salivating over the dinner, Suja yanked a roasted chicken away, feigning disgust. You can forget it. Your brain may not be large, but your ego certainly is. Control your drool. I don't want it dripping on my roasted chicken. However, Zhou Wei found Chu Fengxiao's antics quite endearing, repeatedly gesturing. No worries. If you want to eat, go ahead. Soon. The three burly men sat atop the barren mountain peak, feasting amidst the pockmarked terrain, remnants of the battles fought during the day. After satisfying their hunger, they turned to more pressing matters. Each found a spot to sit cross-legged, surrounded by the spiritual stone relics left by the mountain giants. Seeing that Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao had begun to channel their energy, Suja silently commanded, "System, commence operations." Ding. Host request acknowledged. Commencing enhancement now. Please be patient. The host can absorb spirit stones for cultivation. As a reminder, the host only needs to pay 200 source points to enjoy the system's cultivation acceleration package. And team formation is allowed. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Suja couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, with veins bulging on his forehead. Damn system. You won't even spare 200 source points. You're ruthless. Suja silently cursed, but his hands did not slow down. He held a spirit stone in one hand. Channeling the Seven Suns returned to spirit technique, experiencing nearly double the cultivation speed compared to usual, and could not help but feel a sense of calm wash over him. Humph, not bad. The system hasn't deceived me. He then entered a state of cultivation. The tying star slowly orbited the night sky, and finally, the sun star rose in the east, taking over the authority from the tying star. The sky gradually brightened. A warm beam of sunlight shone upon Suja, and as the last spirit stone in his hand dissipated, he opened his eyes. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Suja cultivation level. Late stage of Qi, gathering realm talent. Spirit resonance identity. First martial arts high school student of Huizhou, Jiangnan province, Daxia. Member of Daxia's special team. Cultivation method. 7th generation spirit power breathing technique of Daxia martial high. Seven Suns return to spirit, immortal. Entry level. Martial skills. 1000 army breakthrough, 5th grade, minor achievement. Glazed Vajra body, 6th grade, minor achievement. Myriad forms holy unicorn transformation, Nirvana, entry level. Techniques. Basic halberd technique, perfected. Source points, 0. Items. Protection of the Little Mountain Spirit of Rock Peak. Tasks, none. Achievements. Enlightenment of the Heart of Martial Arts, Guardian, Gambler. Seeing the cultivation level displayed prominently as late-stage Qi gathering realm, Suja couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Not bad. That 200 source points were well spent. He then noticed that 1000 army breakthrough and glazed Vajra body had advanced to minor achievements, and his smile deepened further. Wow. Not far away, Zhou Wei also exited his cultivation, feeling the change in his inner strength, and exclaimed, "Old Su, I've broken through to the mid-Qi gathering realm." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fengxiao, who had awakened at almost the same moment, interjected, "Oh, a humble one, just broke through to the late stage. And I'm about to reach the peak." "Damn it," Zhou Wei retorted. "Would it kill you to not spoil my moment?" He then turned to Suja. "Hey, old Su, how about you?" Seeing this, Suja decided it was time to put on an act. He tilted his head back, supported himself with one hand, and said in a husky voice, "No way, no way. Is there really someone still stuck in the mid-stage? Riches and honor without showing off is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Wow, old Su, what kind of feed are you eating? You've jumped so much." Upon hearing Zhou Wei's crude remarks, Suja pouted. "If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. Hey, cultivating like this is still so satisfying. I just broke through the shackles of the body refinement realm the day before yesterday, and in just one day, I've reached the mid-Qi gathering realm. I truly embody the aura of an emperor." Seeing Zhou Wei swell with pride again, Suja mercilessly burst his grand dream. "Stop dreaming. If it weren't for that mountain giant losing its mind yesterday, could we have so easily obtained high-purity spirit stones? That mountain giant wanted to devour the little mountain spirit. But little did it know, it itself is a rare cultivation elixir, born alongside the spirit of the Emperor's capital, and is inherently a mountain spirit. The spiritual energy within is easy to absorb and won't damage a warrior's foundation. We really struck it lucky." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei waved his hand dismissively. "That is only for those who are destined. By the way, old Su, what is the plan for today?" Upon hearing Zhou Wei ask Suja about today's plans, Chu Fengxiao also curiously leaned in. Suja took out the map of the Emperor's capital that he had brought from the service area and pointed to a location. "Today's target is this, Wanmu Peak." Chapter 39, Wanmu Peak. The three quickly packed their belongings and were about to descend the mountain towards Wanmu Peak, when Zhou Wei saw the little mountain spirit floating above the hexagram array and elbowed Suja. "Old Su, what should we do with this little thing?" Suja looked at the little mountain spirit, deep in thought, and stepped forward, reaching out to touch it. At that moment, the little mountain spirit, which had originally had its eyes closed, slowly opened its round eyes and flapped its tiny wings, wobbling in the air. Upon seeing the three suddenly appear before it, the adorably wide-eyed spirit flashed a moment of panic, but quickly calmed down. recognizing the spiritual energy fluctuations from the three that were identical to those who protected it yesterday. It then flapped its wings and flew into Suja's embrace. Feeling the little bundle in his arms, Suja couldn't help but smile. Oh, this little thing isn't shy at all. He turned to Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao and handed the little mountain spirit to them. Let us take it with us. The stone tablet is already broken. I can't leave it here alone. Zhou Wei nodded repeatedly, placing the little mountain spirit and the pots and pans used last night into one bag. The spirit's big, bright eyes sparkled with excitement as it looked at the shiny items in the bag, occasionally letting out joyful sounds. The three of them, amidst the excited calls of the little mountain spirit, slowly made their way towards Wanmu Peak. As noon approached, they finally arrived at the foot of Wanmu Peak. Zhou Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Suja, "Old Su, this place is indeed different from Rock Peak." Looking at the lush greenery before them, there was not a hint of coldness. The bright sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, intertwining within the forest, and the vibrant spiritual energy surrounded every corner of the woods. Chu Fengxiao, holding his phone, explained, "That's quite normal. Before the lockdown, Wanmu Peak was a favored spot for tourists because of its abundant spiritual energy and the prolific spirit fruits. It always ranked at the top of the most popular attractions in the Emperor's capital." Spirit fruits? Suzhou inquired. Where could the mountain spirits of Wanmu Peak be? It doesn't look like a place for monsters or demons. The three scratched their heads, unsure of the direction. At that moment, the little mountain spirit, which had been playing in the backpack with the pots and pans, poked its round head out, flapping its wings as it flew out. It sniffed left and right, then finally landed in front of Suja, excitedly pointing in a direction. Suja tentatively asked, "Are you saying we should go that way?" Seeing Suja understood its meaning, the little mountain spirit flapped its wings and flew towards the indicated direction. "Old Su," Zhou Wei was puzzled. "Let us follow it." The three quickly trailed behind the little mountain spirit, surrounded by the fragrant sights and sounds of nature. The path up the mountain was not steep, and as they traversed a sea of flowers, they reached the halfway point of Wanmu Peak, where they encountered a towering giant tree. Suja hesitated, unsure of how to describe the divine tree before him. "Old Su, look," Zhou Wei, with keen eyes, pointed to a tree hollow at the center of the giant tree, where a creature identical to the little mountain spirit of Rock Peak lay quietly asleep, its wings of vibrant green. "It seems that's the mountain spirit of Wanmu Peak," Suja said in a low voice. Ding. The system detected the host environment and issued Task 3, take away the little mountain spirit of Wanmu Peak. Rewards, 15,000 source points. 2. Protection of the little mountain spirit of Wanmu Peak. What do we do now? Should we go wake it up? Chu Fengxiao suddenly asked. "Old Chu, if you don't want to provoke a giant tree of the condensation realm, why don't you give it a try?" Zhou Wei mocked from the side. At this moment, the little mountain spirit from Rock Peak flew straight towards the center of the giant tree, arriving at the hollow. It stretched out its head to look inside, and as soon as it did, the little mountain spirit of Wanmu Peak seemed to sense someone watching it, and slowly opened its eyes. A delicate and melodious voice resonated. As the spirit of Wanmu Peak expressed its surprise, responded the spirit of Panshur Peak. Thus, the two little beings engaged in a lively conversation within the hollow of a tree. "Damn, Old Su, this little creature was worth the trouble. I do not regret carrying it all this way," Zhou Wei exclaimed, noticing the two spirits conversing merrily, eagerly taking credit for the success. "Hee, I orchestrated this delightful moment." After boasting, before Suja and Chu Fengxiao could react, he stepped closer, yearning to draw nearer. Suddenly, a willow branch struck out with lightning speed. "Watch out!" Chu Fengxiao shouted, raising the broken sword in his hand to cleave the branch in two. Zhou Wei, regaining his composure, felt the surge of light within him and summoned the blood shadow broad knife, keeping a vigilant gaze on the colossal tree before them. At that moment, the gnarled patterns on the tree's trunk began to part, revealing the visage of an ancient elder. Zhou Wei was taken aback, startled by the sight before him, and was about to unleash a fiery assault when Suja restrained him with a hand. "Away, do not act. It harbors no ill intent." The resonant essence within him detected no trace of malice from the ancient tree. "So what do we do now?" Chu Fengxiao murmured. Just as the three hesitated, the tree-faced elder spoke up. "Three little ones, are you contemplating whether to harm this old man?" "What the?" Zhou Wei exclaimed in astonishment at the talking tree. No sooner had he uttered the words than the willow branch lashed out again, catching Chu Fengxiao off guard, who failed to raise his sword in defense. "Ouch!" Zhou Wei took the brunt of the strike. "Humph. Little ones, you lack basic manners. By lineage, you should address me as your ancestor." The elder pouted. "This was a punishment for your disrespect." Observing that the elder displayed no malice, Suja relaxed his guard and stepped forward to speak. "Elder, we mean no harm. We are merely fulfilling a task. Please forgive us. Humph. At least you, young one, show some courtesy. Now, tell me, what task brings you to this old man? The elder inquired, retracting the branch. It is like this, venerable one. We need to take away the spirit of Tianzi-du. It is of utmost importance. Just yesterday, we rescued the spirit of Panshur Peak from the clutches of stone monsters, and today we have come to retrieve the spirit of Wanmu Peak. Suzhou recounted their mission in detail. Oh, but this little wooden spirit has grown under my watch. By what right do you think you can take it from me? Upon hearing Suzhou's words, the elder's demeanor shifted dramatically, an overwhelming pressure emanating towards Suzhou and his companions. Under the elder's oppressive aura, the trio felt like a lone boat amidst a tempest, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, they gritted their teeth, standing firm, their knees unyielding. We're done for. Old Su, we've come to someone else's home to take their child, and now the child's grandfather has caught us. Zhou Wei cautiously sidled up to Suzhou, whispering. Suzhou smiled wryly, helplessly channeling his energy to maintain his stance against the pressure. He forced himself to speak. Venerable one, we harbor no ill intentions. It is my lack of clarity that has led to this misunderstanding. Please, retract your pressure. The spirit of Tianzi-du is truly vital to the great Xia. The elder observed the three who stood resolute beneath his oppressive aura, a flicker of approval dancing in his eyes as he heard Suzhou's earnest plea. He then released the pressure, awaiting Suzhou's continuation. With the pressure lifted, Suzhou hastily recounted the circumstances relayed by Yi Ying at the tea house, leaving no detail omitted. The elder, upon hearing, gazed at the starry void stretching across the sky, let out a cold snort. Humph, have those little brats not been frightened enough yet? Suzhou, sensing the moment, quickly inquired, Venerable one, have you also been to the battlefield of the Myriad races? The elder chuckled at the question. Ha, little one. I fought against the alien races on the battlefield of the Myriad races a millennium ago. A millennium ago. The trio gasped in astonishment. Indeed. You need not address me as Venerable one. Since we are kin, you may call me Tree Elder. The elder's gaze drifted into the distance, as if reminiscing about the days when he roamed the battlefield of the Myriad races. I remember back then, I followed my master into battle at Tianmen Pass. Waging war against the Myriad races for 1,000 years, countless battles I have endured. It was truly exhilarating. Exhilarating. However, I was ambushed by some scoundrels on the battlefield, and had no choice but to return to the great Xia, finding solace in Tianzi-du. The elder recounted his past with pride. Suzhou and his companions could not help but regard the elder with newfound respect. 1,000 years of conflict. Such a figure was beyond their imagination. The elder continued, however, since this matter pertains to the battlefield of the Myriad races, I cannot obstruct your path. But, as I have watched over this little wooden spirit, I consider it akin to my own grandchild. It cannot be taken away so lightly. With a shift in his tone, the elder's weathered face now bore an expression of scrutiny. Suzhou, Zhou Wei, and Chu Fengxiao exchanged glances before Suzhou stepped forward, his gaze earnest, fist to heart, declaring, Tree Elder, rest assured, my brothers and I shall safely escort the little wooden spirit to Wuyue Pass. Time seemed to stand still as the elder scrutinized Suzhou's eyes. Suzhou met his gaze unflinchingly, accepting the elder's examination with calm resolve. After a lengthy silence, the elder burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. However, the elder's tone shifted. You must still prove yourselves to me, so I can confidently entrust the little wooden spirit to you. Chapter 40, The Elder's Test. The three looked at the elder in confusion. Of course. You must demonstrate that you possess the capability to protect the little wooden spirit. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. How do we prove that? Suzhou stepped forward to inquire. The battlefield reveals true character. However, there are no enemies here. Thus, I will casually mold a few tree people. If you can each defeat one of the tree people I create, you shall pass. Should any of you fail, the little wooden spirit will not accompany you. I will personally escort it to Wuyue Pass. The elder's demeanor grew serious, his tone grave. Moreover, the tree people I create will lack consciousness. In other words, should you choose to engage, you may perish here on this small Wanmu Peak. Have you considered this? Suzhou and the others exchanged glances, taken aback by the elder's request. Old Su, we must do this. We've come this far, we cannot retreat. Zhou Wei was the first to speak up. Chu Fengxiao, standing beside him, also looked to Suzhou, nodding gravely. Seeing his companion's determination, Suzhou no longer hesitated, stepping forward to declare, Tree Elder, the path of a warrior is one of advancement. If we do not strive, why then train in martial arts? The elder, understanding Suzhou's sentiment, felt a sense of comfort within his heart as he looked upon the resolute trio before him. Good. The warriors of this generation in Great Xia have not lost their spirit. Very well, prepare yourselves, and I shall fetch the little wooden spirits. With that, the elder vanished into the void with a flicker. Suzhou watched this scene, his eyes narrowing, pondering whether it was a return to the void or a rebirth. The ability to traverse the void effortlessly was a hallmark of the broken void realm, yet the elder's effortless escape into the void left Suzhou uncertain. Reluctantly setting aside his thoughts, he adjusted his state and awaited the elder's test in silence. Soon, the elder returned, bringing with him the little spirits, who were merrily playing, and nodded at the three who had composed themselves. Let us commence with that luminescent lad. The elder tree surveyed the three individuals and pointed towards Zhou Wei. Who is this glowing lad? The trio queried, their expressions perplexed. Following the direction indicated by the elder tree, they soon realized it was Zhou Wei. I, Zhou Wei. And bewildered, he remarked. Indeed, it is you. You possess quite the remarkable gift. Ordinarily, the source of light within your body should not manifest at your current realm. Yet it exists, and is of the same origin as you. Young man, you are indeed fortunate. The elder tree exclaimed with a sense of wonder. Suzhou, witnessing the elder discerning the sealed source of eternal brilliance within Zhou Wei, couldn't he help but break into a cold sweat. Is everything all right? He inquired of the system. Ding. Payment for services rendered. Host need not worry, the system assured him, allowing Suzhou's anxieties to gradually subside. Ha ha ha, but you need not fret. This source of light shall not harm you. You may develop and utilize it freely. The elder tree continued his exposition regarding the source of light sealed within Zhou Wei. 5 minutes later. All right, that should suffice for the explanation. Young Zhou, your opponent awaits over there. The elder tree pointed, and the others followed his gesture to behold a verdant figure emerging slowly from within the giant tree, clad in vine armor and wielding a wooden blade. With lifeless dark green eyes fixated unblinkingly upon Zhou Wei, a formidable aura surged forth. It was indeed the condensation realm. Zhou Wei twitched his lips, his countenance grave, and helplessly appealed to the elder tree at his side. Elder, have you perhaps erred in the matching mechanism? I am merely at the mid-stage of chi gathering. You expect me to confront someone from the condensation realm? The elder tree, perplexed by the youth's terminology, chuckled. Proving oneself is no trivial matter. One cannot recklessly engage across such a vast disparity in realms. How then can one speak of aspiring to greatness? How can one protect home and country? How can you demonstrate your worthiness to safely escort the little ones to Wuyue Pass? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei paused, then ceased his lamentation, silently preparing his blade. Curse it. It's just a condensation realm opponent. I'll take him on. As he observed the figure before the giant tree begin to move, Zhou Wei's expression hardened, his resolve steeling. Seeing that Zhou Wei was ready, the elder tree smiled benevolently. And with a wave of his hand, Suzhou felt a rush of white light envelop him. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself standing atop the giant tree's trunk. Let us leave the space for young Zhou. We shall observe from above, he declared. Beneath the giant tree, Zhou Wei gazed at the treeman not far away. Though it remained motionless, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him like a mountain. His right hand, gripping the blade, began to tremble slightly. The last time I felt such pressure was in the outskirts of Huisher. That time, it was all chaos thanks to old Su, but this time, I must rely on myself. Suddenly, the treeman sprang into action. Its originally dark green eyes erupted with blinding green light, aimed directly at Zhou Wei. Caught off guard, Zhou Wei was struck squarely by the green beam. Seconds later, a wave of trepidation surged from the depths of his heart. No, I cannot defeat it. Without old Su, I would perish. Perhaps I should surrender. After all, I am merely at the chi gathering stage. It is only natural I cannot win. Waves of despair flooded through Zhou Wei, his once steadfast gaze faltering, the grip on his blood-shadow blade loosening. Observing Zhou Wei trembling atop the giant tree, Suzhou couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. I'll Wei, snap out of it. The elder tree, intrigued, watched the scene unfold, chuckling internally. Though this Zhou lad is a fine prospect, his mental fortitude is lacking. He still requires refinement. Contemplating, the elder tree subtly gestured with a finger concealed in his sleeve. And the treeman, which had initially prepared to strike, halted its aggressive stance and began to approach Zhou Wei slowly, wooden blade in hand. At this juncture, Suzhou and Chu Fengxiao's attention was wholly fixated on Zhou Wei, oblivious to the elder tree's subtle maneuver. Beneath the giant tree, Zhou Wei remained ensnared by a web of negative emotions, his gaze dark and empty as he stared at the ground, unaware that the treeman was approaching him. Can someone like me truly reach the pinnacle? Zhou Wei questioned himself under the weight of despair. Am I really capable of it? Ah Wei, stay sharp. Don't lose face. You're capable. In the depths of his mind, Zhou Wei seemed to hear Suzhou's shouts. Old Su, with Suzhou's encouraging cries echoing in his ears. Zhou Wei felt as though he were a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, the shadows of negativity slowly dissipating. I can do this. I will join old Su in slaying the myriad races beneath the starry dome. At that moment, A voice of determination surged from Zhou Wei's heart, igniting like a flickering flame against the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, the long-silent source of eternal brilliance within Zhou Wei began to stir within his dantian, yet he remained oblivious, still grappling with his own self-doubt and darkness. I can do it. I must be able to. Moments later, Zhou Wei abruptly lifted his head. The gloom in his gaze had vanished, replaced by unwavering confidence. Just then, the sealed source of eternal brilliance within him erupted forth. An endless torrent of golden flames and fiery patterns surged forth, cocooning Zhou Wei in a radiant embrace, as the fiery patterns swiftly entwined around the colossal flame cocoon. What is happening? Su Zhe and Chu Fengxiao exclaimed in unison, their pupils constricting in astonishment. The elder tree, however, remained composed, a smile gracing his features. Golden flames forming a cocoon, fiery patterns providing shelter, a sight of soaring magnificence. Chapter 41. The Golden Dawn illuminates the world. Under the elder tree's deliberate orchestration, the treeman, witnessing Zhou Wei enveloped in the cocoon, refrained from any action, merely standing with its wooden blade and observing from a short distance. 10 minutes later, the cocoon beneath the giant tree finally stirred, pulsating like a heart rejuvenated, healthy, and vigorous. The treeman took notice of this change, tilting its head and dragging its wooden blade closer to the cocoon, until it was merely a blade's length away. The elder tree sensed the timing was right. Severing his connection with the treeman, unrestrained, the treeman's eyes gleamed with menace as it swung its blade down. Su Zhe and Chu Fengxiao, witnessing this, could no longer remain idle and attempted to leap from the tree to shield Zhou Wei from the impending strike. However, with a mere flick of his finger, the elder tree immobilized both eager youths, and as they felt their spiritual energy completely suppressed, Su Zhe panicked. Elder tree, Wei is in a state of comprehension. He is not ready for combat. Please release me. Chu Fengxiao remained silent, his flushed face revealing his distress. Ah, young ones, do not be too impulsive. If I wished for your demise, I could do so with a mere gesture. There would be no need for such elaborate theatrics. Young Zhou is quite promising. The real spectacle is just beginning. Hearing this, Su Zhe ceased his struggles, his curiosity piqued as he directed his gaze towards the cocoon. As the elder tree had indicated, if the elder tree harbored ulterior motives, such intentions would have been evident long before they set foot on Wanmu Peak. There was no need to cloak them in the guise of a trial. The wooden blade descended rapidly, closing the distance swiftly. While Su Zhe and the elder tree were engrossed in their debate, the treeman's blade struck the cocoon enveloping Zhou Wei. Boom! Like a fiery dragon descending upon the earth. The resounding roar of the earth-shattering explosion reverberated across the clearing, forcing the treeman of the condensation realm back several dozen paces. The once still cocoon erupted with torrents of golden flames, fiery patterns dancing amidst the blaze. Thud! Thud! A series of footsteps resonated from the heart of the flames. As Su Zhe and Chu Fengxiao held their breath, fixated on the unfolding scene below, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Emerging from the inferno, Zhou Wei brushed aside the flames with a casual motion. His previously cropped hair was once again replaced by cascading golden locks, reminiscent of that day in the outskirts of Huishi. Yet, his eyes no longer bore the icy gaze of a beast. Instead, they sparkled with a divine essence. Infused with emotion, Zhou Wei glanced up at Su Zhe and Chu Fengxiao, perched on the trunk of a giant tree, and nodded reassuringly, indicating his well-being. He then bowed respectfully to the ancient tree, acknowledging that without its guidance, he would not have emerged from the thread of the wooden sword unscathed. The ancient tree gestured dismissively and pointed towards the nearby treant, signaling that the trial was far from over. Zhou Wei shifted his focus, redirecting his attention to the treant. With a primal roar, the treant, devoid of reason, charged at Zhou Wei wielding its wooden blade. The wooden sword, seemingly a mere ordinary strike in the hands of an ordinary warrior, transformed into something formidable under the treant's might. Zhou Wei found himself unable to evade its onslaught. However, he had no intention of retreating. Grasping his blood shadow broadsword, fiery patterns swiftly enveloped his right hand and spread along the blade, where flickering golden flames danced like lotus flowers in bloom. Shiguang slash! Zhou Wei bellowed, channeling all his strength as the massive broadsword collided violently with the treant's wooden weapon. A resounding clash echoed through the air, and a standoff ensued, with Zhou Wei, in the gathering Qi realm, surprisingly holding his ground against the treant in the condensing pulse realm. Yet, the treant's superiority in realm was undeniable as it increased its force. Zhou Wei gradually began to show signs of exhaustion. Is this too much to bear? Su Zhe observed quietly from above, a swell of pride swelling within him as Zhou Wei held his own against the treant's relentless assault. Just when all believed Zhou Wei would succumb to the struggle, he executed an unexpected maneuver, exerting every ounce of energy to shift the point of impact with his broadsword, redirecting the Trent's assault. With a brutal thud, the wooden sword struck Zhou Wei's left shoulder, penetrating deeply. The searing pain elicited a cry from Zhou Wei, yet he steadfastly pressed down on the Treant's weapon, rendering it immobile. In that moment, Zhou Wei and the Treant were locked in a fierce struggle. The Treant, realizing its weapon was ensnared in Zhou Wei's shoulder, erupted with a fierce green glow in its eyes, letting out a furious roar. Zhou Wei, undeterred, retaliated by head-butting the Treant, causing it to stagger in confusion. As Zhou Wei's gaze transformed into a frenzied glare, he resembled a wild beast, desperately subduing the Treant before him, while the golden flames licked at the Treant, searing its bark. Time passed slowly, and Zhou Wei's wound was enveloped in golden flames to stem the tide of blood loss. Oh, truly a beast of the condensing pulse realm. Even after enduring my golden flames for so long, you show no signs of yielding. Luckily, you're merely a mindless brute. If you had even a modicum of intelligence, I would have long since knelt before you. Zhou Wei gasped, his face pale from blood loss. The Treant continued to bellow in rage, unaware of any alternative means to escape its predicament. I am curious to know what fate awaits you when subjected to the full force of my radiant hand seal in such close quarters. A cunning glint sparked in Zhou Wei's eyes. Throughout this encounter, he had ensnared the Treant in a trap from which there was no escape. With great effort, Zhou Wei lifted his right hand, guiding the golden flames and fiery patterns to converge there. The flames, now imbued with a heightened sentience, danced around his hand, assisting him in forming the radiant hand seal. As the flames intensified, the temperature soared, and even the sluggish Treant sensed the impending danger. The Treant shook its wooden sword vigorously in a futile attempt to break free, but Zhou Wei was resolute. Prior to invoking the radiant hand seal, he had secured both the weapon and his shoulder with fiery patterns. In that instant, the wooden sword and Zhou Wei's shoulder were inextricably bound. However, the Treant's struggle only exacerbated the strain on Zhou Wei's shoulder. If it persisted, his arm would be irreparably damaged. Yet, in his frenzy, Zhou Wei bore the agony, persevering to complete the formation of the radiant hand seal. The detached seal loomed like a harbinger of death, patiently awaiting its master's command. You stubborn wretch. If you don't comply, I'll unleash my Dragon Rider's fury upon you, and you'll pay with your life. Zhou Wei propelled the radiant hand seal forcefully towards the Treant's face. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, and dust enveloped the arena. Away! From the tree trunk, Su Zhe and Chu Fengxiao gazed anxiously into the swirling haze. Yet, the ancient tree seemed to already anticipate the outcome. Stroking its beard with a knowing smile, "Well done, my boy. You truly possess fierce tenacity." As the dust settled, only one figure remained, the Treant, still clutching its wooden sword. Awei has fallen, Su Zhe pondered. But in the next moment, another figure crawled out from the debris. Zhou Wei. The sight of Zhou Wei, dragging his broadsword with his only functioning hand, drew closer. Upon inspection, the Treant's face had been utterly obliterated by the radiant hand seal, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, Zhou Wei had no intention of sparing the Treant. Flames surged forth, easily consuming the lifeless remnants, reducing them to ash that mingled with the dust. Once the dust settled, Zhou Wei could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground. Observing this, the ancient tree waved its sleeve, lifting Zhou Wei onto the trunk, then raised its hand, channeling a verdant light into Zhou Wei's body. Within moments, Zhou Wei's pallor transformed, returning to a healthy hue. Cough, cough. That hurt like hell, Zhou Wei exclaimed, relieved to be safe. Well done, Awei. Su Zhe clapped Zhou Wei on the shoulder. What did you experience inside that fiery cocoon? You emerged with such ferocity, even besting a condensing pulse realm opponent. Su Zhe inquired, curiosity evident. Beside him, Chu Fengxiao also regarded Zhou Wei with intrigue. Oh, it's nothing much. My inner source of light saw me struggling and decided to give me a boost. I comprehended an extraordinary technique within the fiery cocoon, Zhou Wei boasted. What technique? Everyone asked with keen interest. Zhou Wei chuckled before declaring, the Golden Dawn Radiant Decision. The fiery wave I unleashed with my Blood Shadow broadsword was a martial skill recorded in the Golden Dawn Radiant Decision. It's called Shiguang Slash. What do you think? Impressive, right? Haha. I've always said I possess the demeanor of an emperor. Seeing his comrades around him, Zhou Wei reveled in his triumph, flaunting his newfound prowess before Su Zhe and Chu Fengxiao. Observing Zhou Wei's exuberance, Chu Fengxiao exchanged a knowing glance with Su Zhe, a hint of exasperation evident. Old Su, given Awei's current state, should we let him take on another opponent? I think he is ready. Su Zhe, equally bemused by Zhou Wei's antics, suggested to the ancient tree. Haha, very well. Young Zhou has passed the trial. The ancient tree elder raised his hand to level the uneven terrain below. then turned to face Chu Fengxiao, chuckling with delight. Next up is you, Sword Boy. Chapter 42. I am the defiant wanderer of the mortal realm. Old tree. My surname is Chu, not Sword. I am not that ice-hearted brat from Tianshu Mountain who practices swordsmanship. Chu Fengxiao replied, his expression a mix of exasperation and disbelief as he looked at the elder. Huh. It's been quite a while since I've encountered those sword maniacs from Tianshu Mountain. The elder said, stroking his beard as he gazed into the distance. I do not know the current sword bearer of Tianshu Mountain. What does it matter if I call you Sword Boy? Feel free to address me as you wish. Chu Fengxiao sighed, resigned to the moniker. Hey, old Chu, what kind of place is Tianshu Mountain? Are you familiar with them? Zhou Wei inquired curiously. Familiar would be an exaggeration. Those folks from Tianshu Mountain only know how to practice swordsmanship. The elder was right. They are all sword fanatics, especially the current generation of sword bearers. They are utterly devoted to the blade. But you'll find out soon enough. He has also joined the special forces of the Great Xia, he continued. Suzhou observed Chu Fengxiao's indignation as he lamented Tianshu Mountain, intrigued by the potential animosity between him and the current sword bearer of that place. Enough of your grievances against Tianshu Mountain. It's your turn now, the elder interjected, gesturing towards the freshly flattened area beneath the giant tree, his meaning unmistakable. Chu Fengxiao shrugged, gripping the broken sword as he prepared to descend from the tree. Wait, Sword Boy, hold on. Change your sword. The elder noticed that Chu Fengxiao was still holding his original broken sword and called out, extending his right hand towards the interior of the giant tree. In a moment, a 3-foot sword, its blade of vibrant green akin to jade, soared through the air, hovering silently before the group. This was the sword I used in my youth. It is of no use to me now, so I shall give it to you, the elder said, handing over the sword. As he looked at the emerald blade, a glimmer of nostalgia crossed his eyes. After a long pause, he added, this sword is named Qingmu. I hope you do not tarnish its reputation. Chu Fengxiao stared at the approaching Qingmu, momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he reached out to grasp the sword. The moment it touched his hand, its smooth, jade-like texture elicited an involuntary exclamation, a fine sword. However, he promptly returned Qingmu to the elder, picking up the broken sword once more with a defiant expression. Elder. This sword does not suit me. You might as well keep it safe until you encounter a worthy recipient in the future. With that, he leaped down from the tree and positioned himself on the newly cleared ground before the giant tree. Hey, this lad is quite amusing. The elder's gaze shifted back to the hovering Qingmu, surprise replacing the nostalgia in his eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It seems the Sword Boy is not keen on using an old man's blade, seeking to forge his own path, is he? Come on, elder, let us get started. Chu Fengxiao urged from below, his impatience palpable. Seeing this, the elder ceased to dwell on the matter. After retrieving Qingmu, he patted the trunk of the giant tree, infusing it with energy. Instantly, the giant tree began to tremble, and the entrance from which the sword-wielding treeman had emerged radiated green light once more. Hee, Sword Boy. Let me see what prowess this red dust sword of yours possesses. The elder murmured as he observed the unfolding scene below. The shaking did not last long. Moments later, a robust figure clad in imposing armor, wielding a massive shield, emerged. Unlike the sword-wielding treeman faced by Zhou Wei, this armored treeman possessed a flicker of intelligence in its eyes. Chu Fengxiao took note of this sentient treeman. Is there a matching mechanism at play here? Why is it that Wei encounters only simpletons? Damn, had I known, I wouldn't he have been so arrogant. I should have brought down that Qingmu's sword. Despite his musings, he did not retreat even a step, even as the armored treeman unleashed its peak prowess in the condensation realm, significantly surpassing him in strength. He continued to hold the broken sword, his eyes closed, exuding an air of indifference as the fierce wind whipped through his hair, tousling the strands across his forehead. A faint aura of defiance emanated from him. The two observers atop the giant tree broke into a cold sweat. Old Su, what is he doing? Zhou Wei asked, his face darkening as he turned to Suzhou. I don't know. It seems he has lost his senses. Suzhou covered his face, unable to watch the spectacle below. The armored treeman paid no heed to Chu Fengxiao's antics, charging forward with its massive shield raised, resembling a frenzied bull propelled by spiritual energy. Its momentum far surpassing that of the sword-wielding treeman. The ground was limited, and in an instant, the armored treeman was within 3 steps of Chu Fengxiao, the massive shield poised to strike. Zhou Wei could no longer contain himself. Old Chu, stop pretending. It's about to reach you. Chu Fengxiao appeared oblivious to Zhou Wei's shout. He remained with his eyes shut, the wind gently lifting his bangs. Beneath the cover of a few stray wisps of hair, his eyelids flicked open slightly, and a beam of sword light shot forth. Clang! The sword light struck the armored giant's massive shield with a resounding clang, emitting a sharp, melodic chime while skillfully redirecting the shield's trajectory. Chu Fengxiao effortlessly sidestepped the armored treeman's brutal charge, moving slightly to the left. Seeing that his initial strike had failed, the armored treeman mustered its strength once more, charging at Chu Fengxiao with its massive shield. This time, Chu Fengxiao swung the broken sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the treeman's left flank. The ground was pockmarked by the impact of the sword wave, and the armored treeman, distracted by its charge, revealed an opening. With a focused gaze, Chu Fengxiao seized the opportunity. Instead of retreating, he propelled himself off the surface of the shield with a deft push, soaring into the air. Mid-flight, he unleashed a flurry of sword energies aimed at the treeman's forehead. Boom! As dust and debris erupted, Chu Fengxiao gently descended to the ground. Roar! Before he could regain his footing, the armored treeman emerged unscathed from the cloud of dust and lunged at Chu Fengxiao once more. Not a single scratch marred the treeman's form despite the barrage of sword energies. In the face of the armored treeman's peak strength in the condensation realm, Chu Fengxiao's sword seemed woefully inadequate. Chu Fengxiao appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Not the least bit disheartened, he continued to strike, each swing generating several sword energies directed at the armored treeman, yet with little effect. The elder atop the giant tree observed with keen interest. Hee, sword boy, this is a special challenge I have prepared for you. Though it is at the peak of the condensation realm, its lethality is not particularly strong. However, its formidable defense, what do you possess to shatter it? Your defiant heart in the mortal realm? As the sword energies began to wane, Chu Fengxiao found it increasingly difficult to sustain the expenditure of spiritual energy, and the frequency of his strikes gradually diminished. The armored treeman, sensing the weakening resistance, seized the moment, slamming its shield into the recovering Chu Fengxiao. In an instant, Chu Fengxiao was sent flying several dozen paces, the broken sword falling limply from his grasp, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Clearly, the elder's claim of the treeman's weak lethality was relative. Even its diminished offensive capabilities, bolstered by its peak strength, proved too much for Chu Fengxiao to withstand. Old Chu. The two atop the tree grew anxious but remained cautious, struggling to rise from the ground. Chu Fengxiao staggered to his feet, retrieving the broken sword that had fallen nearby. A familiar mocking smile crept across his face, brimming with rebellious spirit. Damn it! You haven't managed to kill me yet. Is that all you've got? Is this what it means to be at the peak of the condensation realm? Indeed. He continued to taunt the armored treeman before him. The treeman, possessing a modicum of intelligence, could surely comprehend the derision emanating from the person before it. Despite their precarious state, suddenly, a fierce glint ignited in his pupils. He cast aside the enormous shield and, with a single punch, sent Chu Fengxiao, who had only just managed to straighten himself, flying once again. Struck, Chu Fengxiao felt a tumultuous wave surge within his stomach, and the thread of spiritual power he had only just coalesced became chaotic once more. A rough assessment revealed that at least several of his ribs had been fractured. Cough. Cough. What a force indeed. Chu Fengxiao rose once more. Bang. He was knocked down again. In the span of a few short minutes, Chu Fengxiao repeatedly got back up only to be sent sprawling once more, his body enveloped in blood and grime, his once strikingly handsome face now a picture of disarray. The armored tree man stomped down on Chu Fengxiao's back, applying pressure with the intent to break this red dust sword. Yet, Chu Fengxiao clung desperately to the ground, the red dust sword cannon within him running rampant, and on his blood-streaked face, his sword-like eyes suddenly shimmered with an otherworldly light. I am the defiant traveler of the red dust, unenvying the celestial and the divine. In an instant, the sword aura around him coalesced, forcefully pushing aside the armored tree man that stood upon his back. Chu Fengxiao extended his right hand, and the broken sword, imbued with spirit, soared into his grasp. In that moment, his entire being underwent a remarkable transformation. The ancient tree elder, who had witnessed it all from atop the giant tree, once again grasped the stored Qingmu sword, and with a tone of resignation, remarked, "Old friend, it appears we are indeed growing old. Our path seems truly unworthy of that lad." The Qingmu sword trembled slightly, emitting a faint glow as if conveying something to the ancient tree elder. "Oh, old friend, are you certain?" The elder inquired, taken aback. The Qingmu trembled once more. "Haha, I understand now. Let us wait until this lad finishes." Chapter 43. The heart of the red dust sword strikes the armor. Beneath the great tree, while the ancient tree elder conversed with the spirit sword Qingmu, Chu Fengxiao made his move. The relentless operation of the red dust sword cannon within him provided Chu Fengxiao with the capital to fight once more. He leapt into the air using the giant shield as a springboard, but this time it was different. In midair, Chu Fengxiao softly intoned. The shadow of the sword dances gracefully, banishing demons from this realm. In just 10 short words, He encapsulated the yearning and pursuit he had harbored for over a decade of sword practice. Chu Fengxiao hailed from an ordinary family in Jiangnan province. Yet unlike Su Zhe and Zhou Wei, he was a natural prodigy, an unequivocal genius. At 3 years of age, he wielded a sword, and his sword heart blossomed. By 5, he practiced swordplay, and the essence of the sword emerged. At 15, he ventured alone to Tianshu Mountain to seek the way, battling the chief of the same age to a standstill. His journey was fraught with hardships and pain, yet he paid them no heed. He was rebellious, untamed, and sought brilliance. He possessed a pride that was uniquely his own. Thus, he would not be humbled by a mere armored tree man. Even Zhou Wei had the conviction and determination to defeat the condensing pulse tree man. As a prodigy like myself, how could I not be prepared? Suddenly, the sword light in Chu Fengxiao's eyes flared, the winds shifted, the sword energy surged, and wielding the broken blade, he struck forth with a fierce sword light directed at the armored tree man. One sword shatters the red dust, he bellowed. The fierce sword light swept over the armored tree man, countless waves of sword energy crashing against the tree man's armor. Though it did not shatter the armored tree man like it did with the stone giant, the continued assault of sword energy still caused the tree man to roar in pain. Roar! Before long, the armored tree man stomped violently on the ground, causing the earth to fracture and spread outward, the terrifying recoil shattering the magnificent sword light, leaving only wisps of sword intent drifting in the air. As the sword light was shattered, the armored tree man slowly emerged from the massive pit, his cold, sinister green eyes fixated on the diminutive figure before him. Yet the mottled sword marks upon his armor revealed that he, too, was not unscathed. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. With another clenched fist, he unleashed a powerful strike. Chu Fengxiao, seeing the punch approach, raised the broken sword to defend, and this time he was not sent flying, merely pushed back several dozen paces. But the red dust sword intent swirling around him noticeably dimmed. It was evident that, even with all his strength channeled into the red dust sword cannon, he had reached the limit of his capabilities. Cough, cough. Was I being too ambitious? Chu Fengxiao collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The earth mixed with his blood gnawed at his heart. Yet, even when reduced to the status of mere dust, Chu Fengxiao remained steadfast, resolutely refusing to allow his sword heart to be tainted. The body may falter, but the spirit shall never perish. Old Su. Zhou Wei could no longer bear to watch, and turned to Su Zhe for assistance. Su Zhe took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and then shook his head emphatically at Zhou Wei. No. Old Chu has not yet been defeated. Even if he is kneeling on the ground, he still possesses a heart that yearns for victory. Zhou Wei, unwilling to witness the scene any longer, turned his gaze away. Yet he understood in his heart that for Chu Fengxiao, losing was not the fearsome aspect. Rather, losing an invincible heart would be the true destruction of his martial path. Haha, you two boys need not fret. The sword lad still has a chance. It all hinges on whether he can comprehend. The ancient tree elder, seeing the two in distress, felt compelled to explain. The sword lad is unlike the two of you. He is too proud. Not that pride is inherently bad, but the elder shifted his tone. That pride must be built upon a foundation of sufficient strength. Without that support, excessive arrogance may invite perilous consequences. Especially in the battlefield of myriad races. Do you know what sort of place that is? Haha, it is no exaggeration to say that it is a meat grinder, where countless figures perish in regret each day. For the sword lad, this moment might not be a misfortune. In the face of absolute strength, concealing one's edge and preserving one's essence is also a commendable choice. The implication of the elder's words was not lost on Su Zhe and Zhou Wei. He did not believe Chu Fengxiao could successfully slay the armored tree man and pass the trial. Zhou Wei, disheartened, gazed at the unwavering, indomitable figure at the center of the battlefield. Su Zhe's gaze fell contemplatively upon Chu Fengxiao. Old Chu, how will you break this impasse? As if sensing Su Zhe and Zhou Wei's scrutiny, Chu Fengxiao tilted his head to gaze up at the giant tree. Though his eyes were obscured by blood and grime, he still managed to muster a strained smile. Cough, cough. I have been underestimated. He chuckled, recalling the last time he was underestimated was at 15, when he dueled that icy brat. 3 or 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye. If that icy brat were to witness his current state, he would undoubtedly mock him again, for the icy brat's mouth was truly superfluous. Chu Fengxiao reflected, his swaying body betraying the fact that his physical state was at its lowest. Yet the glimmer of determination in his blood-streaked eyes conveyed a resolute message. This battle was far from over. No one knew what Chu Fengxiao intended to do, nor could anyone fathom how he would prevail in this lopsided contest of strength. Roar! The armored tree man, indifferent to notions of sword heart or conviction, was created with a singular purpose, to obliterate everything in its path. Seizing the giant shield discarded on the ground, the armored tree man raised it. resolved to deliver the final blow to Chu Fengxiao and put an end to this farce. The ancient tree elder observed as the armored tree man charged forward. Yet Chu Fengxiao still made no move, assuming that his opponent was cornered and out of options. Shaking his head, he prepared to intervene and extinguish this trial. Just then, Chu Fengxiao sprang into action. He was not about to wait idly for death. Zhou Wei was a gambler. He wagered that the tree man would not be able to slay him with a single blow. But was Chu Fengxiao not a gambler as well? He poured every last ounce of his remaining spiritual power into the broken sword in his hand, which began to emit a faint glow. Not enough. He skillfully harnessed the myriad sword intents surrounding him, channeling them all into the broken sword in his grasp, both the intact and the shattered. Yet, it was still insufficient. The oppressive aura emanating from the fragmented blade in Chu Fengxiao's hand intensified, even surpassing the force of all his previous assaults. The elder tree, perplexed, conceded that Chu Fengxiao's ultimate move to raise the sword from despair was indeed astonishing, but still, it was not enough. The outcome seemed predetermined. Sword boy, what exactly do you aspire to achieve? The elder tree squinted, observing Chu Fengxiao encircled by a tempest of sword energy on the battlefield. But soon, Chu Fengxiao provided an answer that took the elder tree by surprise. He infused the insights and experiences he had gleaned over nearly 2 decades into the already stirring broken sword. In an instant, the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation, with an exceedingly low atmospheric pressure gathering above Mount Wanmu. Chu Fengxiao's gamble had audaciously altered the celestial phenomena. This young man truly astonished the elder tree, who realized that Chu Fengxiao had staked all his swordsmanship insights accumulated since childhood on this singular strike. The elder tree felt a twinge of regret. He had believed that employing a puppet at the pinnacle of the meridian condensation realm would compel Chu Fengxiao to understand the principles of restraint and subtlety. But who could have anticipated that this young man was so proud enough to wager his entire future in the pursuit of the sword? Should this sword succeed, it would soar to the heights of the sky, but if it failed, nearly 20 years of swordsmanship would be rendered futile, and he would be unable to wield a sword again with grace. At this moment, the elder tree felt a pang of regret, realizing that such a prodigy should not perish within the confines of the imperial city. Ha! Foolish giant. Prepare to taste the fruits of my nearly 20 years of sword training. With pride solidified into the sword, and arrogance coalescing into spirit, a loud bang resounded. Under this immense pressure, Chu Fengxiao, who had only recently broken through to the late stages of the Qi-gathering realm, unexpectedly ascended to the pinnacle of Qi-gathering. However, Chu Fengxiao was no longer concerned about his cultivation level. His entire being was concentrated on the sword in his hand. The sword rose, the wind surged. Chu Fengxiao leaped into the air, the broken sword accompanying him. With a blade slicing through autumn, he refined his heart amidst the mortal realm. Utilizing the momentum of the wind and the might of the heavens, his eyes sparkled with intensity as he murmured, "Mortal realm, sever my 3,000 strands." The broken sword shot forth, unleashing a torrent of formidable sword insights and the residual emotional power from the mortal world, all transforming into radiant sword light. The once indomitable armor and colossal shield of the armored tree man became as fragile as paper, easily pierced, and in an instant, it was subjected to a swift execution by this beam of sword light. As Chu Fengxiao's consciousness faded, he beheld the armored tree man disintegrating into ashes, a faint smile gracing his lips. This time, I have won the gamble. Sighing, the elder tree surveyed the chaos below, raising his hand to summon Chu Fengxiao beside him. Observing the dire state of Chu Fengxiao, he reluctantly infused a thread of life energy into his body. The long-cherished Qingmu sword spiraled around Chu Fengxiao, and upon witnessing this scene, the elder tree's previously wavering gaze gradually solidified. Old friend, just as you wished. Chapter 44. Qingmu follows, a sword with dual souls. Cough, cough. Thanks to the life energy imparted by the elder tree, Chu Fengxiao slowly opened his eyes, and his injuries ceased to worsen. Instead, the foundation of his sword path grew increasingly perfect under the stress of this dire situation. Old Chu, you're awake. Zhou Wei had been closely monitoring Chu Fengxiao's condition and exclaimed in delight the moment Chu Fengxiao opened his eyes. Fortunately, my skills are superior. I almost got smashed into the ground by that thing. Chu Fengxiao grimaced, touching his bruised face. Wow, old Chu, you have no idea how fierce you were just now. That final strike of yours, I'm not sure even old Su could have handled it. Zhou Wei gazed at Chu Fengxiao with starry eyes. His gaze conveyed a single message. Coach, I want to learn this. Hey, I'm still here. Su shot a glare at his friend, who was demeaning his own actions to flatter Chu Fengxiao. Unable to suppress a snort. Uffed. A sycophant's heart is like a goose. Ha ha. It seems the sword boy has made a remarkable recovery. The elder tree noted that Chu Fengxiao was now able to speak and approached him with the Qingmu sword in hand. Elder, didn't I mention that the Qingmu sword isn't suited for me? Let it rest, awaiting a fated one. Seeing the elder tree still holding onto the Qingmu sword, Chu Fengxiao hastily waved his hands in refusal. Hey, you brat. Others covet this sword but cannot obtain it, yet you refuse it when offered. The elder tree narrowed his eyes, glaring fiercely at Chu Fengxiao, then continued, I did not come to find you. It is this sword that seeks you. Saying this, he presented the Qingmu sword before Chu Fengxiao. The Qingmu has just communicated with me. To put it simply, it does not wish to gather dust with me any longer. It willingly seeks to be reforged and integrated into your broken sword. The Qingmu possesses spirit. Its decision is one I cannot refute. However, since I stepped back from the battlefield of the Myriad clans, the Qingmu has rarely drawn its sword, a true shame for a spirit sword. Few can earn the Qingmu's favor. So what do you say, sword boy? Consider it carefully. The elder tree conveyed his exchange with the Qingmu to Chu Fengxiao, allowing him to make his own decision. Chu Fengxiao pondered, gazing at the broken sword beside him, momentarily uncertain. Suddenly, the broken sword trembled violently on the ground. What is this? The elder tree's gaze sharpened, then he sighed with a wry smile. Old friend, it seems you have no hope. A faint consciousness surfaced in Chu Fengxiao's mind, and he stared at the broken sword in bewilderment. Are you speaking to me? Upon hearing this, the broken sword trembled once more. Suzhou, curious, inquired, Elder, what is happening here? The elder tree stroked his beard and explained. The sword boy has just imbued this broken sword with his life's sword insights and the essence of his mortal heart, resonating with the heavens. Now, like the Qingmu, this broken sword has awakened a semblance of spiritual intelligence, albeit still feeble. Upon hearing this, Chu Fengxiao focused intently on the broken sword, murmuring, from now on, you shall be called Chenjia, born from the mortal realm, birthed from transient tribulations. The broken sword quivered slightly, seemingly responding to its new name. Alas, old friend, return. The elder tree observed the sword and the youth before him, feeling helpless. It seemed the broken sword had already developed spiritual intelligence, making it unsuitable for reforging. However, the floating Qingmu sword appeared to disregard the elder tree's call, its blade glowing with a clear light as it drifted towards the broken sword. The onlookers were baffled. The broken sword had gained intelligence, but what was the Qingmu sword attempting to accomplish? The two swords' lights intertwined, and the faint consciousness within the broken sword solidified further under the Qingmu's gentle luminescence. Moments later, the Qingmu returned to the elder tree's side, a thread of spiritual awareness emerging in the elder tree's mind. Instantly, the elder tree comprehended the Qingmu's intent, his eyes widening in disbelief. Old friend, are you truly intent on proceeding this way? It's really unnecessary. While the sword boy is commendable, in the vast land of Daxia, heroes abound. There is no need to fixate on him. The Qingmu disregarded the elder tree's counsel, its entire body quivering violently, as if urging the elder tree to agree promptly. Observing the Qingmu's anxious demeanor, the elder tree could only acquiesce, then fixed a steady gaze upon Chu Fengxiao. Chu Fengxiao felt a chill run down his spine under the elder tree's intense stare and couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Hee, elder, where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Why must one cling to me, this single flower? Bah! The old tree, disgusted by Chu Fengxiao's shameless display, retorted with irritation. I fail to understand what it is about you that has caught the eye of Qingmu, to the extent that you would forsake your own sword body to coexist with the nascent consciousness of that broken sword. In other words, a sword with two souls. Ah! Chu Fengxiao was taken aback. Damn it, old Chu, you truly ought to be damned. Zhou Wei, filled with envy, lamented internally, his eyes nearly turning violet. Why is it that I, after nearly being beaten to death by that sword-wielding tree man, barely managed to acquire a martial art, while old Chu, after a near-fatal encounter, not only breaks through his cultivation but also witnesses the birth of a spirit from a broken sword, and now has a formidable Qingmu, insisting on following him. Heaven above, I shall never again call you grandfather. Faced with such a stark contrast, Zhou Wei predictably fell into a state of emo despair. No one cared about Zhou Wei's feelings. All attention was on Chu Fengxiao's decision, observing the Qingmu before him, who was willing to sacrifice everything to accompany him. Chu Fengxiao would be lying if he claimed he was unmoved. A spirit sword that had fought alongside the old tree for a millennium, its worth was beyond question. Chu Fengxiao understood that the Qingmu sword's eagerness was not solely due to his own brilliance, but perhaps a result of his previous gamble to eradicate the armored tree man, which fortuitously aligned with Qingmu's preferences. Qingmu, born as a sword, had withdrawn from battle alongside the old tree due to injuries, never having fought for 1,000 years, which was a cruel fate for a spirit sword. A sword that does not drink blood is no different from a mere firewood stick. Realizing all this, Chu Fengxiao turned his gaze back to the Qingmu, speaking earnestly. Senior, since you have made such sacrifices, I vow to return to the battlefield and stain my sword with the blood of countless races. Upon hearing Chu Fengxiao's response, the Qingmu sword erupted with joyous sword cries, its sound waves dispersing the floating clouds and resonating through the heavens. Subsequently, the Qingmu, enveloped in a radiant light, hovered before the broken sword, intertwining with it through several emerald threads, imparting its consciousness, its insights into the sword path, and all its learned sword techniques into the broken sword. As the Qingmu's spirit gradually transferred, emerald patterns began to emerge on the remnants of the broken sword, 1 line, 2 lines, until the entire sword body was adorned with these markings, the original clear light of Qingmu fading away and falling powerless to the ground. Old tree. The trio of Suzhou looked helplessly at the fallen Qingmu sword. Yet the old tree waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. This is Qingmu's own choice. He then picked up the fallen Qingmu's sword, tapping its body, producing a crisp sound. Now, the Qingmu sword was merely an exquisite weapon, devoid of its spirit. Alas, sword boy, consider yourself fortunate. Take this and restore your broken sword, using this material. Do not let Qingmu suffer in another place. With a grand gesture, the old tree tossed the lifeless Qingmu sword to Chu Fengxiao. Chu Fengxiao hastily caught it, offering an apologetic smile, then inquired, Old tree, why is Qingmu Senior unresponsive? You are not strong enough now, and this broken sword is not worthy. Once you grow stronger, it will naturally emerge, so strive to become stronger, sword boy. The old tree waved his hand in explanation. As matters began to settle, the tying star slowly ascended into the sky, casting a gentle glow. The old tree waved his hand, leveling the ground beneath the giant tree, and spoke. You are next, Su boy. Chapter 45. Choice. The old tree regarded Suzhou with a playful glint in his eyes. What is it? Old tree, is there an issue? Suzhou felt uncomfortable under the old tree's penetrating gaze and decided to ask directly. Su boy, among these three, you are the one I find most indecipherable. The old tree waved his hand and candidly addressed Suzhou. Do not rush, let me explain slowly. Zhou boy possesses a source of light within, and the sword boy has an invincible heart of the sword, but you. The old tree paused, gazing intently at Suzhou. I cannot see through you. Within you lies remnants of a celestial array, as well as the lingering will of the Yongyao Yulin clan. By all accounts, your presence before me is nothing short of miraculous. Thus, I cannot fathom you. Nonsense. After all, I possess a golden finger. If I could be easily seen through, how could I continue to survive? Wouldn't you agree, system? Suzhou silently scoffed in his heart. The system remained silent, showing no reaction to Suzhou's words. The old tree maintained his usual composure, continuing to speak. Su boy, I cannot see through you. Therefore, I cannot impose targeted trials upon you, leaving you with 2 choices. The first choice is that you may directly take the little wooden ones with you, and I will consider your trio's trials passed. The old tree smiled at the 3. Excellent. Old Su, no need for a fight. Let us hasten to Yunhafeng. Zhou Wei exclaimed excitedly from the side. However, Suzhou was not swayed by this sudden joy. Instead, he inquired of the old tree, May I ask what the second choice is? The old tree's smile deepened with intrigue. The second choice? In the battlefield of myriad races, I slew many foes, but I also captured several. Among them, I noticed one with commendable talent, so I erased his consciousness. However, he was too steeped in malevolence. Even without his consciousness, he would not heed the control of others, only following the instinct of his own malice, thirsting for blood. Handling him was too troublesome, and I had invested considerable effort in refining him, rendering him tasteless yet too precious to destroy. It was only upon seeing you just now that I recalled this matter. Thus, Su boy, your second choice is to engage in battle with that being of another race. I only require you to endure without defeat within a specified time. What say you, Su boy? Which option do you choose? The old tree once again presented the choice to Suzhou, his eyes gleaming with both amusement and a hint of anticipation. In this small team, even the members are extraordinary. The leader cannot possibly be ordinary. The old tree thought to himself as he observed Suzhou in contemplation. After processing the old tree's words, Suzhou was rapidly weighing his options. Should he not waste time and simply leave, or should he engage in battle with that being of another race? After a moment of deep thought, Suzhou crouched down, quietly surveying the ground beneath the giant tree. Due to the old tree's hasty leveling, the ground was rather rough, leaving behind many remnants of previous battles. Zhou Wei's scorched black marks from the golden flames and the last majestic strike of Chu Fengxiao were still faintly visible. Just then, Suzhou smiled, realizing the absurdity of his indecision. What was there to hesitate about? Old tree, I'm in. I want to fight that other race. Yes. Suzhou accepted the second option. He did not inquire what kind of being it was nor its cultivation level. He merely raised his head with determination, gazing steadfastly at his companions. Although he was the captain of the first team of the Daxia Special Forces, logically, the optimal solution would be to lead the little mountain spirits to the next destination without delay. Yet he was only 18. Zhou Wei could do it. Chu Fengxiao could do it. Why couldn't he? Suzhou? Is youth without recklessness not laughable? The old tree broke into a smile. Indeed, he had not misjudged. A person capable of attracting 2 dragons and phoenixes was no ordinary being. That being of another race is at the threshold of the transformation realm. As for the race, if memory serves correctly, it should be Bloodsea Rakshasa. Bloodsea Rakshasa? The 3 exclaimed in unison. What is the matter? Is there something amiss? The old tree asked, puzzled. Senior, do you not remember that our mission here is to escort the little wooden ones to Wuyue Pass? Chu Fengxiao interjected. Do you remember? But what does that have to do with the Bloodsea Rakshasa? This Bloodsea Rakshasa is one of the 5 primary forces attacking the 5 Peaks Pass. Zhou Wei quietly supplemented. Upon hearing this, Suzhou's anticipation for the upcoming battle intensified. It was not merely a testament to youthful bravado, but also an opportunity to gain insight into the enemies of the 5 Peaks Pass. Who would have thought that the old man's unintentional actions would yield such a fortuitous outcome? Then let us engage in battle tomorrow. We have worn ourselves out enough today. Young Su, make sure to conserve your energy. The old man eagerly anticipates your performance tomorrow. After speaking, the elder stroked his beard and walked toward the spirit of the small mountain. Old Su, if you sense that things are not going in your favor tomorrow, surrender quickly. Losing to someone at the half-step spirit transformation stage is nothing to be ashamed of. After all, you are merely a late-stage qi-gathering novice. There will be plenty of days ahead, Zhou Wei chattered as he followed closely behind Suzhou. Enough of you. You're just boosting his morale while undermining your own. Hurry and go cook. Let me ponder this in peace, Suzhou retorted, kicking Zhou Wei away like a sticky candy, and squatted by the giant tree's trunk, contemplating how to approach the battle ahead. Based on his current situation, as long as he was not instantaneously defeated in one encounter, given the terrifying endurance provided by the 7 Suns returning spirit and the spirit resonance heaven form, he believed he could maintain the minimal support needed. The 1,000 army breaker was out of the question. Even with its armor-piercing effects, the damage was negligible against such a vast disparity in cultivation. It seemed he could only place his hopes on the universal holy Qilin transformation and the glazed Vajra body, as long as he layered enough armor. Not even the Bloodsea Rakshasa, let alone a deity, would intimidate him. Resolute in his decision, Suzhou felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. A gentle breeze caressed his face, prompting him to reminisce about all that had transpired during this period. Ever since the system awakened, he had comprehended the celestial star Yin-Yang formation, vanquished marauders, engaged in skirmishes in the suburbs, and tamed the Qilin will, ultimately grasping the universal holy Qilin transformation. Each experience unfolded before his eyes like a fleeting panorama. It has been so long since I felt this relaxed. Suzhou sighed contentedly, stretching leisurely beneath the radiance of the Tian star, where everything seemed so natural. At that moment, an arm draped over his shoulder. Old Su, don't be so tense. Just treat this as a chance to scout enemy intelligence. If it proves too much, we can always surrender. The playful voice belonged to none other than Chu Fengxiao. Turning around, he indeed found Chu Fengxiao standing behind him, a cheerful grin on his face, holding several cans of beer. That kid away is truly a genius. The largest backpack he carried was filled with seasonings and beer. Chu Fengxiao tossed a can of beer to Suzhou, and the two settled down in the evening breeze, exchanging banter as they drank. Just as they were getting into the spirit of it, Suzhou suddenly inquired, Old Chu, what do you plan to do after this mission concludes? Are you heading back to Jiangnan? Me? Chu Fengxiao was caught off guard by Suzhou's question, momentarily speechless. Right. The Daxia Council assigned us the task of escorting the spirit of the Emperor to the 5 Peaks Pass, but no further missions have been given. We certainly need to think about what to do for the coming year, Suzhou replied. And you? Chu Fengxiao asked. I had already decided. I want to take Zhou Wei to see what the Myriad clans look like. Is it true they have 8 eyes and 4 legs? Suzhou laughed heartily, tossing his empty bottle away. Chu Fengxiao, surprised, swiftly grasped the implications of Suzhou's words. Actually, I too am quite curious about what the Myriad clans on the Star Abyss look like. He handed another can of beer to Suzhou, and the two shared a knowing smile. Ding. Detecting the environment of the host. A side quest has been issued. Survive before the Bloodsea Rakshasa of the half-step spirit transformation stage. Rewards. 1. 15,000 source points. 2. A map of the Bloodsea Rakshasa's stronghold at the 5 Peaks Pass. A map of the Bloodsea Rakshasa's stronghold? System, have you finally come to your senses? This time, you didn't lead me astray. Just as Suja swallowed a mouthful of beer, the system issued a side quest, and the rewards made him salivate. With this map, navigating the Five Peaks Pass would no longer feel like being a headless fly. Suja resolved to endure through tomorrow's battle without fail. Hey, Old Su. Old Chu, dinner is ready. Come and eat. From a distance, Chef Zhou banged on a pot lid, calling out to the two. Also arriving was the elder tree, cradling a small piece of wood, and the trio looked on with exasperated expressions as the elder wolfed down his meal with evident delight. Delicious. Ever since I was injured and recuperating, I haven't had a hot meal in years. Young Zhou, I didn't expect you had this skill. With a flourish of his sleeve, the elder packed up the remaining food, leaving the three to tidy up the mess on the ground. As he departed, the elder, with his fingers wedged in his teeth, cautioned Suja, young Su, if tomorrow seems unfavorable, surrender quickly, don't foolishly throw away your life. With that, he vanished into the void, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Suja stood staring at the rippling space for quite some time, lost in thought. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 46, Blood Sea Rakshasa. The following day, nearing noon, Suja stood in the arena beneath the giant tree, while Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao gazed at him with worry. After all, even the most talented individual would face near certain death when confronting a half-step spirit transformation opponent with merely qi gathering strength. Yet, Suja appeared entirely unfazed, glancing up at the elder tree and nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing that Suja was prepared, the elder hesitated no longer, with a gesture of his right hand. A pale green spatial vortex slowly materialized beneath the giant tree. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar vortex, Suja slightly bent his knees, swiftly entering a combat stance, his eyes fixed intently on the swirling spatial anomaly, poised like a cheetah ready to pounce. After several seconds, the spatial vortex stabilized, and an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Suddenly, a storm erupted. A vengeful three-pronged spear shot forth from the vortex like lightning, imbued with tremendous force, sweeping debris and sand towards Suja. Reacting swiftly, Suja unleashed the combat talent bestowed by the Seven Suns' returning spirit. Crossing his arms before his chest, he invoked Universal Holy Qilin Transformation, activate. The Qilin armored gauntlet instantly adhered to his arms, its formidable patterns and fierce spikes glistening brilliantly under the sun's rays. Soon enough, the spear, swirling with flying sand and gravel, crashed violently against the intersection of Suja's arms. An overwhelming force surged through him, making his blood boil as though his limbs were being struck by a colossal hammer. The tremendous impact forced Suja to slide back several dozen meters, his Qilin armored gauntlet trembling incessantly, and the previously fearsome spikes shattered under the immense force. At last, with a splat, the Qilin armored gauntlet shattered, his arms drenched in blood, and Suja was violently slammed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Old Su, Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao stared in shock as they witnessed Suja being devastated by the spear, never expecting that he would suffer such a dire fate even before encountering the Blood Sea Rakshasa. Cough, cough. Struggling to rise from the ground, Suja let his arms hang limply at his sides, intense pain causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Yet his piercing eyes remained locked on the spear hovering in midair. The Seven Suns' returning spirit within him surged with frantic energy, working in tandem with the spirit resonance heaven form to swiftly mend the injuries to Suja's arms. In but a moment, the previously blood-soaked and languid arms regained their strength, tightening their grip, while the shattered Qilin armor reformed under the infusion of spiritual energy. This exemplifies the terrifying endurance that Suja attained after his enlightenment. As long as he is not annihilated in one blow, he can always rise to continue the fight. This is the allure of a heavily armored warrior with high endurance. This battle is not going to be easy. Suja wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, murmuring to himself. Subsequently, he summoned the Crimson Flood Dragon halberd from his weapon storage ring, standing ready to confront the adversary about to emerge from the spatial vortex. The Blood Sea Rakshasa. After the vengeful ghost trident struck successfully, it remained motionless, merely suspended in front of the vortex. At that moment, a long, scaled arm, dark and somber in hue, suddenly extended from the whirlpool, seizing the vengeful ghost trident. It has arrived. Suja's gaze sharpened, the Qilin manifestation appearing behind him as the vast amounts of spiritual energy absorbed by the innate resonance converged into the manifestation, causing strands of vitality to flicker in his originally ethereal Qilin eyes. The Qilin manifestation let out a thunderous roar, as if declaring war on the enemy, yet to fully emerge. Soon, the entirety of the Blood Sea Rakshasa's form emerged from the vortex, its blue face adorned with sharp fangs, iron claws, and a tail, wielding the vengeful ghost trident. Its body was enveloped in scales, with a pair of nearly 1 meter-long blood-red wings sprouting from its back, contrasting starkly against its dark, somber skin. Damn, why does it look so abstract, red and green? It coordinates better than away. Suju observed the blood sea Rakshasa before him, momentarily blinded by its appearance, silently mocking. The blood sea Rakshasa was oblivious to Suju's thoughts, staring blankly at the trident in its grasp, its murky eyes devoid of any glimmer. Suju quietly summoned the innate resonance, only to be taken aback by the overwhelming malice and murderous aura emanating from the blood sea Rakshasa as he drew near. There was not a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation, only an endless tide of malevolence surged within its veins. How is this possible? Not a shred of spiritual energy. How can it perform martial techniques? Damn it. Suju could hardly believe that the blood sea Rakshasa before him was a normal creature. No, it is no longer a living being. Suddenly enlightened, he recalled what the ancient tree had told him the night before. The entire consciousness had been erased. And at this moment, the vast malice and murderous intent within the blood sea Rakshasa*s body were in control. Malice unleashed, blood wings sweeping, blue face and sharp fangs. This is the blood sea Rakshasa, a race born solely for slaughter and war. Damn, what a farce. How could such a race possibly survive to this day? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Suju gritted his teeth in frustration. However, the blood sea Rakshasa beneath the giant tree was indifferent to Suju's thoughts. In a certain sense, the Rakshasa before him was even more terrifying than those on the battlefield of myriad races. It lacked its own consciousness. And every action was driven by the murderous instincts embedded in its racial memory, indifferent to gains and losses, with only one goal: to obliterate everything. Buzz. The blood sea Rakshasa moved. Its powerful physique created shockwaves that reverberated through the surrounding air. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds surged towards Suju, the first to strike being the Rakshasa*s glimmering claws. Too swift. Suju's pupils contracted, his body instinctively dodging to the right rear. The claws slicing through the air before him, stirring a foul wind. Goodness, how long has it been since I last bathed? Suju endured the stench. Bracing against the pressure exerted by the blood sea Rakshasa, flipping upward, tensing his waist, and delivering a powerful kick, shimmering with a glazed luster, to the Rakshasa's chin. The minor success of the glazed Vajra body erupted with its might, propelling the adversary back several dozen steps. Seizing this opportunity, Suju quickly retreated to gain distance from the blood sea Rakshasa. However, contrary to his intentions, even without any intelligence, the Rakshasa*s terrifying muscle memory drove it to pursue relentlessly. The vengeful ghost trident launched another attack, aimed directly at Suju's forehead. Seeing this, Suju hastily raised the Crimson Flood Dragon halberd, activating the Qilin armored arm, and with great effort, he swung it in a bid to deflect the incoming trident. Unfortunately, he was still grazed on his right shoulder, the wound now suffused with malice hindering its recovery. The blood sea Rakshasa, realizing this strike had not succeeded, accelerated once more. Lunging towards Suju, its claws poised to rake at his face. Though devoid of spiritual energy, under the nurturing of malice, the Rakshasa*s claws were as hard as stone. Suju had no choice but to retreat while defending, exerting all his strength to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the blood sea Rakshasa. Old Su has been on the defensive the entire time. Zhou Wei watched Suju with concern. Though Chu Fengxiao remained silent, the grip of his hand on the tree trunk indicated his lack of calm. The ancient tree, stroking its beard, spoke softly. This time, Suju faces a formidable challenge. This blood sea Rakshasa has been dead for nearly 1,000 years. Although the residual spiritual energy within it has dissipated, leaving only a half step into the spirit transformation realm shell, the malice accumulated within the Rakshasa has only intensified. Trapped for so long, once liberated, just relying on Suju now to suppress this beast is laughable. The elder tree said no more. But both individuals on the trunk understood the implications behind his words. Malice is far more difficult to contend with than spiritual energy. Suju must not only guard against the physical assault of the blood sea Rakshasa, but also disperse his spiritual energy to fend off the encroaching malice. It is tough. It is daunting. As if to validate the elder tree's words, the wounds inflicted by the blood sea Rakshasa on Suju gradually worsened. The malice that lingered around the wounds now penetrating into his body. Just as the malice was about to wreak havoc on Suju's meridians, the will of the Qilin manifested from the transformation of the myriad phenomena, a small Qilin appearing to forcefully suppress the unruly malice. Although the malice entering his body was subdued by the small Qilin, Suju still felt discomfort. Helplessly, with the pressure mounting, he had to endure the oppressive assault of the blood sea Rakshasa. Thankfully, this blood sea Rakshasa lacks intelligence and is rather dull. Otherwise, I fear I would have been obliterated long ago. Suja thought, his bruised face bearing the weight of resignation. This won't do. Continuing like this is unsustainable. I must devise a plan. Just as Suja found himself at a loss for ideas, the suppressed malice within him began to stir. Chapter 47. The weaker I become. The stronger I grow. Suja sensed the anomalous movement of the malice within him and swiftly unleashed the Qilin manifestation, forcibly driving back the attacking blood sea Rakshasa. Following this, he calmed his thoughts, astonished. Suja realized that the 7 Luminaries returning spirit was actively purifying the suppressed malice, transforming it into pure spiritual energy that flowed back to him. What is happening? The 7 Luminaries returning spirit has a purification function? Suja was bewildered. Ding. Host reminder. The 7 Luminaries returning spirit was born from the Great Yin-Yang formation of the Zhou-Tian starry sky, specifically from the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper harmonizes with one another, impervious to thousands of difficulties and 100 evils. In the subsequent development, the 7 Luminaries returning spirit inherently possesses the ability to purify negative effects. Why does the host believe that the 7 Luminaries returning spirit cannot purify? The only issue is that the host's cultivation technique development is too low, and this malice can only be purified bit by bit. Suja automatically dismissed the system's sarcastic tone, grasping the crux of the matter, and inquired further. How can the malice be purified into such pure spiritual energy? Ding. Whether malice or spiritual energy, they are merely forms of power. What you call purification is, in fact, the 7 Luminaries returning spirit converting the useless malice into useful spiritual energy for the host. The celestial Big Dipper operates under a similar principle. Otherwise, if the host believes that maintaining such an extensive formation can be sustained solely by the human race, it would indeed be implausible. After listening to the system's elucidation, Suja momentarily appeared taken aback, as the malevolent energy within him was entirely transformed into spiritual power, contributing to his cultivation breakthrough. With a fierce roar, the blood sea Rakshasa lunged at Suja, flapping its meaty wings. However, at that moment, the blood sea Rakshasa no longer appeared to Suja as a fearsome alien creature with green skin and sharp fangs. Instead, it resembled a sumptuous feast. This indicated that the longer I endure the beating, the more malevolent energy I can convert, thereby amplifying my strength. Suja's eyes sparkled with realization. The logical genius Suja had officially emerged. The weaker I am, the more painful the blows, the more malevolent energy enters my body, the more I purify. The greater my capacity for spiritual power, leading to higher cultivation and, consequently, increased strength. In simple terms, the weaker I am, the stronger I become. How utterly reasonable. After a brief period of contemplation, Suja finally arrived at this conclusion. Ding. A reminder for the host. One cannot absorb excessive malevolent energy at once. At present, the development of the 7 suns returning spirit is insufficient for purification. Do not endanger yourself. With this remark, the system fell silent once more, seemingly rendered speechless by its host's peculiar thought processes. The conversation with the system transpired in an instant, while not far away. The blood sea Rakshasa was already charging at Suja with its trident. Suja braced himself, and as the weapons clashed, several strands of malevolent energy seeped into his body through the wounds on his shoulder, successfully becoming the resources for Suja's enhancement under the operation of the 7 suns returning spirit. Haha. Suja altered his combat style, opting to take the initiative. With each collision, the intense force nearly displaced his internal organs, yet he did not retreat. A rather comical smile adorned his bruised face. Observing the entire ordeal from atop the giant tree, Elder Tree and his companions were left in bewilderment. This is it. The child has been beaten into a stupor. Old Su has been rendered into a foolish grin by that blood sea Rakshasa. Zhou Wei exclaimed in disbelief, cradling his head. Chu Fengxiao speculated alongside him. Could it be that old Su harbors a hidden masochistic tendency? That seems unlikely. He has been beaten to the point of unrecognizability, and yet he still manages to smile. Regardless of the wild conjectures from the two, Elder Tree, being well versed in such matters, quickly discerned that Suja was slowly absorbing the malevolent energy emanating from the blood sea Rakshasa. Does this lad not fear that the malevolent energy entering his body will damage his martial foundation? Elder Tree pondered, but with age comes wisdom. He soon realized that with the absorption of malevolent energy, Suja's cultivation became increasingly stable, even showing signs of advancement. This lad possesses quite a few tricks. Even the malevolent energy cannot overpower him. Rather, he is utilizing it to his advantage. After coming to this understanding, Elder Tree stroked his beard. Suja, let us see if you can create a miracle. TSK. To exhaust a half-step spirit transformation puppet with mere gathering chi realm cultivation is indeed a rare feat among the myriad races. Ha ha ha, this truly excites this old man. Elder Tree's previously pessimistic demeanor shifted, a smile gracing his eyes as he glanced at Zhou Wei and his companion, who were still speculating wildly, shaking his head in amusement as he continued to observe the fierce battle below. Unbeknownst to Suja, who was oblivious to the fact that Elder Tree had seen through his secret of purifying malevolent energy, he was solely focused on penetrating the unprotected chest of the Blood Sea Rakshasa with his Qilin armored strike. Hiss! Look at that darkened area. There must be a substantial amount of malevolent energy stored there. Suja smirked, the pain of his body's resistance causing him to involuntarily gasp. The mindless Blood Sea Rakshasa remained unaware that its malevolent energy was being gradually siphoned away by the thief before it, continuing to swing its trident relentlessly. With each exchange, Suja grew increasingly invigorated. Finally, the ceaseless transformation of malevolent energy propelled Suja's cultivation to a new pinnacle, the peak of the gathering Qi realm. Feeling the revitalized spiritual power coursing through his meridians and gazing at the still howling Blood Sea Rakshasa, Suja steeled his gaze and resolved. You filthy beast. Still screaming. Are you? Let me show you something fierce. With that thought, Suja poured all the spiritual power within him into the Qilin manifestation behind him, and the mystical eyes of the apparition shimmered with brilliance. The moment of awakening. The once ethereal giant claw of the Qilin instantly solidified, and under Suja's command, it struck the Blood Sea Rakshasa with tremendous force. Due to the continuous siphoning of its malevolent energy, the Blood Sea Rakshasa could no longer effectively resist external harm. Consequently, the claw imbued with divine radiance pierced through its chest with overwhelming force. Puff! As the giant claw withdrew, a torrent of black, murky malevolent energy gushed forth. And witnessing the once radiant Qilin claw now corroded as if by acid, Suja couldn't help but shiver. Goodness! I can't absorb even a bit of that. He hastily dissipated the already corroded Qilin claw, fearful of any residue sticking to him. The Blood Sea Rakshasa clearly did not anticipate the thunderous strike from Suja. Only seconds after the malevolent energy poured out, it instinctively covered the gaping hole in its chest with its claw. With a flash of dark light, it immediately returned to its original state. However, having lost such a substantial amount of malevolent energy, the Blood Sea Rakshasa could no longer maneuver its body freely. Watching the enemy struggling to even wield its trident, Suja couldn't help but smirk. You were merely a corpse, animated by malevolent energy. Now that you've lost so much, how does it feel? Have you developed Down syndrome? Upon hearing this, the malevolent energy in the Blood Sea Rakshasa's eyes surged. Although it could not comprehend Suja's words, the mocking expression was unmistakable. Suddenly, the Blood Sea Rakshasa shot forth a short arrow forged from malevolent energy from its mouth. Caught off guard, Suja braced himself and took the hit head-on. You filthy beast. No sense of martial ethics. Bang! Suja was propelled several dozen meters away. The shimmering glaze on his body extinguished, and his leally golden body shattered. In an instant, blood spewed from his mouth and nose, leaving him dazed. The overwhelming influx of malevolent energy surged towards Suja's dantian, and just as the crisis loomed, Elder Tree attempted to intervene and purge the malevolent energy from Suja's body. However, the will of the Qilin manifested once more. A small Qilin standing before Suja's dantian, roaring fiercely at the encroaching malevolent energy. Under the Qilin's oppressive aura, the invading malevolent energy was utterly subdued. In the external world, the Qilin manifestation behind Suja surged again, letting out a mighty howl, and the Qilin armored arms responded in unison, divine patterns manifesting. The armor spikes appearing menacing. Everything transpired swiftly. Within minutes, Suja had already suppressed all adverse conditions within his body. Subsequently, with bloodshot eyes, he gazed at the trembling Blood Sea Rakshasa not far away. The latter had expended a significant amount of malevolent energy to shoot that arrow. Yet being a half-step spirit transformation puppet, even with its strength diminished to a fraction, it required careful handling. Suja contemplated as he summoned the Lioli golden body once more. When enveloped in the shimmering hue, he charged at the foe with the crimson flood dragon spear, its tip gleaming with a white radiance, emanating a chilling aura, breaking the armies. The long spear struck fiercely at the Blood Sea Rakshasa's right calf, igniting a shower of sparks against its dark blue scales. As anticipated, in the face of the significant disparity in size, the mere third-tier crimson flood dragon spear seemed inadequate. But it was still sufficient. The Blood Sea Rakshasa's right leg visibly trembled, causing its entire body to lean to the right. The armor-piercing effect. Indeed, the fifth tier breaking the armies had reached its zenith at this moment, without the obstruction of malevolent energy. The fifth-layer armor-piercing effect of the small-scale breaking the armies was enough to tear through the unprotected flesh beneath the Blood Sea Rakshasa's scales. Having tasted the sweetness of success with a single strike, Suja resolved to employ the same tactic once more. Launching another formidable blow aimed at the left calf of the Blood Sea Rakshasa, with his 1,000 armies breaking through. However, his opponent was no pushover. The fierce instincts of battle compelled the Blood Sea Rakshasa to intercept with its halberd. Boom. In an instant, the two long halberds clashed violently, igniting a shower of sparks. Before gradually coming to a standstill, Suja poured energy into his strike, striving to shatter this deadlock. Yet the overwhelming force emanating from the red flood halberd ruthlessly crushed his hopes. Ultimately, Suja was sent flying by the tremendous recoil, the red flood halberd clattering to the ground beside him. Damn, how can this creature be so powerful? Despite his formidable defenses, Suja began to falter under the intensity of this physical confrontation, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. At this juncture, the stakes had escalated. It was a fight to the death, where only the bravest would prevail. The situation had reached a boiling point. Chapter 48, The Surge of Malevolence. Huff, huff. With great difficulty, Suja managed to rise, gasping for air as he observed the sluggish movements of the Blood Sea Rakshasa before him, contemplating to himself. This beast is immensely resilient. Even under the weakened malevolence, my arms ache from the force of its blows. Reluctantly, he grasped the red flood halberd that had fallen nearby and charged once more. Though the Blood Sea Rakshasa was at the threshold of the spirit realm, it lacked intelligence, merely brimming with malevolent energy. To Suja, it was not an insurmountable adversary, especially considering that the 7 luminaries were continuously converting the residual malevolence within him. The advantage is mine. Bang! Another sharp sound echoed as the tip of the red flood halberd scraped against the Blood Sea Rakshasa's formidable scales, sending forth sparks. With one calf injured by Suja's strike, the Blood Sea Rakshasa was now constrained in its movements, forced to passively defend with its wraith trident against Suja's relentless assault. In this exchange of offense and defense, the tide of battle began to shift. To everyone's astonishment, Suja was overpowering the Blood Sea Rakshasa. What the hell? Has old Su taken some kind of drug? How can he be so fierce? Zhou Wei exclaimed in disbelief. Chu Fengxiao wore a similar expression of shock, as Suja's worth in his eyes soared higher. If Iseg were to face the Blood Sea Rakshasa below, he would surely be pummeled mercilessly. Anyone witnessing a martial artist at the Gathering Chi stage dominating a half-step spirit realm foe would find it hard to believe, let alone in the midst of the Blood Sea Rakshasa clan, known for their fury and bloodlust. Even if the opponent was merely a mindless puppet, it seemed that everything was progressing favorably. Yet, the elder tree, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow in concern. With his profound insight, he immediately discerned that Suja's internal reserves were depleting rapidly. The malevolence that had been suppressed within him was stirring restlessly. Young Su, this is not good. If the Blood Sea Rakshasa unleashes another volley of malevolent arrows, can you maintain your balance amidst the overwhelming tide of malevolence? Do you have any trump cards left? The elder thought anxiously, though he refrained from intervening, believing that one must face dire straits to truly understand their strength. Most importantly, the elder was confident that even if malevolence infiltrated Suja's body, he could still protect him. The elder's assessment was entirely accurate at this moment. The spiritual energy remaining within Suja could no longer sustain such an intense offensive. The frequency and force of his red flood halberd strikes had clearly diminished, revealing signs of fatigue in both the 7 luminaries and the harmonious spirit. In an instant, it was as if winter had descended, plunging the battlefield into an icy standoff. Once more, Suja swung his weapon, but this time, fatigue and excruciating pain caused his consciousness to waver, and his strike toward the Blood Sea Rakshasa was delayed. Just that moment, the Blood Sea Rakshasa's sharp instincts compelled it to channel its vast malevolence into the wraith trident, which it then thrust violently toward Suja. Despite his dazed state, Suja's reflexes remained sharp. He quickly redirected the red flood halberd, successfully blocking the incoming wraith trident. However, while the trident was halted, the malevolence entwined within it surged forth unabated. It rushed toward Suja, who was taken completely off guard, soon becoming ensnared by the malevolence. To make matters worse, the malevolence that had been suppressed within him responded to the external surge, erupting in a violent rebellion, breaking free from the constraints of the Qilin's will. Intent on collaborating with the external malevolence to annihilate Suja's martial foundation. The battlefield was in a state of constant upheaval. Mere moments ago, Suja was dominating the Blood Sea Rakshasa, yet now he was being pushed to the brink by the overwhelming tide of malevolence. Zhou Wei was in a daze, but he understood that if the malevolence successfully erupted, his dear friend would be left with nothing but ruin in his martial journey. Helplessly, Zhou Wei turned to the elder tree, pleading desperately, "Senior, I know your strength is unparalleled. Please save old Su. He cannot perish here." Chu Fengxiao echoed his urgency. "Yes, Senior. If the malevolence erupts, Suja will be forever crippled in his martial path. Please, save him. You two foolish boys. Do you think I am unaware of the consequences of a malevolent eruption? Young Su has already been ensnared by the malevolence. It is simply that the sheer quantity has overwhelmed him, causing an explosive reaction. This is a trial he must face alone. Rescuing him would be a simple task for me. But if his martial spirit is damaged, who among you can bear that burden? The elder scolded sharply, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Zhou Wei and his companion. Hearing this, they fell silent, knowing they wished for Suja's survival, but more so to protect the integrity of his martial spirit. Just as the elder and the others engaged in their fervent discussion, Suja could no longer endure. He cried out in agony. Every wound on his body, whether healing or fresh, began to bleed profusely, the blood tainted with wisps of dark energy. The glazed diamond body lost its luster once more, and the Qilin manifestation behind him exhibited signs of distress. He could see malevolence clinging to the divine eyes of the Qilin manifestation, obscuring what was once a radiant glow. No, I cannot let it end this way. If the Blood Sea Rakshasa approaches, I will be finished. Suja gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, focusing what little clarity he had left on the staggering Blood Sea Rakshasa approaching him. He had to halt its advance, at all costs. With unwavering resolve, Suja let go of all defenses, causing the malevolence to surge even more violently. The Blood Sea Rakshasa loomed over him, its cold, emotionless gaze fixated on the fallen Suja as it raised its trident menacingly for a fierce thrust. Now, in that fleeting moment when the Blood Sea Rakshasa lifted the Wraith Trident, Suja's defenses lay wide open. With all his strength, he activated the Qilin armor on his arms and the Qilin manifestation behind him, directing the Qilin claws in a frenzied assault aimed at the already injured right calf of the Blood Sea Rakshasa. Bang! A thunderous impact reverberated as the Wraith Trident pierced through Suja's entire right arm without hindrance, blood gushing forth, his breath growing increasingly frail. Yet, the Blood Sea Rakshasa was also sent hurtling backwards, its already wounded right calf severed at the root. At that moment, it roared from a distance, scrambling towards Suja. Ding! The system detected that the host's life was in peril, calculating the probability of survival. In his daze, Suja heard the system's alert chime. Struggling to lift his eyelids, he cursed, "Damn system. Now you choose to show up, just as I'm about to be finished off." Ding! The system detected two methods of survival. Paying no heed to Suja's curses, it promptly presented the options. What are the two methods? Suja, disregarding his earlier frustration, hastily inquired. The first method has a survival rate of 100%. What is it? The host merely needs to shout upward, and a sage will come to their rescue. Simple, convenient, swift, and utterly painless. How dare you? Do I lack a mouth and cannot call for help? Suja could no longer contain himself. He certainly knew who the sage was. In the tree above, there was only the old tree spirit and those two fools. Should he call those two down? Would that not merely feed the Blood Sea Rakshasa? However, if he called for the old tree spirit, what would be the meaning of enduring thus far? Shouldn't he have refrained from fighting from the very beginning to avoid so much suffering? A dead end. He would not tread. Enough of this nonsense. Next, quickly, Suja urged, his gaze slightly raised to see the Blood Sea Rakshasa, now limping toward him. Ding! The success rate of the final option, as calculated by the system, is a mere 10%. A method fraught with peril. Suja fell silent, then slowly inquired. What is it? Ding! Transform enemies into allies, and harness the malevolent energy for oneself. The system responded. Chapter 49, The Ominous Qilin of Death. Transform enemies into allies, and harness the malevolent energy for oneself? System, if you're not alive, don't force it. Worst case, I'll just open my mouth and take a beating this time. To harness the malevolent energy for myself. Wouldn't he that be courting death? Suja lay back, feeling that continuing to fight was becoming increasingly futile after hearing the system's unreliable suggestion. Ding! What the system refers to as harnessing malevolent energy is the malevolence present before you, not that found on the battlefield. The Blood Sea Rakshasa before you has long been dead for years. The poisonous blood curse within has been largely eradicated by time. At this moment, the malevolent energy remaining within this Blood Sea Rakshasa is the purest of power. Otherwise, with your current lack of proficiency in the 7 celestial harmonies, you would have knelt the moment the first wave of malevolent energy entered your body. How could you have persisted until now? Do you think that the words "once the malevolent energy enters the body, all hope is lost" are mere rhetoric? As mentioned earlier, both spiritual energy and malevolent energy are forms of power. If spiritual energy can be utilized, then so too can malevolent energy. Listening to the system elucidate the principles of harnessing malevolent energy, Suja gradually realized that this method was indeed feasible. He hurriedly asked, "How do I do that?" Ding! No comment. Uft! Infuriated, Suja spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. Are you toying with me? Do you not fear that I might die here? Ding. The system detected that the host's source points are insufficient. Even if the system were to grant a loan, based on your current performance, you would not be able to borrow so many source points. Furthermore, the host will be fine this time, with that sage present. You couldn't die even if you wanted to. The system's cold voice echoed in Suja's ears, each word seemingly devoid of source points, yet every phrase demanded them. Fine. You miserable creature. I'll figure it out myself. Unless absolutely necessary, Suja would not actively seek help. Ding. The system reminded the host. Once you master one method, myriad methods will change. Reflect on which technique you are most familiar with at present. The system's final words resonated before falling into silence. Which technique am I most familiar with? Suja mused, contemplating the system's implicit suggestion. The 7 celestial harmonies? No. I just mentioned that my proficiency is too low to manage this malevolent energy, and if I purify it, what remains to use? The spiritual resonance? That essay talent? No. The glazed diamond body? No. Against this malevolent energy, it would be as fragile as paper. Suja repeatedly recalled the martial arts techniques he had mastered in his mind. But the immense pain in his body and the excessive blood loss had nearly rendered him unconscious. Struggling to turn over, he chanced upon the Qilin phenomenon behind him, which appeared disheartened due to his grievous injuries. The Qilin phenomenon, Suja murmured, and then a spark ignited in his eyes. The transformation of the all-encompassing sacred Qilin. Yes, though still at the beginner stage, it was undoubtedly the technique I am most familiar with. A revelation struck Suja as thoughts poured forth like melting ice. Draw all the malevolent energy into the Qilin phenomenon. But what is needed to subdue this malevolent energy? His brain raced, and finally, system. The dark thoughts within the Qilin were entirely consumed by the small Qilin born from the Qilin seal? Ding. No, that was merely a special effect. The truth is, the Qilin seal transformed under the influence of the Qilin's will into the transformation of the all-encompassing sacred Qilin, wherein both positive and negative influences were absorbed by the Qilin seal. However, it posed no harm to the host. So, what I am currently cultivating in the transformation of the all-encompassing sacred Qilin contains the Qilin's dark thoughts. Suja quickly asked. Yes, the system replied. In an instant, inspiration struck Suja, the researcher, now online. Using the Qilin phenomenon as a foundation, harness the malevolent energy, with the dark thoughts of the Qilin to anchor it. Utilize the malevolent energy. The 7 celestial harmonies shall safeguard my spiritual platform from invasion, and the transformation of the all-encompassing sacred Qilin shall protect my meridians. A bold idea sprang forth in Sujo's mind, an absurd notion, yet imbued with his fervent conviction. A warrior fights only to win. He must not lose. Before reaching a dead end, he remained unaware that human effort can indeed triumph over fate. Resolute, he steeled himself, struggling to rise and sit cross-legged. Casting a glance at the blood sea Rakshasa still crawling toward him, he then closed his eyes and slowly guided the malevolent energy toward the Qilin phenomenon behind him. The old tree spirit observed the scene below, where both sides were grievously wounded, and though a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, he still raised his hand, intending to conclude this entirely unequal battle. Alas, is victory still beyond reach? I recall records of the myriad races defeating half-step spiritual transformation beings thousands of years ago. Is there truly no prodigy among my kin? Oh well, Suja and his companions are still commendable. Just as the old tree spirit prepared to clear the battlefield, he noticed Suja, who had originally lain on the ground, rise to sit cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes. What is this boy doing? The old tree spirit watched in confusion. Then, he witnessed wisps of malevolent energy, guided by Suja, flowing into the Qilin phenomenon behind him. Before long, the once majestic and divine Qilin phenomenon appeared exceedingly sinister due to its taint with malevolent energy. Transferring the malevolent energy? It's futile. Merely a delay. It seems Suja remains defiant. The old tree spirit watched with great interest, shaking his head, lacking optimism. Both Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao also noticed the sinister Qilin phenomenon behind Suja. Zhou Wei nudged Chu Fengxiao with his elbow, asking, Hey, old Chu, what do you think Su is doing? Is he playing dress-up in defiance? How would I know? You see that the old tree spirit is preparing to intervene. We just need to be ready to catch Su later. Chu Fengxiao replied, glancing in the direction of the old tree spirit. At this moment, the old tree spirit had already raised his right hand, but the now darkened Qilin phenomenon behind Suja stirred. The beastly eyes glowed with an ominous light. The obsidian-like gaze fixated intently on the cross-legged Suja, then dove straight into his body. What? The actions of the Qilin phenomenon stunned everyone present, including the old tree spirit. The old tree spirit, who had lived for so long, was now uncertain, his eager right hand halted. Afraid to act rashly for fear of disturbing Su Jia at this crucial moment. Su boy, is this merely a tactic to buy time? What do you intend to do? The old tree spirit squinted, observing the cross-legged Su Jia. Rather than resisting this torrent of malevolent energy, he is wholeheartedly accepting it? Young man, quite bold. His eyes rekindled with brilliance, his heart reignited with hope. He longed to see the extraordinary prodigies of the myriad races in Great Xia. Zhou Wei only possesses a singular luminous origin worth mentioning. Chu Fengxiao. His red dust sword is sharp, yet his physical form is too frail, in close combat against similarly skilled prodigies. Defeat is inevitable. Only the seated Su Jia, with his formidable physique, enduring stamina, and exceptional comprehension, embodied the archetype of a mad gambler in the eyes of the venerable tree elder, a paragon of unparalleled genius. Even as he endured relentless assaults from the ominous energy, the residual malice within the distant blood sea Rakshasa stirred ominously, responding to the tumult. A dark line, forged from this malevolence, extended from the blood sea Rakshasa to the center of Su Jia's brow, heralding an unceasing influx of dark energy toward him. In this dire moment, Su Jia finally established the foundational framework for harnessing this malevolence. Behold, the 7 stars glimmered at his brow, while his entire body surged with resplendent golden light. And within his dantian, a miniature Qilin roared skyward, rendering him impervious to the encroaching dark energy within a 3-inch radius. Yet, his internal organs and sensory organs were gradually succumbing to the malevolence, leading him down a path of inevitable demise if left unchecked. The construction is nearly complete. Now, I shall embark on a grand venture. The calm in Su Jia's eyes was wholly supplanted by madness. As the sheer volume of dark energy began to influence his very temperament, he had become a frenzied gambler. With a vigorous thrust, he propelled the malevolent Qilin toward his dantian, where the smaller Qilin did not resist, but instead radiated the unique divine patterns of the manifestation Qilin to aid in subduing the dark energy. The dark energy within the malevolent Qilin thrashed violently, attempting to break free from the control of the Qilin's manifestation. The beastly eyes within the malevolent Qilin flickered with black light one moment before vanishing the next, but ultimately, it began to stabilize. The dark energy did not breach the seal of the Qilin's manifestation. Gradually, the malevolent Qilin opened its beastly eyes, nodding to the smaller Qilin, and then let out a long howl, transforming into a pitch-black Qilin treasure seal that floated serenely above the dantian. The rampant dark energy within Su Jia was absorbed by this treasure seal, and the more malevolence it consumed, the more lustrous and translucent the seal became. Thus, the crisis of the dark energy's upheaval was averted. Su Jia exhaled a breath of foul air, his internal turmoil and gloom dissipating, allowing his spiritual energy to resume its normal flow. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a hidden series achievement. Desperate Survival 1. Rewards 1. Source points 3,000. 2. New form of the manifestation Qilin. A new form? What does that mean? Su Jia pondered. In the next moment, the previously stable Qilin treasure seal emitted a series of dark lights. Before Su Jia could process it, the Qilin armors on his arms underwent a radical transformation. The original spikes became increasingly grotesque, the divine patterns faded, replaced by winding black lines, and his arms no longer resembled those of a human, but rather of a beast. The black lines spread across his entire body until an eerie mask formed upon his face, and his once bright eyes were engulfed in an abyss of darkness, devoid of emotion and filled with a chilling void. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the new form of the manifestation Qilin, the harbinger of death Qilin. Chapter 50, The Elders' Council. Is that so? I feel absolutely invigorated. A hoarse voice emanated from Su Jia. Although he had subdued the malevolence within him, it still influenced his demeanor as the harbinger of death Qilin. The same brutal bloodlust surged within him, but now it was directed solely at those accursed myriad races. Observing the drastic transformation of Su Jia below, Zhou Wei could not help but shed tears of joy for his dear brother. Wow! Old Su's new look is so cool. Hee, I wish I could be touched. Zhou Wei exclaimed, drooling. Listening to Zhou Wei's crude words, Chu Fengxiao nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Su Jia below. I want to be touched too. The hearts of the men of Daxiao are easily swayed, enamored by white hair and black armor. The tree elder, observing Su Jia's godlike appearance, couldn't he help but break into a delighted smile. Wonderful. Our Daxiao possesses an extraordinary prodigy. Yet the battle was far from over. Su Jia inquired of the system, how long can I maintain this state? Ding. The duration is contingent upon the amount of dark energy within the host's Qilin treasure seal. Currently, the host can sustain it for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Suja glanced toward the distant blood sea Rakshasa, a savage grin spreading across his face. What about this fiend's dark energy? Ding. 20 minutes. No sooner had the words left the system's interface than Suja surged forth, dispelling any hint of lethargy. A piercing sound echoed as Suja, wielding his obsidian-like Qilin armor, ruthlessly tore off the last remaining leg of the blood sea Rakshasa, reveling in the residual dark energy that lingered. This is the flavor, he exclaimed. Little brother, close your eyes. I have something marvelous to show you. He casually discarded the leg, addressing the incapacitated blood sea Rakshasa with a sinister grin. In a flurry of violence, Suja seized the Rakshasa's head and crushed it effortlessly. Zhou Wei, witnessing the hellish scene below, recoiled in fear. Wow. Old Su is too brutal. I think I'll pass on touching. Unlike Zhou Wei's trepidation, the tree elder was immensely pleased with Suja's performance. The myriad races? Mere mortal enemies. Let the slaughter commence. As the dust settled, Suja regained his senses and voluntarily exited the state of the harbinger of death Qilin. However, the moment he did, an unbearable pain surged through him like a tidal wave, and before he could react, he collapsed into a pool of blood, losing consciousness. Seeing this, the tree elder quickly raised his hand, dissipating the stench of blood from below, and retrieved Suja from the crimson pool. He then channeled streams of life energy to stabilize Suja's nearly collapsing body. You too, support him. He is gravely injured and will not awaken soon. Take good care of him. As the tree elder infused life energy into Suja, he called out to Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao, who stood nearby. All right. Zhou Wei stepped forward to support the unconscious Suja, while Chu Fengxiao rummaged through his backpack in search of healing elixirs. The tree elder raised his hand to halt Chu Fengxiao's actions, pointing at him as he said, Sword brat, don't waste your effort. The life energy I just imparted far surpasses any elixirs you carry. Come with me. I have something to discuss. Zhou brat, continue to care for Suja here. With that, the tree elder strode toward the interior of the colossal tree, leaving Chu Fengxiao bewildered before he hurriedly followed suit. Inside the massive tree, a distinct space unfolded. The sounds of flora and insect life echoed, akin to the outside world, yet even more vibrant. Gazing upon this self-contained paradise, Chu Fengxiao was momentarily stunned, realizing the tree elder had vanished within this realm, leaving him alone in a daze. Hey, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up and catch up. The tree elder called from a large cavern above. Upon entering the cavern, the tree elder offered Chu Fengxiao a cup of tea and took a seat on a wooden chair, speaking in a calm tone. Young Chu, do you know why I summoned you in here? Standing across from the tree elder, Chu Fengxiao's eyes lit up with realization. This was an exclusive opportunity. He promptly straightened his posture, cradling the tea with reverence, and replied, I, the junior, am unaware. Please enlighten me, esteemed elder. Haha. Weren't you quite brazen when you were chopping down the armored tree warriors below? Why the sudden meekness in my presence? The tree elder chuckled at Chu Fengxiao's pretense of obedience. Hey, how could those armored tree warriors compare to you? Chu Fengxiao, seeing through the tree elder's playful banter, decided to drop the act. He took a hearty sip of tea and lavished praise upon the elder. Haha, you're nothing like those sword cultivators from Tianshu Mountain, so slick-tongued. You hardly resemble a sword practitioner at all. The tree elder laughed heartily. But that's just fine. In the sweltering summer, the name of Su Mountain resounded throughout the battlefield of myriad races, and the sword of Tianshu Mountain had nearly been deciphered by all. Although formidable, the myriad races had discovered ways to counter the might of Tianshu Mountain. Now, with the appearance of your red dust sword, it was time to awaken the stagnant battlefield with a tremor. Upon hearing these words, Chu Fengxiao realized that the old tree was extolling his virtues, and he couldn't help but lift his head high, his face aglow with pride. However, before he could boast or indulge in self-aggrandizement, the old tree changed his tone. Alas, your red dust sword seems rather obstinate at present. The old tree sighed and continued, Sword boy, I have arranged for the armored tree man to engage you in combat, intending to impart a lesson. As you stand now, you are far from qualifying to look down upon the world. Sometimes, one must temper their arrogance. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Yet, you are truly prideful, willing to wager your future in swordsmanship to slay that armored tree man. After speaking, the old tree fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Chu Fengxiao, a trace of supreme pressure emanating toward him. In an instant, Chu Fengxiao felt as if he were ensnared in an abyss, as though countless mountains bore down upon him. A weight far surpassing the pressure from battling the armored tree man. No, the armored tree man could not compare to this slight pressure. With a look of terror in his eyes, Chu Fengxiao gazed at the expressionless elder, his red dust sword heart stirring within him. Unlike before, he now had Suja and Zhou Wei to support him, and the intensity of the pressure was manageable. Now he could only rely on his own grit to endure. He straightened his posture, gritted his teeth, and managed to speak with great difficulty. Senior, I cultivate the red dust sword heart, and it must move with the heart of the sword. Wherever the sword heart leads, I shall follow, unrestrained and carefree in the world. If I cannot wield my sword freely and with joy, then what is the purpose of my training? What is the point of cultivating my heart? Su Zhe and the others are right. As warriors, we strive to contend. Everyone is taking a gamble. And did you not also gamble on our ability to pass your trials? Can you truly claim that when old Su was on the brink of collapse, you did not consider intervening? Were you not also wagering that old Su could bring down that blood-sea demon? You won the gamble, esteemed elder. Old Su triumphed. Even the least skilled among us, Wei, emerged victorious. So why should I, Chu Fengxiao, be unable to win my wager? If you do not agree with my words, you may justly shatter my red dust sword heart here and now, and I would harbor no resentment, for if this sword is not to be practiced, then what worth does it hold? As each heartfelt word flowed from Chu Fengxiao's lips, he ultimately roared the last line, and that trace of overwhelming pressure was unknowingly dispelled. At that moment, Chu Fengxiao was enveloped in a sword intent, his eyes ablaze with fervor, exuding pride and fury as he bellowed at the elder before him. Seeing Chu Fengxiao's impassioned outburst, the old tree showed no sign of anger. Instead, he approached and patted his shoulder with a smile. Ha! Excellent, excellent. I shall protect your red dust sword. Not only I, but in the future, when you are on the battlefield of myriad races, do not hesitate to draw your sword, nor fear to unleash it. Countless elder warriors of the human race will strive to be your support for this sword. I hope that this generation's swordsmanship leader will no longer be merely the wielder of Tianshu Mountain. With that, the old tree produced a piece of charred wood and handed it to Chu Fengxiao. This I acquired during my time on the battlefield, having slain a foreign adversary in the Nirvana realm. It contains a supreme sword technique, and since I do not wield a sword, I bequeath it to you, sword boy. Now, go and summon Zhou Boy to come in. Stunned, Chu Fengxiao accepted the charred wood, yet the old tree gave him no time to react. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent him out of the giant tree's space. In an instant, Chu Fengxiao found himself before the giant tree, still reeling from his earlier emotions as he trudged toward Zhou Wei. Hey, old Chu, you're out. How did it go? What treasures did the old tree bestow upon you? Let me see, Zhou Wei exclaimed, rushing toward him. No, it's just a piece of scrap wood. Chu Fengxiao snapped back to reality, waving his hands. I'm joking, it's a supreme sword technique. Wait until I master it and show off in front of you all. Chu Fengxiao mused. How boring. Seeing only a piece of scrap wood. Zhou Wei lost interest and turned to tend to Su Zhe. Hey, don't rush off yet. The old tree called for you. Chu Fengxiao intercepted. Called for me? Zhou Wei queried, puzzled. Yes. Hurry up, don't dawdle, or you'll miss the opportunity. With a swift kick to Zhou Wei's backside, Chu Fengxiao propelled him forward, confident that the old tree would have something prepared for Zhou Wei as well. All right, old Chu, just wait. I'll sweet-talk the old tree. I'll definitely score better loot than your scrap wood. Zhou Wei caught onto Chu Fengxiao's implication, scampering toward the giant tree with enthusiasm. Uffed. Sweet-talking, huh? Chu Fengxiao scoffed, watching Zhou Wei's retreating figure with a smirk. Chapter 51, The Radiant Core. Zhou Wei hastened to the giant tree, gazing up at its towering presence, scratching his head in confusion. Sigh. There's no entrance. How do I get inside? He circled the tree, exhaling in exasperation. Just as he was at his wit's end, the old tree's voice called out. Zhou Boy, what are you doing? Just come in directly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei tentatively reached out his hand, and to his surprise, his palm passed through the tree without resistance. In the next moment, he was entirely drawn into the tree's space. Whoa, is it really this amazing? Steadying himself, Zhou Wei gazed in wonder at the inner walls of the tree. Hey, you little rascal, hurry over here. The old tree called from the cavern's entrance, beckoning Zhou Wei with urgency. All right, Zhou Wei replied, looking up. Before long, he was holding a cup of tea, standing in the very spot where Chu Fengxiao had once stood, while the old tree remained seated in his wooden chair. Wow, why does this feel like a home visit from the teacher? Zhou Wei thought, holding the teacup while stealing glances at the old tree. Each time their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be engrossed in the tea leaves, feigning busyness. The old tree, bemused by Zhou Wei's antics, tapped a branch against his forehead, exclaiming, Lift your head. I'm not going to eat you. Why are you so afraid? What happened to that fiery spirit you had when facing the armored tree man? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei trembled, akin to a student caught daydreaming during a home visit. With a stutter, he replied, Elder Tree, you can't compare yourself to the armored tree man, can you? Enough. Zhou Boy, I called you here to share a few words. The old tree took a sip of tea and began, Now, tell me, how do you think you compare to that sword boy? I can't compare. Old Chu possesses an innate sword heart and has been a prodigy since childhood, Zhou Wei replied candidly. Though he hadn't known Chu Fengxiao for long, he wasn't naive enough to overlook the stark difference in their abilities. And what of Su Boy? The old tree inquired again. Zhou Wei couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Elder tree, please don't jest. How could I ever compare to old Su? If you've nothing more to say, I should head back. Old Su needs looking after. With a downcast demeanor, Zhou Wei turned to leave. Crack. A branch swung down, precisely striking Zhou Wei's forehead once more. Hey, you rascal. Do you think I'm so bored that I summoned you just to tease you? Come back. Stand properly. With no choice, Zhou Wei returned, nursing his head. The elder Shu took another sip of tea before addressing Zhou Wei, saying, Indeed, you fall short compared to those two. But it is not a fatal flaw. Remember, in an army, there cannot be two commanders. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei ceased to feel disheartened and began to ponder the meaning behind the elder's words. Elder Shu looked at Zhou Wei without hesitation and candidly stated, If we consider who Su Xiaobao trusts the most, it is likely you. Zhou Wei, upon hearing this, confidently asserted, Of course. Su and I have been buddies since childhood. Elder Shu smiled slightly and continued, Then that's settled. If Su Xiaobao were to become a general one day, you would undoubtedly serve as his deputy. At these words, the shadows that lingered in Zhou Wei's eyes dissipated entirely. He comprehended the deeper implication of the elder's statement. If Su Xiaobao were to rise to command, I would be his deputy. If Su Xiaobao fights against the stars, I too shall have the opportunity to witness the pinnacle of this world. Observing that Zhou Wei had grasped everything, Elder Shu nodded slightly, rising to his feet. Every era has its own leaders, Zhou Xiaobao. You should consider yourself fortunate that Su Zhe is your lifelong brother. Most people in this era can only look up to him from a distance. Su Zhe will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of humanity, closest to the myriad races. And you, Zhou Xiaobao, though you may seem slightly inferior compared to the two outside, possessing the essence of light, you are indeed a dragon among men, regardless of the era. So be confident. I do not know what your past with Su Zhe was like, but I must warn you, self-doubt and timidity are deadly to any warrior. Even if you possess the essence of light. Elder Shu's words pierced through Zhou Wei's heart like a steel sword slicing through the night, direct and resounding. Once he felt he had said enough, Elder Shu slowly sat back down on the wooden chair, observing the still contemplative Zhou Wei, and cheerfully interjected, All right. You will come to understand what I just said in due time. Do not get caught up in trivial comparisons. Each person is unique. After all, you have successfully passed my test, and I should reward you. With that, he retrieved a cloth bag from a small hole in the nearby tree trunk and tossed it to Zhou Wei. As you cultivate the essence of light and gain more insights, your strength will grow. These are the cores of light I acquired during my early years on the battlefield against the Eternal Radiance Qilin clan. One will suffice for 2 months of your practice. Though there are not many cores, it is more than enough for you at this stage. As for what comes next, you will have to seize it from the battlefield yourself. Eternal Radiance Qilin? Zhou Wei took the bag, his hand instinctively moving toward the source of eternal light within his dantian upon hearing the familiar name. Elder Shu noticed Zhou Wei's subtle movement, but said nothing. Taking a sip of the now lukewarm tea before continuing, Zhou Xiaobao, reflect on the path you wish to take. Relying solely on the essence of light will not secure you the position of deputy. There is a distinction between yin and yang, yet. Observe how the sun and moon coexist in the same sky. There are always elements beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. I shall not elaborate further, lest I complicate matters. Now go. When Su Xiaobao awakens, have him come see me tomorrow. I have something for him as well. With that, Elder Shu waved his hand again, dismissing Zhou Wei as if shooing away a pesky wind. In a flash of green light, Zhou Wei stood before the giant tree, bewildered, clutching the cloth bag. The old man awakens and sees such an outstanding talent of the great Xia. Truly, my relentless efforts to heal myself were not in vain. I wonder if the great Xia Council is still under the control of those old geezers. I should find a chance to visit Longdu. Elder Shu mused with a smile in his eyes as he watched Zhou Wei depart. He then stepped out of the giant cave. Gazing at the starry river revealed at the cave's apex, snorting coldly. Humph, despicable rats. Let us see if the so-called prodigies of this era can still act with impunity. As if recalling the unpleasant experiences encountered on the battlefield, Elder Shu's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he stared at the starry river. Finally, a cough broke the silence. The unconscious Su Zhe stirred. He slightly lifted his eyelids, the pain in his body still not dissipated, summoning his strength to question the system. What is happening to me? Ding. Alert to the host. The intense battle has taken a toll on your body, and you forcibly entered the death omen fiend Qilin form, nearly leading to your physical collapse. Fortunately, due to the infusion of life energy by a master, you were able to awaken so swiftly. After hearing the system's words, Suja gradually recalled everything, and upon sensing the Qilin seal within his dantian, he let out a long sigh of relief. Is it over? Thankfully, I did not lose. Ah, old Su, you're awake. Suja's awakening did not escape the notice of Chu Fengxiao, who was standing nearby, and upon seeing Suja open his eyes, he exclaimed in delight. Yes, it's fortunate that Elder Shu was here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how long I would have been unconscious. Suja replied to Chu Fengxiao. Ah, where's Wei? Suja looked around, but could not find Zhou Wei, prompting his inquiry. I'm right here. Old Su. Zhou Wei emerged from the nearby woods, brandishing a spatula. And upon seeing Suja awake, he too was filled with joy. Before long, dinner was ready. With the assistance of life energy, Suja was now able to sit up and eat. The three of them sat together on the ground, enjoying their meal, when Zhou Wei suddenly spoke up. Oh, by the way, old Su, Elder Shu wants you to visit him tomorrow. For what? Suja was puzzled. What else? A private lesson. Wei and I have already been. Chu Fengxiao chimed in with a knowing expression. A private lesson, huh? Now that's something to look forward to. Suja gazed expectantly toward the towering giant tree. After dinner, once they had tidied up the mess on the ground, the three of them lay on the grass, staring dreamily at the night sky. Before long, two rhythmic snores echoed beside Suja. Indeed, they had been exhausted from the past few days. Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao had already succumbed to sleep. Listening to their snores, Suja addressed the system, summarized the tasks. Even though he had been knocked unconscious, Suja remained focused on his task rewards. Ding. Chapter 52, Reward Moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Task 3. Bring back the spirit of Wanmuffing Mountain. Reward. 1. 15,000 source points. 2. Protection of the spirit of Wanmuffing Mountain. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Survive in front of the Blood Sea Rakshasa from the half-step transforming spirit realm. Reward. 1. 15,000 source points. 2. A map of the Blood Sea Rakshasa clan stronghold before the 5 mountains pass. Detection indicates that the host has slain the Blood Sea Rakshasa, exceeding task completion. Additional reward. 5,000 source points. Ding. Long-term task. The growth journey of close friend Zhou Wei phase reward for sharing joys and hardships. 1. Mastery of the great accomplishment Savage Strength. 2. Refine the Eternal Radiance Sacred Qilin Pearl to obtain the essence of Eternal Radiance. 3. Enlightenment on the path of martial arts. 4. Breakthrough to several realms. Special rewards for the host. 1. 20,000 source points. 2. 1 Taiyang Qian Kuan Compass. As Suja's voice fell, all the task rewards that had been pending during this time were released, and the system's notifications came flooding in, overwhelming his still recovering body. Stop, stop, stop. Suja helplessly raised his hand, temporarily silenced the system notifications. Instantly, the cacophony of system notifications dissipated from Suja's ears, and he finally found peace. After a moment, Suja commanded, System, open the personal panel. Ding. Host, Suja. Cultivation, Peak Chi Gathering Realm. Talent, Spirit Melody Heaven Formed. Identity, First Martial Arts High School student from Huizhou City, Jiangnan Province of the Great Xia. Member of a special team of the Great Xia. Technique, the 7th generation spiritual energy breathing method of the Daxia martial arts. 7 luminaries returning to spirit, immortal, beginner. Martial skills, 1,000 armies repelling, 5th rank, minor accomplishment. Glazed Vajra body, 6th rank, minor accomplishment. Myriad phenomena sacred unicorn transformation, death omen evil unicorn form. Nirvana, beginner. Techniques, fundamental halberd technique, perfected. Source points, 38,000. Items, protection from the spirit of Rock Peak, protection from the spirit of 10,000 Trees Peak. Map of the Blood Sea Rakshasa clan stronghold in front of the 5 mountains pass, Enyang Universe Compass. Tasks, none. Achievements, enlightenment of the heart of martial arts, guardian, gambler. Survival and desperation, 1. Suja gazed upon his ample source points, a satisfied smile gracing his face. I, Su, have never fought a battle so affluent in my lifetime. All the suffering endured has not been in vain. Wiping away the tears of gratitude from the corners of his mouth, Suja then shifted his gaze to the items section. System. What is this protection from the spirit of 10,000 Trees Peak? Is it also a Type 5 physical damage immunity? He inquired, puzzled. Ding. It is indeed a Type 5 damage reduction, but not physical damage immunity. It is Type 5 magical damage immunity. Understanding dawned upon Suja. Suddenly, he recalled his innate resonance and hastily asked the system, does innate resonance confer an extraordinarily high magical damage immunity? Ding. Yes, it can reach a maximum of 75, currently. It is at 40. Suja's expression was one of astonishment, and he cautiously probed, How many source points are required to enhance innate resonance? Ding. 20. 000 source points will suffice. A fair price, no deception involved. It seemed the system was aware of the contents of Suja's pockets, as its response was particularly swift this time. Get lost. Are you maliciously altering prices? The only substantial amount I possess is the 20,000 source points from tasks. What do you want? To seize it by force? Suja erupted in a fit of rage, the excitement aggravating his still healing wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Get lost, get lost. I won't enhance it now. After uttering another curse, Suja took a deep breath, calming his emotions before contemplating. I currently have 45 magical damage immunity, which is sufficient for now. I will seek ways to enhance it when the time comes for the 10,000 clans battlefield. His gaze shifted, landing upon the map of the Blood Sea Rakshasa. After a long moment of reflection, he pondered, a stronghold map? Can this be trusted? The Blood Sea Rakshasa are not foolish. Would they not flee? Upon sensing Suja's thoughts, the system offered a reminder. Ding. This map is updated in real time. The host need not worry. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. At these words, Suja's eyes sparkled as he beheld the map resting quietly in the items section, excitement bubbling within him. What a treasure! With this map, I can engage in guerrilla warfare at the Five Mountains Pass with Away and Old Chu. From the beginning, Suja had no intention of returning to Jiangnan after completing his tasks. Having witnessed such brilliance, he could not bear the thought of returning to sit in classes with his peers. What is the purpose of this compass? He inquired. Ding. Treasure seeking, luck borrowing, location discerning, and fortune predicting. The Yin-Yang Universe Compass can perform all these functions, and most importantly, it possesses a fixed-point group teleportation ability, usable once every 7 days, unimpeded by immortality. Upon hearing this, Suja was utterly stunned. What? Is such a divine artifact truly within my grasp at this moment? After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure. Ding. The system has detected that Zhou Wei's fortunes have transformed from mediocrity to that of a dragon and phoenix, reaching the level of a Daxiao prodigy. The system's assessment of this change in fate is of the highest caliber. Please do not underestimate yourself. In response, Suja fell silent, turning to gaze at the already slumbering Zhou Wei, his expression complex. Has Wei truly grown so much? Indeed, after enduring so many hardships, he ought to have made some progress. As his thoughts wandered, time slipped by unnoticed. Moments later, Suja opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement in his gaze, and called out to the system. System, I wish to enhance Myriad Phenomena Sacred Unicorn Transformation. Ding. The host is reminded that the rank of Myriad Phenomena Sacred Unicorn Transformation is too high. Enhancing it to minor accomplishment requires 30,000 source points. I am certain, Suja declared with unwavering resolve. Even at the beginner stage, Myriad Phenomena Sacred Unicorn Transformation can manifest the Unicorn Armored Gauntlet, wielding the strength of a unicorn. The cost-performance ratio is extraordinarily high. Recalling the system's earlier introduction of Myriad Phenomena Sacred Unicorn Transformation, Suja's anticipation grew. Cultivating to minor accomplishment, I will stand out. Adorned in the unicorn's divine armor, impervious to water and fire. Who could possibly withstand that? Tomorrow, I will surely dazzle Away in Old Chu. It seems I've thought of something, Suja hastily inquired. System, after achieving minor accomplishment in Myriad Phenomena Sacred Unicorn Transformation, what about the Death Omen Evil Unicorn form? Ding. Both will transform into the unicorn's divine armor. The normal form is a radiant golden color, while the Death Omen Evil Unicorn form is a deep ink black. A single investment yields 2 benefits. System, I must commend you on this, Suja exclaimed, brimming with excitement upon hearing the system's response. Ink black unicorn armor. Not to mention the subsequent ability to transform into a unicorn. This is akin to piloting a Gundam. As Suja reveled in his exhilaration, the system's alert tone pulled him back to reality. Ding. Myriad Phenomena Sacred Unicorn Transformation is currently being upgraded to the minor accomplishment stage. Please refrain from any erratic movements. Upon hearing this, Suja relaxed his body, tilting his head to gaze at the vast expanse of stars. The power of Myriad Phenomena Sacred Unicorn Transformation coursed freely through his meridians, the black unicorn seal at his dantian shining ever more brilliantly, while the small unicorn beside him closed its eyes, silently absorbing the power's baptism. Reclining on the grass, Suja drifted into a daze, the gentle breeze and the sound of cicadas lulling him into a deep slumber. The following dawn, Suja opened his eyes, rubbed the back of his head, and muttered, "When did I fall asleep?" Suddenly, realizing something, he sprang up, feeling an extraordinary vitality surging within him, his spirit invigorated. The pain throughout his body had vanished, and he questioned in bewilderment, "System, what is happening? Wasn't I gravely injured?" Ding. The host is reminded that during the enhancement process of Myriad phenomena sacred unicorn transformation to minor accomplishment, the life essence within the host's body was simultaneously refined, allowing for such rapid recovery. At this revelation, Suja understood. Myriad phenomena sacred unicorn transformation. System, open my personal panel. Ding. Host, Suja. Cultivation, initial stage of meridian condensation. Martial skills, 1,000 armies repelling, 5th rank, minor accomplishment. Glazed Vajra body, 6th rank, minor accomplishment. Myriad phenomena sacred unicorn transformation. Death omen evil unicorn form. Nirvana, minor accomplishment. Techniques, fundamental halberd technique, perfected. Source points, 8,000. Seeing that the Myriad phenomena sacred unicorn transformation in the martial skills section had indeed broken through to minor accomplishment, Suja could hardly contain his excitement. Eager to witness the majesty of the unicorn armor, just as he was about to close the system panel, his eyes caught sight of a new entry in the cultivation section. Initial stage of meridian condensation. Double happiness. System, what is the meaning of this cultivation level? Suja asked in astonishment. Ding. The high rank of life essence resulted in the host's natural breakthrough during the refining process. The system's response was succinct. Yet Suja comprehended its implications, thanks to the old tree's life essence. Minutes later, Suja arrived at a clearing, ready to test the minor accomplishment of Myriad phenomena sacred unicorn transformation when he heard the voice of the old tree. Su, my boy, you woke up so quickly. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a branch from the nearby tree extended towards Suja, gently tapping the top of his head before drifting away towards the distant giant tree. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Suja hastily quickened his pace to catch up. Chapter 53, The Star River Severing Spear. The branches fluttered rapidly, and within 5 minutes, Suja arrived before the colossal tree. Observing the branches penetrate through the tree's bark, he resolutely stepped inside the immense tree. Within the tree's interior, Suja, through the bark, beheld the extraordinary sights of the tree's realm for the first time, and he could not help but pause to admire it. The floating branches, sensing Suja's halt, remained undisturbed, silently hovering in place. Moments later, the azure glow emanating from them faded, and the branches fell limply to the ground. Unbeknownst to Suja, still entranced by the wonders of the tree's space, he remained oblivious to this occurrence. Hey, Su kid, hurry up and come here, stop staring. It's just some flowers and grass, nothing of great significance. The old tree called out from the depths of the giant hollow. Oh, I'm coming. Suja snapped back to reality, swiftly making his way towards the old tree. A few minutes later, the old tree and the young man sat within the vast hollow, sipping tea in silence. After a few moments of quiet reflection, the old tree broke the silence. Well done, young lad. I truly did not foresee your victory against that blood sea Rakshasa. Nor could I have imagined that such a troublesome malevolence could be wielded by you. That confrontation yesterday was splendid. Suja, upon hearing this, set down his teacup and addressed the old tree with respectful confidence. Senior, you flatter me. I was merely fortunate, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Haha. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. 99% of Chi-gathering realm warriors do not survive to the end. Most perish at the first encounter with the claws of that blood sea Rakshasa. The old tree waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to comment further on Suju's words. He then lifted his cup, took a sip, and continued. Now, young lad, share your perspective on the current situation in Great Xia. Suja was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from the old tree. Which aspect do you mean? He ventured cautiously. I mean the battlefield of the Myriad races. The old tree discerned the young man's attempt to evade the question and decided to be forthright. The battlefield of the Myriad races? Suja fell silent, utterly unaware of the old tree's intentions. Noticing his confusion, the old tree candidly elaborated. Young Su, the battlefield of the Myriad races is far from stable. In recent days, I've contacted several old friends, and they all inform me that the golden age has indeed arrived. Previously reclusive races are now joining the fray, and the situation for humanity on the battlefield is perilous. The old tree outlined the current state of affairs in the battlefield of the Myriad races to Suja. Upon hearing this grim reality, Suja furrowed his brows in concern. Therefore, if the three of you head to Wuyue Pass, you may encounter unforeseen dangers. Those alien races have maintained a relentless pursuit of human prodigies, adhering to the principle of better to kill wrongly than to let slip. The old tree continued, indifferent to Suja's reaction, engrossed in his own narrative. After a brief silence, the old tree continued to sip his tea. After a moment, Suja raised his head and smiled at the old tree. Elder, the circumstances you mention are ones we have long prepared for. But what does that matter? The rise of humanity cannot be achieved overnight. Every individual may face sacrifice, and we three are no exceptions. However, some things cannot be avoided simply due to fear of loss. Suja smiled brightly, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of death in this endeavor. Or perhaps he was already resolved that even if he were to perish on the battlefield, it would still be a life well lived. The old tree, holding his tea, listened to Suja's words, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He then stood up, placed his hand on Suja's shoulder, and said with a warm smile, "Good lad. I knew I had not misjudged you. The future of Great Xia is fortunate to have a prodigy like you." Ah. Suja felt bewildered by the old tree's seemingly contradictory demeanor. "Ha. Do not take offense, young Su. The old man was merely testing you. And the results show you are quite to my liking." Upon hearing this, Suja finally understood, managing a wry smile. "Senior, you truly play your cards close to your chest. What if my earlier response hadn't aligned with your expectations?" Suja inquired, puzzled. "Ha. Then you would still be a rare prodigy in Great Xia, but on the battlefield of the Myriad races, you wouldn't possess the authority to lead troops. After all, we old fellows cannot entrust the lives of soldiers to someone indecisive and fearful of death," the old tree replied with a chuckle. Suja pondered this thoughtfully, nodding in acknowledgement. "All right, enough of that. The earlier question was merely a whim of the old man. You need not take it to heart. However, since you have passed my test, and even exceeded expectations, your recent response was quite to my taste. Now wait, I have something good for you." As the old tree spoke, he tossed Suja a jade tablet. Once Suja secured it, the old tree continued. "This treasure has been my cherished possession for many years." Upon hearing this, Suja promptly gripped the jade tablet tightly, fearing it might slip and shatter. The old tree, observing Suja's comical demeanor, chuckled and said, "It won't break. I obtained this from a relic on the battlefield of the Myriad races. I recall that to acquire this jade tablet, I had to slay several esteemed beings of the Myriad races, and it ultimately drew the attention of the Immortal pursuers, from whom I barely escaped with my life. This tablet fell from a long spear, but that spear has long since decayed into dust, leaving only this jade tablet." "Esteemed beings?" Suja queried, perplexed by the unfamiliar term. "Oh, I forgot that you have yet to venture into the battlefield of the Myriad races. Esteemed beings are those at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, capable of slaying an ordinary immortal. And at the summit of immortals, we refer to them as Dao Sovereigns," the old tree elucidated. "And what can a Dao Sovereign slay?" Suja blurted out. "Ha. Su lad, that is still too far off for you. Focus on cultivating to the Nirvana realm first. For now, let us see what martial arts are recorded on this jade tablet." The old tree fell silent. Yet Suja understood that the unspoken content held the key to humanity's arduous resistance on the battlefield of the Myriad races. The old tree remained silent. And with no other option, Suja pressed the jade tablet against his forehead. As soon as it made contact, the jade tablet emitted a faint glow. "It's a bit warm," Suja thought to himself. Suddenly, a figure materialized in his sea of consciousness, clad in battle armor and wielding a long spear. Though its visage remained obscured, the figure seemed almost sentient, gazing directly at Suja. In an instant, a chill ran down Suja's spine, and he remained alert, fixated on the armored figure. However, the figure made no move, only slowly uttering, "Fated one. I have fought countless battles, my hands stained with blood, and with no kin left in this world, only the long spear in my grasp accompanies me. I have no regrets in this life. To fall on the battlefield of the Myriad races is my destiny, a fate I cannot resist, only lamenting that my ultimate techniques have not been passed down. Thankfully, the fragments of Time's merit tablet have allowed my legacy to endure in this desolate realm. I only hope, fated one, that you will never tarnish this martial art." With that, the faceless figure turned and began to demonstrate its ultimate technique. "Remember, my ultimate technique is named the Star River Severing Spear." As the faceless figure wielded the long spear, a delicate starlight began to emanate from it, and the surrounding atmosphere grew heavy with the weight of this newfound power. The faceless figure wielded a long spear, each swing reminiscent of the celestial currents, conjuring a cascade of dazzling starlight. Wherever the spear traversed, space seemed to be cleaved asunder, the spear tip striking with the swiftness and lethality of a shooting star. Moments later, the starlight upon the spear intensified, as if seeking to illuminate the darkness before the faceless being. At last, the figure concentrated all its might, and with a sweeping motion of the spear, a brilliant rift in the starry river shattered the night. This strike tore a gaping hole in the very fabric of the night. But that was not the end. In an instant, the faceless figure had shifted to numerous locations, trailing behind it a multitude of radiant star rivers. As the demonstration concluded, the figure paused and addressed Suja once more. "Fated one, remember, never tarnish this supreme skill." With those words, the figure became increasingly ethereal until it vanished. leaving Su Zhe with the initial, resplendent rift in his consciousness. Regaining his composure, mere minutes had passed, yet Su Zhe felt as if an eternity had elapsed. The Star River severing spear, he murmured, clutching the now dull jade tablet. Rest assured, esteemed predecessor. I shall uphold your legacy. Ding. The system has detected a new martial technique. Star River severing spear. Grade, pseudo-immortal. Description, an unparalleled martial art that amalgamates extraordinary spatial manipulation and astonishing destructive power. Possessing the capability to slice through the fabric of time and space, allowing for direct attacks on foes regardless of distance or instantaneous movement to any location on the battlefield. Furthermore, this technique can harness the power of the Star River to form a defensive barrier, shielding against attacks from any direction. Upon attaining the entry level, one can condense the power of the Star River within the spear to unleash formidable attacks capable of severing space. Upon achieving minor success, one can utilize special spear techniques for instant movement, traversing freely through space, should the host not reach the void-breaking realm. Additional source points will be required for the system to assist in enhancement. Upon reaching major success, one can harness the power of the Star River to create a Star River domain, effectively resisting various types of attacks. Upon achieving perfection, one can move at will, and with a mere gesture of the spear, cleave all that is in sight. The system reminds the host that the entry-level Star River severing spear requires 10,000 source points. At this moment, the system's notification chimed. Observing the source point expenditure indicated by the system, Su Zhe unusually refrained from protest. Sigh. System, just look at the esteemed predecessor. At least showcase something while passing on the legacy. Yet you expect me to part with source points without any visual aid? Though he did not voice his objections, he still grumbled at the system. Elder Tree, noticing Su Zhe's awakening, chuckled. All right. Ponder the martial technique within the jade tablet when you return. The two youngsters outside have also awakened. Summon them over, as there is an important matter I wish to discuss with all three of you. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe nodded and turned to call the others. Chapter 54, The Secret Traditions of the Races. A few minutes later, Su Zhe and the others stood before Elder Tree. Seeing Elder Tree rummaging through something, Zhou Wei tugged at Su Zhe's sleeve and whispered, Hey, what did the Elder give you? Beside him, Chu Fengxiao also perked up, eager to learn what Su Zhe had received. Hee. A martial technique, Su Zhe replied, rubbing his nose. Is it impressive? Zhou Wei inquired. Absolutely. It's quite remarkable. Su Zhe beamed with pride. Damn, you and old Chu have both acquired formidable martial techniques. Meanwhile, I've only received a bag of glowing stones and 2 useless trinkets. Elder Tree is so biased. Zhou Wei muttered under his breath. Oh, Zhou, it seems you have some objections to what the Elder has bestowed upon you. Elder Tree appeared at their side, wearing a broad smile. Zhou Wei, seeing the Elder's grin, broke into a cold sweat and immediately began to flatter. Not at all. You must have misheard. How could I ever speak ill of you? Observing the stark contrast in Zhou Wei's demeanor from the previous day, Elder Tree found it amusing. He playfully struck Zhou Wei on the forehead, retorting, Umph. The gifts I provide are the most suitable for you at this time. There is no favoritism involved. Besides, Zhou, even if I were to force a martial technique upon you, would you be able to learn it? Elder Tree's counter left Zhou Wei speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Su Zhe and Chu Fengxiao exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. Now that everyone is gathered, I must convey something of great significance. Zhou, do you not desire martial techniques? What I am about to teach you is far more potent. Elder Tree spoke mysteriously to the trio. All three turned their attention to Elder Tree, their expressions filled with astonishment. Elder, have you not already given us something? Chu Fengxiao asked, puzzled. Ha, young swordsman. What I am about to impart to you is a culmination of the bloodshed and struggles of our ancestors over thousands of years on the battlefield of myriad races. Each race possesses its unique killing techniques, known as divine abilities or hidden skills. Our human race's killing technique is referred to as the secret traditions of humanity. Today, I will teach you one of these techniques. Tear the heavens. Elder Tree's tone grew solemn, and even the usually carefree Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao could not help but focus intently on the Elder before them, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Tear the heavens. A seemingly ordinary name, yet it emanated an unmatched aura of supremacy and despair, a despair that felt endless, devoid of light or hope. Esteemed predecessor, Su Zhe exclaimed, stunned by the name. However, Elder Tree raised a hand to halt him. I understand what you wish to say, but the story behind this name is in the past. There is no need to delve into it. This technique, Tear the Heavens, was created by Luo Zhantian, whom you refer to as Emperor Luo. At that time, humanity faced the combined onslaught of over a dozen immortals and 3 Dao lords from myriad races, with the situation perilously dire. Emperor Luo had only just entered the realm of immortality, his foundation weak. It was as if heaven itself sought to extinguish our race. Yet, in such dire straits, Emperor Luo transcended life and death, audaciously detonating his immortal foundation from within. Thus, the secret tradition of humanity, Tear the Heavens, was born. On that day, Emperor Luo stood alone at the heavenly gate, tearing the heavens apart with his own hands, defying the Tao Lords. The earth trembled, and the heavens wept as Emperor Luo brought down the Tao Lords, reconstructing his immortal foundation and, within a century, transcending the immortal realm to become a Tao Lord. That day, humanity abandoned the ethereal indifference of the heavens and rallied their entire strength to defy fate. We emerged victorious, winning so resoundingly that the myriad races dared not approach the heavenly gate for a century. This tale of human blood and tears flowed from Elder Tree's lips, his gaze filled with nostalgia, unaware that Su Zhe and the others were already brimming with fervent emotion. Esteemed predecessor, please teach us the Tear the Heavens technique. The trio implored in unison. At this moment, the excitement of acquiring powerful techniques was overshadowed by their fury and sorrow. They resented the heavens for their cruel indifference and mourned the ancestors who persevered through despair, ultimately tearing through the abyss of hopelessness to glimpse a glimmer of dawn. Upon hearing their fervent pleas, Elder Tree turned and sat down, fixing his gaze upon the three of them. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, "You three must remember. The heavens may forsake us, but humanity shall never forsake itself. No matter the circumstances, even in the face of certain death, you must fight with all your might. The battlefield needs you. The Great Xia needs you. Humanity needs you." Until now, Elder Tree had truly acknowledged Su Zhe and his companions, simultaneously affirming their status as the leading generation of the Golden Age. Ultimately, with a sigh, Elder Tree solemnly declared, "Remember this well. To practice our human race's Tear the Sky technique, one must embody righteousness." In an unremarkable location within the Great Xia, a robust, scarred bald man was fixated on the red-haired youth before him, speaking in a low, menacing tone. "You, the lad named Long, remember this. If I hear you groveling before the alien races on the battlefield, I will personally execute you to cleanse our ranks. Do you understand?" The oppressive resonance of his voice bore down on the red-haired youth. Struggling against the weight of the man's intensity, the wounded red-haired youth clenched his teeth defiantly and retorted, "Enough of your rambling. I understand. In the Tang family estate within the dragon capital of Great Xia, a vast underground chamber was soaked in the sweat of a young girl. The usually benevolent Uncle Fu spoke gravely to her, flanked by two elderly men with graying hair. "Xinhua, you must remember this well. To practice the Tang family's techniques, one must vanquish the contemporary foes of Great Xia. Women can match men. The Taoist monarch of the Red Dust is also a woman, yet she instills fear across the myriad races. In a certain secret realm of Great Xia, a white-clad youth, exhausted yet resolute, gripped his sword tightly, gazing at the tumultuous clouds above. You little brat, consider this dragon roar 9 heavens break as your farewell gift. Survive. Do not perish now." As his words fell, the clouds ceased their tumult, and the sword shadows vanished. The white-clad youth, upon witnessing this, sheathed his sword and bowed deeply. Within the space of the great tree, Elder Tree's profound gaze fixated on Su Zhe and his companions. As they absorbed Elder Tree's admonition, the trio exchanged glances and bowed again in unison, exclaiming, "Senior, we request the transmission of the Tear the Sky technique." Upon hearing this, Elder Tree erupted in hearty laughter. "Ha! Very well. I shall impart to you three the secret transmission of our human race. Tear the Sky." With that proclamation, a brilliance ignited within Elder Tree's deep-set eyes. The trio was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining their composure, they found themselves enveloped in a pitch-black space, an abyss of despair, precisely as Elder Tree had described. Su Zhe, recognizing the scene as akin to when the Faceless One had imparted the Star River severing spear, quickly steadied his emotions. However, Zhou Wei and Shu Fengxiao were not as composed, their faces etched with fear as they stared into the darkness, their terror palpable. "This is an illusion. Wake up," Su Zhe suddenly urged in their ears, pulling them back to reality. "Old Su," Zhou Wei queried with a face of lingering dread. Su Zhe explained in a grave tone that the scene before them was a fabrication, yet the despair they had just experienced was genuine. The predecessors of our human race had also felt that same helplessness. As they absorbed this revelation, the two fell into a reflective silence, grappling with a mix of shock and shame. Moments later, Su Zhe pointed to a specific spot, exclaiming, "Look there." In the direction he indicated, a faint light began to emerge, the surrounding darkness not appearing as oppressive as before. Just then, Elder Tree's voice resonated through the space. "Young ones, observe closely. This is one of the secret transmissions of our human race. Tear the Sky." As his words echoed, the faint light grew increasingly radiant. Suddenly, a pair of enormous hands, adorned with divine patterns, emerged from the light. They stood in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness, brilliant, yet seemingly frail. There was no extravagant elemental surge, nor any other divine presence. Those colossal hands merely intruded into the darkness. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle for Suja. The massive hands forcefully tore apart the dark space, creating a vast rift that continued to expand until, with a firm grasp, they obliterated the shroud of despair. Light once again graced Suja and his companions, as Elder Tree emerged from the brightness, a smile gracing his face. This is Tear the Sky. Raising his right hand, he brought Suja and his companions back into the great tree's space. The traces of the Tear the Sky technique have been inscribed into the sea of your consciousness. Review them when you have the time, and strive to master it swiftly. Elder Tree sipped his tea and remarked. Suja hurriedly examined his consciousness, and indeed, the traces of Tear the Sky were located beside the Star River Severing Spear. Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao, too, discovered the imprint of the colossal hands parting the heavens within their own consciousness. Elder Tree took another sip of tea and stated, "All right, the tasks are nearly complete. You three should hasten to Cloud Sea Peak. Do not delay the mission at Wuyua Pass." Chapter 55, Cloud Sea Peak. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei, astonished, inquired, "Elder Tree, do you know the situation at Cloud Sea Peak?" "Of course. After all, I have been in this imperial city for many years," Elder Tree explained, gesturing towards the direction of Rock Peak. Both Rock Peak and the myriad wooden peaks are the mountain spirits of this imperial city, akin to the little wooden beings you see. However, they are currently merely corporeal without spiritual essence. The true will of the imperial city still slumbers atop Cloud Sea Peak. Elder Tree summoned a little wooden being, gently stroking its round green head as he spoke softly. "The will of the imperial city, you say?" Suja pondered, lowering his head. "So, we merely need to awaken the slumbering will at Cloud Sea Peak, and our mission will be considered complete." Chu Fengxiao exclaimed eagerly. Zhou Wei, caressing the little mountain spirit of Rock Peak, felt a flicker of concern in his eyes. Observing this, Elder Tree chuckled lightly. "Do not worry. The so-called will of the imperial city atop Cloud Sea Peak is essentially just the authority of the little wooden beings. Once the will returns, it will not alter them." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. After all, he had fought tooth and nail to retrieve them from the mountain giant, and he had developed feelings for them over these days. If the little mountain spirits were to change, it would indeed be a bittersweet affair. The little mountain spirit of Rock Peak seemed to sense Zhou Wei's apprehension, gradually burrowing into his embrace, tilting its head to blink at him. "Old Su, let us name this little fellow Little Stone. It pairs well with Little Wood," Zhou Wei suggested to Suja, who stood nearby. Upon hearing Zhou Wei's words, Little Stone excitedly flapped its tiny wings and flew towards Little Wood, and before long, the two little mountain spirits were playfully tumbling together. At that moment, Elder Tree interjected. "You three young lads, what I can provide you has nearly reached its limit. The remaining path must be traversed by yourselves. Allow me to leave you with this final piece of advice. On the battlefield of the myriad races, those who are not of our human race harbor different intentions. If they offend our kind, do not hesitate to eliminate them." Having finished speaking, he abruptly coughed violently and turned to sit on a wooden chair. Chu Fengxiao, witnessing this, felt tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling as he nodded solemnly. "Yes, Elder Tree, rest easy. We three will strive onward." A sharp crack echoed throughout the tree hollow. Elder Tree, gripping a branch, glared at Chu Fengxiao, who was covering his head, a red mark stark against his forehead. "You little brat, I'm not dead yet. After surviving those harrowing encounters on the battlefield, you think your curses can do me in? Enough of this. I have provided you with what you need. Now, off you go." With a wave of his hand, the three found themselves bewilderedly standing at the foot of the myriad wooden peaks. Suja was at a loss for words, gazing at Chu Fengxiao, who was still holding his head, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "Old Chu, you have such a fine face. Why did you have to open your mouth? Ouch, that hurts. How was I to know?" As I observed the frail state of Elder Tree, it seemed as though his time was drawing near. Before Chu Fengxiao could finish his words, Zhou Wei, quick on the uptake, swiftly covered Chu Fengxiao's mouth. "Do refrain from speaking. You should abandon the notion of becoming a wandering swordsman. Rather, embrace your destiny as a mocking sword dog. That path holds promise." At that moment, a flash of green light flickered before the trio, as two small mountain spirits were cast forth by Elder Tree. Zhou Wei stepped forward and carefully stowed the bewildered little beings into his backpack. After expelling the two mountain spirits from the vast realm of the giant tree, Elder Tree cast a distant gaze ahead, his eyes penetrating the void to rest upon the three individuals at the foot of the mountain. The trio bowed in reverence towards the towering giant tree atop Wanmu Peak. We express our gratitude for the transmission of your teachings, esteemed elder. They promptly set forth towards Yinhai Peak. The path was arduous and lengthy, yet progress would be made. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the splendid day. These three young fellows. Indeed, I shall grant you one more journey. Elder Tree observed the trio's actions with a knowing smile, then stepped out from the giant tree. His form gradually melding into the heavens, silently trailing after them. Amidst the cicada summer song, the sun had reached its zenith in the celestial dome. At last, the trio arrived at the pinnacle of the imperial capital, Yinhai Peak. At the foot of Yinhai Peak, Suja gazed up at the cloud-piercing summit without a trace of hesitation and began his ascent. The man-made stone steps, constructed years ago, had succumbed to the ravages of time, now lying in disrepair. The dilapidated pavilions, shattered stone steps, and dark green moss presented a scene of utter desolation that made the three companions shudder. Goodness, Old Su, this place feels eerily strange. Could there be something sinister lurking about? Zhou Wei, cradling the two little mountain spirits in his backpack, couldn't help but shiver as he spoke. Suja furrowed his brow, his sword-like eyes sweeping the surroundings as he responded. It is indeed rather peculiar. This does not resemble a manifestation of the will of the imperial capital. With his heart unsettled, he relied on the Qilin treasure seal for a meticulous perception. The ominous Qilin remained unresponsive. Suja lowered his head, lost in thought. Chu Fengxiao, at the rear of the group, shook his head towards the two. The worldly sword heart shows no reaction. The trio, resigned, leaned against one another, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. After a prolonged silence, nothing odd occurred. This won't do. We must proceed. Let whatever comes, come. Suja commanded. The group quickened their pace, circumventing the crumbling stone steps as they dashed toward the summit. Meanwhile, Elder Tree observed the strange phenomena at Yunhai Peak from the celestial heights, deep in contemplation. Strange. How has the layout of Yunhai Peak transformed into a perilous trap? Elder Tree mused, his fingers counting as he murmured. Yet, he did not reveal himself to impede the ascent of Su Zhe and his companions. It was merely a perilous situation, and he was confident that should the trio encounter misfortune, he could intervene forcefully from without. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The clouds encircling Yunhai Peak began to descend, with furious thunder rumbling within. Noticing this, Elder Tree furrowed his brow deeper, his expression grave. Has the heavens changed? Rain soon began to pour down. It started with a single drop, and in an instant, a torrential downpour ensued. Zhou Wei hurriedly unfurled the small umbrella attached to his backpack to shield the mountain spirits from the rain. Old Su, the weather is exceedingly strange. Chu Fengxiao hastened to Suja's side, concern evident in his eyes. Fear not. What is there to dread? We three have journeyed together, battling giants, confronting hellhounds, and facing demons with injuries sustained. Suja wiped the raindrops from his face and pointed towards the mountain's waste. I was cautious and noted that there were no traces of mountain spirit manifestations along the way. And there is no path to traverse at that waste, merely steep peaks and sheer cliffs. I suspect the mountain spirits can only reside there. Suja analyzed calmly, then turned to say, Away, we must hasten our pace. Before long, the trio successfully reached the mountain's waste, the rain still pouring down. Amidst the heavy downpour, Chu Fengxiao patted Su Zhu on the shoulder and shouted, Old Su, look quickly. The sound of rain drowned out Chu Fengxiao's voice, and Suja could only follow the direction of Chu Fengxiao's pointed finger. Sure enough, as he had suspected, a divine stone inscribed with the majesty of towering mountains stood resolutely amidst the rain. The carvings on the colossal stone became indistinct under the torrential rain. Ding. Detection of host's presence in the environment. System Task 4 initiated. Awakening the will of the imperial capital. Rewards. 1, 5, 000 source points. 2. 1 opportunity for entry into any martial skill. Reminder. Touching the divine stone will automatically enter the trial of the will of the imperial capital. The moment Suja laid eyes on the divine stone, the system's notification resonated in his ears. It dawned upon him that this colossal stone was indeed the final hurdle of their journey. Without further ado, Suja exchanged glances with Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao, and they understood each other's intentions in an instant. Through numerous trials of life and death, this trio had finally formed a nascent trump card. They held an unwavering trust in one another. Zhou Wei immediately summoned the eternal light source within him, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. Golden flames igniting and creating a dry patch amidst the torrential downpour. The drastic temperature difference caused the rainwater to boil and evaporate. From the mist arose a surge of sword energy that sliced through the air, striking the nearby mountainside and forming a cave of moderate size. Chu Fengxiao sheathed his sword, and the trio entered in single file. Inside the cave, Suja succinctly pointed at the divine stone. That is the final obstacle. The key to awakening the will of the imperial capital. Touching the stone will allow us to enter the trial. Who will go? Old Su. How could you even ask? Since we three swordsmen entered the imperial capital, we have always shared fortunes and faced hardships together. Is there any need for deliberation? Let us go together. Chu Fengxiao playfully flicked the raindrops clinging to his bangs, flamboyantly slicking back his hair into a stylish pompadour, and patted Suju's shoulder. Zhou Wei nodded in agreement, echoing Chu Fengxiao's sentiment. But what about these two little ones? Suju turned to look at the mountain spirits nestled within the backpack. Zhou Wei waved his hand and gently spoke to the little mountain spirits. Little Stone, big brothers are going to handle something. You must take good care of your sister. Upon hearing this, Little Stone fluttered its wings and flew before Zhou Wei, affectionately rubbing its head against him. Witnessing this scene, Chu Fengxiao couldn't help but chuckle. Let's go. Daddy Wei, we shall return soon. Having made all preparations, the three stood before the divine stone, drenched by the deluge, exchanged glances, and together placed their hands upon it. A beam of golden light emanating forth. Boom. Another thunderclap. The trio vanished amidst the resounding thunder and golden light. In the celestial realm, Elder Tree stood atop the clouds, fixated on the roiling sea of clouds, as the thunder rumbled ominously. So that is the case. Detestable rodents. Chapter 56. The Six-Eyed Divine Shaman. Elder Tree raised both hands, and the towering trees of Wanmu Peak surged upwards, instantly appearing behind him. Had anyone else been present, they would have noticed the tempestuous clouds swirling with rage, a colossal shadow stretching across the heavens. It was the manifestation of Elder Tree's divine power. The shadow of the great tree. Elder Tree clasped his hands, and the towering tree rapidly diminished until it nestled between his brows. With the great tree restored, his spirit revived. Elder Tree's previously weathered visage, akin to an ancient tree blossoming in spring, regained its vitality, and the frost in his hair gradually receded, giving way to a mix of black and white strands as the great tree returned to its rightful place. In mere seconds, the Elder Tree underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting from the image of a white-haired old man to that of a middle-aged figure devoid of any signs of aging. Sensing the surging spiritual energy within him, a smirk formed at the corners of his mouth, laced with murderous intent. I shall see which audacious mouse dares to wreak havoc in the great Xia. Enraged, the ethereal silhouette of the giant tree in the nine heavens stirred to life, unleashing a divine spear that pierced the sky, illuminating the heavens with its brilliance. As the clouds parted, it became evident that this was not merely the sea of clouds dividing, but the very fabric of the sky itself tearing apart. Even before taking action, the Elder Tree had sealed this realm with his aura, rendering the entire Great Xia oblivious to the impending turmoil. After all, those who surpassed the Elder Tree were either allies or the immortal beings thwarted by the grand celestial array of the myriad races. As for those weaker than the Elder Tree, did they wish to test the might of this pristine, undamaged divine spear of the giant tree? With such a mindset, the Elder Tree unleashed his power without restraint. Soon, the divine radiance dissipated, and the layers of mist enveloping the summit of Cloud Sea Peak were completely obliterated. In an instant, the clouds withdrew and the rain ceased. Humph, so it is you, six-eyed ones. The Elder Tree remarked disdainfully as he gazed at the swirling emblem hovering above Cloud Sea Peak. The once concealed summit was now dominated by a purple-black totem bearing six eyes. In an unknown realm, a tall figure clad in a wizard's robe stood before a massive altar, fervently praying. The altar was adorned with thousands of blood sacrifices, including the corpses of ancient dragons, giants, and three-headed hounds, with a crystalline pillar in the center holding a bead exuding the essence of deathly resentment. The towering figure turned, revealing a rigid face adorned with six eyes, one pair glowing with a predatory purple light. He addressed a handsome youth behind him, whose otherwise normal eyes were marked by four dark purple lines beneath them. Qilin, this assassination of the great Xia's prodigy must not fail. Our clan's elders have paid a steep price to seize this once-in-a-millennium opportunity from that scheming ghost Qinswan. We have even sacrificed a matured blood demon pearl as the key to this endeavor. Thus, you understand the significance of this mission, do you not? It absolutely cannot fail. The handsome youth responded with grave seriousness. For my six-eyed shaman clan, I, Mo Qilin, will assuredly bring back the head of that great Xia prodigy. But how could the human realm's grand array be so formidable, allowing us to exploit a gap so easily? The handsome youth queried, perplexed. The grand array is indeed formidable, but our clan has our methods. Months ago, Elder Seven, while divining the stars, preempted Ghost Qinswan and gleaned the heavenly secrets. The divination revealed that today, a prodigy would enter the secret realm trial, one who could potentially sway the fate of the myriad races on the battlefield. We cannot allow such an individual to arise. With the assistance of other clans, we gathered the blood sacrifices needed to activate the shaman blood altar. Elder 7 even sacrificed thousands of years of his lifespan to forcibly fix the celestial phenomena, preventing Ghost Qinswan from discerning this secret. While this stratagem may not work on a cunning figure like Ghost Qinswan, as long as we can send you into the same secret realm first, it will suffice. The human realm's grand array may shield against us, but it cannot guard against Great Xia's own secret realm. The tall figure sneered, then turned to the handsome youth, sighing. Alas, it is a pity for you. Had it not been for the exorbitant cost of divining the heavenly secrets, we could simply send high-level assassins to handle it. Upon hearing this, the handsome youth knelt, proclaiming fervently, I, Mo Kutian, will bring back the head of that great Xia prodigy, even if it costs me my life. Suddenly, the altar trembled violently. The tall figure hurriedly glanced over, pulling a shimmering barrier from the void. Within this barrier, a middle-aged figure was fiercely striking at the six-eyed totem. Recognizing the face of the figure, the tall man clenched his teeth in anger, exclaiming, It's you, you old wretch. Behind him, the handsome youth inquired, confused, Priest, who is this? The priest gritted his teeth, responding, Our mortal enemy. Tri Qian Zai. The handsome youth's pupils constricted, exclaiming, He is Tri Qian Zai? I thought he was dead. The priest sighed in resignation. Who could have known? Under such severe injuries, even with the full strength of the human race, he should not have survived. No, we cannot allow him to continue. The totem will be destroyed. As he spoke, he produced another blood demon pearl from his pocket, crushing it with sorrow. Suddenly, a vortex erupted beneath the altar. Seeing this, the priest wasted no time. His 6 eyes blazing with ferocity, unleashing 6 beams of malevolent light towards the vortex. Atop Cloud Sea Peak, the elder tree regarded the unyielding 6-eyed totem with astonishment. Is this thing truly so resilient? It withstood 2 of my divine spears without breaking. That is simply unreasonable. Indeed, the elder tree had acted upon seeing the totem. But the outcome was not as he had hoped. The 6-eyed emblem merely dimmed slightly, yet continued to hover over the peak. Just as he was about to unleash another strike, an ominous phenomenon occurred. A vortex appeared before the 6-eyed emblem, prompting the elder tree to lock onto it with a cold smile. Humph. The 6-eyed ones are in a hurry. In an instant, 6 beams of extinguishing malevolence targeted the elder tree, cascading down like torrential waters. Boom! A sound erupting with a ferocity surpassing the previous thunderclaps resonated throughout the entire expanse of the heavens, drowning all else in an overwhelming cacophony. Minutes later, as the clamor faded and the smoke cleared, a massive wooden shield remained in the sky, still bearing traces of wood shavings. The elder tree slowly dispersed the shield, casting a mocking smile towards the vortex, his tone dripping with derision. You 6-eyed ones truly lack creativity. After several millennia, you can only resort to this one trick? Humph. I've produced more than you've ever unleashed. Such crude remarks were undeniably vulgar. Had Su Zhe and his companions witnessed the elder tree spouting profanities in this moment, they would surely be astounded. Where had that benevolent old man who imparted wisdom gone? After all, he was a fierce individual who had spent a millennium on the battlefield. Though not malevolent, the elder tree was certainly not one to be described as genteel. In the heat of battle, it was only natural for martial generals to exhibit a rough demeanor, right? As if angered by the elder tree's crude words. The vortex before the totem lay dormant for a long while. Eventually, a voice dripping with disdain emerged from within the swirling mass. You old wretch. Why are you still alive? Hey, you can still talk. The elder tree, intrigued, mused, having awakened from a long slumber, only to be involved in nurturing or teaching students. Finally encountering someone of his own caliber, he relished the opportunity to exchange words. Ah, that 6-eyed fellow. Who leads your faction now? Is it still that blind 6-eyed one? The elder tree ceased his assault, dispersing the divine spear floating beside him, and initiated conversation. In response, the now stabilized vortex quivered violently once more, followed by a chilling retort. Tri Qian Zai, do you wish to die once more? Faced with the sudden hostility, the elder tree maintained his composure, concealing a smirk within, with his hand already extended towards Great Xia. Did he expect the elder tree to bestow him with a favorable countenance? In an enigmatic realm, the priest of the 6-eyed shaman clan diligently strove to calm his tumultuous emotions. Observing that the crystal pillar at the center of the blood altar had completed its charging, a new spatial vortex began to unfurl languidly. He turned to Mokoshin and commanded, Enough. Mokoshin, go forth and eliminate the proud scion of the great Xia at any cost. Mokoshin nodded solemnly and stepped into the vortex. Atop Yunhai Peak, the elder tree continued to manipulate the newly manifested spatial whirlpool when suddenly a voice echoed from within. Shu Qianzai, Do you wish to witness the great Xia's pride struggling beneath the feet of my clan's prodigy? Upon hearing this, the elder tree comprehended the situation entirely. Damn it, are they targeting Su and his companions? As he pondered, a colossal celestial screen materialized in the sky, flickering ominously. The elder tree ceased his activities, standing resolutely against the heavenly expanse while persistently murmuring, Su boy, Su boy, Su boy, please, let it not be Zhou boy. He won't survive. Even Jian boy would suffice. He can put up a fight. At least he has a chance. Soon, images began to emerge from the celestial screen, revealing a solitary figure wandering aimlessly. The elder tree, filled with apprehension, strained to discern the face. It was indeed Su. Chapter 57, Confrontation Frontline. Su boy? Ha! A jackpot indeed. The elder tree retracted the divine light from his hands, allowing himself to relax fully as he observed the scene with a mocking expression. The priest of the six-eyed shaman clan, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of astonishment and muttered inwardly, is this old fool not concerned? Does he truly believe that their so-called Great Xia's pride can rival our clan's meticulously nurtured talents? How laughable. Absolutely impossible. The priest corrected his absurd thoughts, convinced that the elder tree had dulled with age. Meanwhile, the elder tree summoned forth a towering ancient tree, extracting an entire tea set and a wooden chair from its depths, brewing fragrant tea and occasionally savoring a sip. How could this little six-eyed brat possibly contend with Su? We're safe. Both parties harbored ulterior motives, their gazes fixed with ill intentions upon each other's prodigies. Within the celestial trial space, Suja wandered aimlessly through a desolate desert, oblivious to the fact that his trial had long been manipulated by the six-eyed shaman clan, believing this was merely part of the ordeal. What in the world is this place? Just endless sand and not a soul in sight. Battling against the swirling yellow sand with visibility reduced to less than 3 meters, Suja cautiously advanced. After 10 minutes, he discerned a shadowy figure standing ahead. What a joke. It took me this long just to spot someone. Hey, who are you? What is this place? Just as Suja called out, the shadow suddenly lunged towards him. The priest of the six-eyed shaman clan, observing this from the vortex, coldly scoffed. So this is all you can muster? What a charade. The elder tree remained silent, yet the mockery on his face deepened. Suja, recognizing the impending threat as the figure charged, instantly understood that ill intentions lurked beneath. In this sandstorm, his innate combat instincts surged forth, and the Qilin armor swiftly enveloped his arms, the immense power of the Qilin gathering momentum. In an unnoticed corner, a diminutive Qilin began to coalesce into a seal. Yes, Suja was once again preparing his instant explosion. The shadow rapidly closed the distance. Within mere breaths, it was upon him. You think you can ambush me? I am your forebear. In the next moment, amidst the swirling sands, the two figures collided heavily, stirring a tempest of dust. As the chaos settled, Suja beheld the visage of his opponent, a strikingly handsome youth, with captivating starry eyes and 4 prominent purple-black markings adorning his face. The right hand that met Su's Qilin armor was suffused with shimmering purple gold, exuding an air of opulence. As they held their ground, a palpable force radiated between them, sending sand and debris flying outward. Moments later, the handsome youth's right hand trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed by Suja's formidable might. It appears you possess some skill, but today you shall perish. Remember, your slayer is Mokoshin of the six-eyed shaman clan. Mokoshin, pressing against Suja's Qilin armor, uttered coldly. Suja, unable to contain himself, retorted, you're still being overpowered. Why pretend? Enough with the banter. Taste my instant explosion. The diminutive Qilin erupted forth, and due to their proximity, Mokoshin bore the full brunt of the attack, sent flying several meters away. The first round concluded with Suja gaining the upper hand. As Mokoshin soared through the air, he swiftly plunged his hands into the sandy ground, utilizing the rebound to regain his balance. Suja, his gaze fixed sharply on the distant purple-marked youth, pondered inwardly. The six-eyed shaman clan, an alien race? What is that stone doing atop Yanhai Peak? Am I still in the Great Xia? Ding. The system detected that the host had encountered the pinnacle race, the six-eyed shaman clan, for the first time. A system task was issued. Defeat the 3rd seat of the young generation of the six-eyed shaman clan, Mokoshin. Rewards. 1. Source points. 10,000. 2. Opportunity for any martial skill to reach minor success. 1. 3. Battle array. Fragment of the 5 Saint Stupa song. 1. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Suja's gaze towards Mokoshin grew increasingly frigid. Whether he was still within the borders of the Great Xia was now inconsequential. Atop Yanhai Peak, the elder tree watched Mokoshin falter and laughed heartily. Ha! Is this truly the pride of your six-eyed shaman clan? It has certainly opened this old man's eyes. Humph. Old fool, do not rejoice too soon. What matters now is raw strength. Merely relying on clever tricks will not suffice. Clearly, the priest of the six-eyed shaman clan looked down upon Su Zhe's concealed Qilin seal, not anticipating that this stout young man would display such a lack of martial ethics. After their initial exchange, both Su Zhe and Mokoshin remained vigilant, each surprised by the other's hidden capabilities. Mokoshin had not expected Su Zhe to have concealed the Qilin seal, while Su Zhe was astonished that the purple-marked youth had withstood his instant explosion with only slight disarray. In the swirling dust of the desert, they faced off, each uncertain of the other's depth, unwilling to act recklessly. At the Wanju battlefront, Tianmin Pass, an elderly figure with a pale visage and white hair, garbed in a robe of yin-yang chaos, observed the celestial phenomena. Furrowing his brow as he gazed at the stars, a look of confusion crossed his face as he muttered, "Something is amiss. Why has the sky not shifted?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the elder forcefully gestured, his eyes igniting with an otherworldly light as he expelled a mouthful of blood. In an instant, a beam of celestial light surged towards the starry expanse. Moments later, the celestial phenomena began to alter, gradually reverting to its original starry arrangement. Gazing at the obscured stars, the elder comprehended the sequence of events. Blood trickling from his lips as he coldly remarked, "A remarkable stratagem. You would go to any lengths to slay our great Xia's pride? This time, I, Guiqianswan, have underestimated your cunning." Suddenly, several stars at the center of the starry veil flickered ominously, the celestial phenomena shifting once more. As Guiqianswan lifted his gaze, even with his profound and inscrutable wisdom, he could not help but exclaim upon perceiving the altered celestial phenomena. "What? The confrontation of the great prodigies of this era has been advanced. How can this be?" After uttering these words, Guiqianswan raised his hand once more, performing a gesture of divination. After a prolonged moment, he regarded the map of the great Xia Empire spread out before him with a complex expression. His eyes fixated on the southeastern corner of the map, where lay the Jiangnan province of the great Xia. "Alas, it is too late. I have been outmaneuvered, and the current situation has solidified, rendering any alteration impossible. It is imperative to inform the committee of these old geezers." After a lengthy silence, he raised his hand and dispatched a beam of radiant light into the void. "Humph. This debt, I, Guiqianswan, shall settle, to conceal the heavenly secrets and disrupt fate. You six-eyed scoundrels possess truly audacious gall." Guiqianswan approached the city wall, his gaze penetrating the depths of the Myriad race's battlefield. Moments later, within the dragon capital of the great Xia, in the Zijing conference hall, 7 figures were seated around a round table. Suddenly, a beam of radiant light pierced through the void, racing across the skyline before coming to rest upon the table. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the light, the elder seated at the head of the table spoke in astonishment. "Guiqianswan, what manner of message does he send at this hour?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch the radiant light. In a heartbeat, a voice resonated within the elder's mind. "The celestial phenomena have shifted. The contest of the great prodigies is to commence ahead of schedule." Upon hearing this, the elder raised an eyebrow, dispersing the light to share with the others present. As the gathered individuals absorbed the information, furrowed brows and prolonged silence ensued. After a moment, the elder at the head spoke first. "Which prodigy is currently in Jiangnan province?" Another elder seated beside him chimed in. "I recall it was one of those young rascals we discussed in our previous meeting." "Haha, I also remember. The leader is named Su Zhe, correct? A remarkable fellow, jointly recommended by the old Ghost Li and the old Ghost Yin." A robust voice echoed through the chamber. "What do you all believe our chances of victory are in this battle?" The elder at the head inquired once more. "Alas, it is hard to say. Indeed, the six-eyed spirit witches are inherently formidable, possessing a distinct advantage during the prodigy's formative years. Precisely, especially given their innate racial talents, capable of wielding the 6 evil lights, truly nauseating." Observing the raucous assembly, the elder at the head could not help but smile wryly. "All right, enough talk. We must witness the reality of the situation." He then turned to a young man diligently recording the minutes. "Shaoli, instruct them to activate the celestial monitoring system and lock onto the heavenly sun capital of Jiangnan province." "Understood, elder." Shaoli promptly exited the conference room. Before long, a massive luminous screen materialized above the round table. The elder pointed toward a figure standing amidst swirling yellow sands, chuckling. "This must be the young lad. He appears quite spirited." Just then, an elder interjected. "Elder, we must dispatch a pillar of the great Xia to safeguard our interests. It is no small feat to have a prodigy emerge from our own ranks, especially with 3 prodigies currently present in the heavenly sun capital." The head elder smiled faintly, raising his hand. "Ha ha ha, old 5, there is no need for haste. Have you forgotten who else resides in the heavenly sun capital?" Upon hearing this, Elder 5 paused, then chuckled. You are correct. I was too eager and forgot that the old fellow Shu Qianzi is still in the Heavenly Sun capital. At this moment, another elder spoke up. Elder, we must mobilize other pillars of the Great Xia. With this news, I refuse to believe the Myriad races are not taking action. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, we must ensure the safety of the human race is not compromised. No sooner had the words left his lips than a series of urgent intelligence reports flooded into the conference hall. Unusual movements detected among the Myriad races at Tianmen Pass. Please prepare the committee. Pressure at Wuyue Pass has surged, with several unknown immortal beings from the Myriad races appearing, requesting reinforcements. Observing these urgent reports, the head elder could not suppress a wry smile. Ha! Old Four, you truly possess the gift of prophecy. Very well. It is time for those old geezers to spring into action. Chapter 58. The Great Contest commences. Shall we relay the orders? Let all pillars of the Great Xia currently within our borders mobilize, both openly and covertly. There shall be but one mission, defense above all. Now is not the time for offense. However, do particularly remind the Confucian scholars stationed at Tianmen Pass to be resolute. Do not allow the Myriad races to believe our Great Xia is an easy target. The specific arrangements will be communicated to you shortly. Hurry along now. In the adjacent room, Shaoli carefully noted every word spoken by the head elder, though the trembling of his pen betrayed his otherwise composed facade. Yes, elder. Having recorded the instructions, Shaoli hastened from the conference room, and as he exited, he vanished into the void. Amidst the rippling void, orders were dispatched across the expanse of the Great Xia. From the towering peaks of the Tian Mountain to the vastness of the Linyuan Valley. From the surging tides of the Han Sea to the hidden realms of Dantian, remote and desolate places stirred into activity. At the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy, Li Wantue was engaged in a game of chess and tea with Inshun in the principal's office. Suddenly, a beam of radiant light shot forth from the void. The Great Xia Committee has issued a decree, commanding Li Wantue and Inshun to swiftly proceed to the battlefield at Tianmen Pass. The situation has changed. It is urgent. Without a moment's delay, as the radiant light descended, its voice gradually faded. The void rippled once more, presumably heading toward its next destination. Old In. Li Wantue lifted his gaze to his old partner, noticing the grave expression etched upon his face. Let us be off, Old Li. The radiant decree signifies an urgent matter. We must not delay the opportunity for battle. With that, he vanished in a flash, transforming into a soaring pillar of light, piercing through the clouds. Seeing this, Li Wantue hastily followed suit. On the desk, only a fragmented chess game and 2 cups of steaming tea remained. In the dragon capital of the Great Xia, within the Tang family manor, Uncle Fu sat in a rocking chair, fanning himself as he quietly observed Tang Xinyue, who was training vigorously in the yard below. 2 elders nearby were engrossed in their game of chess. Xinyue should be wrapping up her training soon. Uncle Fu mused to himself, rocking his chair. At that moment, a beam of radiant light shot through the void. A decree from the radiant light? Uncle Fu gasped, while the 2 elders beside him set down their chess pieces, anxiously watching the radiant light hovering in the void. The Great Xia Committee has issued a decree, commanding the 3 elders, Fu, Shou, and Lu, to immediately proceed to the battlefield to intercept the immortal beings of the other races. The situation has changed. It is urgent. With that, the void fell silent once more, leaving only the radiant decree behind. Uncle Fu, let us hurry, urged the other 2 elders. Uncle Fu nodded and replied, I must also inform the family head. No sooner had he spoken than the voice of Tang Zhun reached the ears of the 3 elders. Uncle Fu, you 3 elders must hurry. Do not delay the opportunity for battle. My position does not coincide with yours. Hearing this, the 3 elders no longer hesitated, soaring into the air and making their way toward the star abyss. In an instant, the contemporary stars of the Great Xia shone brightly. Outside Tianmen Pass on the battlefield of the Myriad races, the gentle and jade-like figure of the Confucian scholar, clad in snow-white robes, shattered the radiant decree. In an instant, the scholar comprehended the reasons behind the unusual movements of the foreign races. Heavenly secrets, the manipulation of fate. All for the sake of asserting dominance over my Great Xia in this golden era? What grand ambitions! As my thoughts meandered, Myriad races once again gathered at the pass, clamoring for battle. Listening to the tumultuous war drums and the bloodthirsty roars echoing from the front, the sage coldly chuckled. Can't you sit still for a moment? He then set down the Confucian scriptures in his hands, a flicker of thought, and in an instant, he teleported before the rallying forces of the alien races. Gazing at the challenging kin, the sage could not help but scoff. Little monkey, have you grown weary of living? Have you forgotten how your ancestor was slain by our human emperor Luo with a single spear? What? Today, emboldened by the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards, you dare to provoke me? Indeed. At this moment, the one rallying before the heavenly gate was none other than the immortal of the Tier Sky Demon Ape clan. Yet, the sage referred to him as a little monkey, illustrating the fearsome reputation this snow-white, cultured man bore among the myriad races. Upon witnessing the sage's sudden appearance, the immortal's expression shifted to one of visible panic. However, in mere moments, as if recollecting something, his demeanor returned to normalcy. Humph, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Were it not for our clan's pressing matters, this crumbling pass would have long been breached by us, and you would be flayed and left to wither under the scorching sun. The sage, upon hearing this, merely scoffed again. With a flicker of thought, an immense Confucian saintly manifestation materialized behind him. In that instant, the battlefield was engulfed in a tempest. Even the battle array formed by the myriad soldiers was shattered by this towering figure. The sage softly intoned, "Settle." The Confucian scriptures held by the saintly form behind him suddenly radiated light, and a character representing a mountain floated forth from the scriptures. It drifted above the myriad forces, slowly transforming until it became a colossal pillar that descended with great weight. Boom! From within the ranks of the myriad races, anguished cries erupted. The immortal of the Tier Sky Demon Ape clan, taken aback by the sage's sudden aggression, was about to retaliate when he sensed a profound aura locking onto him. Who else could it be? As expected, the sage, with a smile gracing his lips, fixed his gaze upon the immortal, reciting, "Stay still. You shall perish." Just as the immortal from the Tier Sky Demon Ape clan found himself in a helpless predicament, a sudden surge of dark, demonic light erupted from the depths of the myriad battlefield, piercing through the colossal pillar, suppressing the alien forces. In the blink of an eye, a dozen figures descended upon the battlefield, each radiating a profound aura, all immortal beings from the myriad races. "Sage, you have gone too far." The foremost individual spoke coldly. "Ha!" As if hearing the greatest of jokes, the sage laughed heartily. "I have gone too far? Pray tell. Do you intend to detain a scholar like me with merely your numbers? Humph. I shan't engage in a war of words with you. I believe you are well aware of our intentions." With that, the leading immortal spread his arms wide, and a massive light curtain materialized at the center of the battlefield. "Now, let the sage observe how your great Xia's talents struggle to survive." The sage's gaze sharpened, his hand sealing the incantation dissipated, and the immense, saintly form behind him gradually faded away. At that moment, two soaring pillars of light surged towards the battlefield. Descending beside the sage were none other than Li Wantue and Inshun. Inshun clasped his hands before the sage, saying, "Sage, we have arrived late." The sage, upon seeing them, offered a calm smile. "Not too late. You have arrived just in time." "Sage," Li Wantue pointed towards the grand light curtain, hesitating to speak. On their way, both had already discerned the reason behind the myriad races' agitation. They sought to distinguish themselves in the contest of talents during this golden era. They had also learned the identity of the great Xia talent, none other than Suja, whom they had jointly recommended. The sage raised his hand, signaling Li Wantue to remain patient, then called out to the leading immortal of the alien races. "Since you come prepared, why not indulge in a wager?" "A wager?" The immortal looked puzzled, unsure of the sage's intentions. "Indeed, if our great Xia's talent prevails, then the land at the southwestern corner of the Heavenly Gate Pass shall belong to our human race. Conversely, if you win, it shall belong to you. What say you?" The sage proposed. The southwestern corner of the Heavenly Gate Pass was a strategically vital area, easy to defend yet difficult to assault, leading both sides to suffer heavy losses over this territory. Now, the sage aimed to seize this land entirely through the wager. Deal. It was evident that the immortal harbored the same intentions. Behind them, Li Wantue and Inshun exchanged glances, resigned, and could only watch expectantly at the unfolding drama on the battlefield. "Su, make us proud." Chapter 59, the second round. Amidst the swirling sands of the desolate desert, Suja cast a cold gaze at his opponent, Mo Kutian. At this moment, he was unaware that his battle with Mo Kutian had captivated the attention of countless powerful beings. His singular focus was clear: defeat Mo Kutian. Claim the system rewards. Mo Kutian's eyes glinted with malice as he casually brushed the dust from his attire, derisively taunting. Is this the caliber of talents from Great Xia, resorting to such despicable tactics? Yet, Suja was no ordinary individual. Such trash talk was trivial to him, far more civilized than the everyday banter of Zhou Wei. With a smirk, he retorted, "What's the matter? Did I bruise your delicate ego, noble alien lord? Someone like you should be off playing in the sandbox with kindergartners." Having lived a life of privilege, Mo Kutian could hardly match Suja in verbal sparring. A single retort from Suja visibly flustered him. His face turned a shade of iron as he glared at Suja, gritting his teeth. I will not stoop to your level. After all, as a member of a venerable lineage enduring for millennia, Qilin had mastered the art of composure. Within a few breaths, his previously tumultuous emotions settled. Then, with his right hand clawed, the purple-gold patterns on the back of his hand glimmered brilliantly under the surge of spiritual energy. Once more, Qilin lunged at Suja, his eyes flashing with malevolence, murderous intent boiling. A fierce wave of spiritual energy stirred the sands, and during his charge, Qilin scattered several crystalline shards of spiritual energy. Guided by these crystals, the chaotic yellow sands gradually coalesced, ultimately transforming into majestic warhorses of sand. Under Qilin's command, they surged towards Suja. It must be said, Qilin's martial artistry was exceptional in the backdrop of the swirling sands. He found the perfect synergy. Suja regarded the oncoming charge that resembled 1,000-strong cavalry, the thunderous momentum striking awe within him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he advanced, embracing the pressure, taking a step forward, and roared. You have your sand steeds, I have the strength of a Qilin. If we are to clash, I am not here merely to spectate. Instantly, his Qilin armor-clad arms shone brilliantly. Divine patterns emerging. Suja swung his fist towards the onrushing Qilin. The fierce wind from his punch swept through the sands, crashing violently into the legion of sand steeds. Boom! The two forces collided fiercely, the punch shattering one sand steed after another, momentarily clearing the path. However, within the desert environment, the abundance of sand and the multitude of sand steeds was overwhelming. With every sand steed that was obliterated, more would swiftly materialize anew. The two opposing forces found themselves in a delicate dynamic equilibrium. Although the Qilin fist unleashed a ferocious tempest, its residual power waned considerably. Under Qiling's deliberate guidance, every shattering of the yellow sand warhorses siphoned away the might of the fist's fury. Ultimately, the punch that Suja delivered was utterly depleted. Qiling's right hand, adorned with shimmering amethyst and gold, struck fiercely against Suja's chest. However, in the fleeting moment of being sent flying, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Suja's eyes as the menacing Qilin gauntlet lunged toward Qiling's face. Boom! In an instant, both were propelled away from one another. Suja landed atop a small dune formed of swirling sands, while Qiling was thrust back several meters, leaving a deep imprint upon the loose desert surface. Coughing, Suja grimaced, clutching his chest as he staggered up from the dune. The 7 Luminaries' essence within him surged, restoring the struck area within mere breaths. Meanwhile, Qiling felt a searing pain on his face. How dare he strike back? Transitioning from defense to offense? Is he not afraid that my blow could pierce him through? As he channeled his spiritual energy, the burning sensation on his visage gradually subsided. Clearly, in this round of confrontation, neither had resorted to martial techniques, nor did they expend much spiritual energy. Yet, Qiling's mastery of spiritual manipulation and Suja's ferocious combat instincts left indelible impressions on each other. He chuckled. I didn't expect you to possess some skill, but do you still dare to receive this strike with your arm? A sudden flash of purple light emanated from Qiling's right hand, revealing a gleaming sword adorned with black and purple veins, its hilt engraved with 6 eye motifs. Without further ado, he swung the blade with a flourish. Awakens. With a single stroke, a purple-black blade of energy surged towards Suja, standing out brilliantly in the vast expanse of yellow sands and azure skies. The blade whistled ominously, reaching within mere feet of Suja in an instant. In a moment of panic, Suja summoned the red flood spear, its tip glowing white as it swept outward. 1,000 armament dispersal. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as the spear met the purple-black blade. However, this time, Suja found himself at a disadvantage, being relentlessly forced back by the onslaught of the purple-black energy. Observing this, Qiling, without granting Suja a moment's respite, raised his sword once more and advanced. At that moment, Suja clutched the red flood spear tightly, feeling it tremble slightly in his grasp, a wave of unease washing over him. Oh no! Is the red flood spear about to break? Please no? Fortunately, fate smiled upon Suja, as the spear only quivered violently without any further signs of distress. While defending against the purple-black blade, Suja noticed Qiling swiftly closing the distance. There was no alternative. Just as Suja gritted his teeth, preparing to unveil his hidden cards, he felt a reaction from the spear. The white light at its tip intensified. It was 1,000 armament dispersal. This 5th-tier martial technique revealed its true allure at that moment. The armor-piercing effect. In the next heartbeat, Suja's red flood spear shattered the purple-black blade effortlessly, dispersing it into the yellow sands. Seeing this, Suja's heart leapt with joy. He hastily inquired, System, Does the armor-piercing effect of 1000 armament dispersal also apply to these martial techniques? Ding. Indeed, but its rank is insufficient. Even with the armor-piercing enhancement, the damage remains limited. So, host, do not entertain notions of using it against entities like the Undying Law Body. Cherish your life and behave. Suja chose to disregard the system's subsequent jibes. Wearing a satisfied expression, who cares for the meager damage of 1000 armament dispersal? In the worst-case scenario, I can always rely on the upper-tier white radiance and simply cleave with the spear. After all, what heavy-armored warrior wouldn't wish for thicker armor and penetration? Yet, while one rejoiced, another lamented. What? Mo Koxiang exclaimed, astonished to see his purple-black blade cleaved in two by Suja. The commotion drew Suja's attention. Hey, I wasn't even looking for you, and yet you come to me? With that, Suja ceased his verbal sparring and charged toward Mo Koxiang with the spear in hand. Mo Koxiang, regaining his composure, gripped the sword tightly and met him head-on. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging strikes, each blow more fervent than the last. As time stretched on, the advantages of the spear became glaringly apparent. A longer reach meant greater strength. In close-quarters combat, Mo Koxiang could scarcely touch Suja, who repeatedly struck him with the glimmering red flood spear. Although it was merely a nuisance, it vexed Mo Koxiang greatly. Sensing the shift, Mo Koxiang unleashed a surge of purple energy from his sword, releasing two blade strikes that forced Suja back. Simultaneously, he retreated to a safer position. Suja, laboriously dismantling the incoming strikes, looked up to see Mo Koxiang voluntarily retreating, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he panted heavily. Oh, young master, don't run. Are you feeling overwhelmed? I think you should stop calling yourself the Six-Eyed Divine Witch Clan and instead refer to it as the Six-Eyed Kidney Deficient Clan. His cutting words were crafted purely for mockery. It was unclear whether the exertion from unleashing two blade strikes had drained him or if he was incensed by Suja's taunts, but Mo Koxiang's chest heaved violently, his murderous intent spilling forth uncontrollably. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Myriad tribes, at the Heavenly Gate, the Confucian scholar watched the unfolding scene with satisfaction. A wry smile gracing his lips as he observed the imperviousness of the Myriad tribes to the prowess of the great Xia's champion. The leading immortal of the Myriad tribes grimaced at the remark, his expression akin to one experiencing constipation. This is hardly the crux. Life and death battles rely on raw strength, not these petty tricks and underhanded martial techniques. He turned away, unwilling to engage further. The Confucian scholar shook his head, continuing to observe the celestial display, reflecting inwardly. Young man, surely, you possess more than this. Chapter 60, The Death Prison of Morwa. With his chest rising and falling, and his eyes bloodshot, Mo Koxiang's overwhelming murderous intent was unmistakable. Atop the peak of Yanhai, Elder Tree caught sight of the enraged Mo Koxiang and couldn't help but scoff. Turning to shout at the spatial vortex, Six-Eyed Brat, your little six-eyed warrior is lacking. The space trembled slightly, but then lapsed into silence. Observing this, Elder Tree shrugged dismissively. Boring. Within an unknown realm, the priest of the Six-Eyed Divine Witch Clan furrowed his brow, fixating intently on the two combatants on the battlefield. A sense of dread swelling within him. Having devoted his life to astrology, he held firm confidence in his premonitions. He then gestured toward the darkness nearby, instructing, "Go notify the Elder Council and have them send an elder to oversee the situation." Immediately, ripples in space reverberated outward, and moments later, tranquility returned. After completing his task, the priest turned his gaze back to the desert's secret realm. On the yellow sand battlefield, Missouri Koxiang struggled to quell his turbulent emotions, his violet eyes glimmering with dark light. When he lifted his gaze again, the earlier impatience had vanished, replaced entirely by a chilling intent to kill. I must admit, you are the first person in recent years to render me in such a state of embarrassment. Even when clashing with those two from my clan, I have never experienced such tumultuous emotions. Upon hearing this, Suja immediately grasped the situation. It turns out this young man had not engaged in such a confrontation for many years. With a swift flick of his sore arm, Suja, brimming with impatience, retorted, "What are you shouting for? Practice more if you're lacking skill. Do you think you're so formidable? In reality, those from your so-called Six-Eyed clan are merely jesters. Entertaining children. Don't you have any self-awareness?" His words, a masterclass in linguistic prowess, effortlessly dismantled the fragile psychological defenses that Mo Koxiang had painstakingly erected. Upon hearing Suja's taunts, Mo Koxiang erupted into a manic laughter, the four dark purple lines on his face radiating an intensely pure black light. "Ha! You are simply courting death. I had intended to end your life swiftly, but since you've chosen this path, I shall see if you are as resilient as your mouth suggests." Mo Koxiang leapt into the air, his voice booming as he commanded, "Behold, With deliberate grace, he raised his hands from his sides, dark, viscous energy swirling within them. As he brought his palms together at his forehead, the two masses of this sticky black substance fused, resonating with the black light that glimmered in his eyes. This culminated in the formation of a colossal black sun, encircled by a faint halo of light. In an instant, the desolate landscape transformed dramatically. Countless grains of sand scattered chaotically, the atmospheric energy began to solidify, and spiritual power grew increasingly stagnant. Suddenly, the entire battlefield seemed to be drawn into an alternate dimension. The sky above the desert turned pitch black, and countless ghostly figures swirled in the air, emitting chilling wails. The ground trembled violently, fissures splitting open to reveal bottomless abysses, from which billowed thick clouds of dark smoke. In the blink of an eye, Suja was engulfed in a cacophony of anguished cries and vengeful spirits. Qilin hovered above, casting a disdainful glance at Suja below, as if he were merely an insect. You should feel honored to be buried within my Moro death prison. As the mounting pressure enveloped him, Suja's gaze sharpened, fixating on the gaping chasms around him, his grip tightening around his battle spear, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Upon hearing Qilin words, Suja shot back defiantly. Back at it again? Do you need me to administer another Qilin claw to wake you up? Without hesitation, Qilin raised his right hand, the black sun above shimmering ominously. Instantly, the vengeful spirits swirling within the Moro death prison glowed red, surging forth with an insatiable, murderous intent. Suja was quick to react. He summoned the Qilin armor, the golden light illuminating a 3-inch radius around him. Within that space, the vengeful spirits dissipated. The fearsome Qilin armor tore apart the incoming spirits one after another. However, their numbers were overwhelming. Every time he glanced up, he was met with a sea of blood-red eyes just beyond his reach. The relentless tide of spirits threatened to bury him entirely, as if he were trapped in a nightmarish purgatory. Damn it! What kind of wicked technique has this scoundrel mastered? Suja muttered, tearing through yet another advancing spirit. No, I can't continue like this. I'll be drained to death. Panic surged within him. In the previous exchanges, he had witnessed Qilin's extraordinary manipulation of spiritual energy. He was absolutely certain that if he were ensnared within this horde of vengeful spirits, victory would be impossible. With this thought in mind, a steely resolve flickered in Suju's eyes. He decisively retracted the 3-inch golden light, drawing his fists to his chest. As the golden aura gradually dissipated, the surrounding spirits, sensing a banquet before them, surged forward. In mere seconds, Suja was left bloodied and battered. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, Suja made his move. He stomped the ground with a sudden force, his aura erupting and repelling the advancing spirits. Then, his previously retracted Qilin arm shot out again, unleashing the full might of the Qilin. Bowing low, he struck the ground with a thunderous clap. A massive Qilin imprint illuminated beneath his feet, and then, boom! A cataclysmic explosion echoed, emanating from Suja's position and pushing outward. Every spirit that came into contact with him perished instantly. As the cacophony subsided, within 100 meters of Suja, the ground lay shattered, the ghostly foes vanquished. Yet, before Suja could revel in his victory, a pair of enormous, smoke-emitting hands forcefully slammed him into the ground. Qilin, hovering in the distance, chuckled coldly. You possess some skill, but this is where it ends. No sooner had he spoken than another pair of massive hands emerged from the abyss, reaching for Suja. There was no respite. Just as Suja shattered the first set of hands and broke free from his confinement, he was struck again by another pair. One set. 2 sets. Thousands of hands surged forth from the dark chasms, grasping at Suja, who hung suspended in midair. The previously scattered spirits rallied, converging from 100 meters away. In an instant, he found himself caught between the assaults of vengeful spirits above and the dark hands of the death prison below, utterly besieged. With no escape in sight, Suja surveyed his perilous predicament from the air. Suddenly, he flashed a bright, sunny smile at Qilin in the distance. Qilin furrowed his brow, puzzled. Has he lost his mind? But soon enough, Suja revealed the answer. His eyes sparkled with Qilin patterns, and once again, a Qilin manifestation appeared behind him. Unlike before, this time the Qilin manifestation required no energy infusion. It emanated from within. The small Qilin that had once been dormant within him roared with excitement, feeling the burgeoning power coursing through him. With a disdainful laugh, Suja regarded the black hands reaching up from below and scoffed. Is that all you have? Do you truly believe I have no hidden cards to play? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the minor transformation into the holy Qilin. With that declaration, Suja's legs swelled dramatically, tearing through his already tattered battle attire. Countless Qilin scales wrapped around his thighs like chains of golden light. while his once bare chest became adorned with golden-patterned Qilin armor, harmonizing with the Qilin arms on his arms. A pair of radiant Qilin horns sprouted from his forehead, a true embodiment of majesty. Divine patterns appeared across his face, complementing his golden Qilin eyes. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Suja's lips curled into a cruel smile. This sensation, truly worthy of the 30,000 source points I expended. With a sudden motion, he propelled himself forward, breaking the sound barrier as he charged towards the giant hands and vengeful spirits. Utilizing the formidable power of the Qilin transformation, Suja moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, wreaking havoc throughout the Moro death prison. The once mighty dark hands appeared feeble against the heavily armored Suja, crumbling effortlessly before him. As for the approaching spirits, they required no direct intervention from Suja. A mere glance from his golden Qilin eyes turned them to ash. The Qilin manifestation behind him reveled in its freedom, directing divine light towards the gaping chasms. Before long, what had seemed an inescapable doom transformed into a mere playground for Suja. Observing Suja's overwhelming ferocity, Qilin's pupils constricted and his resolve solidified. He promptly thrust his hands forward. Regardless of how Suja managed to break free from the deadlock at this moment, all he desired was to swiftly eliminate Qilin to prevent any further calamities. The ominous black sun above his head was absorbing the very essence of the Moro dead prison, and within mere seconds, it swelled even larger, its surface darkening into an obsidian hue. Sensing that the time was right, Qilin gritted his teeth and forcefully propelled the obsidian sun towards Suja. The spirits of the dead and the shadowy hands cannot harm you. But what of this? The obsidian sun descended upon Suja like a falling meteor. And as he toyed with the giant hand of the abyss, Suja suddenly felt a menacing aura locking onto him. Instantly, he shuddered. Looking towards the source of the aura, he beheld the obsidian sun hurtling toward him, leaving him no time to ponder. Suja hastily summoned back the exuberant Qilin manifestation. Wait for it, Qilin. The Qilin returned to its rightful place, its divine majesty roaring through the heavens. Golden-scaled armor adorned the Qilin manifestation, and at its brow, the divine patterns in Suja's eyes radiated brilliance, mirroring the Qilin's dual pupils. Hidden within the divine resonance was a killing intent. Boom! The obsidian sun collided violently with the resplendent golden Qilin. The clash of their powers caused the very fabric of space to tremble. At the heart of the battlefield, golden light and blackness intertwined, annihilating each other in a spectacular display. This standoff persisted for several minutes. After a few moments, the two lights dissipated, leaving only a symphony of smoke and yellow dust in their wake. A few breaths later, suddenly, a crimson spear burst through the smoke, aimed directly at Qilin. It was accompanied by a furious roar of the Qilin. Qilin, prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 61, That Dazzling Silver Light. The crimson spear radiated golden light, its tip gleaming with a white shimmer, propelled by the terrifying might of the Qilin. It pursued like a shooting star. The tail of the spear erupted with booming sonic waves, striking directly at Qilin, who was suspended in midair. Observing this, Qilin snorted disdainfully. Humph. Mere tricks. He immediately maneuvered the obsidian sun to shield himself, and in an instant, the crimson spear crashed heavily against this sphere of darkness. However, to Suja's astonishment, the anticipated explosive sound did not materialize. Suja was taken aback. Steadying his mind, he focused his gaze. He saw that the unstoppable crimson spear was utterly halted by the obsidian sun, unable to advance even a fraction. What was even more terrifying was that the crimson spear sank without a trace, akin to a cow plunging into the sea, stirring not a ripple. Clang! The sound of the heavy weapon hitting the ground echoed, as the crimson spear lost all its momentum and fell helplessly. Suja's eyes narrowed in apprehension as he stared at the obsidian sun, his mind swirling with questions. What on earth is this cursed thing? Capable of both offense and defense, and able to absorb all attacks? Damn it, I want it. Suja's gaze was fixated on the dark sun, his yearning causing Qilin to shudder. What sort of eyes does this person possess? Enough of this, let us finish him quickly. With resolve, Qilin raised both hands again, and the dark light in his eyes intensified. The obsidian sun responded instantly, soaring upwards to hover at the pinnacle of the Moro dead prison. Originally an imitation of the solar star, the obsidian sun now exuded a chilling malevolence. Within the Moro dead prison, the lingering resentful spirits and wild ghosts seemed to have received a summons, flocking together to plunge into the depths of the obsidian sun. Qilin, trembling as he grasped this formidable sphere, declared with murderous intent, though my black sun and the Moro dead prison are distinct techniques, they are of the same origin and complement one another. Brace yourself for this strike. As his words fell, the obsidian sun, now brimming with the absorbed resentful spirits, slowly descended upon Suja. Though its speed was sluggish, Suja found no avenue for escape. Feeling the immense pressure from above, Suja's Qilin form trembled slightly. He surveyed his surroundings, all within the range of the Black Sun's impending strike. No way to evade. A certain death? As Suja gazed at the overwhelming sight above, a manic expression crossed his handsome face, his eyes flashing with ruthless determination. No escape? Then I shall not flee, clad in heavy armor, with the protection of the Qilin. How could I retreat without a fight? If so, what use is my heavy warrior's garb? What purpose do I serve in slaying myriad races? The youth clenched his Qilin claw tightly, eyes ablaze with madness, and charged forward with the conviction of life and death. The Qilin manifestation roared as it surged ahead, its golden, beastly eyes reflecting Suja's own fervor. Suja moved swiftly, in mere breaths, like a sharpened blade. He firmly pinned himself against the descending obsidian sun. The immense pressure contorted Suja's features, a sense of despair crashing over him like a mountain. At that moment, the dormant spiritual resonance within him stirred, awakening his innate gifts. The flicker of despair in his heart vanished in an instant. Raising his gaze once more, the fear and hopelessness that had briefly clouded his eyes dissipated, leaving only sheer madness. To hell with you, Suja roared. The Qilin manifestation behind him erupted with energy. It rapidly shrank in size, merging into Suja's veins and dantian. Empowered by the Qilin manifestation, Suja stood as an indomitable divine warrior, staunchly resisting the descending obsidian sun, strength that could move mountains and a spirit that could overshadow the world. Though still a young Qilin, its prowess was unparalleled. Immortal, witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict in shock. Fear coursed through him, an emotion previously unknown to this proud being. Damnable lowly race. Do you still dare to defy the heavens? He too howled towards the sky, the 4 purple-black markings on his face shimmering once more. Yet this time, it was far from simple. His complexion paled visibly, and the trembling of his hands intensified. He was forcing the obsidian sun once again, conjuring another black sun. Now, the Morrow-dead prison bore the bizarre sight of dual suns in the sky. Immortal wasted no time. With a sweeping motion, the giant hands from the abyss surged into the newly created obsidian sun. Once his task was complete, Immortal could no longer maintain his prior calm, his purple-black eyes revealing a hint of madness as he bellowed. I was born of the noble six-eyed divine shaman clan. I am destined to be a genius, the protagonist of this grand epic. You are merely a wretched creature from a lowly human tribe, a mere insect seeking to overturn the heavens. With that, he pushed the newly formed obsidian sun towards Suja. Every word Immortal uttered was crystal clear to Suja beneath the weight of the obsidian sun. Slowly lifting his head to meet the roaring Immortal, Suja's earlier intentions of merely obtaining the system's rewards transformed. Now, he sought to slay that self-proclaimed superior being. With no intention of concealing his murderous intent, he redirected his gaze to the oppressive black sun, his rage boiling over. With a thunderous roar, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful punch. In that brief distance, a series of sonic booms erupted. Amid the explosive sounds, it was as if the Qilin roared and the warriors bellowed. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as Suja's fist cleaved through the first obsidian sun. The shattered energies of the black sun erupted behind Suja, causing the surrounding space to tremble in response. Undeterred, he channeled that momentum and struck the second descending obsidian sun with another punch. Boom! The entire space erupted with unprecedented explosive force. The destruction of the 2 obsidian suns added a grand overture to the symphony of Suja's fury-filled strikes. Mokoshin was utterly bewildered by the tempestuous cacophony, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Reluctantly, he shielded his face with his hand. Once the storm subsided, as he lowered his hand, a grotesque Qilin arm lunged towards his face. There was no escape. Mokoshin had no choice but to endure the blow head-on, undoubtedly. In his haste, he was mercilessly beaten. Suja, while attacking, taunted him. Come on. Why stop your shouting? Aren't you quite the screamer? With such a foul mouth, allow me to lend you a toothbrush. The 2 types of people I loathe most in this world are internet trolls and those who prevent me from being one. I will not let you off so easily. His unassailable verbal artistry was overwhelmingly compelling, and after enduring several brutal strikes, Mokoshin finally realized he needed to retaliate. However, it was too late. Suja drew back his arm like a bowstring, and with a single punch, he sent Mokoshin crashing to the ground, leaving him in a muddied heap. Afterward, Suja felt invigorated, as if enlightenment had dawned upon him. Following this moment of clarity, his spiritual prowess, which had been oppressed under the weight of the obsidian sun, surged forward, breaking through to a new level. It was a double blessing, and Suja felt even more elated. In stark contrast to Suja's exuberance, Mokoshin, rising from the ground, found it hard to accept his circumstances. How could I, a being of such stature, be struck down by a mere human? He clasped his face, standing incredulously in place, his expression distorted by overwhelming humiliation and madness. Finally, Mokoshin struck his chest, forcing out a drop of essence blood, which he used to conjure the obsidian sun once more. Yet this time, the black sun was larger and more ferocious. It absorbed not merely the resentful spirits of the underworld, but the entirety of the Moro death abyss. Ha! You insolent wretch! Witness the true nature of my technique. Mokoshin roared maniacally, and in an instant, the black sun was fully charged, having consumed the entirety of the Moro death abyss. With a flash of black light, Suja found himself back in the desert. However, he was not concerned about his surroundings. Gazing at the monstrous entity resembling a black solar eye before him, he felt overwhelmed. Bending at the waist, he gasped, "What a joke! Such martial arts are beyond the limits of this realm. Why didn't this scoundrel use it sooner? Damn it! Ha ha! Insolent fool, taste my technique. Moro, great dark heaven." The colossal obsidian sun, under Mokoshin's guidance, erupted with immeasurable gravitational force, attempting to devour Suja whole. Struggling against the pull of the black sun, Suja bitterly thought, "Damn, even the method of attack has changed." Desperate, he attempted to summon the death omen fiery Qilin form to contend with the black sun. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing task 4, awakening the will of the emperor. Rewards: 1, 500 source points. 2, an opportunity to learn any martial technique. Hearing the notification, Suja was first puzzled, then overjoyed. It was Zhou Wei and Old Chu. What a timely arrival. System: initiate the learning of the Star River Severing Spear. Ding! Acknowledged. The host environment has been detected. The host may spend 2,000 source points to eliminate the time cost. Hurry up. Suja had no time to waste on idle chatter with the system, urging it incessantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending the Star River Severing Spear. Upon hearing this, Suja raised his right hand, the 7 stars returning spirit guiding the Qi Jiao spear back to him. As he grasped the spear, memories of the faceless figure wielding this martial art flooded back, and he murmured, "The Star River Severing Spear. It made its debut here, didn't it?" Immediately, a glint of cold light flickered in Suja's golden beast-like eyes. The spear's tip began to stir. But this time, it was not the blinding white light of 1,000 armies, but rather the unique silver glow of the Star River Severing Spear. The spiritual energy within him surged violently, flowing into the spear in his right hand, causing it to tremble slightly. At last, a thread of silver light emerged. Guided by this silver light, Suja teleported above the colossal black sun, the immense gravitational pull proving ineffective against him at that moment. He lifted the Qi Jiao spear, unleashing the full force of the 7 stars returning spirit, supplemented by an unending influx of Big Dipper energy. The Qi Jiao spear condensed the power of the Star River, and the silver light at its tip became increasingly radiant. Finally, Suja swung his hand in a decisive arc, executing a seemingly simple strike that bore an unmistakable, overwhelming momentum, trailing a brilliant Star River through the void. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill within the Yellow Sand secret realm. The next moment, the massive obsidian sun vanished entirely, leaving behind only a shimmering silver light. Chapter 62, Trial Past. 1. Gazing at the resplendent Star River, Mokoshin was momentarily rendered speechless, his already pale visage drained of all color after losing a drop of essence blood. However, wielding the Star River Severing Spear, Suja was not unscathed either. That enormous black sun was not so easily extinguished. His right hand, gripping the Qi Jiao spear, trembled violently, blood streaming from his arm. As for the Qi Jiao spear, after unleashing the Star River, it ultimately could not withstand the pressure, shattering into pieces alongside the black sun. In this third confrontation, there was no victor. Both sides were left grievously wounded. In the trial space of the Emperor's will atop Yunhai Peak, Zhou Wei, drenched in blood, lay weakly beside Chu Fengxiao, calling out feebly, "Old Chu, where do you think Old Su has gone?" Chu Fengxiao, in a similarly poor state, forced himself to respond. "How would I know? But we have both passed the trial of the Emperor's will, so I believe we will see Old Su once we get out." As he spoke, he pulled out a verdant hexagonal crystal, examining it closely. Zhou Wei produced an identical crystal, though it was a yellow-brown hue. "Let us hope Old Su is all right," he murmured softly while staring at the yellow-brown crystal. Suddenly, just as they intended to rest for a moment, the entire trial realm began to tremble, and a swirling vortex quietly opened beside them. "Damn, that scared me," Zhou Wei exclaimed, turning to see ripples forming in the space beside him. followed by a vortex gradually unfolding from the ripples. Observing the vortex, Chu Fengxiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems this is the exit of the secret realm. We just passed the trial of the Emperor's will, and with the space shaking like this, it won't last much longer. We should leave. Are you sure this is the exit of the secret realm? Zhou Wei hesitated. I'm not sure, but staying here won't improve our situation. Chu Fengxiao pointed indifferently at the distant space that had already collapsed. Having said that, he no longer hesitated and pulled Zhou Wei into the vortex. Once they had both entered, the vortex quietly closed behind them. A brief sensation of dizziness washed over them, and Zhou Wei shook his head, exclaiming, "Damn, old Chu. This is even worse than when old Su drives." After several seconds, still waiting for a response from Chu Fengxiao, Zhou Wei looked up in confusion, only to see Chu Fengxiao staring in shock at something behind him. "What's wrong? What are you looking at?" Zhou Wei, perplexed, followed Chu Fengxiao's gaze and turned to look. The sight that greeted them left Zhou Wei utterly astounded. At some unknown point, the tumultuous clouds that had enveloped the summit of Yunhai Peak had completely dissipated, revealing an endless expanse of azure sky. The towering tree atop Wanmu Peak stood majestically above the heavens. Opposing it was an unfamiliar totemic emblem. Ah, the two young lads have emerged. The ancient tree spirit, observing the two as they exited the trial's secret realm, waved his hand, bringing them to the great tree. A familiar green glow flashed by, and within a few breaths, the two realized it was the handiwork of the tree spirit. Zhou Wei spoke first. "Tree Elder, what brings you here? What has become of old Su? And what is the significance of that six-eyed emblem across from us?" A barrage of questions was directed at the tree spirit, who took a sip of tea before responding. "That emblem belongs to the six-eyed shaman clan. They have expended considerable resources to traverse the celestial yin-yang array, all to ensnare you. As for the young Su," the tree spirit paused momentarily and gestured towards the sky above, stating, "Look, Su is up there engaged in battle." Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao exchanged puzzled glances. Peering towards the sky, they happened to witness Su Zhe wielding the Star River severing spear, vanquishing the Mo Luo Duntian. Gazing at Su Zhe, who resembled a divine general, Zhou Wei stammered, "Tree Elder, please do not tell me that the one clad in golden armor is old Su." The tree spirit smiled nonchalantly, the mirth in his eyes unmistakably genuine. "Indeed, that is the young Su." This revelation shattered the resolve of both Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao. "We all endured tremendous trials to pass the will test. How is it that after just half a day, he has donned armor and is battling extraterrestrial foes?" As they beheld the formidable Qilin armor adorning Su Zhe, both were unable to suppress their envious tears. The little mountain spirits, upon seeing Zhou Wei and Chu Fengxiao return, fluttered their wings and rushed into their embrace. "Little stone, how did you end up here?" Zhou Wei exclaimed in astonishment. "Ha ha." When the old man extended his hand to the mouse, he specifically moved these two little ones away to avoid any repercussions. The tree spirit chuckled, stroking his beard. "Mouse?" Chu Fengxiao inquired, puzzled. "Is it that object resembling a chrysanthemum over there?" He pointed at the spatial vortex hovering before the six-eyed totem. "Indeed. Those six-eyed wretches harbor ambitions to annihilate our human race. This time, they have set their sights on you younger generations. Do they truly believe that all of us old-timers have perished?" The tree spirit snorted in disdain, wishing he could unleash the Jinmu divine spear upon the six-eyed emblem once more. "Can old Su prevail?" Zhou Wei, cradling the two little mountain spirits, expressed his deep concern. After a moment of silence, the tree spirit slowly replied, "I do not know. I cannot comprehend the young Su. That little six-eyed creature possesses at least one lethal move. I am uncertain if the young Su can withstand it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei's anxiety intensified. The tree spirit, noticing his distress, patted Zhou Wei's shoulder, reassuring him. "What is there to fear, young Zhou? With this old man present, those six-eyed wretches cannot seize the young Su. Moreover, have faith in the Great Xia. I suspect the Great Xia Council has already received word. They might even be observing us at this very moment." With that, the tree spirit fixed his gaze on a point in the void, a smile gracing his features. In the Longdu of Great Xia, within the Zijing Assembly Hall, the seven elders watched the screen, which displayed the tree spirit, Qianzai, grinning broadly, and they couldn't help but share a knowing smile. "Huh. This old fellow's mind remains as sharp as ever. Even after such a long slumber, he hasn't lost his edge." The fourth elder jested. "Ha ha, old four, your words are amusing. If Qianzai were a fool, he would have met his end on the battlefield of the Myriad clans a millennium ago. Did you not witness his Jinmu divine spear? TSK. It seems this old fellow has stepped into a new realm." The third elder, sitting nearby, expressed his astonishment, clearly impressed by the tree spirit's prowess. All right. We have gathered not to boast about Qianzai. He is what he is. The focus should be on Su Zhe. The six-eyed shamans must be aware of Qianzai's appearance on Yunhai Peak, and it is hard to dismiss the possibility of them acting out of desperation. Thus, we should prepare ourselves. The only female elder seated at the round table spoke up. Indeed, Yin Shu makes a valid point. The Grand Elder, occupying the seat of honor, added, Longi, you shall make a trip. Remember, if you can stay, that would be ideal. If not, so be it. Your primary task is to ensure the safety of Suja's trio and the mountain spirits of the Tianzi. As for Qianzai, he is not one to perish easily. Off you go. The Grand Elder directed towards the shadowy entrance of the conference room. In response, the air around the conference room's door shimmered briefly before settling down within a few breaths. After everything was arranged, the Grand Elder gazed out the window, murmuring, I wonder what the situation is like up there. Those old fellows should send a rainbow light back soon. Upon witnessing this, the other elders donned smiles. Haha, those old fellows are probably feeling quite pent up. They may still be engaged in a test of strength with the other races. Chapter 63, The Six Paths of Malevolent Light. In the secret realm of yellow sand, Imoku Tion's pallid visage bore an expression of discontent. He could not fathom why this wretch of the despicable human race always found himself in perilous situations. The Mo Luo death prison could not contain him. The twin black sun wheels were ineffective against him. Even the Mo Luo Dun Tian, having absorbed the entirety of the Mo Luo death prison, could not subdue him. This was a killing move that even his two clan brothers dared not confront directly, fearing its might. Why was this individual able to extinguish the Mo Luo Dun Tian with such resilience? Mo Tian was utterly baffled, and his gaze towards Suja shifted from contempt and mockery to genuine regard. After witnessing Suja punch through the black sun wheel and obliterate the Mo Luo Dun Tian, this prodigy from a top-tier race finally acknowledged Suja, who hailed from the human race. Under the immense pressure, Suja's mind gradually cleared. He realized that the violet-eyed youth before him was not the insignificant foe he had previously encountered, though their realms were comparable. The pressure emanating from him far surpassed that of the Blood Sea Rakshasa atop Wanmu Peak. Suja was no fool. As he entered this yellow sand's secret realm, doubts had already begun to form in his mind. Upon seeing the extraterrestrial prodigy charging towards him, those doubts dissipated like fog, revealing clarity. This must be the handiwork of the Myriad clans. In Great Xia, I do not know any significant figures, nor have I wronged any powerful individuals who would risk themselves to cross the great array to ambush me. I, Su, truly feel honored. At this moment, Suja's demeanor was devoid of the previous casualness. As his thoughts raced, he pieced together the context of the situation with remarkable clarity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving enlightenment. The system has detected the host's current environment and issued a mission. The Contest of Prodigies Beyond Fate. Mission description. The top-tier extraterrestrial six-eyed shamans have expended substantial resources to deceive the heavenly mechanisms, usurp fate, and cross the celestial yin-yang array to ambush the host. The quality of prodigies serves as a measure of a race's eligibility to ascend to the pinnacle in the era of great contention. This battle marks the first appearance of human prodigies in the Golden Age, a crucial moment for the accumulation of human fortune over millennia. And the host bears a heavy responsibility. Reward, 120,000 source points. 2. Formation, fragments of the 5 sacred pagoda song, 2 pieces. 3. Favor from the human race as fortune. Note, successfully defeating or vanquishing the Makoto of the six-eyed divine, which clan counts as completing the task. May you return safely. With flourishing martial prowess. Upon hearing the system's notification, Suja became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. The system's tone this time lacked its usual harshness, prompting Suja to chuckle wryly. System, don't wear such a gloomy expression. Cheer up. We are currently in a position of advantage. Just as this thought crossed Suja's mind, the staggering Makoto in the distance stirred. He bellowed, Human brat, I concede that you possess a measure of exceptional talent. However, it is a pity that you are destined never to be among the elite of this era. Being born of the human race is your greatest misfortune. With that, Makoto raised both hands, slowly closing his violet eyes. Unlike the earlier incantation to summon the morning abyss, Makoto now resembled someone engaged in a ceremonial prayer. Observing this, unease gradually welled up within Suja, while the spirit resonance was in a frenzy, incessantly reminding him. Furrowing his brow, Suja gazed at the distant Makoto. In an instant, his eyes hardened, and within his golden beast-like pupils surged a fierce menace. He resolved to strike first. You dare to perform your sorcery before me? Are you not aware that the Great Xia is currently cracking down on feudal superstitions? And didn't your mother tell you? Do not unleash your ultimate techniques in front of your enemies, thinking yourself invincible during the countdown. Suja roared, clutching the claws of the Qilin as he pounced forward. While lacking in martial ethics, In the face of such a high-stakes battle, victory was all that mattered. Like a streak of golden lightning, he closed the mere hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Just as his claws were about to pierce Makoto's face, suddenly, thump, thump, a series of eerie heartbeat sounds emanated from Makoto, and under their influence, the force field surrounding him seemed to alter. Suja's once ferocious Qilin armored arm was now poised to strike Makoto, but appeared suspended in midair, akin to a golden beast trapped in confinement. Moving sluggishly and clawing aimlessly. This sensation was reminiscent of his previous experience, the moment he wielded the Star River severing spear to obliterate the morning abyss. Except this time he found himself the victim. Suppressing the discomfort coursing through his body, Suja gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, I want to report. Someone is cheating, maliciously disrupting the match. How am I supposed to fight?" Suja's double standards emerged once more. At that moment, Makoto, with his violet eyes tightly shut, slowly lifted his eyelids, gazing mockingly at Suja, who was ensnared in midair. "What's wrong? Are you so eager to seek death?" Hearing this, Suja's expression soured further, inwardly cursing, "What a blunder. I've outsmarted myself." Makoto paid no mind to Suja's grim expression, continuing on his own. "Very well, let me show you the divine gifts bestowed upon my clan. Let you observe the disparity between the lowly races and the noble ones." As his words fell, Makoto's dark violet pupils gleamed with an otherworldly light, and the space around him began to warp. Eventually, a shadowy rift in space materialized. Gazing into this void, Suja's anxiety surged. It felt as if an onslaught of ferocious beasts would erupt from that gap, tearing apart everything in sight. Let me see how many of these you can withstand in your Qilin form." Listening to Makoto's cryptic words, Suja secretly summoned all his spiritual energy into the Qilin arm armor before him. In an instant, the Qilin arm armor blazed with radiant brilliance, its divine patterns pulsating with vigor. Without warning and without any foreboding, a chaotic, savage, and frenzied black-purple beam erupted from the spatial rift. Suja had no time to react and had to brace his Qilin form, enduring the baptism of this black-purple beam. Boom! The relentless waves of deathly light sent Suja hurtling away. Observing this, Makoto's right eye shone brightly as he waved his hand, unleashing another purple-black beam towards Suja, who had yet to touch down. In midair, Suja forcibly altered his body, intercepting with his horizontal claws. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Suja slightly bent forward. Panting heavily, "What's this? Is this what your so-called divine gift amounts to? It pales in comparison to that previous dark sun. Or perhaps I could lend you some blood, and you could conjure another dark sun? That would be more entertaining for me." Refusing to back down, Suja continued to emit his verbal charm, attempting to incite Makoto's ire. However, since Makoto had activated the purple-black death light, he seemed to have transformed into a different person altogether. Upon hearing Suja's taunts, he merely smiled indifferently. "Oh, is that not sufficient? Then how about this?" With that, Makoto's left eye also burst forth with dark light, and another spatial rift formed beside him. Without uttering another word, he gestured, and two beams of purple-black light surged towards Suja. Suja strained to shatter one, but before he could catch his breath, another beam of death light followed closely behind. Under the torrential barrage, even the formidable Qilin form began to falter. Meanwhile, the distant spatial rift relentlessly spewed forth beams of death light as if it were boundless. With no other option, after enduring two beams of death light with his body, Suja clenched his claws like a spear, the fearsome Qilin armored arm rivaling that of the Red Flood. As he channeled his spiritual energy, a brilliant silver light flickered in Suja's eyes. He bellowed, "Star River severing spear." Once more, a resplendent river of stars appeared. With this star river, Suja surged past the two beams of death light aimed at him. In the blink of an eye, he teleported above the spatial rift, his eyes radiating silver brilliance as the menacing Qilin arm armor swung down with the star river. Boom! The spatial rift, still discharging death light, was cleaved in two by the star river severing spear, vanishing in an instant. Yet before Suja could rejoice, two more spatial rifts appeared above him. The familiar purple-black beams of death light continued to pour forth, catching Suja off guard, and in a misstep, he was heavily pinned to the yellow sand. As he lifted his gaze, he saw Makoto's face twisted in mockery. "How does it feel, you lowly human prodigy? I told you, born of the human race. You shall never shine on the battlefield of myriad races. These beams of death light are innate to my clan. There's no need for practice. From the very beginning, they surpass countless races, including yours, the despicable human race. Heaven has forsaken you. You lack even the innate gifts of your race. Let me tell you, this is the gift bestowed upon my six-eyed divine witch clan. 6 paths of evil light. However, you are indeed a robust ant, able to withstand 2 beams from the spatial rift. But now what will you do?" As his words fell, the 4 dark purple patterns on Makoto's face glimmered with a ghostly radiance. 2 of the patterns gradually transformed into a pair of small eyes, quietly resting beneath the main eye. Simultaneously, the number of spatial rifts above Suja increased to 4. In an instant, Suja found himself once more in peril.